After my 99th marriage proposal, she still rejected me, but when I chose to leave, she wouldn't let me go. In the evening, on the playground of Nanjing University, students gathered to watch me propose to Xia Xiran again. This was my 99th proposal, and everyone was talking about it. Some guessed that I would be rejected, as usual. I clutched the rose tightly, standing in the center of the playground, which was covered with rose petals and candles, the moonlight shining on me. I didn't care about what others were saying. My gaze was fixed on the spot where Xia Xiran had appeared. The girls around me were gossiping and swooning, while the boys mocked me for being a simp, saying that although Xia Xiran and I were betrothed as children, she didn't like me at all. I ignored their comments. I knew I had good looks and good grades, and I only had eyes for her. Finally, Xia Xiran and her 3 best friends appeared at the entrance to the playground. She was wearing a light purple tracksuit, her long hair flowing over her shoulders, her expression indifferent, seemingly unmoved. Without further hesitation, under everyone's gaze, I knelt down on one knee, presented the flowers, and held a sparkling diamond ring in my hands. I firmly told her that this was my 99th proposal, and that I wanted to have a relationship with marriage in mind. I said that I had never grown tired of her, and that the more I looked at her, the more I liked her. Although I have a short attention span, I had persisted for her 99 times. I had written poems for her, cooked for her, and waited outside the girls' dormitory to deliver breakfast to her. Every action was filled with deep affection. I told her that the Milky Way was ablaze with color, that she was my ideal in this world, and that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. People around us started gossiping. Some said she would definitely say yes, while others thought it was hopeless. I focused solely on her, eagerly awaiting her reply. She walked up to me, frowned slightly, and asked indifferently, "That's it?" I hurriedly answered, yes, my heart racing, anticipating her response. She stared at me for a moment, then glanced indifferently at the diamond ring on my hand, her tone calm. "You can move aside now. I'm going for a run." She put on her headphones, walked past me, and ran off. I stood there, frozen in place, my smile instantly turning to ice, a chill creeping into my heart. The students around me murmured in shock. Some felt sorry for me, others gloated. Her best friends looked at me with pity, but quickly followed after me. I felt a sharp pang in my heart, and tears almost welled up. This was the 99th time. Each rejection felt like a knife stabbing into my heart. I had believed that if I persisted, she would eventually agree, but each rejection only intensified my pain. Just as I was about to collapse, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing 99 marriage proposals and successfully binding to the refuse to be a kept woman system. I looked up abruptly, my heart filled with complex emotions. I realized that these 99 marriage proposals had actually activated the system. From this day forward, I will no longer be obsessed with love, but will instead rely on this system to begin my path to revenge. Just then, thunder suddenly roared in the sky, raindrops began to fall, and everyone around fled. I stood in the rain, letting the cold rain soak my clothes and hair, my whole body icy cold. I knew that Xia Xiran and her best friends were hiding under an awning not far away, perhaps watching me, perhaps with some pity, but that no longer mattered to me. I heard her best friend exclaim, "Why hasn't Jiangmai left yet?" Her voice was tinged with panic, perhaps hesitation. But none of that mattered anymore. I could feel a gaze instantly fall upon me. It was Xia Xiran's. I didn't look up, but I could guess her expression. Perhaps she was anxious, perhaps she was hesitant, but none of that mattered to me anymore. She vaguely heard Xia Xiran's voice, tinged with panic. "We can't just let him stand there like an idiot in the rain, can we?" Immediately afterward, another voice pulled her back. It was her best friend, the girl with glasses. The girl with glasses spoke in a serious tone. "If you go over there, wouldn't that be the same as accepting his proposal? You're a model student, striving for a place in Peking University's graduate program and aiming to become a postdoctoral researcher. You can't give up your future for love." A few seconds of silence followed. Then Yuan asked her, "Xiran, do you like Jiangmui?" Xia Xiran's voice was flustered, with a hint of barely perceptible shyness. I don't know. I've never been in love." I sneered inwardly. Yes, she'd always been a good girl, her mind filled with studying and grades. How could she possibly understand what love was? Perhaps my 99 marriage proposals were just a nuisance to her. Then I heard Yuan say that liking someone makes you blush and your heart race, that you want to see them every day, and that their sadness makes you sad too. I can imagine Xia Xiran reminiscing right now, recalling every little moment we've shared. Sure enough, not long after, Xia Xiran's excited voice was heard. I like him. I'm going to find him. But her steps were quickly stopped by the words of the girl with glasses. The girl with glasses poured cold water on her again. Liking someone and living together are two different things. If you date now, it will affect your studies and delay your future. You will definitely regret it later. I could feel the gaze that had been on me slowly withdrawing. Then I heard Xia Xiran's strained voice. Let's go back to the dorm. The postgraduate admissions are almost finalized. I can't afford any mistakes. The rain was pouring down harder, growing colder against my skin, and my heart grew colder with it. It turned out that in her eyes, her future was always more important than me. All her 99 acts of infatuation were ultimately a joke. Just as my vision was blurring with rain and I was about to give up, the rain suddenly stopped. The sound of raindrops hitting the umbrella reached my ears clearly. A melodious female voice rang out, gentle and clear. Don't get caught in the rain, you'll catch a cold. My heart skipped a beat, and I subconsciously looked up, only to meet a pair of light blue eyes. Under the night sky, she stood before me, slender and graceful, with long, smooth, dark brown hair that reached her waist. Her face was stunningly beautiful, and her skin was whiter than ivory. She wore a white JK shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing a black velvet ribbon tied around her long, swan-like neck. Beneath her delicate collarbone, a captivating cleavage was faintly visible. Beneath her plaid skirt was a slender waist and a pair of long, straight, fair legs, smooth and supple, their shape so beautiful it was impossible to look away. I recognized her. She was the school's cold, beautiful girl. He'll propose for the 100th time. I was completely stunned. Lung Ruoli, the top beauty among the 4 school beauties, was actually standing in front of me, holding an umbrella for me. Lung Ruoli was a transfer student. She was absolutely stunning, but her personality was as cold as ice. She usually liked to stay alone in a corner, but her looks and figure made her the focus of attention for boys wherever she went. I'd heard classmates talk about her before, and I'd seen her a few times from afar, but I hadn't felt anything. Back then, my mind was completely occupied with Xia Xiran, and I hadn't paid any attention to her. But now she was actually offering to hold an umbrella for me? Not only was I surprised, but Xia Xiran and her group were also stunned. Yuan spoke first, her tone full of shock. What's Lung Roli doing here? Do they know each other? Countless people pursued her, but she never paid any attention to them, let alone took the initiative to get close to anyone. Then she guessed, could it be that Lung Ruoli likes Jiang Mai? As soon as she said this, I could clearly feel that Xia Xiran's emotions were off. She looked at me and Lung Ruoli with a stinging look in her eyes. Xia Xiran wasn't bad-looking, and her family background was decent, but compared to Lung Ruoli, she was definitely inferior. Lung Ruoli had fairer skin, a better figure, and was a genuine heiress. Her father donated buildings and equipment to the school, and even opened a private restaurant just for her to eat. Xia Xiran stared at Lung Ruoli, her eyes filled with jealousy. She could tell that Lung Ruoli wasn't as cold today. Her eyes even had a hint of gentleness, and her face was slightly flushed. This made Xia Xiran even more flustered. Could her guess be true? At this moment, Lung Ruoli looked at me, her heart pounding, and her voice was a little nervous. Let's go. The rain is getting heavier. I looked at her face, and the words that were on the tip of my tongue changed. Lung Ruoli, why are you holding an umbrella for me? Have we met before? Actually, I wanted to ask her if she liked me, but I felt that would be too narcissistic. She's so popular, and we've never crossed paths. It couldn't be that she has a crush on me, could it? Lung Ruoli blinked her big eyes, her face flushed and nervous. She glanced at my shoulder. Beneath my wet shirt, the hideous scar was faintly visible, and her eyes instantly filled with guilt. She slowly leaned closer to me and said earnestly, I'm here to return the umbrella. Last weekend, I didn't bring an umbrella, and you ran down to give it to me. Thank you. It suddenly dawned on me. It was her. Last weekend, I went downstairs and saw a girl wearing a mask and a beret getting rained on. I happened to have an extra umbrella with me, so I gave it to her. I didn't get a good look at her face then, but it turned out to be Lung Ruoli. I'm sorry, I was in a rush and only brought one umbrella. Let me take you to the men's dormitory first, Lung Ruoli said, looking at me with a nervous tone, as if afraid I would refuse. As I watched the rain intensify, and raindrops soaked her hair, I stopped being coy and said, "Let's go." The umbrella was small, not enough to cover both of us, so I tilted most of it towards her, not wanting her to get wet. After taking only 2 steps, the hem of my shirt was gently pinched. Lung Ruoli looked up with her watery eyes and said softly, "You can come a little closer. It's okay." As she spoke, she even took my hand that was holding the umbrella. My heart was pounding. It was the first time in my life I'd ever touched a girl's hand. It was so delicate and soft, and I instantly felt a burning sensation in my heart. I quickly and awkwardly moved my hand away, afraid of hurting her. "Okay, whatever you say." Lung Ruoli looked at me, her cheeks flushed, and the infatuation in her eyes was impossible to hide. All of this was clearly seen by Xia Xiran, who was not far away, and her eyes instantly reddened. Not long ago, I proposed to her, but now she's sharing an umbrella with Lung Ruoli, and they look quite harmonious together. Seeing me walk towards her, Xia Xiran's eyes gleamed with confidence again. She was sure I'd come over and explain that she was the only one in my heart. As I drew closer, our eyes met, and her eyes instantly lit up. But to her surprise, I simply withdrew my gaze coldly, led Lung Ruoli straight past her, and headed in the opposite direction. Xia Xiran was completely stunned, her eyes glazed over, muttering, "Why did he leave?" Her best friend quickly comforted her, saying that she might not have seen her or was in a hurry to find shelter from the rain. But Yuan poured cold water on her feelings. "You've rejected his marriage proposal 99 times. He must be heartbroken. Now that the cold campus beauty is taking the initiative to show her affection, he might just take advantage of the situation." Xia Xiran's face paled instantly, filled with worry, but she still stubbornly said, "Impossible. He'll definitely come to propose for the 100th time tomorrow at this time." The girl with glasses next to her couldn't help but ask, "If he really comes to propose for the 100th time, will you still refuse?" Chapter 4. I won't refuse anymore. I want to be with him. Xia Xiran finally realized her own feelings and knew how important he was to her. Studies were important, but love couldn't be missed either. This time, she didn't want to let go. I clearly saw Xia Xiran just now, but the thought of her past indifference chilled me to the bone. Loneliness is nothing. It's better than losing my pride. I will never again offer my dignity to be trampled upon. It took almost all my courage to stop caring about her, but I managed to do it. After dropping Lung Ruoli off at the girls' dormitory, I thanked her, saying, "Thank you for today." She responded softly, and then tentatively asked me, "Are you all right?" Seeing my haggard and tired face, she felt a pang of heartache and thought to herself that she would be willing to marry me just once, without me having to beg 99 times. I forced a smile and said, "Of course I'm fine. I'm like an unkillable cockroach." Lung Ruoli smiled weakly, and I nodded slightly before rushing into the rain with my umbrella. Watching my disappearing figure, Lung Ruoli felt conflicted. She was happy that my proposal had failed and she still had a chance, but she also felt sorry for me because I kept getting hurt. Before, I was the one protecting her. Now it was her turn to protect me. As soon as I got back to my dorm, the system notification sounded. Successful check-in. 1 million yuan instantly deposited into my account. Heartbroken in love. Thankfully, money is here to comfort me. This system makes money far faster than I ever imagined. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I was overwhelmed by the stench and backed away, pinching my nose and complaining. Did the school's latrine explode? It stinks so much. My 3 roommates were cooking snail rice noodles around a small stool, and the smell hit me right in the head. Old he looked smug and said, "It smells delicious, you don't know how to enjoy it." Chen Gu, who was slurping noodles, saw that I was soaking wet, and immediately jumped up and rushed to the balcony to collect my underwear, without saying a word about me. I was both angry and amused, but he was quite self-righteous, saying that if I didn't take them in, I wouldn't have anything to wear, and that I'd been caught in the rain before. The dorm leader, Kai, quickly threw me a towel and told me to dry myself off and change. Little White Dove chirped again, saying she'd gone to the cafeteria especially to get me food, including my favorite braised pork belly with preserved vegetables. Looking at the lunchbox on the table, a wave of warmth washed over me. These people seem carefree, but they're all kind-hearted despite their sharp tongues. After I dried my hair and changed my clothes, Lao He suddenly asked in confusion, "Didn't you have an umbrella? How come you're still soaked?" I sighed and said it was a long story. Little White Dove immediately chimed in. He must have been rejected by Xia, the school beauty, again. These words struck a nerve, causing a slight pang in my heart. I patted him on the shoulder and told him to be quiet while he ate. Kai advised me, "If it really doesn't work out, just give up. There are plenty of good girls out there. Lao He also joked, saying that I'm the only one still single, which lowers the chances of finding a partner in the dorm. Xiao Beige chimed in, saying that pursuing Xia Xiran is like climbing Mount Everest. I've proposed to her 99 times and still haven't gotten a result. Do I want to graduate still being a single dog? I opened my lunchbox and ate while pretending to be nonchalant. What's wrong with being single? If you have no woman in your heart, you'll naturally be a god when you draw your sword. I proposed 99 times. I gave it my all and have no regrets. I don't want to humiliate myself further. She has always been indifferent to my efforts, and this relationship should end here. My 3 roommates felt very sorry for me when they saw me like this. They felt that Xia Xiran was not good enough for me at all. They just hoped that she would not hurt me again when they proposed to her for the 100th time tomorrow. Lao He pushed the chicken leg he was reluctant to eat to me. Xiao Beige said she wouldn't add pickled bamboo shoots next time she cooked snail rice noodles, and Kaizi even made me some cold medicine to drink, afraid that if I caught a cold I would infect the whole dormitory. I found it amusing to watch them, but then Little White Dove suddenly confessed that he had lost 10 games in a row using my League of Legends account. I was furious, and he quickly said it was just a joke. I jokingly told them to finish eating quickly and open the windows to air it out, as the smell was making me want to vomit. My initially depressed mood gradually dissipated as I played around with my brothers. System notifications kept coming in, and hundreds of thousands of yuan were deposited into the dormitory for check-ins, plus an extra chance to win a prize. Looking at the prize draw button, I immediately became interested, wondering what good things I could win this time. Chapter 5. I clicked the lottery button directly, and the page quickly displayed a gift notification. Congratulations, host. You have received a brand new Apple 13 Pro Max, which has been placed in your drawer. Please check it. I didn't expect the system to give away a phone in addition to money, which was exactly what I needed. My old phone was slow and had limited memory. I was planning to wait until Singles Day to replace it, but now I've saved myself some money. I opened the drawer and found it was the genuine 512 gigabytes version. After replacing the memory card, I started using the new phone, and gaming was much smoother. I called my roommate over to play some games, hoping to calm myself down. He glanced at my new phone and looked surprised. When did you buy the 13? Did you overspend because of some impulse? Kaizi was also worried that I was involved in online loans, and Xiao Beige even asked directly if it was from Huiqiangbai. I rolled my eyes at them and said the phone was genuine and I hadn't taken out any online loans, which put their minds at ease. We teamed up to play games together, and we had good luck that night, getting MVP every game and winning several rounds in a row. Meanwhile, Xia Xiran tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, her mind filled with the image of me and Lung Roli holding an umbrella. She refused to believe I was truly angry, firmly believing I would still wait for her, ready to accept my proposal the next day when I appeared. At 7:58 p.m. the next day, a group of boys in the design department classroom were making bets on whether my 100th marriage proposal would be successful, with stakes ranging from several hundred to over 1,000. The man with the buzz cut hesitated and bet 100 on whether he could succeed, but was immediately ridiculed by everyone, who said that his insistence on the arranged marriage was nothing but a joke, and that no matter how much he begged, it would be useless. At this moment, someone slammed his hand on the table and threw a stack of cash on it. I bet he won't go at all. When everyone looked up, they saw that it was Jiang Mai, his eyes cold and confident. No need to change. I'm going to win. With only 1 minute left until 8 o'clock, the man with the buzz cut hurriedly reminded me that I should propose, but I calmly held up my books. That's right. I'm here to study. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. As the clock struck 8, I collected all the winnings in front of everyone, making a profit for nothing. I found a seat and sat down, and the system simultaneously credited me with 1,020 points of luck. My grades are good, but I have a serious imbalance in my subjects. English is my Achilles heel. I can't graduate without passing the CET 4 College English Test Band 4. Last year, I relied on mnemonics to guess the questions, and I only got 30 points. This year, I'm determined to redeem myself. The boy next to me was dumbfounded, unable to understand why I suddenly became so focused on my studies, ignoring even the school beauty Xia, and only feeling sorry for the money I had bet. On the playground, a cool early autumn breeze blew. Xia Xiran, accompanied by her best friend, waited early. Many onlookers and live streamers also came to witness the 100th proposal. The live streamer enthusiastically promoted the show, and the viewership continued to rise, but I still hadn't appeared. Xia Xiran grew increasingly anxious as she waited, constantly looking around. Her best friend quickly comforted her, saying that I might be held up by something. After all, I persisted 99 times. It couldn't be this one time. Xia Xiran forced herself to calm down, believing that I would definitely appear and that she would agree immediately if I came. She had even begun to look forward to our married life. Chapter 6. The thought of walking down the aisle with me soon made Xia Xiran's cheeks flush. But as time passed and the temperature dropped, the onlookers gradually lost patience and dispersed. Only Xia Xiran and a few others remained on the playground. The cold wind howled, and she huddled up, her nose red and her eyes welling with tears. Did he have something to do and couldn't come, or does he not like me anymore? Yuan quickly inquired, and soon learned that I was in the study room on the 3rd floor. The group rushed over immediately. Xia Xiran saw my back at the door, her heart raced, but she was also a little hesitant to go forward. My girlfriends kept encouraging me, saying that I had only delayed proposing because of my studies, which finally gave her the courage to come to my side. I was struggling with my English questions when suddenly the light was blocked. "Why didn't you come to the playground today?" A familiar voice rang out. I looked up at Xia Xiran, who was nervously clutching her skirt. My heart wasn't unmoved, but repeated disappointments had taught me to control myself. I lowered my voice and said softly, "I don't want to go." Then I continued reading my book. Xia Xiran's face paled. The joy she had expected did not appear. She remained as calm as a stone. She forced herself to be composed and asked with teary eyes, "Where is your dear diamond ring? Today is your 100th proposal. If you propose again, I will consider saying yes." The word consider chilled me to the bone. I pulled out the ring I had saved up for months of part-time work, and Xia Xiran's eyes instantly lit up. I stared at the ring, my voice tinged with suppressed pain. "I wear this ring with me every day, afraid that you might suddenly change your mind, but I haven't waited for that. You don't have to take the initiative, but when I do, don't remain unmoved." Just as she thought I was going to propose, I threw the ring out the window. The whole room erupted in uproar. Xia Xiran rushed to the window, but the ring was nowhere to be found. Her face turned deathly pale, and she demanded to know why I had thrown away her ring. I coldly retorted, "Were you even wearing it?" I suppressed my reluctance and said, word by word, "Don't lose your temper. First, figure out who you are to me. I've made plans to spend my whole life with you, but you're ready to leave at any time. So goodbye." Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, I solemnly declared, "Xia Xiran, today I officially dissolve our engagement." After saying that, I picked up my book and left. The girl with glasses came up and grabbed me, accusing me of being heartless. I shook off her hand, my voice filled with suppressed grievances. "She's the heartless one. I've also put aside my dignity. I feel pain too. I was foolish before, but I don't want to be foolish anymore." I left directly, and Xia Xiran trembled all over, her heart aching unbearably. Her best friend rushed over to comfort her, and she finally broke down in tears. "I'm already in so much pain after being rejected just once, but I've rejected him 99 times. How much pain must he be in?" Chapter 7. I later learned that Xia Xiran cried her heart out that day, her tears falling like raindrops, until she was heartbroken and finally understood what she had lost. She bit her lip, filled with regret, muttering that she wished she had accepted me sooner. Her friend Yuan advised her not to just regret it, but to try to make amends. She even suggested that she win me back. Hope instantly ignited in Xia Xiran's eyes. However, another girl wearing glasses poured cold water on the idea, saying that girls who pursue boys will only be played with and will not be cherished. She was also afraid that Xia Xiran would be abandoned in the end, leaving Yuan at a loss. Yuan's words, "Are we just going to watch Lung Ruoli win Jiang Mai's heart?" instantly woke Xia Xiran up. She then remembered that Lung Ruoli existed and even wondered if Lung Ruoli had said something that prevented her from proposing. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Xiran made a difficult decision. She would go and talk to Lung Ruoli. After all, the one who tied the knot must untie it, and she wanted to know what Lung Ruoli had told her. At 8:45 p.m., Xia Xiran knocked on the door of Lung Ruoli's dormitory room, 502. When she opened the door, she was immediately stunned by Lung Ruoli's delicate face despite her bare face and her cold aura. Xia Tai then told me that she thought she was pretty, but when she stood in front of Lung Ruoli, she was instantly overshadowed. Even she, a girl, couldn't help but like Lung Ruoli's face, let alone us boys. Blushing, she stammered and asked Lung Ruoli if she could come in and talk to her alone. Lung Ruoli simply hummed in agreement and led her into the dormitory. Lung Ruoli lived in a deluxe double room, which was much nicer than the regular dorm rooms, almost like a hotel room, especially the princess bed, which looked incredibly comfortable. Lung Ruoli picked up her coffee cup and took a small sip, her tone indifferent, telling Xia Xiran to get straight to the point. After hesitating for a long time, Xia Xiran finally mustered the courage to bring up the rumors at school about Lung Ruoli liking her, asking if she wanted to clarify them. Lung Ruoli gave a soft hum and said that it was indeed necessary to clarify. Xia Xiran's eyes lit up instantly. She thought that Lung Ruoli didn't like her and was secretly delighted, feeling that she still had a chance to make up with her. But the next second, Lung Ruoli calmly said that what she wanted to clarify was that the rumor that she liked her was not true. Xia Xiran's smile froze instantly, and she couldn't believe her ears. Xia Xiran pressed her to confirm, and Lung Ruoli said decisively that she was sure. She even cried excitedly, saying that she had suppressed her feelings because she thought Xia Xiran could give her happiness, but now she realized that Xia Xiran was not worthy of her at all. Lung Ruoli cried as she recounted all the good things I had done for Xia Xiran. She said that when Xia Xiran had gastroenteritis, I ran all over the school to borrow a kitchen to learn how to make porridge, but she didn't eat a single bite. When Xia Xiran failed her exam, I accompanied her to the basketball court, but she complained that I was meddling. When she had a fever, no one dared to take her to the clinic. It was I who risked being quarantined to take her to the hospital for an 4 drip. Lung Ruoli became more and more agitated as she spoke, crying until her eyes were swollen, and questioning Xia Xiran why she didn't cherish me. Xia Tide then said that the details Lung Ruoli mentioned were things she had never paid attention to before, but now they all came to mind. She realized how cruel she had been to me, while I had never abandoned her. She always took my kindness for granted. After all, I was pursuing her. She never thought that the person she didn't care about was a treasure in other people's eyes. Looking at Lung Ruoli, who was crying uncontrollably, she felt a mix of emotions. Lung Ruoli bit her lip, stubbornly saying she wanted to pursue me and repay Xia Xiran double for the happiness she owed me. Xia Xiran's face instantly turned pale, and she panicked, trying to persuade Lung Ruoli that it was cheap for a girl to pursue someone. But Lung Ruoli interrupted her directly, saying that feelings are not cheap unless you don't like someone enough. She also said that she hadn't been brave enough before, but now she wanted to be brave for her love and didn't care whether it was shameful for a girl to pursue a boy. Lung Ruoli also said that she hadn't dared to watch me propose 99 times, but she accidentally saw Xia Xiran's heartlessness that day and my desolation in the rain. She didn't want to see me get hurt again. Lung Ruoli's words were like a blow, waking Xia Xiran up. She began to reflect on why she couldn't put aside her pride and pursue me like I had pursued her. Seeing Lung Ruoli's resolute determination, Xia Xiran felt a deep sense of crisis and realized how many foolish things she had done. Her breathing quickened, and her heart ached terribly. Suddenly, she slammed the door shut and stormed out. At that moment, only one thought occupied her mind. There was an important matter that she had to attend to immediately. Chapter 8. When I returned to my dorm from the study room, I saw my 3 roommates were all busy with their own things. Little White Dove was the first to run over and ask me where I had been. She said that the school's intranet had exploded, and everyone was saying that I hadn't gone to propose. Kai Zi chimed in, saying that Xia Xiran had been waiting for me on the playground for a long time, and that I definitely had a chance. Lao He advised me to go find her, saying that maybe the proposal would work out. I didn't want to deal with any of this anymore, so I just told them I wasn't going to propose anymore, and that I'd already thrown the ring away. My 3 roommates were stunned. The Little White Dove reached out and touched my forehead, asking if I had a fever. I shook off his hand and said I was fine. He still didn't believe me and asked why I threw away the ring, since I liked Xia Xiran so much. I calmly replied that this was a farewell to the past, that I would no longer like her, and that we would have no further contact. These words completely shocked the 3 of them. Little White Dove was stunned and asked me if I would still refuse if Xia Xiran pursued me. Old He rolled his eyes and said that a goddess like Xia Xiran would never pursue me. Kai sighed and asked if I was really sure. I firmly replied that even if she pursued me, I would not accept her. Just then, Kai's phone rang. It was Xia Xiran's best friend, Yuan, calling. Yuan urgently asked me to come to the teaching building, saying she needed to talk to me about something urgent. Startled, my roommates and I immediately rushed to the teaching building. When we reached the foot of the teaching building, it was already late at night, with only a few flashlight beams flickering in the grass. I saw Xia Xiran crouching down, carefully searching for something on the ground with her flashlight. Her 3 best friends were pacing anxiously beside her, urging her to go back, but she seemed completely oblivious and continued searching. I watched her get soaked in the rain, and a complex mix of emotions welled up inside me. Her eyes were filled with unwavering determination as she searched for the ring I'd thrown away. She endured the pain without uttering a sound. Her friends, seeing her like that, felt helpless and could only hold an umbrella for her, afraid she'd catch a cold. I walked over and couldn't help but scold her, asking how long she was going to stop fooling around. When she saw me, she looked delighted and said she was looking for the ring and told me to wait a moment, and if she couldn't find it, she could continue getting soaked in the rain. I looked down and saw that her wrists were cut by branches and leaves, and blood was flowing out. Her fingers were also pricked, but she didn't care and continued searching persistently. My heart ached, and I couldn't help but want to go over and help her. Little White Dove and the others were completely dumbfounded. In the past, Xia Xiran had never paid any attention to me, but now she was desperately searching for the ring, and no amount of persuasion could calm her down. Her eyes were red as she looked at me, and she asked, choking back tears, "If we find the ring, can we be together again?" My heart was filled with mixed emotions. If I had heard these words before, I would have been so excited that I couldn't sleep, but now, all that remained was a chill in my heart. This belated affection was no longer needed. Little White Dove and the others felt sorry for Xia Xiran, but also happy for me, seeing her like this. Just as everyone was expecting me to nod, I coldly said, "No, even if you find the ring, we can't go back." Little White Dove was stunned, asking me incredulously, "Xia Xiran is the goddess you've always dreamed of. How could you not accept her?" Kaiji was also puzzled, asking me why I rejected Xia Xiran. I was so infatuated before, and now that she's come back, I rejected her without hesitation. Chapter 9. I looked coldly at Xia Xiran, my tone leaving no room for negotiation. I've thought it through very clearly. We missed our chance. You can leave any time you want, but if you want to come back, I'm sorry, it's impossible now. Xia Xiran's eyes instantly reddened, and she choked out a question to me. Why could I propose to her 99 times, but not give her a single chance? I lowered my eyes, my tone resolute. I told her that the 99 marriage proposals were to ensure I had a clear conscience about my love for her, and that rejecting her now was to uphold my own dignity, for life cannot be relived, and feelings cannot be reversed. Her best friends were stunned. None of them expected that I, who used to be so open and honest with Xia Xiran, would so decisively reject her first heartfelt confession. Xia Xiran cried her heart out, her face full of regret, but it was all in vain. I forced myself not to look at her and walked towards the dormitory indifferently, but behind me, I heard her loud confession. She shouted at my retreating back, saying she liked me and would pursue me 100 times, one more time than I had, and would never betray her feelings. My back trembled slightly, and I couldn't help but turn back to look at her. For the first time, her eyes were filled with me, a scene I had fantasized about countless times before, but now, I had completely woken up. I pursed my lips and walked away quickly without looking back. Everyone present was stunned. Xia Xiran, who was always aloof and proud, actually said in public that she would pursue me 100 times. She came from a scholarly family and had countless suitors, but she had never been so persistent with anyone. After I walked away, my girlfriends asked her incredulously if she really wanted to do it. Xia Xiran was very determined and said that if she could do it 99 times, she could do it 100 times. She didn't believe I would completely give up. Since Lung Ruoli could bravely pursue love, she had no reason to back down. Back in my dorm, a system notification suddenly rang in my ears. Congratulations, host, for rejecting Xia Xiaohua's advances. Reward: a duplex sea-view villa in Jiangling Garden. My heart skipped a beat. That was a prime location in the city center, with astronomical property prices. This was truly unexpected. My roommates returned quickly, and Xiaobage couldn't help but asked me if I had truly let go of Xia Xiran's advances or was just being stubborn. My eyes were filled with complex emotions. My heart was already deeply wounded. Some wounds never heal, and some people cause pain just to be thought of. It's not that I don't love anymore. It's that I'm afraid to love again. When I was about to let go, she turned back. What did she take me for? Seeing my low spirits, they stopped asking. Kai mentioned that someone had quietly cared for me before. Someone brought me medicine when I had a stomachache. Someone helped me when I was burned, and someone even signed in for me when I was late. Little White Dove chimed in, asking if I knew who it was. I shook my head. That person had always kept an anonymous profile, never showing themselves. I had staked out the place before, but hadn't found any clues. At that time, my mind was completely occupied with Xia Xiran, so the matter was left unresolved. My roommates felt sorry for me, but I said I didn't want to date for the time being. I'd rather be single than settle for less, and I'd wait for the right person. In their eyes, I probably still couldn't let go of Xia Xiran, but they were also relieved that I had finally stopped clinging to the past, which they considered a kind of growth. The next day, after the rain stopped, I woke up hungry and saw that it was already 8 in the morning. As soon as I got out of bed, my roommates took turns calling me to bring them breakfast. Little White Dove wanted congee, fried dough sticks, and meat buns. Old he wanted rice balls with grilled sausage. Kai wanted to get tofu pudding and shumai for his girlfriend, and he also wanted steamed buns and soy milk. I reluctantly agreed, just as the system released a cafeteria check-in task, which would both fill my stomach and earn me rewards for completing the task. My roommates kept urging me to hurry up and leave. I chuckled and cursed at them a few times, grabbed my meal card, put on my black down jacket, and left the dorm. The temperature had dropped rapidly recently, and there were few people on campus. As soon as I entered the cafeteria, a wave of warmth washed over me. The cafeteria wasn't crowded. Many people who didn't have classes in the morning were still snuggled in bed. I'd barely settled in when another message popped up on my system panel. Chapter 10. The system notification sounded. Congratulations on successfully checking in at the cafeteria and receiving 500,000 renminbi. Following my roommate's instructions, I went to the window to buy breakfast. Suddenly, my clothes were gently tugged, and a tingling sensation instantly spread through me. I looked down and saw the stunningly beautiful Long Ruoli standing in front of me. Today she wore a light blue long-sleeve dress with a white fluffy coat, which accentuated her graceful figure. The black stockings made her look even more slender, and her long, slender legs were very eye-catching. She looked less cold and more approachable. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at me tentatively, asking cautiously, "Could I borrow your meal card?" I was both surprised and delighted to have run into this aloof school beauty, so I handed her my meal card. Long Ruoli looked up at me with her delicate face and smiled gently. I was in such a hurry when I went downstairs that I forgot to bring it. Luckily, I ran into you. I'll transfer the money to you after I swipe my card. I was a little surprised. This usually aloof and icy beauty actually smiled at me. Her eyelashes curved when she smiled, and the corners of her lips curved gently, making her elegant and captivating. I casually agreed, saying it was nothing, just a small favor, and I should help if I could. Long Ruoli was clearly delighted, her eyes brightening. She ordered a bacon and vegetable pancake and freshly squeezed soy milk at the window, which cost 5 yuan and 20 cents. After swiping her card, she returned it to me and thanked me softly. I had just told her she was welcome when she held up her phone and asked if I could add her on WeChat. I was stunned for a moment. There were quite a few girls who wanted my WeChat, but this one was Long Ruoli, the top of the 4 campus beauties. She rejected countless boys who pursued her. Now that she had taken the initiative to add me, it was hard not to think that she had feelings for me. Seeing my hesitation, she blushed and explained that she needed to transfer the money for the meal, as she only had money in her WeChat account. I came to my senses, smiled, and said that I would treat her to the meal and that she didn't need to worry about the small amount of money. But she insisted on returning even the 5 yuan. I had no choice but to open the WeChat QR code for her to scan. Long Ruoli's fingers were trembling slightly as she held the phone. She was clearly overjoyed. After all, this was an opportunity she had been waiting for a long time. Her eyes lit up dramatically after she accepted my friend request. Even after I accepted, I still felt like I was dreaming. I had actually added the school beauty's WeChat. If I told my 3 roommates, they definitely wouldn't believe it. And she secretly saved my contact as 1%, representing her exceptional favoritism. She quickly transferred the money, and I had just accepted it when the cafeteria lady called me to pick up my breakfast. I picked up several bags of breakfast, and Long Ruoli was quite surprised to see this, asking me why I was eating so much by myself. I laughed and explained that I was bringing them for my roommates, jokingly calling myself a professional pig feeder. She immediately reached out to help me carry the bags, but I quickly refused. How could I let a girl help me carry things? But she was very serious, saying that I had helped her and it was only right to reciprocate, and even deliberately asked if I thought she was clumsy. I quickly shook my head in denial and could only let her carry part of the bags as I hurried after her. The first time I saw her up close, I was struck by her stunning beauty and privileged background. She was the dream girl of countless men. Standing next to me, who was over 1.8 meters tall, she appeared exceptionally petite at 1.65 meters, giving off a delicate, almost bird-like vibe. We didn't say much along the way. We were very close, and her arm would occasionally brush against mine. Her soft skin brushed against me, making me inexplicably nervous. I didn't even know where to put my hands. I stole a glance at her, and saw her with her oval face lowered, biting her cherry lips, her cheeks flushed, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. My heart couldn't help but flutter. Lung Ruoli truly deserved to be the school beauty. She noticed my gaze, looked up and gave me a sweet smile. My cheeks instantly flushed. Who said she was aloof and unapproachable? She was so soft and sweet right now. We walked side by side on campus, instantly attracting countless stares. The students around us couldn't believe their eyes. The aloof and cold school beauty, like a flower on a high mountain, was actually walking with me, the one who had pursued Xia Xiran 99 times. You know, she never gives any boy a friendly look, let alone walks with him intimately. But at this moment she was all shy and blushing, clearly treating me differently. Many boys were envious and jealous, gossiping that I'd completely turned things around and was no longer just a one-sided admirer. Some remarked that they used to laugh at me for being a simp, but now that I've won over the cold school beauty, I'm the real winner in life. No wonder I turned down my 100th proposal. Anyone would choose Lung Ruoli, whose eyes were always on them. Chapter 11. I didn't care at all about the strange looks around me. I had chased Xia Xiran 99 times, and I had long since developed a thick skin for my social anxiety. I would walk my own path and let others say what they wanted. Lung Ruoli escorted me to my dormitory building. I took my things, thanked her, and turned to go upstairs. She said goodbye, but her feet lingered, watching my retreating figure with eyes full of reluctance. Back in her dorm, she looked at my WeChat in her friend list and was overjoyed. She used to be timid and wouldn't even dare to strike up a conversation, but today she finally took the first step bravely, and she believed the remaining 99 steps wouldn't be difficult either. She smiled sweetly, holding her phone, and then specially brought back breakfast to give to her roommate Milu, who was putting on makeup. Milu was also one of the 4 campus beauties, a well-known model with a hot figure and alluring sex appeal. Milu put down her eyebrow pencil and teased her, saying that her sudden happiness must mean that things were progressing with her crush. She had known for a long time that Lung Ruoli had transferred schools for a boy, but had been secretly in love with him all along. Lung Ruoli blushed and stammered that she had finally added the other person on WeChat, but didn't know how to start a conversation. Milu immediately became interested and began to offer her suggestions. Milu jokingly asked her to send some sexy photos to flirt with the other party, and even reached out to tease her, which made Lung Ruoli hurriedly cover her chest and beg for mercy, afraid that she would appear too casual in front of me. Milu also felt that girls should be reserved, so she whispered some advice in Lung Ruoli's ear, saying that feigning shyness was the most skillful way. Lung Ruoli became more and more embarrassed as she listened, but still nodded and decided to give it a try. As soon as I walked into the dorm room with my breakfast, my 3 roommates all stared at me, their eyes like those of hungry wolves, which made me feel very uncomfortable. Little White Dove held up her phone with a mischievous grin. The screen displayed a candid photo of me and Lung Ruoli walking side by side. I was somewhat surprised. I hadn't expected to be photographed and uploaded online so quickly. He excitedly told me that the photos had become a trending topic on the school's intranet, and everyone was talking about my relationship with the campus beauty. He even joked that if I were with her, I could skip decades of hard work. Kaizi also chimed in, saying it was such a waste not to pursue such a beautiful and outstanding girl. I helplessly poured cold water on their enthusiasm, telling these people who already had partners to stop gossiping. Little White Dove, however, grinned and pressed me about how far things had progressed between Lung Ruoli and me, and whether we'd done anything more intimate. I rolled my eyes at him, telling him to clear his head of all those random thoughts. We were just ordinary classmates. I pretended to throw away the breakfast, and the others immediately quieted down and got up to wash. While brushing his teeth, he said, "Lung really never gets close to boys. It's obvious she's interested in me." Little White Dove also advised me to take the initiative and win over this school beauty. I fell silent, recalling her flushed cheeks and proactive actions, and knew in my heart that she most likely had feelings for me. But I simply said that I didn't want to be in a relationship right now. I had exams coming up soon, and I'd rather spend more time studying for certifications. I had just ended a deep and open relationship, and I needed time to heal. I didn't want to start a new relationship casually. Little White Dove was still frustrated with his lack of progress, so I picked up his breakfast and pretended to throw it away. He immediately shut up and obediently buried his head in his food. In my heart, liking someone isn't about how outstanding they are, but about genuinely wanting to do things for them. Lung Ruoli is perfect enough, but I really don't feel any attraction to her. You can't force feelings. I silently finished my breakfast when a WeChat notification popped up on my phone. I opened it and was slightly taken aback, The message was from Lung Ruoli. Chapter 12. Lung Ruoli sent a WeChat message. Are you there? I simply replied, yes, and she waited several seconds before continuing, her tone sounding extremely hesitant. She said she wanted to ask me for a favor, as she had no one else to turn to, and that I could refuse if I felt it was inconvenient. I became increasingly curious about what could be so difficult for her to discuss. When she sent me her requirements, my eyes widened instantly, and my face flushed. It was indeed a bit embarrassing to ask. 5 minutes later, I appeared in the store. The system notified me that I had successfully checked in and received a reward of 200,000 renminbi. I was wearing a black baseball cap and huddled in the corner, my eyes burning. The shelves were filled with various styles, from basic cotton pieces to lace and sexy designs. I instantly suffered from decision paralysis, completely unsure which one to choose. The shop owner then came over, smiling, and asked if I was buying it for myself or for a girl. My face flushed red, and I emphasized that it was for a girl. The shop owner, however, looked knowing, which made me blush even more. I had never been so embarrassed before. I grabbed a pre-packaged one at random, then hurriedly headed to the sanitary napkin section. Following the instructions in her message, I searched for a while before finally finding the right one. I quickly paid and left. Just as I stepped out of the store, the system notified me of a 10-minute check-in, awarding me an extra 500,000 renminbi, which somewhat soothed my awkwardness. I quickly walked to the entrance of the women's restroom on the second floor of the teaching building and sent a message to Lung Ruoli. A short while later, she came out, her face flushed, her eyelashes trembling, and she shyly thanked me. Remembering my roommate saying she liked me, I felt a little embarrassed and casually replied that it was okay. But she looked up with her big, watery eyes and asked me to wait for her a moment. It's true she was on her period, but this was Mila's idea, to use it to get closer to me and see if I was naive or shrewd. I was worried about being seen at the women's restroom entrance, which would damage her reputation, so I suggested we leave, mentioning that people might misunderstand and think we were dating. Her eyes curved slightly, and before I could react, she suddenly tiptoed and gently kissed my cheek. The warm, soft touch instantly made me freeze. They're right, I like you. Her voice was soft yet firm, her eyes full of love, indicating that this affection wasn't a fleeting impulse, but a long-planned and serious commitment. My heart pounded wildly, like a drum, and my blood rushed to my head. After calming down, I told her the truth. I hadn't gotten over my last relationship and couldn't accept a new one right now. I thought she would be sad or angry, but instead, she smiled and praised me with a proud look on her face. She said that as expected of the person she liked, he was serious enough about relationships and wouldn't start something casually. She walked closer step by step, her eyes gentle yet firm, and told me directly that she had made up her mind about me and would continue to pursue me. I panicked for a moment, hurriedly told her to go and handle her business, and turned to leave quickly. I was a little dizzy the whole way. Not only was I confessed to in public, but I was also stolen a kiss, and she said she wouldn't give up. I really couldn't understand what it was about me that attracted her. Lung Ruoli watched my departing figure, gently touching her lips, which still retained the warmth of the kiss. Although she didn't succeed this time, she believed that it wouldn't be long before she could win me over. Chapter 13. After returning to the dormitory, I immediately ran to look in the mirror. My cheeks were only slightly flushed, and there were no lip prints, but the sensation of Lung Ruoli's kiss was clearly still on my skin. This was the first time in my life I'd ever been forcibly kissed by a girl, and she was none other than the school's undisputed beauty queen. My ears burned uncontrollably. I really don't know how I'll face her again. Muzi, you've been sitting in the toilet for so long. Are you constipated? Little White Dove teased from outside. I snapped back at him, tidied myself up, and headed to the cafeteria with them. All three of my roommates brought their girlfriends, leaving me the only single guy there. Watching them all in pairs, I couldn't help but complain that they were being a terrible third wheel. Kai's girlfriend, Xiaoya, jokingly teased me, saying that I had a chance with Lung Ruoli. Xiaobage added fuel to the fire, saying that Xia Xiran was a thing of the past, and Lung Ruoli was now the main character. I felt very embarrassed by their comments and repeatedly emphasized that I had no chance with Lung Ruoli. Just as everyone was cheering, Little White Dove suddenly pointed behind me and shouted that Xia Xiran, the school beauty, was here. I thought he was just kidding me again and ignored him. But when I turned around, I saw that Xia Xiran was indeed walking over with her best friend. Today, she was dressed in a gentle and eye-catching way. Her gaze fell on me with obvious expectation. Yuan asked if we could share a table, and before I could refuse, Kaizi readily agreed, even deliberately creating an opportunity for us. Xia Xiran quickly thanked him and sat down next to me. This scene immediately sparked discussion among the cafeteria staff. Many thought I was deliberately using Lung Ruoli to provoke her, and some even mocked me as a simp. Everyone was convinced that no matter what I did, Xia Xiran would never change her mind. But the next second, everyone was proven wrong. Xia Xiran actually peeled the shrimp herself and put them in my bowl. She said softly, "You love shrimp the most, eat up." You know, she has always been a clean freak, and she used to be too lazy to even peel shrimp for herself, so I always peeled them for her. Now that the roles are reversed, she still has the band-aid on her finger from when she was looking for the ring, but she doesn't seem to care, patiently peeling shrimp again and again. Only by doing this herself did she realize how difficult it was for me back then. Watching her fight back tears, I felt a mix of emotions. Seeing that I wasn't touching my chopsticks, she looked at me with puzzled eyes, and my girlfriends chimed in, trying to persuade me. I simply frowned and coldly uttered 2 words, "I'm not eating." The system immediately issued a notification. "Congratulations, host, for refusing Xia Xiran's offer of food. Your integrity has increased by 200 points, and you have been rewarded with 2 million renminbi. Please continue your efforts." Xia Xiran instantly bit her lip, her face turning ugly. The girl with glasses next to her couldn't help but press me aggressively, accusing me of being too dramatic and ungrateful. Chapter 14. My face darkened, and I retorted directly, "If I don't want to eat, am I supposed to be morally blackmailed into eating?" I added that I didn't force her to peel them. It was her own doing. Seeing that I was being targeted, Little White Dove immediately stood up for me. "Xia, the school beauty, Muzi is allergic to seafood and can't eat shrimp at all." Upon hearing this, the girl with glasses froze, and the scene became extremely awkward. Xia Xiran looked even more incredulous. "How is that possible? He clearly ate seafood with me so many times before." Kai Zi coldly added. "So every time he finished eating, he would secretly go to the hospital for an 4 drip and take anti-allergy medication." I immediately interrupted Kai in a low voice, not wanting to bring up those past events anymore. I gave willingly when I did, and I don't need to rely on that to gain her sympathy now. Xia Xiran's expression instantly darkened. Only then did she realize how much I had silently endured for her. She's always been so self-righteous, completely betraying my sincerity. I gave the shrimp in my bowl to Kai Zi, and then ignored Xia Xiran completely, deliberately keeping my distance. Her eyes were red, filled with regret, but there was nothing she could do. Seeing this, Xiaoya quickly tried to smooth things over, and everyone joined in to liven up the atmosphere. However, Xia Xiran had no appetite at all, and her eyes kept drifting towards me, only to sense my indifference. Yuan, seeing this, suggested going to see the newly released film, The Suspect, saying she had a membership card. Everyone chimed in, and Kaizi also tried to persuade me, saying I'd been looking forward to this movie for a long time. I didn't want to see it, but I didn't want to get too involved with Xia Xiran. Seeing my hesitation, she said disappointedly that I didn't have to go. I simply uttered 1 word, "I'm going." Xia Xiran was just feeling smug when I poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "I'm going to the movies. It's only about the movies. It has nothing to do with you." That one sentence completely severed ties between us. Only after her best friend comforted her did she manage to cheer up, and the group headed to the cinema together. As soon as I arrived, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked into the movie theater and gained 1 chance to win a prize." I immediately participated in the draw, and the result instantly shocked me. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a luxury car garage containing 30 luxury cars, which you can use at will." I opened the list: Rolls-Royce Phantom, Maybach, Ferrari, Porsche, all top-tier luxury cars. The system was really generous this time, but it quickly reminded me that the annual maintenance and insurance for these cars would be a huge expense. The system also mentioned that even a single car headlight costs hundreds of thousands. I instantly snapped back to reality. This was a sweet burden. But with the system making money, I wasn't worried about not being able to afford it. The car keys were already in my backpack, and sure enough, they were a heavy bunch. The system told me the garage was in the Jianglinjuan Villa, and I could check it out after the movie. Xia Xiran was about to go buy tickets when I stepped forward and said, 11 tickets for The Suspect, VIP section." She blushed and said she'd buy them. I coldly refused. "No, I'm not interested in spending your money." I didn't want to be seen as a gigolo, nor did I want to owe her anything. More importantly, I wanted to complete the system task. Her eyes reddened at my rejection, and she was speechless with bitterness. Little White Dove put her arm around my shoulder and whispered, "Brother, the VIP theater is too expensive. Just buy a regular one. Xia Xiran nodded quickly, saying a regular theater would be fine, while secretly plotting how to transfer money to me. Everyone advised me to save money, but I calmly replied that watching a 3D movie meant choosing the VIP theater with the best sound effects. These words shocked Xiaobage and the others instantly. Who would have thought I would be so generous? VIP tickets are 3 times the price of regular tickets, and with Xia Xiran present, they couldn't refuse me, so they had no choice but to let me buy the tickets. Xia Xiran bought a Coke and popcorn and handed me a cup. Here, have this. I refused outright, saying I didn't like carbonated drinks. That was the truth. Coke kills sperm, and I've rarely touched it since elementary school. Besides, I didn't want to take advantage of her in any way. After I rejected her, Xia Xiran was a little disappointed. When we sat down in the movie theater, her best friends deliberately encouraged her to sit next to me. Xia Xiran glanced at them gratefully, then secretly looked at me, her cheeks instantly turning red. Before, she was only focused on studying and took my kindness for granted. I could feel her burning gaze, and when I looked at her expressionlessly, she immediately panicked like a startled rabbit. She handed me the popcorn bucket, shyly asking if I wanted some, hoping I would agree. But I just coldly told her to enjoy the movie, and that if she disturbed me again, I would change seats. Xia Xiran froze instantly, her heart clenching as if stabbed. She lowered her eyes sadly, biting her lower lip, her heart filled with grievance. She regretted not accepting me back then, but she was unwilling to give up. After all, I was her first love. The 3D effects at the beginning of the movie were indeed amazing, and the thrilling scenes made the people around me scream, but I was completely unfazed. After all, even Sadako can be watched as a snack. Suddenly, a soft moan came from behind. Xia Xiran leaned in close, her body trembling slightly, and whispered in my ear, "How scary," while resting her head on my shoulder. I've seen this trick countless times. It doesn't work on her at all. The next second, her head slammed into the chair with a loud thud, drawing stares from those around her. She rubbed her head, embarrassed, and said she was fine. As she looked at me with red eyes, I had already moved to the side, remaining completely indifferent throughout. Xia Xiran was fuming and almost cried, unable to understand how I could be so heartless. She felt wronged and missed the way I used to warm her heart, but I was no longer the person who revolved around her. Yuan held her hand to comfort her, but Xia Xiran was not discouraged at all. She made up her mind that as long as she took the first step, she would take the remaining 99 steps. After the movie ended, Xia Xiran, her face flushed, leaned over to ask me about my plans. I casually said I didn't have any. She had just started to get hopeful and wanted to suggest a date, but I simply said I was going to sleep because I was tired. These words made Xia Xiran's face instantly burn. She almost blurted out, "I can accompany you," but hurriedly stopped herself, wishing she could disappear into the ground. I squinted and said I was leaving first. She watched me leave with disappointment and couldn't help but say, "See you tomorrow." Yuan asked her in confusion why she let me go, but Xia Xiran's eyes were firm and she said that I still had a chance. Chapter 16, I can't force him to stay. Xia Xiran said seriously, "I'm already very satisfied that he's willing to see me. He's waited for me for so long. What's a little longer for me?" She used to find my pursuit annoying and thought it interfered with her studies, but now that I no longer revolve around her, she's realized that studying has become tedious and boring. It turns out that her life only becomes interesting when I'm around. The round-faced girl asked if they should go back to the dorm, but Xia Xiran shook her head. "No, let's go buy a ring." Yuan looked surprised. She explained that she couldn't find my lost DR ring before, and now she wants to buy one to return to me. Xiao Miao reminded her that a DR can only be bound to one person in a lifetime, and once it's purchased with an ID card, it can't be given to someone else. She asked if she was really sure. Xia Xiran's gaze was incredibly firm. He gave me his one and only, and I gave him my one and only. He is the one I can never replace. The group went straight to the DR counter in the mall. The sales assistants were quite surprised to hear that such a beautiful girl wanted to buy a diamond ring to pursue a boy. Xia Xiran recognized the one I bought back then at a glance. She asked about the price, and the sales assistant explained that it was a beloved design, priced at 8,600 yuan. Xia Xiran was shocked. So this was the ring she had chosen because she was her beloved, while the other woman hadn't appreciated it at all. Yuan exclaimed that the price was too high, and the girl with glasses also remembered that she had worked for a long time and saved up for several months just to buy this ring. She was finally moved by her sincerity and also felt that Xia Xiran had been too willful back then. The gossip from her best friends made Xia Xiran feel increasingly upset. She knew that my family was of modest means, and my parents were both factory workers. They had scrimped and saved to buy me a ring. She said that she herself couldn't even stand eating instant noodles for a day. She recalled the arranged marriage between their families, which she had never taken seriously before, but now felt incredibly fortunate. Xia Xiran asked the sales assistant to bring out the ring, and with trembling hands, she put it on. The size was surprisingly perfect. She was filled with regret, wishing she had been the one to put the ring on her finger. Without the slightest hesitation, she used her scholarship money to buy this beloved piece. Yuan wondered why she didn't just wear it, but Xia Xiran smiled and said with longing in her eyes, "I'll wear it after I successfully propose to him." These words completely shocked my girlfriends. They never expected that she would actually propose to me. The girl with glasses was worried that it would be embarrassing if the proposal failed, but Xia Xiran was very optimistic. "At most, I'll lose face once if I fail, but if I succeed, I'll have him." No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation. On the other hand, after watching the movie, I took a taxi directly to the duplex Sea View Villa in Gangnam Garden. The villa is located by the sea, with an area of over 1,000 square meters, luxuriously decorated, and the sea and beach are right outside when you draw back the curtains. I couldn't wait to see the luxury car garage, and even though I was mentally prepared, I was still utterly shocked when I saw the whole row of top-of-the-line luxury cars. Rolls-Royces, Maybachs, Ferraris, Porsches. Each one was incredibly expensive. I test drove each of the cars, and the experience was excellent. After much deliberation, I finally chose to drive the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Driving with the top down on the road was exhilarating, and I only closed the top when it got too cold. I drove my car across from the school for maintenance. I paid the tens of thousands of yuan without batting an eye and left, which made the shop assistants secretly marvel at my low-key rich kid. As night deepened, moonlight quietly climbed to the treetops and streamed into the room through the window, revealing. Chapter 17. Lung Ruoli, with her long hair loose, wearing a black tank top and denim shorts, was completely absorbed in playing a battle royale game. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, her eyes glued to the screen, and she even bit her lip slightly in nervousness. Just then, Milu walked in carrying an LV bag and was quite surprised to see her engrossed in the game. "Didn't you used to not play? Why did you suddenly start playing PUBG?" Lung Ruoli smiled slightly. "The boy I like loves playing this game, and I want to practice my skills so we can duo queue together in the future." She saw me playing PUBG on my WeChat moments, and that's why she downloaded it and practiced so hard. Milu was puzzled. "Why don't you just let him carry you to higher ranks? Don't guys like carrying girls who aren't very good at the game?" Lung Ruoli shook her head seriously. "I've looked it up. There's no love in esports. Being too bad at it will drag the team down. I don't want him to carry this burden. I want to fight alongside him. I'll give him the level 3 helmet and level 3 armor." Milu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Lung Ruoli's skill level was truly exceptional. No sooner had she spoken than Lung Ruoli was shot down by an AWM, nearly losing the game. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she immediately started another round. Milu joked, "That boy is incredibly lucky to have caught your eye." Lung Ruoli blushed instantly, her eyes shining as she spoke of me, praising me repeatedly for being a good student, loyal, and handsome. Milu interrupted her with a laugh, then asked with a mischievous grin, "By the way, what kind of underwear did he buy for you today?" As she spoke, she reached out and tickled her. Lung Ruoli blushed and whispered, "Pure cotton." Milu immediately became excited. "Then you've struck gold. Buying lace means you're a pro. Buying ice silk means you know how to have fun. Buying pure cotton means you're a typical repressed pervert. You look serious on the outside, but you're passionate on the inside. You'll be hooked with just a flick of your wrist." She even encouraged Lung Ruoli to just push her down directly, and even suggested getting her drunk. The more Lung Ruoli listened, the more embarrassed she became. She couldn't help but imagine intimate scenes with me in her mind. Lost in thought, she got killed in the game and felt so wrong that she wanted to cry. Meanwhile, I also started playing PUBG. It was just me, Kai, and Lao He in the dorm. We were one person short for our squad. Kai asked me to invite another player, so I glanced at my friends list and saw someone named Firefly online and casually invited them. The other person was wearing the latest skin, but their rank was only unyielding silver. Old He, speaking into his microphone, asked curiously, "Is Luing a girl? Muzi, when did you add her as a friend?" I was completely baffled and had no recollection of it at all. The next second, a clear and pleasant voice rang out. "I am Lung Ruoli." The dorm room erupted in chaos. Old He nearly dropped his phone, glaring at me and yelling, "Cold school beauty? When did you become her game friend? Even the usually calm Kaizi got excited. This was the ice queen that all the boys in the school wanted to play games with. I was completely stunned, only then remembering that I had added her on WeChat, and the game had automatically synced my friends list. Thinking about her straightforward confession during the day, I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Looking at her in the room, I hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to kick her out or just leave her there for a while. Chapter 18. I was in a dilemma when Lao He excitedly leaned over to Long Rolly and said, "Don't worry, school beauty Long. With us here, we guarantee you'll get that chicken dinner. I'm a marksman." Kaizi nodded in agreement. "I guarantee you'll win without lifting a finger. You can't go wrong by joining our team. Just follow us." I glanced at Kaizi and asked casually, "Who was the one who just got beaten up?" Kaizi immediately laughed it off. "Don't expose me. Lung Xiaohua is an unyielding silver-ranked student. We can handle her with ease." Seeing how enthusiastic my roommates were, I couldn't very well refuse Long Ruoli, nor could I simply kick a girl out of the game. So I said, "Then you can join our team." Lung Ruoli softly replied, "Okay." A moment later, 2 notification sounds rang out. Kai and Lao He simultaneously received gift notifications. Upon opening them, they found that they were both from their friend, Lu Ying. Old He instantly became excited. "Holy crap. It's the Ice and Snow Crystal Core set I've been waiting for." Kai Z also looked incredulous. "This is the Hunter's Coat? Isn't it supposed to be impossible to get through draws or buy, and you have to rely on luck to find it? How did you manage to get it?" Lung Ruoli's voice remained calm as she casually said, "My family has a collaboration with Photon Studio, so a word with them was all it took." That one sentence filled my 2 roommates with envy. These are skins that others might not be able to obtain even after several seasons, but Lung Ruoli got them easily with just a few words. Kai Z and Lao He were overjoyed to be able to get such good skins for free. Lao He glanced at me and deliberately showed off. "Why didn't you get one? Didn't the school beauty give you one?" I didn't receive any notifications from the system, but to be honest, I didn't care at all. Winning in PUBG is about skill, not spending money. No matter how good your skin looks, you'll still get killed if you're not skilled. But as soon as she finished thinking this, Lung Ruoli shyly retorted, "That's not true at all." As soon as she finished speaking, my game's inbox started buzzing non-stop with over 30 rare gifts. City Defender Trenchcoat, Uzi Fury, Supreme Golden Dragon Set, Golden Maserati. It was dazzling. I was completely stunned. These gifts were priceless. The odds of winning them were only 0.33%, practically reserved for the luckiest people. Old He leaned over for a look, his eyes wide with disbelief, and pleaded with me. "Can I borrow your account to play around? This is just too awesome." Kai gasped. This must have cost a lot of money. I hadn't recovered from the shock yet. These were all things I had always dreamed of, especially the gold Maserati. I didn't buy it before because I thought it was too expensive, but later it was being resold for 5 or 6,000 and was still hard to find. I never dreamed I could own it. Along with the invincible parachute and the Supreme Golden Dragon said it's practically max level equipment. But then I thought, girls don't earn money by chance, and I don't want to be a kept man. I composed myself and said, "It must have cost you a lot of money, right? I'll pay you back. Now I'm a hidden millionaire. This little bit of money is nothing to me." Old He, however, panicked, grabbing my wrist in astonishment. "Are you kidding me? This is a huge sum of money." "I know," I said calmly. "In the past, this would have been a huge sum of money, but now I wasn't afraid at all. I just didn't want to take advantage of a girl." Lung Ruoli quickly said, "It's not expensive. It didn't cost much. Just consider it a favor to have you guys help me rank up." Old He immediately nodded. "Thank you, Cold School Beauty. Don't worry, I'll definitely help you rank up." As he spoke, he secretly nudged my arm and winked at me. I knew in my heart that this was a good opportunity to show off. I hadn't been through a breakup long, and any guy would have taken the initiative to show interest in a campus beauty like Long Ruoli just to heal his wounds. I said to everyone, "Let's go." Ultimately, Lung Ruoli isn't short of money. She's playing games to rank up. If I help her win, it'll be a way of repaying her for the gifts she gave me. Hearing this, Lung Ruoli's mood improved considerably. It was clear she was looking forward to playing with me. During the game preparation phase, my god-tier skin and cool Maserati immediately attracted everyone's attention. Someone on the world chat immediately shouted excitedly, "Wow, a tycoon has appeared. Can you carry me? This Maserati is so cool. How much did you spend to get it in the lottery, you rich guy? And the Supreme Golden Dragon. Is this some kind of show-off? Rich guy, can I borrow some clothes to change into?" I chuckled to myself, thinking that no one would believe I got it for free. Before long, I was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers. After all, such a cool skin and a Maserati were too eye-catching in the crowd. I took Lung Ruoli, Lao He and Kaizi for a drive and received envious glances all over the screen. Where there's envy, there's jealousy. The public chat started buzzing with sarcasm. Wait, I'm going to crush him, make him die on the spot. This kid's in for it. He'll definitely get ganged up on and all his gear will be stolen. Lung Ruoli immediately retorted, I won't be eliminated immediately after landing. I'll protect him. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a wind chime, and the boys on the public screen instantly erupted in excitement. Wow, there's a girl. Protect the girl ahead. Rich guy, don't even think about taking her all. I'm so envious. I wish I had a girl protecting me. The people who were just yelling about beating me up are now full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. It's so funny. In chapter 19, Lao He and Kai Zi surrounded me and teased me. One said I was lucky with women, and the other said that even the cold school beauty was defending me. I blushed and angrily told them that they were talking nonsense. I immediately turned on the world mic and shouted at those clamoring netizens, my tone arrogant and lazy. No matter how much they argue, they'll still get headshot by me. The internet exploded instantly. Some praised me as a sharpshooter, some wanted to curry favor with me, and others said I was showing off and that they would wait and see me fail. Lung Ruoli's voice suddenly rang out, particularly firm. Jiang Mai, don't listen to them. I believe you can do it. Kai quickly turned off his microphone and told me with a surprised look that this was the most he had ever heard Lung Xiaohua say. Lao He nodded repeatedly beside him. I suppressed the unease in my heart and calmly changed the subject. Let's play the game properly. Where should we jump? G-port. Lao He immediately objected, saying it was too dangerous and the school beauty would be eliminated immediately if she landed in the cold. Kaizi also advised me to farm in the jungle and not to be too reckless. Normally, I would have rushed to G-port and started a bloodbath, but this time I promised to bring Lung Ruoli, so I had to play it safe and was preparing to change my parachute landing point. Lung Ruoli asked me in surprise, aren't you going to jump to G-port? I told her the truth that it was too dangerous, but she blurted out, if you're here, it's not dangerous at all. My face instantly flushed. Her voice was so sincere that it stirred my heart. Lao He and the others chuckled to themselves beside me. Lung Ruoli realized she had been too direct. Her face flushed, and she quickly said that she would jump to G-port and that she would protect herself and never hold anyone back. Seeing her resolute attitude, I didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Okay, then let's jump to G-port. You can loot the bags behind us. Lung Ruoli smiled and nodded in agreement. Lao He and Kai Zi looked at each other in disbelief. This was not the aloof and cold school beauty who was indifferent to men. She was clearly a delicate and cute girl. I took Lung Ruoli and jumped directly to G-port. As soon as we landed, we saw a huge crowd of people. Lao He panicked instantly, and Kai Zi was also annoyed, afraid that he had messed up Lung Ruoli. I forced myself to remain calm and reassured them. Calm down, just kill them all. As I spoke, I entered the system shop and used my integrity points to exchange for the pro player skill. This skill allows me to perform godlike maneuvers, hitting the bullseye every time, comparable to a professional player. With it, I'm not afraid of the situation in front of me at all. Lao He didn't believe me, and even complained that I was always too cocky, always going to popular spots, and getting eliminated quickly after landing several times. He advised me not to brag. I held my head high, full of confidence. It's all about luck. This time it'll definitely be different. Old He curled his lip, his face full of disdain, and said, don't believe me. As soon as Lao He landed, he ran into an enemy in a room. The enemy even picked up a gun first, and Lao He was so scared that he waited to be eliminated. In the end, I rushed up with a frying pan. I beat him into submission in no time. Even if he had a gun, it was useless. In the end, I just used a frying pan to kill him. Old He was stunned and kept praising me for being strong. I snorted smugly, looted the other person's equipment, and then went to find Lung Ruoli, who was hiding behind a crate in the warehouse, and gave her most of the guns and bullets in my backpack. I asked her if she had a helmet, and she said she didn't. I immediately took off my own helmet and gave her my level 2 armor as well. Lung Ruoli hurriedly asked me what to do. I confidently said it was fine, they couldn't kill me. With my professional god skills, these small fry were no match for me. Lung Ruoli shyly reminded me to be careful. Lao He teased me from the side, asking if I had a share. I pursed my lips and directly told him he was dreaming and there was nothing to it. He immediately accused me of prioritizing romance over friendship. I retorted, if you promise to help her rank up, you have to keep your word. Besides, you're a girl, Do you need protection? That one sentence left Lao He speechless. I said to Lung Ruoli, hide behind me. You can loot the bags after I kill someone. She nodded vigorously. I told her to hide in the corner while I went out to deal with the enemies. Gunfire erupted outside, and danger lurked everywhere. Lao He and Kai Zi were terrified and hid in all directions, but I brazenly jumped up and down on the iron box, nimbly navigating through the hail of bullets. Although I lost some blood and my level 2 armor was destroyed, my marksmanship became more and more amazing. Even when I was low on health, I could still catch my opponent off guard. I calmly called out to Lung Ruoli to come and loot the bag. She came out from the shadows, quickly looted the bag, and then hid next to me, still holding a bunch of equipment in her hands. She handed me the level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, level 3 backpack, 98K sniper rifle, and extra bullets, smiling and saying they were for me to use. I was a little confused and told her to keep it herself, but she said seriously that she was looting the loot boxes just to give it to me, so that I could have the best equipment to lead them into battle. I didn't expect Lung Ruoli to be so insightful and forward-thinking. I couldn't help but smile and said to her, then you bet on the right person. We'll get the chicken this time. Chapter 20. I readily accepted all the top-tier equipment that Lung Ruoli handed me, secretly resolving that I would never mistreat this girl who always looked out for me. I drove my gold Maserati with her straight to the airdrop. After she finished looting the airdrop, a burst of gunfire suddenly erupted around us. I immediately called out to her in a low voice to get in the car. While driving away, I was hit by the enemy, and my health instantly dropped to 0. Lung Ruoli was furious on the spot. She couldn't stand anyone daring to hit me. Just as I was worrying about her safety, a burst of fierce gunfire suddenly rang out. Lung Ruoli gripped her AKM and fired wildly. Her marksmanship was frighteningly accurate, and her output was extremely terrifying. The enemies who ambushed me were all eliminated by her in a single, devastating attack. I was stunned. I thought she was a newbie, but it turns out she was a hidden pro. Kai and Lao He exclaimed in surprise, praising Lung Ruoli's formidable skills. I nodded in agreement, sincerely praising her for her excellent technique. Lung Ruoli said shyly that it was just so-so, and then urged me to quickly get a blood pack to replenish my blood. In fact, she was already overjoyed and full of happiness. She wouldn't tell anyone that she secretly practiced hard in the beginner's area for a long time, so that she could play games with me, and that's how she developed such good marksmanship. After the car stopped, she got out and threw 20 health boxes at me, which surprised me greatly. I couldn't help but laugh and said that one box was enough to fully heal me. Lung Ruoli's face instantly turned bright red. She whispered, "Put this away for me. I'll use it later if I need it." As she spoke, she put the blood box back. With such amazing teammates, we won the game without any doubt. We played several more games afterward and came in first place every time. We played until the dorm lights went out, and we were still not done playing. When our roommate, Little White Dove, came back from her date, she was stunned to hear that we had won 10 games in a row. When he found out that the person he was playing with was Lung Ruoli, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped, and his face was full of disbelief. He exclaimed that it was impossible, saying that Lung Ruoli never played games, and that she had refused all invitations from boys to play. I told him firmly that the person I was hanging out with was Lung Ruoli, and as soon as I finished speaking, her gentle self-introduction came through the voice chat. The Little White Dove was completely dumbfounded, confirming that it was Lung Ruoli's voice, only it lacked the usual aloofness and had become more gentle and sweet. He couldn't help but ask Lung Ruoli why she suddenly wanted to play games. Lung Ruoli didn't hide anything and bluntly said that she wanted to pursue someone. As soon as I said that, everyone's eyes turned to me, and they all gave me ambiguous smiles. I instantly blushed and became flustered. I never expected her to be so blunt. Although she didn't name names, everyone present knew exactly who she was referring to. I pretended to be calm, made an excuse that it was getting late, hurriedly said goodnight, and disbanded the group. Little White Dove immediately got anxious and said that we hadn't chatted enough. I glared at him and told him to shut up and go to sleep, but he just clicked his tongue and sighed, saying that I was very lucky with the ladies, with Xia, the school beauty, chasing me during the day, and Long, the school beauty, keeping me company at night. He even joked that I wanted to be King Xian of Qi. I immediately threatened him with Suya, and he instantly backed down, begging for mercy repeatedly, afraid that Suya would cause trouble for him. I was too lazy to argue with him, so I turned around and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then I went to bed to prepare for sleep. When I picked up my phone, I found that I had received a WeChat message. The person who sent the message was Lung Ruoli. She thanked me, said she had a lot of fun today, and told me to sleep well and have a good night's rest. The image of her avenging me in the game instantly flashed into my mind, and the corners of my mouth unconsciously turned up slightly, a warm feeling rising in my heart. On the other side, Lung Ruoli held her phone anxiously, waiting for my reply. Even though she was feeling sleepy, she didn't dare to fall asleep easily, for fear of missing a message. When her phone beeped, she eagerly picked it up and saw that I had only replied with good night, but she was still so happy that she rolled around on the bed. She pressed her phone tightly against her chest, her heart pounding like a rabbit's, unable to contain her excitement and joy. As night deepened, the entire campus fell silent. In the bright morning sunlight, everything turned towards the sun, and the campus was filled with a fresh and tranquil atmosphere. A sudden exclamation shattered the silence, instantly igniting the entire men's dormitory. Someone shouted that the school beauty, Lung, was standing downstairs with breakfast, waiting for someone. The boys, who were still fast asleep, all rushed excitedly to the balcony to watch. Sure enough, Lung Ruoli, whom they had been longing for, was standing downstairs. She stood tall and graceful, with long eyelashes drooping and fair skin glowing in the sunlight. She wore a beige sweater with a pleated skirt, looking both innocent and sexy. Her black hair was casually tied into a bun, her features were delicate, and her eyes were calm. She remained unmoved by the gazes of the boys watching her. If it weren't for the lavish breakfast she was carrying, no one would have guessed she was waiting for someone. Everyone was curious about who the cold school beauty was personally delivering breakfast to. The boys watching were all talking excitedly, full of envy. Some felt sorry for her red face from the cold, while others couldn't believe that someone could make the cold school beauty pursue them. Many people speculated that the person she was waiting for was someone extraordinary, and some even mentioned me, but I was immediately refuted by others who said that I was not worthy of the cold school beauty at all. Everyone thought that Lung Ruoli and I had just met by chance and did not believe that she would come all the way to wait for me, just as everyone was arguing about it. Lung Ruoli's previously indifferent eyes suddenly lit up. She waved cheerfully in one direction and called out my name in a clear voice. Following her gaze, everyone saw a handsome young man slowly walking towards them. Chapter 21. The moment I appeared, the entire room fell silent, and everyone wore expressions of disbelief. The usually aloof and cold school beauty was now all smiles, her face flushed with embarrassment as she hurried to me, her bright eyes filled with undisguised admiration. She held the breakfast high and asked me with a smile if I liked it, instantly arousing the jealousy of countless boys. Anyone would be willing to be treated like that by the cold school beauty, but I disappointed her. I lied and said I had already eaten breakfast, then handed the breakfast back to her. This action shocked everyone present, and they all scolded me for being a straight man, refusing to accept a perfectly good breakfast. Actually, I just received a system notification that I received a reward of 2,500,000 integrity points for rejecting her. This is not a system for rejecting gigolos, it's clearly a system for single people. I had hoped to use this to discourage her, but Lung Ruoli wasn't upset at all. Instead, she firmly asked if she could continue to bring me breakfast tomorrow, and even suggested that we eat together in the cafeteria. With her eyes full of longing, she offered me the game reward. I was hesitating about how to reply when Little White Dove and Lao He suddenly rushed down and agreed for me. I glared at them angrily, but Lao He smiled and said it was hard to refuse their hospitality. He even advised me not to offend the school beauty. Helpless, I could only nod in agreement. Lung Ruoli thanked me shyly and left with a smile. My roommates teased me, saying I was very lucky and that I was the pride of the dormitory, making all the single men envious. When Xiabeige pressed me about my feelings for the cold school beauty, I confessed that I had just ended my previous relationship and wasn't ready to start a new one, so the pressure was indeed immense. Lao He advised me to try getting to know her, saying that the cold campus belle was beautiful and outstanding, and that I might develop feelings for her after getting to know her. I thought that made sense, and not wanting to be stuck in my ways, I decided to give myself a chance. We went to class together, but room 306 was in an uproar. Yuan excitedly shared the news that the campus beauty had brought me breakfast, and it spread throughout the entire school network. Xia Xiran had just entered the room when she heard the news. Her phone immediately fell to the ground. She anxiously asked me if I agreed, and upon learning that I did, her heart broke on the spot. The girl with glasses quickly comforted her, saying that eating together doesn't mean you're dating, and as long as you're not together, there's still a chance, and maybe I'm just trying to annoy her. Xia Xiran instantly regained her confidence and decided not to give up. She was determined to do everything in her power to win me over. At lunchtime, As soon as I stepped out of the classroom, I heard a commotion outside. Soon someone ran over to tell me that someone was looking for me. Chapter 22, I was filled with doubt. Was someone looking for me outside? Without thinking much, I walked out of the classroom and immediately saw the beautiful Lung Roli standing at the door. When she saw me come out, a smile immediately bloomed on her calm face. "Jiangmai, you're here." Her voice was sweet. I frowned and asked, "What are you doing here?" "You forgot. We agreed to have lunch together." I suddenly realized that I had almost forgotten about it. Lung Ruoli clearly took it seriously, arriving early to wait for me. "Let's go," she said with a smile. I nodded, went back to the classroom to call Xiabeige and the others, and the group headed to the cafeteria in a large procession. Lung Ruoli was unusually enthusiastic today. "Order whatever you like, it's on me today." Little White Dove was polite, but immediately turned to the aunt and shouted, "Braised pork ribs, extra broth, and don't wring the ladle out." I was a little annoyed by her spineless attitude and said, "I'll pay the bill." "We can't let a girl pay." Lung Ruoli refused. "I'm happy that you came. I can't let you treat me." She rattled off a list of dishes to the auntie, and after the food was ready, she handed it to me directly. "These are for you." I was surprised. "Didn't you order these for yourself? Aren't these your favorites?" I was taken aback. "How did you know?" We'd never eaten together before. Lung Ruoli instantly felt guilty, her face turning bright red. "I guessed. These are all popular dishes. You don't like them?" "I really like it. I love it so much. These are all my favorite foods," and she knew them so well. Lung Ruoli breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, she had been secretly observing me and had memorized my preferences. I set the dishes down and then helped her get her plates. The plates were too hot, and a girl's hands are delicate. It wouldn't be good to burn them. Lung Ruoli's face flushed, and her gaze towards me became even more captivated. She mentally complained that Xia Xiran didn't know how to cherish things. If she could be her boyfriend, she would definitely treat her even better. Although they weren't eating alone, just being face to face with her made her heart flutter. Just as Lung Ruoli was feeling shy and her heart was pounding, a dark shadow fell, and Xia Xiran's voice rang out. "There are too many people in the cafeteria. Can I sit here?" Lung Ruoli's face instantly turned pale, and she bit her chopsticks tightly. The surrounding students instantly got excited. The two school beauties were going head to head, competing for my new and old love. Everyone was talking and envying that I was being fought over by two goddesses. I was somewhat surprised. Was this another table-sharing trick? My eyes turned cold. There are other seats available. There's no need to sit here. I don't want to eat with strangers. I would never have any further interaction with her. Lung Ruoli's eyes lit up instantly, and the corners of her mouth turned up. The surrounding students were stunned. No one expected me to reject Xia Xiran and even call her a stranger, especially since I used to like her so much. Xia Xiran's eyes reddened. She had swallowed her pride, only to be rejected in public. Seeing the mockery of those around her and Lung Ruoli beside her, she turned and ran away heartbroken. Little White Dove and the others were full of admiration. I really have backbone. I even turned down Xia Xiran's advances. I'm such a hero for a man. I suffered so much pursuing Xia Xiran before, but now it seems like karma has come full circle. I left amidst envious glances from everyone. When I returned to my dorm, I was surrounded by a group of boys. My story had already spread, and they surrounded me with envy, asking me many questions. "How did you meet the cold campus belle? Is it true that she pursued you?" "The heartthrob from the next department has been pursuing her for a long time without success." "You're amazing. I misjudged you before. You're such a role model for men. When are you going to publish a book that teaches us how to flirt with goddesses? Which one are you interested in?" Some people even begged me. "I have a girl I like. Please give me some tips." Chapter 23. The boys who had previously looked down on Jiang Mai all lowered their stance and humbly surrounded him. No one dared to underestimate him anymore. Everyone was certain that Jiang Mai could help them in pursuing girls. Some people held up brand new game consoles and handed them to him, while others kept stuffing various snacks into his hands, all blatantly trying to curry favor and bribe him. Jiang Mai looked at the group of boys whose eyes were filled with a desire for dating skills and couldn't help but laugh and cry. How did I suddenly become a dating guru in everyone's eyes? The previous negative opinions about him were completely reversed overnight. Jiang Mai, feigning profundity, uttered, "It can only be understood intuitively, not explained in words." "So, if I imitate Brother Zhang's 99 marriage proposals, will Goddess Xia finally fall for me?" Someone excitedly asked, only to have their words immediately dampened by a bucket of cold water poured on their enthusiasm. "You think anyone can compare to Brother Jiang? It all comes down to looks. Our Brother Jiang is handsome, dashing, and incredibly good at flirting. Look, he's got 2 goddesses wrapped around his little finger. No one thought this praise was just empty flattery. After all, everything he said was the truth. Jiang Mui was already outstanding in appearance. Although he wouldn't be considered the school's most handsome guy, he was definitely a super handsome man. Many girls had secretly harbored feelings for him in the past, but he ignored them all. But a handsome face alone wasn't enough to win the hearts of Lung and Xia, the 2 school beauties. You see, the school heartthrob from the neighboring school had previously pursued them, but was still ignored by the goddesses, who didn't even give him a second glance. When Lao He and his roommates returned to the dormitory, they were stunned to find it packed with people. Jiang Mai has become a hot commodity, even more popular than the school beauty. Even more outrageous, he transformed into a dating expert, gaining a group of loyal followers. It took Jiang Mui quite a bit of effort to get rid of them one by one. Little White Dove was happily eating the snacks the boys had given Jiang Mai, clearly basking in their glory. Musi, you're so awesome now. 2 of the school beauties are fighting over you, and these boys are treating you like a love textbook. You're absolutely amazing. Old He nodded repeatedly. That's right, these snacks are enough for us to eat for more than half a year. Not only were his roommates surprised, but even Jiang Mai himself was caught off guard. However, he wasn't blinded by the adulation and turned to pack his suitcase. He was going to take the high-speed train back to his hometown. After packing his luggage and going downstairs, Jiang Mui planned to take a taxi to the high-speed rail station. He had sent all the vehicles he had previously rewarded with by the system for maintenance. Besides, driving a luxury car home directly would be too ostentatious. He wanted to give his family a heads up first, and then drive back later. Just as I was about to flag down a car at the entrance, a clear horn blared. A white Maserati sports car pulled up right in front of him. Get in the car, I'll give you a ride. A gentle voice reached my ears. Jiang Mai's heart skipped a beat. He looked up and saw that Lung Ruoli was driving. Her skin was as white as snow, glowing softly in the sunlight. Her bright eyes and white teeth made it impossible for her to hide her smile when she looked at him. There was no trace of the cold and aloof demeanor she was rumored to possess. At this moment, she was gentle and graceful, her eyes filled with tenderness. The students who witnessed this scene were all shocked. It was already unprecedented for the Ice Queen to offer to drive someone away, let alone smile so brightly and charmingly. It was simply a miracle. No need. I can just take a taxi myself, Jiang Mai declined. Lung Ruoli's eyelashes drooped, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. You really don't want to ride in my car? It's hard to get a taxi here, and it wouldn't be good if we missed the high-speed train. Seeing her disappointed look, Jiang Mai stopped being coy, opened the car door, and fastened his seatbelt. Then please take me to the high-speed rail station. I'm going to my cousin's wedding tomorrow. Seeing Jiang Mai get into the car, Lung Ruoli's eyes instantly lit up, and she was in a great mood. Okay, I'll take you. I promise I'll be there on time. Her lips curled up slightly, and she exuded a vibrant energy. The Maserati carrying the 2 drove away, attracting envious glances along the way. Luxury cars and beautiful women are a scene that many people dream of, something that others would fight tooth and nail for but cannot obtain, yet Jiang Mai possesses it easily. Having just one of these things would be enough to make people envious, let alone having both a luxury car and a beautiful woman. During the car ride, Lung Ruoli casually remarked, there must be a lot of people on the high-speed rail, right? If you want to go somewhere in the future, just tell me, and you can take my private plane. If that's inconvenient, a helicopter is also an option. Private jets? And helicopters too? As expected of a chaebol heiress. She's so rich, she's almost willful. Jiang Mai was flattered. No need, the high-speed rail is very convenient, and it won't be too crowded if it's not a holiday. It's alright. My private jet has been idle all this time, and the pilots are still going to work as usual. I'm actually worried about not having a chance to get it flying. You can help me solve this problem. Lung Ruoli's tone was very sincere. Really, it's not necessary. Thank you for your kindness. Jiang Mai declined again. Lung Ruoli was not discouraged. After driving to the high-speed rail station, she took out the car key and put it into Jiang Mai's palm. Here, take this. What? Jiang Mai looked surprised. Since you don't travel by private jet or helicopter, driving is much more convenient. Lung Ruoli's curled eyelashes trembled slightly, full of expectation. Having a car will be much more convenient when you're traveling, so please accept it. Not wanting to put pressure on Jiang Mai, she added softly, I've never given you a gift for your birthday before, so I'll make up for it with this. It'll be as if I never missed your birthday. Her smile was captivating, so beautiful that it was impossible to look away. Jiang Mai's heart pounded uncontrollably. He never expected that Lung Ruoli would give him a luxury car. This Maserati is worth at least tens of millions on the market, yet she casually gave it to him under the guise of making up for his birthday? Isn't this blatantly letting him live off a woman? I'm sorry, I can't accept this gift. You've never given me a birthday present before, and I've never given you one either. It's not appropriate. Jiang Mai put the keys back into her hand. Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed instantly. If you want to give it to me, I don't mind. She eagerly anticipated receiving his gift and wanted to spend her upcoming birthday with him. Not just on his birthday, but on every holiday from now on. She wants to be by his side, and ideally, they can celebrate their wedding anniversary together. Thinking of this, she became even more shy. Really, no need. I can afford to buy a car myself. It's getting late. I'll go to the station first. Jiang Mai smiled slightly at her, picked up his suitcase, and walked towards the high-speed rail station. Just then, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host. You have refused Lung Ruoli's offer of a luxury car. Your integrity score has increased by 30. You are rewarded with 1 million renminbi. Jiang Mai was quite satisfied and was about to enter the station when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. Etc. Jiang Mai suddenly turned around. A figure rushed towards him with great speed, unable to stop in time, and crashed headfirst into his chest. He subconsciously raised his hand to hold the other person and steady himself. The soft touch made Jiang Mai's ear tips turn red instantly. When the girl threw herself into his arms, her full curves pressed against his chest, trembling slightly, and the undeniable sensation made his breath catch in his throat. He unconsciously swallowed, the petite and soft body in his arms, and the faint, alluring fragrance of peaches lingering in his nostrils, making his heart flutter. Chapter 24. The First Love Letter from the School Beauty. Jiang Mai felt a tightness in his throat, and he sank deeply into it. I'm sorry. Lung Ruoli didn't expect to fall into Jiang Mai's arms and be hugged by him. Now, her nose was filled with Jiang Mai's pleasant masculine scent, which made Lung Ruoli feel both refreshed and distracted. She was in a great mood, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously turned up. She felt her whole body steaming with heat, and secretly looked up at him, gazing fascinated at his chiseled, handsome face, her face growing increasingly flushed. What's wrong? Jiang Mai awkwardly released Lung Ruoli, but her palms were still burning from the intense heat of Lung Ruoli's embrace. Here you go. Lung Ruoli mustered all her courage, took a pink envelope out of her pocket, and handed it directly to Jiang Mai. Lung Ruoli once wrote 99 love letters to Jiang Mai. He proposed to Xia Xiran countless times, and she wrote him countless love letters in return. She poured all her affection for Jiang Mai into words, recording it in love letters. This was her 100th love letter to Jiang Mai, and she stayed up for several nights to write it. She simply wanted to express her strongest feelings for Jiang Mai without reservation. Jiang Mai's heart raced as soon as he saw the pink envelope. He's not stupid. How could I not know what was inside the pink envelope? Moreover, he was very familiar with her. He had written dozens of love letters to Xia Xiran before, almost one a week. But he never expected to receive a love letter from Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli lowered her head, shyly avoiding Jiang Mai's deep eyes. Her voice was filled with joy and excitement, as if she could laugh into thin air. You have to see it, and I'll be waiting for you to come back. After saying that, she handed the love letter to Jiang Mai and ran away instinctively. I'm so shy. She didn't dare look at his expression as he read the love letter. So it's best to get out of here quickly. Watching the girl run away, Jiang Mai felt like he was dreaming. The pink love letter still retained Lung Ruoli's unique fragrance. Jiang Mui instantly felt that this love letter was very heavy. The system immediately notified the user. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in for the high-speed rail and have now received 1 million RMB. Congratulations, host. You have checked in on the high-speed train for 10 minutes. You are rewarded with 200,000 renminbi. Congratulations, host. You have checked in for half an hour on the high-speed train. You are rewarded with 500,000 renminbi. After waiting for half an hour, Jiang Mai finally boarded the high-speed train with the crowded passengers. After sitting down, Jiang Mui opened the love letter. As he looked at it, his heart suddenly started pounding. In that instant, he seemed to see a reflection of himself in the letter, the foolish version of himself who had once been hopelessly infatuated with Xia Xiran. I'll ask you a really silly question. What should I do if I fall in love with you? I don't want to confuse you. I just want you to know that through sunshine and rain, through the waxing and waning of the moon, through the ebb and flow of the tide, I will always love you. Many people like you, so I'm not an exception. But I like very few people, and you alone are enough. I'm not good at expressing myself, but my heart has always been expressing its affection for you. I can't stop feeling that spark just because I want to, unless you stop radiating your charm. You love playing basketball, especially the three-step layup, and you love wearing jersey number 8. You like to lift your jersey to wipe the sweat from your brow. Please don't do that anymore. Seeing your abs makes me blush. If possible, could you only show them to me? Don't think I'm shameless. I'm already quite embarrassed writing this. I'm serious. I want to be the girl cheering you on the basketball court, and I also want to be the girl who hands you water and wipes your sweat. I want to slip my hand into your pocket in winter and share a soda with you in summer. But I'm so clumsy, I don't know how to make you like me. I may be clumsy, but I try hard. They say the early bird catches the worm, so maybe I can catch up quickly. You shine brightly in my heart day and night, and that will never change. Her handwriting is elegant and neat, reflecting her personality. Most importantly, Jiang Mai could deeply feel the sweetness and affection of a young girl in love from between her lines. Jiang Mai's heart warmed up as he watched it once, and he watched it several more times to savor the experience. Upon reaching the end, Jiang Mai discovered a sketch at the back of the love letter. After reading it, Jiang Mai remained unsettled for a long time. He didn't know when she drew it, but it was clearly a scene of him playing ball. His sharp, determined eyes and brows, along with his well-defined muscles, made him look very muscular as he spiked the ball on the court, sweat dripping from his hair. Her painting was incredibly detailed and masterful. It couldn't have been completed in a short time. She captured his very essence. As Jiang Mai watched, he suddenly started grinning like an idiot. This idiot, when did you steal this drawing? He had no idea. After reading it, Jiang Mai smiled, carefully folded the love letter, and put it in his bag. He looked up at the sky outside. The sky was very blue, and the clouds were, well, very white. His heart also brightened. His hometown, City A, is not far from here. It's just an hour away by high-speed rail. When Jiang Mai was bored, he started using his 1,000 integrity points to participate in a lottery. 200 points of integrity can be used for one lottery draw. Jiang Mai got 5 consecutive draws. I won 4 times in total, which is a very high winning rate. Congratulations, host. You've drawn a charm buff of 20 points. You're now handsome and have girls at your fingertips. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30 points of combat power, making you invincible. Congratulations, host. You have won a Rolex watch, which is now in your backpack. Congratulations, host. You have received a 2-day lucky draw experience voucher. Jiang Mui was particularly curious about the final Emperor of Luck experience voucher and asked, "What is the Emperor of Luck experience voucher?" The lucky draw ticket grants you exceptionally good luck for 2 days, guaranteeing wins in every bet and lottery, making you a true lucky charm. Jiang Mai's eyes immediately lit up. He likes this. I'm so lucky I got this. Jiang Mai opened his backpack, and there really was a Rolex watch inside. It's the latest model. Jiang Mai had only seen it in pictures on the official website before, but now that he was wearing it on his wrist, it looked exceptionally impressive, and most importantly, it suited him perfectly. Jiang Mai loved it so much that he kept wearing it and never took it off. After arriving in City A, Jiang Mai came out of the high-speed rail station. He saw his parents, who were dressed very simply, from a great distance. His skin wasn't fair, it was rather dark, but he was exceptionally honest and kind. My parents both work in factories and raised me with great difficulty. Look, they are dressed so plainly now. They must be very frugal. Now that he has the godly rich system, he's determined to give his parents a better life. Jiang Mai immediately decided to buy more meat tonight and treat his family to a meal. He just didn't expect that what happened next would be completely unexpected, catching him off guard. Chapter 25. It turns out my family is a hidden millionaire. Dad, Mom, Jiang Mai called out enthusiastically. Upon seeing their handsome and tall son appear, Jiang's parents were overjoyed. Son, you've come. Jiang's father offered to help Jiang Mai with his luggage, but Jiang Mai politely declined with a smile. No need. It's not heavy. I can carry it. All right, let's go home, Jiang's father said lovingly. Dad, Mom, we're hailing a taxi over here. Where are you going? Jiang Mai asked, puzzled as he watched his parents head towards the parking lot in the opposite direction. Silly child, of course we should take the car, Jiang's father said with a smile. Why would we take a taxi? A car? We don't have a car, Jiang Mai asked, puzzled. Normally, they wouldn't even spend the money to take a taxi, preferring to walk a long way to take the bus, but now they say there's a car available. Did someone bring you here? Jiang Mai asked curiously. Jiang's father nodded. Yes, the driver brought it. Oh, you called a private car. I guess it's some kind of Didi Chuxing, ride-hailing service. We're calling a ride via mobile phone is cheaper. Zhang's mother shook her head and said, it's not a private car, it's our car. Huh? Jiang Mai was completely confused. You'll find out soon enough, Zhang's mother said mysteriously. Jiang Mai was even more confused. Is there something you're hiding from him? They arrived at the parking lot quickly. Come on, my good son, get in the car. Zhang's father waved to Jiang Mai smugly. Jiang Mai was hit hard. He discovered that his parents had led him to a black Rolls-Royce Phantom extended wheelbase. A neatly dressed driver got out of the car and opened the door for them. Master, madam, young master, please get in the car. Upon hearing the driver's words, Jiang Muyi was taken aback. What's going on? Why did they still call him master and madam, and even young master? Is this a dream? Zhang's mother smiled and said to Jiang Mai, let's talk slowly in the car. Jiang Mai quickly got into the car. This car is truly luxurious, exceptionally spacious and comfortable. Not only does it have luxurious sofas, but it also has a wine cabinet and a refrigerator. When Jiang Muyi looked around in surprise, he found his parents staring at him with serious expressions. Son, be prepared for what we're about to say. Jiang Mai swallowed hard and said, could it be that I was switched at birth in the hospital and am actually the only son of some rich man? He has copied all the scenes from the TV show. Son, how could there be such a melodramatic plot? Zhang's mother rolled her eyes at Jiang Mai. What is that? Jiang Mai is now full of curiosity. Zhang's father took a deep breath and said, your aunt inherited a fortune of hundreds of millions, and now you are her only heir. After she passes away, all the hundreds of millions will be yours. What? Jiang Mai was shocked. My aunt? Didn't you say my aunt went to work in Africa? Is it really that profitable to work there? Zhang's father said, that was just a joke. She went abroad to get married, but she married a wealthy old man who could be her grandfather. Now that the old man has died, and she has no children, she has decided to make you her heir, so she has returned to China. A windfall. Jiang Mai was completely shocked. As a child, he had fantasized that he was a rich young master who had been switched at birth, or that his parents were a wealthy man who pretended to be poor so that he would squander the family fortune. However, this never happened. However, his parents are not super rich, but his aunt is super rich. Jiang Mai was overjoyed. The system really hadn't lied to him. The European Emperor Experience Voucher is awesome. Jiang Mai was extremely pleased with himself. Soon, the driver drove to a super luxurious villa, which was no less impressive than the duplex Sea View Villa in Jianglinjuan that the system had given them. It can be described as extremely luxurious. Jiang Mai had just gotten out of the car when he heard a super happy voice. Makino, you've come. Jiang Mai looked in the direction of the sound and saw a beautifully dressed woman running over. This was the first time he had ever met his aunt. He had only seen her in photos before, and that's when he knew his aunt was a stunning beauty. Now that I see them in person, I find them even more attractive than in the photos. And even though so many years have passed, she's maintained herself really well, looking like she's only in her early 30s, not like a woman approaching 50. Are you my aunt? Jiang Mai asked, stunned. Yes, Mai is such a handsome young man. When your aunt left, you were just a tiny baby, drinking milk in your swaddling clothes. Now you've grown into such a dashing young man. Aunt said with a smile. Come on in, this is your home. My home. Jiang Mai was taken aback. My aunt smiled and said, I bought this house especially for you. Consider it a gift from me when we first met. Jiang Muyi was flattered by his aunt's generosity and said, Aunt, no, I can't accept this. A luxury house as a gift upon first meeting? This completely refreshed Jiang Mai's understanding of the world. We're family. You're my heir. What's mine is yours. You can't take it with you when you die? I'm happy to spend money on my heir. Annie said confidently. But, no buts, come on, are you hungry? Your aunt has prepared a delicious meal for you. Aunt patted Jiang Mai's head affectionately. The more she looked at Jiang Mai, the more satisfied she became. What a kind young man, with impeccable character and good looks. As her heir, he has a lot of prestige. Besides, blood is thicker than water. I felt a sense of closeness to him at first sight and couldn't help but want to be good to him. Aunt felt that her idea of making Jiang Mai her heir was correct. Even if she were to cultivate a new heir, could she find someone better than her nephew? Besides, we shouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders. Aunt naturally wanted to leave the property to her own family. After all, how could she let others have the property she had worked so hard to earn through her youth? When Jiang Mai arrived at the restaurant, he was completely stunned. The table was laden with delicious food, more than 40 dishes in total, completely covering the table. Each dish was also plated and decorated with carvings. Yes, it's a delicacy he can't usually afford. It looks very expensive. Seemingly sensing Jiang Mai's surprise, his aunt smiled and said, Auntie didn't know what you like to eat, so I prepared a little bit of everything. All 8 major cuisines are included. If it's not enough, just tell Auntie. Auntie, that's enough. Even if Jiang Mui ate these dishes for a week, he still wouldn't be able to finish them. That's good. Auntie started serving Jiang Mai food very warmly. Jiang Mai's bowl was overflowing with food. It was only after Jiang Mui said that he had ordered too much food that his aunt stopped serving him more. They were so enthusiastic. Eat slowly. A lawyer will be here soon, Auntie said with a smile. Lawyer, what are we supposed to do? Chapter 26 Heirs to Billions in Wealth. It's just asking you to sign an inheritance deed. This is a big deal. Annie needs to finalize it as soon as possible. Although I'm still considered old, you never know whether an accident or an illness will come first. Auntie sighed. Aunt, don't say that. You will definitely live to be 100 years old, Jiang Mai said resolutely. Then my aunt started giggling. See, I'm definitely going to live to be 100. I want to see you get married and have children as soon as possible. Uffed. Jiang Mai was eating when he was suddenly startled by his aunt's words and almost spat out his food. Aunt, I'm still young, it's not that early. Jiang Mai's face turned red. It's not too early. You're of marriageable age now, 22. You can settle down and start a family, my aunt said with a smile. Jiang's mother, who was standing nearby, said, Your aunt is right. Your father already had you when he was your age. Jiang Mai scratched his head and said, Things are different now. What's wrong? Is Xiran unwilling? Jiang's father asked, sensing something was amiss. Jiang Mai had been very excited about getting married before. Why are you suddenly not interested in getting married? As a father, he certainly understands his son, and he most likely thinks that something has happened on Xia Xiran's side. Jiang Mui sighed and said, Dad, Mom, to be honest, I've given up on Xiran. We're from 2 different worlds. I'm a fish, and she's a bird, so I've broken off our engagement. Although Jiang's father and mother were surprised, they quickly began to comfort Jiang Mai. It's all right. Anyway, that childhood betrothal doesn't count. Let's just consider it a joke we made back then. That's right. My son is so outstanding. He'll definitely find an even better girl. Aunt nodded. Mai, it's all right. It's her fault for not being with you. You're a different person now, my nephew. Plenty of girls are throwing themselves at you. What are you worried about? I promise I'll find you an even better girl. Aunt, thank you for your kindness, but I just want to focus on my studies right now, since I'm a student. Hearing Jiang Mai's words, his aunt was very appreciative. That's great, my judgment was right. You didn't get carried away just because you're going to inherit such a large sum of money, and you still know how to be down to earth. I'm relieved. There's a banquet the day after tomorrow, and I'll take you out to broaden your horizons and make some connections. Thank you, Auntie. The lawyer arrived after the meal. Jiang Mai was stunned as he looked at the long list of assets on the inheritance deed. More than 30 luxury villas both domestically and internationally. More than 40 stores and 20 shopping malls worldwide. 40 chain enterprises. 2 private beach suites. The largest of these assets was the Chun Group, which the aunt inherited from her husband. My goodness, the Chun Group is one of the top 10 companies in all of Asia. So now he's the first heir to the Chun family business? The future CEO? No wonder my aunt is now looking for an heir. It's like she's searching for the future head of the Chun Group. Jiang Mai's breath hitched. He was completely stunned. He immediately began signing. Such a huge pie is falling from the sky. Only an idiot wouldn't grab it. In this way, Jiang Mai became his aunt's first heir. After his aunt passed away, all her property would belong to Jiang Mai. Logically, I should go to bed early because I have to attend my cousin's wedding tomorrow. But how could I possibly fall asleep in this situation? Just as Jiang Mui was feeling incredibly happy, his phone rang with a notification. When Jiang Mai opened it, he found that it was a message from Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli, the moon is very round tonight, sweet dreams. A picture of the moon at night was attached. The hazy, bright moon hangs in the sky, creating a picturesque scene. Jiang Mui's gaze softened after reading it. He subconsciously looked at the moon outside. At this moment, Lung Ruoli was resting her head on a rabbit-shaped pillow, holding her phone, waiting for a message. Ding dong. A message has arrived. Lung Ruoli was very excited and immediately clicked on it. Then I discovered that Jiang Mai had sent me a picture. A pale crescent moon hung in the night sky. It's obviously the moon over there. This gave Lung Ruoli an urge to fly over and admire the moon with him. It's strange. He's only been gone for 6 hours, 5 minutes, and 20 seconds. Why is she thinking about him so much? Immediately afterwards, another voice message came from the other end of WeChat. Good night, Da. A magnetic male voice rang out. This made Lung Ruoli's face start to heat up. She immediately replied, "Good night." Then Lung Ruoli slid her finger up and clicked on Jiang Mai's recording, playing it on repeat n times. It sounds so good. I never get tired of listening to it. Lung Ruoli's lips were stretched taut, unable to come down. My face started to burn, which was quite embarrassing. Lung Ruoli instinctively covered her face with a rabbit-shaped pillow, but her exposed ears involuntarily revealed red marks. Autumn mornings are beautiful, with the scent of spring grass filling the air. A wedding is about to be held on the vast grassland. The venue has been decorated in a particularly beautiful and romantic way, and a large number of people have gathered there. Everyone was chatting happily, each lost in their own conversation, when suddenly a tall figure appeared, immediately drawing everyone's attention. He was wearing a black suit, his black hair styled with mousse and standing on end, his sideburns flamboyant, welcoming the morning dew and the morning light, looking incredibly handsome. Even though he wasn't the groom, he was still being noticed by the groom. Some girls had already started to blush and kept glancing at him. They then began to infatuatedly ask those in the know, "Who is he? He's so handsome. Is he a celebrity?" The other party replied, "He is the groom's cousin. But I was really surprised that he came. I thought he wouldn't want to be at the wedding." This surprised the girls. Why? He's heartbroken. He's really infatuated with the school's most beautiful girl. He proposed to her 99 times, but failed each time. He's probably the laughingstock of his school now. While others were gloating, my cousin's displeased voice rang out. "You're wrong. He didn't become the laughingstock of his school. On the contrary, he became a celebrity." The person being rebuked immediately turned red in the face. After being rejected so many times, he's infamous. He's just a simp. No matter how many times he proposes, she's never interested in him. You only know one side of the story. Do you know that the school beauty he proposed to 99 times is now pursuing him all the way to his wedding? My cousin said confidently. What? That can't be. This shocked everyone. My cousin pointed to a beautiful figure walking towards Jiang Mai in the distance and said, "This is solid evidence." Chapter 27 Proposal. Jiang Mai looked at the girl in the white dress in front of him with surprise. She was beautiful, with fair skin, and she was smiling at him. Her cheeks were flushed with a peach pink, like bright peach blossom petals, and her large, watery eyes gazed at him sincerely. It seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken words, conveying a particularly deep and affectionate sentiment. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Mai asked in surprise. Xia Xiran said shyly, "What's wrong? If you can attend the wedding, why can't I? Besides, I know your cousin, and he certainly won't mind giving an extra gift." Actually, she missed him. So even if the high-speed rail tickets were sold out, she still had to take a 2 or 3 hour train ride. And even if she got nauseous from the bumpy ride, she still had to appear in front of him. Not to mention that she has a most important and sacred thing to do. Jiang Mai's eyes were filled with complex emotions, and his mood was gloomy. He indeed had no way to restrict Xia Xiran's personal freedom or prevent her from appearing here. But it doesn't matter. He won't waver no matter what she does. Even as she wandered through his world, Jiang Mai remained calm and unmoved. Whatever. Jiang Mai took a deep breath, turned around, and walked out. Xia Xiran immediately followed, becoming his little shadow, and asked, "Are you thirsty? Do you want something to drink?" "No need," Jiang Mai said expressionlessly. "Can we sit together in a bit?" Xia Xiran asked shyly. "The seats have all been arranged." "I'm sorry," Zhang Muyi refused decisively. "Congratulations, host, for rejecting Xia Xiran. You have gained 200 points of integrity." Xia Xiran's heart skipped a beat, but she forced a smile and said, "I'm not familiar with any of them, so I have nothing to say to them." "Xia Xiran, the best relationship we can achieve is that of friends," Zhang Muyi said, his thin lips pressed tightly together as he stared directly at Xia Xiran. "Anything else is impossible." Xia Xiran's eyes were full of grievance. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she could only bite her lip and couldn't say anything. Everyone was quite surprised to see Xia Tai being turned away by Jiang Mai. The girls even started questioning the boy who had just said Jiang Mai wasn't a simp, saying, "Is this what you call a simp? He's not a simp at all, he's cool." "Yes, I've only ever seen women pursuing men. Are you just repeating what you've heard?" The boy who was being criticized was immediately left speechless and unable to refute the criticism. He himself was completely bewildered. Is there some mistake here? Didn't they say that Xia, the school beauty, ignored Jiang Mai and that Jiang Mai's advances were unsuccessful? But the reality is completely different from what he saw today. The wedding was held quickly, and Xia Xiran naturally couldn't sit next to Jiang Mai. She could only sit next to Jiang Mai, back to back. This was the only time she was able to get close to Jiang Mai. Xia Xiran was immediately filled with envy after watching the bride appear. If she wore a wedding dress and sat with Jiang Mai in the wedding hall, it would surely be a very romantic scene. I hope I'll receive everyone's blessings, just like I do now. Xia Xiran looked at the cold-faced boy next to her with adoration, her face flushed pink and rosy. Unfortunately, she could only watch his back from afar. Xia Xiran bit her thin, bright red lips, feeling extremely regretful. She wished she had agreed earlier. That way, she won't break up with him. My cousin and his wife came to offer a toast. When Xia Xiran saw that Jiang Mai's wine glass was filled to the brim, she subconsciously said to Jiang Mai's cousin, "His stomach isn't good, I'll drink it for him." But Jiang Mai coldly took the glass and emptied it in one gulp. "Thank you, but I'm not as fragile as you think. I'll drink it myself." Xia Xiran's face turned pale, and tears were welling up in her eyes. He still wouldn't forgive her. After the newlyweds toast, it's time for the bouquet toss. Jiang Mai wasn't interested in the bouquet toss, since he had no intention of getting married and didn't want to get involved in that mess. Jiang Mai heard the sound of a chair being moved next to him. To his great surprise, he discovered that Xia Xiran was eager to try. Is she trying to catch the bouquet? Under Zhang Muyi's surprised gaze, Xia Xiran went straight into the crowd that was about to catch the bouquet. She has a rather refined personality and is never the type to compete or fight for anything. After all, what she wants has already been prepared and placed in front of her by fate. It can be obtained with bare hands. But this time, Zhang Muyi saw that Xia Xiran was completely going all out. She was fiercer than usual, fighting with a group of people for the bouquet. It was obvious that she had no advantage, but at the critical moment, she used all her strength to desperately protect the bouquet in her arms. Even though she was pushed to the ground, her hair was disheveled from the struggle, and her dress was trampled on several times, she still held onto the bouquet tightly. Xia Xiran fell to the ground and curled up in a ball. Jiang Mai's lips moved as he watched the scene unfold, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. However, Xia Xiran, who had fallen, didn't feel any air. Instead, she smiled brightly because she had caught the bouquet. Her eyes were fixed on Jiang Mai, and she raised the bouquet high, shouting, "I got it!" Xia Xiran's hair was disheveled, yet she still looked radiant. Zhang Muyi frowned as he noticed her walking step by step toward him. "I used to naively believe that no matter how far I ran, you would always be waiting for me in the same place. But now I realize how wrong I was. Why did I think I was so noble, making you, who likes me so much, feel so inferior? You made me realize that eating alone is not as enjoyable as eating with someone, sleeping alone is not as warm as sleeping with someone, and walking alone at night without another person might not be able to go on." Xia Xiran gazed tenderly at Jiang Mai, smiled faintly, and then, in front of everyone, knelt down on one knee, took out a diamond ring, and said to Jiang Mai, "Since you won't propose to me for the 100th time, then please allow me to do it. Jiang Mai, I love you. Will you marry me?" Everyone present was taken aback. No one expected that someone would propose at a wedding. And it was a girl proposing to a boy. The chances of this happening are extremely rare, which shows how much a girl must like a boy to be willing to go to such lengths. Not to mention that this girl is an absolute beauty. Before long, everyone started talking about it. I'm so envious of him. It was the beautiful Xia Xiran who took the initiative to propose to him. If it were me, I would have said yes immediately. This young man has a bright future. I'm over 30 and still single. No woman has proposed to me, but he looks like he's only in his early 20s, and he has such an honor. Who says otherwise? Comparing yourself to others is truly infuriating. All right, young man, just agree already. While everyone was urging Jiang Mai to agree to Xia Xiran's request, Jiang Mai remained unusually calm, a calmness that gave Xia Xiran a sense of panic. Chapter 28. You may have my body, but you won't have my heart. He glanced at her coldly and said quietly, "I will not marry you." Xia Xiran's expression immediately turned very ugly. Everyone around was astonished. How could you refuse such a beautiful fairy? Does this young man have such high standards? An older man immediately advised Jiang Mai, saying, "Think it over carefully. This girl is deeply in love with you. How can you bear to reject her? You're being too cruel." Xia Xiran burst into tears and said, "Uncle, please don't say that about him. He's not that kind of person. If rejecting her once is cruel, then her rejecting me is an unforgivable crime." Jiang Mai chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's not that everyone who is deeply devoted will receive a genuine response. At least I was once cruelly betrayed. I won't try to get back what I've lost, and I won't look back on what I've missed. He looked directly at Xia Xiran and said, What you can't have always stirs your heart. Ask yourself honestly, do you love me as a person, or do you love the resentment of not being able to have me? He doesn't need belated infatuation. He has made up his mind, and he will stick to it no matter what. But if he decides he doesn't want something, he won't keep it no matter what. Xia Xiran said urgently, what I love is you as a person. Is that so? Jiang Mai smiled sarcastically. Then why did you only come back to me after rejecting my marriage proposal 99 times? He pursed his lips and said, I've always been your backup plan. When this backup plan might fall into someone else's hands, you get nervous, you care, you're unwilling to accept it, you want to win it back, and you even want to take it back, right? Even without her own sacrifice and Lung Ruoli's pursuit, Xia Xiran would still have remained indifferent to her. He was utterly despondent and didn't want to have any emotional entanglement with Xia Xiran. Jiang Mai's sharp words showed no respect for Xia Xiran. Xia Xiran panicked. A painful tremor ran through her body, tears streamed down her face, and her voice became hoarse. No, that's not it. I didn't treat you as a backup plan. If you proposed 100 times, I would say yes, but you didn't give me that chance. Why should I give in? How can I be sure that the 100th proposal is the last one? What if I need to propose 100 more, 1,000 more, or even 10,000 more? Since you've decided to say yes after 100 proposals, were the previous 99 proposals just a joke? Jiang Mai scolded. Xia Xiran sobbed uncontrollably, shaking her head. But he couldn't reply with a single word. Jiang Mui hardened his heart and said, please don't bother me in my life anymore. He then said to his cousin, I'm sorry to interrupt your wedding. It's all right, my cousin said magnanimously. I'll treat you to dinner another day. I wish you and your wife a long and happy marriage and many children. I have other things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now, Jiang Mui said casually before leaving the wedding venue. Jiang Mai, I really love you, Xia Xiran shouted at the tall figure. Jiang Mai's back trembled, and he chose not to turn around, resolutely leaving the scene. Xia Xiran clutched her chest, feeling a heart-wrenching, tearing pain. She cried so hard that her eyes were swollen and her makeup was ruined. She kept clutching the sparkling DR ring and crying, looking haggard and miserable. Everyone looked at Xia Xiran with sympathy, and some people comforted her, but Xia Xiran kept crying. Heartbroken, she picked up a wine glass from the table and took a sip. She doesn't drink alcohol, and the first sip made her cough because of the strong, spicy taste. Xia Xiran hesitated for only a few seconds, but was spurred on by Jiang Mai's ruthless appearance, and forced herself to finish the glass of wine. After finishing one cup, you want to drink another. Seeing Xia Xiran heartbroken, her cousin advised, drink less. Actually, what my cousin said was unintentional. Maybe you hurt him too deeply before. Xia Xiran gave a bitter smile and said, yes, I hurt him too deeply, so I deserve what I got. It's normal for him to ignore me. As she spoke, she downed another glass of wine in one gulp. Now, her beautiful face was streaked with tears. As the alcohol took effect, her cheeks flushed, and she slumped drunkenly onto the table, laughing and crying at the same time. I deserve it. Who told me to be so foolish? Wah, it's all my fault. Those who see it feel sympathy, and those who hear it feel heartbroken. But what can we do? Love is something you can't understand, it's hard to force, and it's not something you can achieve by just having one-sided feelings. Even if you're heartbroken, it's just your own pain and sleepless nights. Xia Xiran thought that if she cried and made a fuss, he would come back to her. However, this continued until the end of the wedding. No one else showed up. Xia Xiran knew that she had lost everything. After leaving the wedding venue, Jiang Mai returned to his aunt's house. My aunt has already had a bunch of luxury goods delivered by the department store staff, including clothes, men's bags, watches, and designer sneakers. Here, these are all picked out for you by your aunt. Take a look and see which one you like. Wear it to the banquet tomorrow, Aunt asked Jiang Mai with a smile. These sights dazzled Jiang Mai. He never expected to receive such good treatment. Auntie, this is too much. Jiang Mai didn't really care about luxury goods. He just wanted clothes that were comfortable and didn't care much about how expensive they were. The arrival of so many luxury goods was still beyond Jiang Mai's expectations. My aunt burst out laughing. This is nothing, my silly nephew. I had a whole bunch custom made, and I'll send them all to you later. There's more. Jiang Mai was dumbfounded. Of course, if others have it, my nephew should have it too. If you have anything else you like, just tell your aunt, and your aunt will buy it for you. Aunt smiled. She's serious about spoiling her nephew. After all, he's her future heir. If she doesn't treat him well, who else will she treat well? Jiang Mai felt like he had suddenly reached the pinnacle of his life. The things that ordinary boys dream of have become things that he can easily obtain. Aunt, I'm satisfied with just this. As expected of my nephew, he is so content. It's really pitiful. He must have suffered a lot before to be so sensible. Now that his aunt is here, she will definitely not let him continue to suffer. His aunt instinctively handed Jiang Mai a bank card and said, "Keep this card. I'll transfer 10 million to you every week as your allowance. You have to spend it all by the end of the month. Don't try to save me any money." Jiang Mai was surprised. This is possible. If it's 10 million a week, then it would be 40 million a month. 40 million as pocket money? That's a bit too extravagant. You could buy a villa with that money. Chapter 29. Brother Jiang is the darling of the banquet. Jiang Mai said to his aunt, "Aunt, this is too much, no need." Auntie immediately snapped at Jiang Mai. "Silly child, why are you being so polite with your aunt? As the successor, you need to know how to spend money in addition to how to make money. What's the point of making money if you don't know how to spend it? If you don't listen to your aunt, I'll get angry with you." Seeing that even his aunt was arguing with him, Jiang Mai had no choice but to agree, saying, "Okay." Aunt nodded in satisfaction, then picked up a few clothes and said to Jiang Mai, "Come on, go change and let your aunt see if they fit. We're going to attend a very important banquet tomorrow." Jiang Mai nodded and went to change. It's true that clothes make the man. These designer clothes really make a difference when worn. Jiang Mai felt he looked more dashing and even more noble. After seeing him dressed, his aunt praised him repeatedly and immediately ordered one of the outfits for him to wear to the banquet the next day. Jiang Mai liked it too, so he agreed. The next day, it was getting late. Aunt took Jiang Mai to a banquet at a 5-star hotel. Before setting off, he also said he would prepare a mysterious surprise for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai was puzzled. A mysterious surprise? What is that? Fortunately, we'll know soon enough, and Jiang Mai is quite looking forward to it. The banquet was a lively affair, filled with the clinking of glasses and the presence of many high society figures, including dignitaries and celebrities. This was a world that Jiang Mai, as a student, could never have accessed before, and he suddenly achieved a leap in social class. System reply: "Ding, banquet check-in successful. Reward you with 1 million RMB." When Auntie brought Jiang Mai out with a beaming smile, many eyes were drawn to the fair-skinned and handsome Jiang Mai. However, aside from being polite to Jiang Mai's aunt, he ignored Jiang Mai. After all, they all thought that the guy aunt brought was just a gigolo, probably someone who was being kept by a sugar daddy, something they were used to in this circle. Some people even smiled contemptuously at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai coldly curled the corners of his mouth, looking utterly disdainful. He stood there, calmly sipping his wine, showing little interest in these people. Auntie, however, noticed the prejudiced looks from outsiders and became somewhat unhappy. That's too much. How dare they slight her nephew? They're showing her no respect. So the aunt took Jiang Mai to the bosses and introduced him with a smile. "Boss Qi, Boss Jiang. This is my nephew Jiang Mai, who is also my heir and the future successor of the Qin group." Shock. This young man wasn't a kept man. He had quite a background. Is he actually the future successor of the Qin group? My goodness, the Qin group is a very famous and powerful conglomerate. Jiang Mai, as the successor, has a bright future ahead of him and is definitely worth hundreds of millions. The bosses, who had previously looked down on Jiang Mai, suddenly became enthusiastic after learning his identity. So he's Madame Chen's heir? What a handsome young man. He's so handsome. He's a good match for my daughter, but I don't know if he'll even be interested in her. I have 2 daughters. I can introduce them to you. Jiang Mai showed no interest after hearing this. Let them argue it out as they please. Now more and more people are coming to flatter them. Is this the world of the rich? They change their minds faster than turning the pages of a book. Just a moment ago they were indifferent, and now they're trying to curry favor. Jiang Mai said casually to his aunt, "I'm going to get something to eat over there." His aunt nodded and let him go. No one else dared to say anything. Even though Jiang Mai's attitude was cold, no one dared to nitpick. After all, he is the future successor of the Qin group, and no one present dares to offend him. Jiang Mai glanced at the self-service area. The food here was quite exquisite, made to look like something that people couldn't afford. As he was picking some food onto his plate, he suddenly heard a loud crash, as if something had spilled onto his shirt, instantly soaking it. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." The waitress's eyes were red, and she was clearly very guilty. She hadn't expected to bump into Jiang Mai when she went to get the wine glass. "How about I pay you back?" "It's nothing." Jiang Mai didn't pursue the matter further. The red wine stain is small and can be washed off. Besides, it doesn't seem like the other person did it on purpose. "Thank you." The waitress nodded gratefully. Jiang Mai prepared to deal with the red wine stain on his shirt. He picked up a damp towel and wiped it, but the stain became deeper and deeper. This won't work, I have a way. A familiar female voice rang out as Jiang Mai struggled with the stains. Jiang Mai looked up in surprise. It's you? At the sink in the restroom. Jiang Mai leaned against the marble sink, his black suit casually tossed aside. His slender fingers rested on the edge of the sink, and a graceful, sexy figure was busy working in front of him. Call. Jiang Mai gasped. The other person's icy hands and the warm towel created a stark contrast of hot and cold. This quickly caused Jiang Mai's body to tremble sensitively. He trembled, and the girl in front of him blushed and asked, Did I hurt you? Her clear, innocent eyes were as pure as a fawn's. She was biting her bright red lips, worried about him. Jiang Mui couldn't help but smile. It's nothing, it's just that my shirt got wet and is a bit cold. It'll be done soon. Lung Ruoli smiled gently. White wine and salt mixed together can effectively remove stains. She bent down and continued to wipe the stains off his shirt with a hot towel. I had no idea. Jiang Mai chuckled. I'm a girl, and I'll be taking care of my husband in the future, so I need to know a little bit about him. Lung Ruoli said casually, and immediately felt the boy's burning gaze. She suddenly felt ashamed of her loose tongue, so she quickened her pace and said, Okay. Jiang Mai nodded. Thank you. He looked down at his shirt. The stains were gone. Jiang Mai used the dryer to dry the shirt, and it was dry in no time. You couldn't tell that he had just spilled red wine on it. I'm quite lucky to have run into you today. Jiang Mai smiled. I happened to receive the invitation, so I came. Lung Ruoli's eyelashes lowered gracefully. Actually, there's one thing she didn't say. She only flew over after she was certain he was on the list. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any interest in such a banquet. That's quite a coincidence, Jiang Mai said, somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had just received a love letter from Lung Ruoli. He didn't have much experience in relationships, so he was somewhat at a loss when faced with such a sincere girl. Have you found a female companion yet? Lung Ruoli asked cautiously, biting her cherry lips lightly. Female companion? Chapter 30, Is there cream on my lips? There's a dance later, Lung Ruoli hinted shyly, and I haven't found a dance partner yet. Jiang Mai understood. He had heard about such a procedure. But I can't dance. I can teach you. If I step on your foot and embarrass you, are you going to teach me that too? Jiang Mai joked. Lung Ruoli's eyes remained bright as she said expectantly, Yes. She lifted her shoes slightly to show Jiang Mai, smiling gently. Look, I'm wearing black shoes today. They're durable and wear-resistant. That gesture was very cute. However, Jiang Mai also recognized his own dancing level. Yes, it's a terrible sight. He couldn't bear to step on Lung Ruoli, who was so adorable. He would be under a lot of pressure if he were to embarrass Lung Ruoli in public. I think I'd better not dance. I'm sorry. Jiang Mai refused her. Okay. Although Lung Ruoli was a little disappointed, she didn't insist. Why should she force Jiang Mai to do things he doesn't like? Whatever choice he makes, she will respect it. At this moment, the system notified Jiang Mai. Congratulations, host, for rejecting Lung Ruoli's dance invitation. Your integrity value has increased by 300, and you are rewarded with 1 million RMB. After Jiang Mai received the official reward, he returned to the banquet with Lung Ruoli. At this moment, Ant saw the two of them and exclaimed in surprise, My, Ruoli, you two know each other? We're alumni. Jiang Mui was somewhat surprised. Ant, you know her? Ant smiled and said, Of course we know each other. The Lung family and the Chen family have close ties. I wanted to introduce her to you today. I didn't expect you two already knew each other. What a coincidence. Jiang Mai then realized that the surprise his aunt had mentioned was Lung Ruoli. The implication was clearly that they were trying to match him up with Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli understood her aunt's meaning perfectly, and her face flushed and her heart pounded. You two have a good chat. I'm going to have a good talk with an old friend, Andy said with a smile, then whispered in Jiang Mai's ear, Seize the opportunity. Jiang Mai felt helpless after watching his aunt leave with a smile. That aunt is really unreliable. She just left him there. She also wanted to match him up with Lung Ruoli. He glanced at Lung Ruoli, whose fair face was lowered, her smile faint, and her eyes filled with love and sweetness as she looked at him. Do you want some cake? The cakes here are very sweet. You should try some, Lung Ruoli said, breaking the ice with a smile. You can't see the aloof and cold demeanor she presents to outsiders at all. This made Jiang Mui feel even more that he had a special relationship with Lung Ruoli. Okay, sure. This time, Jiang Mai did not refuse Lung Ruoli's kindness. It's just a piece of cake. The cakes here are all custom-made. It would be a waste not to eat them. Lung Ruoli immediately brought over a piece of cake. Just as Jiang Mui was about to take it, Lung Ruoli took a fork, scooped up a piece of cake, and held it to Jiang Mui's lips. Ah. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and her watery eyes looked at him expectantly. Jiang Mui couldn't help but open his mouth and take a bite. The sweetness filled my mouth. It's very sweet and delicious. Is it delicious? Lung Ruoli asked with a smile. Good. Lung Ruoli then lowered her head and took a bite herself, saying happily, it's really sweet. This was beyond Jiang Mai's expectations. He hadn't expected that he and Lung Ruoli would share a cake, just like any other couple. Jiang Mai felt the sweetness in his mouth seemed to spread even more. Lung Ruoli scooped another spoonful and placed it in front of Jiang Mai, saying, here, have another bite. Jiang Mai stopped being coy and took a bite. Why think so much? It's just that the cake tastes good. Is there cream on my lips? Lung Ruoli asked, her eyes sparkling, as she lightly touched her lips with her hand. Jiang Mai's gaze fell on her lips, full and crimson. The color of the cherries is so tempting, and the cream on the corner of their mouths makes them even more alluring. Jiang Mai felt a little thirsty after reading it. Yes. Jiang Mai stared intently. Can you wipe it for me? Lung Ruoli tilted her head up, her pink tongue licking the surface but not quite reaching it. Okay. Jiang Mui was about to bend down to wipe the cream off Lung Ruoli when Lung Ruoli suddenly stood on tiptoe. Clang. The two faces were very close together. Jiang Mai's breathing became rapid. The girl's stunning face was right in front of him, her beautiful eyes meeting his gaze deeply. His cheeks flushed instantly, and he shyly reached out his hand. Just when Jiang Mui thought she was going to put her arms around his neck, her slender fingers landed on his collar instead. A flicker of emotion crossed his eyes. He could clearly feel her slender fingers brushing across his burning neck, a fleeting touch that ignited a spark of passion. Your collar is messy. Let me straighten it for you. She gently straightened it for him, her pleasant voice soothing his ears. For Jiang Mai, his ears were his most sensitive organ. His ears throbbed, something that was unusual for him. A moment later, the heat dissipated, and she left, taking his hand and exploring the cream on her lips. Like a spoiled kitten, she let his fingertips rub against her little by little. Jiang Mai's throat went dry. Lung Ruoli said slyly, there's no cream on your lips anymore, is there? Jiang Mai stared intently. It's spotless, not a drop of cream is left. Lung Ruoli lowered her head and started eating the cream again, clearly in a very cheerful mood. This also affected Jiang Mai, causing him to have a great appetite. The two of them quickly divided the cake up. As a result, Lung Ruoli sighed. How sinful. She instinctively pinched her waist and said somewhat sullenly, I'm definitely going to gain weight. How could that be? You're very thin. Jiang Mai's gaze fell on Lung Ruoli's figure. She is really thin, with a slender waist like a willow branch. Her breasts were so full that they could not be grasped with one hand. She's not slightly chubby, but she's absolutely gorgeous. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her figure was curvaceous. It was clear she was very well endowed. Upon hearing Jiang Mai's words, Lung Ruoli's eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly. That's good. Suddenly the lights dimmed, and the MC announced the start of the dance. Couples have already started heading to the center of the dance floor. Jiang Mai saw Lung Ruoli, but did not move. Aren't you going to dance? He asked. I want to stay with you. I prefer being with you to dancing. As Lung Ruoli said this, her face began to flush. She had never said anything so shameful before, but this time, it was definitely something she felt deeply about. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mui felt like his body was about to burst into flames. I never would have guessed that the cold school beauty could say sweet nothings. I'm going to the restroom, Jiang Mai said, feigning composure, and went to the toilet. Lung Ruoli waited obediently for Jiang Mai to return. After a while, a dark shadow loomed over her. Lung Ruoli looked up with a smile, but just as she was about to speak, she realized it was another boy. Want to dance with me? This was a rich second-generation heir who was attracted to Lung Ruoli at first sight and went up to chat her up directly. Lung Ruoli was as cold as ice, her beautiful eyes devoid of any warmth, and she replied in an icy tone, not interested. Stop pretending. You're probably happy that I invited you to dance, aren't you? Why act so aloof? That playing hard to get thing is so outdated. The rich kid instinctively reached out to grab Lung Ruoli's hand. Chapter 31 Anyone who dares to disrespect you, no matter how far away, will be punished. Lung Ruoli slapped the rich second generation with disgust and said, Get lost. Slap. The slap stunned the rich kid. That slap was so hard, my face is all swollen. The rich second generation gritted his teeth. You filthy bitch. He raised his hand, about to hit Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli didn't have time to dodge. She thought the slap was about to fall, but she didn't feel it for a long time. Smack! Lung Ruoli opened her eyes in surprise and found a tall and handsome figure standing in front of her. With a cold expression, he grabbed the rich kid's face and slapped him hard without hesitation. The rich kid was so badly beaten he saw stars and started yelling, "Who do you think you are?" Smack! Smack! 2 more loud slaps rang out. The rich kid was completely dumbfounded. "I'm your father," Jiang Mai roared angrily. "If you curse me again, I'll make sure you're not worthy of being born." Lung Ruoli was immediately captivated by the dashing Jiang Mai. So charming. This gave Lung Ruoli an indescribable sense of security. The rich kid was clearly intimidated by Jiang Mai's insults and retorted, "Do you know who I am?" Upon seeing the lecherous rich kid, the aunt strode forward and, without hesitation, kicked him with her red high heels. "Damn it! Who do you think you are, daring to mess with my nephew?" Jiang Mai was shocked by his aunt's fierce appearance. "It's true that you shouldn't mess with women easily. It's a woman like my aunt." All that was heard was a scream, and Jiang Mui felt a pain in his balls. The rich kid's situation was truly miserable. He lost the joy of being a man and was writhing on the ground in excruciating pain, clutching his groin. My aunt said angrily, "Someone, carry him out of here." The bodyguard hesitated for a moment. "He's young Master Jean. I don't care if he's a young master of gold, silver, or copper. As long as he messes with my nephew, I'll make him go bankrupt right now," the aunt said fiercely, making everyone gasp. Everyone present knew she wasn't just boasting. She genuinely possessed the ability. Her outburst today is enough to prove that Jiang Mai's status is extremely high and prominent. Now, who would dare to look down on Jiang Mai? The rich kid realized the seriousness of the situation and began to beg for mercy. "I was wrong. Let me go." He had already been dragged out by the security guards. The shrill roar of the rich second generation could still be heard from the corridor. The aunt instinctively said to Jiang Mai, "Nephew, you're under my protection. Anyone who dares to disrespect you, no matter how far away, will be punished." She has a strong voice. Upon hearing this, everyone present was relieved that they hadn't offended Jiang Mai, otherwise they would be considered a thorn in their side. Although Jiang Mai's own strength should not be underestimated, having his aunt as a backer is like adding wings to a tiger. He was even more confident than before, and said, "Thank you, Auntie." At that moment, Jiang Mai heard a gentle female voice. "Thank you for saving me." Lung Ruoli was very grateful. "It's all right, are you hurt?" Lung Ruoli replied shyly, "No, that's good." "Ruoli, you must be frightened. Mai, why don't you take her back to the hotel? It's not safe for a young girl like her to be out alone. What if something like this happens again?" Auntie said to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai didn't hesitate and agreed. After all, there are so many bad guys in this society. If I hadn't shown up just now, Lung Ruoli might have already been assaulted. So Jiang Mai drove the Koenigsegg sports car that his aunt had lent him and took Lung Ruoli back to the hotel. He and Lung Ruoli didn't talk much in the car, but he could clearly feel her presence. The phone rang. Jiang Mai wasn't wearing Bluetooth earphones and was frantically reaching for them when he suddenly felt a slightly cool touch on his ear. When the other person's slender, soft fingers touched his ear, Jiang Mai instinctively pulled his ear back. He looked over and saw Lung Ruoli with her fair and delicate skin. She shyly put Bluetooth earphones on him. She then pulled her head up, tugged at the brim of her baseball cap, and said, "You answer the phone, I'm not listening." Jiang Mai squinted, his mood suddenly brightening. He answered the phone and said, "Hello. Son, are you back?" It was Mom on the phone. "We're still on our way back," Jiang Mai honestly replied. Jiang's mother asked, "Did you bring your ID card?" Then I won't leave the door open for you tonight," Jiang's mother said with a smile. "I've heard from your aunt that we're very open-minded people. You should treat the girl well." Jiang Mai's face instantly turned bright red. "Mom." Lung Ruoli glanced over furtively, her eyes innocent and clear. Jiang Mai's heart pounded, and he lowered his voice and said, "I'll be back in a bit. I'm driving." But he took off his Bluetooth headset. How could Mom and Dad have such thoughts? That's disgusting. He was just simply taking a girl home. He didn't have any evil intentions whatsoever. "Is that your parents' phone number?" Lung Ruoli asked. "If it's an emergency, I can call back." "No way." Jiang Mai interrupted very seriously. "How can we do that? What if we encounter danger?" Lung Ruoli felt a warmth in her heart after hearing this, and her beautiful face, like a rose, was filled with satisfaction. He is concerned about himself. It makes me so happy. I knew I hadn't chosen the wrong person. He's so responsible. Jiang Mai quickly took Lung Ruoli to a high-end 5-star hotel. "Bye-bye." Lung Ruoli waved to Jiang Mai. still feeling a little reluctant to leave. Bye, Jiangmai said. Lung Ruoli walked forward, but her eyes were full of reluctance. She looked back every 3 steps. Watch out, she heard Jiangmai shout. She was still a little dazed, and when she came to her senses, her head hit the glass of the front door with a loud thud. It hurts. How embarrassing. Lung Ruoli immediately covered her head, gave Jiangmai a silly smile, and said, it's nothing, but her pace quickened, and she slipped away as fast as a little rabbit. Jiangmai couldn't help but chuckle. Is she really the aloof school beauty with an IQ of 180? How can she be so adorably clueless? It seems the rumors have a huge misunderstanding about her. She's not aloof at all, but rather quite adorable. Jiangmai didn't know that her adorable and innocent demeanor was only directed at him. When you like someone, even the highest IQ will make you do silly things involuntarily. 2 days later, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, and 3 weary figures walked along the road carrying large and small bags. It was Little White Dove, Old He, and Kaisi who were returning from shopping at the supermarket and preparing to go back to school. It's all your fault, Little White Dove, for buying such a huge pile of stuff. It's so heavy, Old He complained. Little White Dove retorted, I'm stockpiling because I'm too lazy to go shopping. Besides, the supermarket is having a sale today. Only a fool wouldn't buy more. Do you expect me to wait until the price goes up before I buy? Kai sighed. If Mu Zi were here now, at least he could help us out. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard a horn beep from the roadside, and the 3 of them saw a luxury car driving by. The luxury car had specially designed privacy glass, so the people inside couldn't see what was happening inside. However, the car's stylish design and the brand of the luxury car surprised the 3 of them. Chapter 32: The Future CEO. Little White Dove gasped. Isn't that a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost? Wow, I'm seeing the real thing now. Old He was very envious. This is my dream car. It's so luxurious. Wow, I wish I could ride in a car like this. You can argue with that. This car is really cool. But why is it following us like this? We don't even know the owner, Kai said, puzzled. They weren't blocking the way, and the car was traveling alongside them at a very slow speed, which was very strange. The 3 people were certain they didn't know such a wealthy car owner. Their friends are lucky if they can afford a monthly pass for Didi Bike, let alone a Maserati Silver Ghost. Impossible. They didn't think much of it, and just considered it a coincidence. As they struggled to carry their things to school, the sports car's roof suddenly went down, turning the car into a convertible. Then someone nearby shouted, Hey, why aren't you guys paying attention to me? Upon hearing the familiar voice, all 3 turned to look. Why does that sound so familiar? It would have been better if I hadn't looked. Once I did, I was shocked. The boy sitting in the car was wearing a black designer shirt. His black hair was slightly messy but stylish, and his face was beaming with a bright smile. Muzi, it's you, the 3 exclaimed in unison, all greatly surprised. Otherwise, who else would I have thought it was? Jiangmai stopped the car, gave him a wink, and said, Come on, everyone get in the car. He had just returned from City A and picked up his car, which had been sent for maintenance, but unexpectedly ran into his 3 roommates on the way. Little White Dove's eyes widened in surprise. My goodness, Mu Zi, where did you borrow this car from? Kai gasped, how much did you rent it for? Old He even circled the car once, more excited than anyone else. Holy crap, it really is a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Otherwise, do you still think it's fake? Jiangmai smiled helplessly. This car isn't rented, it's mine. The 3 of them couldn't wait to get into the car. Little White Dove excitedly asked Jiangmai, What's going on? Did you go back to your hometown, hook up with a rich woman, and become a live-in son-in-law? Jiangmai glared at Little White Dove. Get lost. You've got a narrow mindset. Otherwise, how could there be such a nice car? Little White Dove touched and stroked it, clearly very fond of it. Old He also got excited and started taking all sorts of selfies with his phone, of course including the luxury car in the pictures. I can't believe I can ride in such a nice car. Kai asked worriedly. Jiangmai, you haven't done anything stupid, have you? You're overthinking it. I didn't do anything wrong, Jiangmai said. I had the money to buy it. You only get 1,000 a month for living expenses. How can you afford a luxury car worth tens of millions? Don't be ridiculous. Pigs could fly if you did that. Little White Dove snorted. Get out of here, get up there. I want to see. Jiangmai lightly kicked the Little White Dove, who asked with a grin, What's going on? Kai said, Did you win the lottery? Jiangmai rested his hands on the steering wheel and said confidently, I inherited a fortune of hundreds of millions. Puffed ha ha ha. Little White Dove burst into laughter. Big brother, I can't hold back. I'll laugh first as a sign of respect. Old, he said with a smile. You don't want to tell me that your parents are actually hidden millionaires, and they've been keeping their identities a secret from you for fear you'd get too proud? Jiang Mai said, more or less. Then he told his roommates the whole story. They were completely stunned after hearing what Jiang Mai said. This kind of scene, which even TV dramas wouldn't dare to portray, actually happened. What incredible luck. My God, why didn't this happen to me? Old, he lamented. Kai exclaimed in surprise. So you're the heir to the Qin Group? The future CEO? Wow, my roommate is so amazing. The little white dove exclaimed. I suddenly want to go home and ask my parents if they have such an amazing aunt. I'm so envious of you. I wish I could have a windfall. Jiang Mai shook his head at their surprised expressions. He didn't even mention that he had a systematic approach to things, which makes him even more impressive. Even if he said it, this group of people probably wouldn't believe it, since it's just too surreal. Do you like this car? Jiang Mai asked the three of them. Of course I like it. Little white dove blurted out without thinking. Then I'll lend it to you guys when the time comes, Jiang Mai said with a smirk. Damn, they just lend us such an expensive car so casually? Little white dove was shocked. Old, he nodded. Yes, it's too expensive. We dare not drive it. If the car gets even a scratch, it could bankrupt a person. Jiang Mai snorted. You guys are really narrow-minded. Do you think I'm that petty? I've paid millions in insurance premiums. Do you think I care? These words immediately drew envious glances. Most people's insurance policies only cost tens of thousands, but Jiang Mai's came in with millions. Wow, it's true what they say, comparisons are the thief of joy. Alright, everyone buckle up and get ready. I'm driving, Jiang Mai said to the three of them. Jiang Mai, are you a good driver? Little white dove asked. Is this South City car god just saying that casually? He's an experienced driver, okay. Jiang Mai joked. Alright, the old driver's starting the car, everyone buckle up. Oldie said with a laugh. Jiang Mai then started driving. When his top-of-the-line luxury car drove onto campus, he attracted a lot of attention. After all, how could such a cool and stylish luxury car not attract everyone's attention? Everyone was curious. There were very few wealthy people in their school, so who would be driving such a cool luxury car today? While everyone was wondering what was going on, they found that the car had stopped, and that's when they realized that the driver was none other than Jiang Mai. When did Jiang Mai become so rich? He leaned lazily against the car door, took out the car keys, and looked dashing. He was chatting and laughing with his roommates, seemingly unconcerned about the surprised looks they were getting. Previously, everyone only knew that Jiang Mai was very handsome, played basketball very well, and was also devoted to love. People are only interested in his scandals. But now Jiang Mai is actually driven in such a luxurious sports car. It's the legendary Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, the kind that you might not even be able to buy even if you want to. My God. So Jiang Mai is not only incredibly handsome, but also a super hidden rich second generation. Jiang Mai drove a luxury car into the school and quickly became famous on campus, especially after his candid photos were posted on the school's intranet. This also sparked a heated discussion. Jiang Mai doesn't follow Renren, a Chinese social networking site, and isn't particularly interested in gossip. While he was playing a game, little white dove next to him suddenly became agitated. Damn it, this is unacceptable. What's wrong? Jiang Mai looked over. Chapter 33 The Cold School Beauty is taking care of you. Someone on Renren.com is talking about you. Let them say what they want. It's not like we haven't said it before. Just do your own thing and let them talk, Jiang Mai said calmly, his attention still on the game interface. Little white dove spat. But those bastards actually said you're a gigolo who lives off women, that you're being kept by the school beauty. The school beauty even bought you a sports car, and you drive it to school to show off. Jiang Mai's hand slammed down on the keyboard, making a loud thud. He said with particular dissatisfaction, I've never been a kept man. This is not only an insult to him, but also an insult to his system. His system is called the refuse to be a kept man system. Would someone as principled as him ever be a kept man? That's right. I have to go and curse them to death for talking about my brother like that. Little white dove rolled up his sleeves, ready to become a keyboard warrior and give those who said Jiang Mai wasn't a hater a good scolding, when he suddenly refreshed his phone and was shocked. Seeing the little white dove's surprised expression, Jiang Mai asked in confusion, What's wrong? Little white dove got excited. The cold school beauty truly loves you. While Jiang Mai was still confused, Xiaobage quickly took his phone. Jiang Mai subconsciously saw a new highly rated post on the school's online forum questioning whether he was a kept man. At Lungruoli, he's strong enough and doesn't rely on women. I will work hard to improve and stand shoulder to shoulder with him as soon as possible. The number of likes below has reached 2,000. It's the #1 most liked post. The comments were unanimously filled with envy for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai's eyes welled up with tears after reading it. Little White Dove chuckled. Is cold school beauty clarifying things, or is she confessing to you? Did you hear that? She wants to be shoulder to shoulder with you as soon as possible. Isn't the hint obvious enough? Alright, you think you're so good at interpreting things? It's not like I haven't studied reading comprehension. My grades are way better than yours, Jiang Mai snorted. I have a girlfriend, do you? Little White Dove said smugly. I can get a girlfriend anytime I want, Jiang Mai said dismissively. The little white dove immediately wilted, losing its confidence. I'm so envious of Jiang Mai. He's handsome, academically excellent, and a great basketball player. Girls are lining up for him. Look, even the two most beautiful girls in school are completely smitten with him and are fighting over him. You really are a nuisance. But this cold school beauty is really infatuated with you. I think she just registered an account. It seems she was afraid that someone would be wronged and suffer injustice. So she quickly jumped out to explain. After hearing what the little white dove said, Jiang Mai felt he had to do something. So Jiang Mai got up and went to the balcony to make a WeChat call to Lung Ruoli. The call was answered in a second. Hello. A light, clear voice rang out. Jiang Mai could even feel the other person's slight trembling as they couldn't suppress their excitement. Thank you for explaining the post on the school's intranet, Jiang Mai said calmly. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. It's okay, Lung Ruoli said shyly. I don't mind anything that's related to you. The fact that his name appeared alongside hers made Lung Ruoli feel very pleased. How could she possibly mind? She couldn't wait to have her future life intertwined with Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai felt his ears burning after hearing this, and asked, "Wanna play PUBG?" Huh. Lung Ruoli was quite surprised. I'll help you rank up. Jiang Mai didn't want to take advantage of the other person for nothing, since they had helped him at the time. There should be some substantial expression of gratitude. Good. Then log into the account. Jiang Mai's deep voice was particularly magnetic, making Lung Ruoli blush and quickly nod in agreement. So Jiang Mai went back to the dormitory and took Lung Ruoli to play PUBG again. Lung Ruoli and he worked together exceptionally well. He played 10 games and won at least 8 of them. Jiang Mai would also deliberately treat enemies as low on health, and then have Lung Ruoli finish them off. Wow, I got more than 10 kills. Lung Ruoli was clearly very happy, her voice filled with joy. Jiang Mai's lips curled up. He directly let Lung Ruoli get the MVP, and carried Lung Ruoli to victory. When it got a little dark, Lung Ruoli had to go to evening self-study, and the game stopped. Lung Ruoli said with great reluctance, "Then shall we play games again tomorrow?" Good. Upon hearing the clear, magnetic voice, Lung Ruoli was pleasantly surprised. She was overjoyed and filled with happiness. Okay, it's a deal then. I'm going to class now. After closing the game, Jiang Mai stretched. Looking at the time, he remembered that he hadn't submitted a professional assignment, so he went to hand it in to his professor. Second floor of the teaching building. Milu leaned against the handrail, texting on her phone. Her brown curly hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her beautiful face was both charming and elegant. The burgundy off-shoulder bodycon dress accentuated her sexy and hot figure. Her soft, flawless skin and full breasts made the dress bulge out, revealing a clear cleavage. With her slender waist and long legs, she leaned against the armrest, which made her look even more graceful. Classmate. Milu heard a cold male voice from behind her. Suddenly, her red lips curved into a smile. Without a second thought, I knew they were trying to strike up a conversation. After all, this happens to her every day. Who can blame her when she is one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the school? Her pretty face and sexy figure alone can make people dizzy with envy. She was spotted by a modeling agency before she even graduated and has already become a well-known runway model in the industry. The number of wealthy second-generation men and big bosses pursuing her is countless. However, Milu never accepted anyone's advances. After all, she had never met anyone she truly liked, and these lousy men were only interested in her pretty face. Milu looked back with her alluring eyes and saw a handsome boy. Not bad, he's quite handsome. He's also quite tall. It's a pity he's too young. He looks like a junior from school. I'm sorry. Just as Milu was about to refuse the other person, she found that the other person had quickly walked past her. Milu was dumbfounded. Wasn't he here to chat her up? Milu suddenly looked in the direction of the boy, only to find that he had quickly caught a male classmate hiding in a corner, looking flustered. The boy was clearly going to run away, and he quickly gave chase like a cheetah. To Milu's astonishment, a particularly thrilling scene unfolded. The boy slammed the other boy's face hard onto the floor, then used his legs to pin down the boy's back and twisted the boy's hands behind his back. Let me go. The boy struggled, only to be hit hard on the head by another boy. Behave yourself. The boy looked down and forcefully snatched the phone from the boy's classmate, who was trying to hide. Mila was shocked. Her heart immediately began to pound. He was fierce and proud, with a hint of wolfish wildness between his brows, showing no fear. Deep-set eyes, thin lips, cold and ruthless. The moment the phone was snatched was filled with the aura of murder. So handsome, absolutely so handsome. He's younger than her, but he's so manly. Chapter 34: The Sexy School Beauty's Seduction. You've been secretly photographed. Jiang Mai looked at his phone and then pointed it at Milu. Milu looked at the photo album and thought, wow, someone took upskirt photos of her. She was looking at her phone the whole time and didn't notice the other person sneaking around taking photos of her underwear. Although Milu dresses sexily, she particularly despises these lewd men who secretly photograph women. Especially now, during the rising phase of her career, the release of these photos would only cause more trouble. Thank you. Milu subconsciously reached to delete the photo, but Jiang Mai stopped her, saying, don't delete it. Why? Milu didn't want anyone to have anything on her. Call the police. This is the evidence. Jiang Mai remained calm. How could we let the evidence be destroyed? Wouldn't that just benefit this sleazy guy in front of us? Upon hearing Jiang Mai's words, Milu immediately began to praise him. The other party was too thoughtful. They were smart, a good fighter, and handsome. Strange, how come she never noticed this amazing boy after being at school for so long? Jiang Mai immediately called the police, and together with Milu, they took the perverted man to the police station to give a statement. The pervert has been detained. It's the school's own staff, and the school has been notified. He will definitely receive a severe punishment. As soon as Jiang Mai came out of the police station, he heard the clattering of high heels running behind him. Immediately, my arm was taken by a soft hand. His full breast pressed against him, his sexy body rubbing against him, almost hanging on Jiang Mai's body. Jiang Mai was quite surprised. Looking at the beautiful Milu, whose charming eyes were sparkling with desire and who kept sending him romantic glances, he said, thank you so much for today. Otherwise, I really don't know how that pervert would have molested me. No need to thank me. I was just helping someone in need. Jiang Mai subconsciously tried to pull his arm away from the other person's surging breasts, but the other person held on even tighter and was unwilling to let go. Milu pouted her luscious lips and said tenderly, how can that be? I was taught from a young age that whoever helps me should repay me properly. Really, it's not necessary. I have other things to do. Jiang Mai forced a smile, trying to get rid of Milu. But Milu was very enthusiastic and kept trying to persuade Jiang Mai to stay. Wait a while before you leave. How about I treat you to dinner? She looked at Jiang Mai with expectant eyes. In fact, Milu was very confident. She believed that no man could refuse her. If her pretty face can't win you over, then use her sexy figure. She'll surely surrender and fall at your feet. No need. I'm not hungry. Jiang Mai resolutely pried Milu's hands off. Mila was very surprised. She had always been pursued by men, but the boy in front of her now seemed completely unmoved. He was the first person to so resolutely reject her beauty. Milu's small lips curled up slightly as she said shyly and charmingly, then I'll treat you to a meal next time, since we're in the same school anyway. Milu quickly took out an Armani lipstick from her Hermes bag and grabbed Jiang Mai's hand. She directly used her lipstick to leave her number on Jiang Mai's hand. Milu gazed at Jiang Mai tenderly, her breath sweet as orchids. This is my phone number. You must call me. By the way, my WeChat is also this phone number. You can search for it directly. Looking at Milu's alluring appearance, Jiang Mai, as a grown man, certainly understood her implication. He gave a perfunctory, oh. If you don't agree, the other party will definitely continue to press you, so it's better to pretend to agree first. Then I'll take you back to school. Milu winked at Jiang Mai, one half of her breasts trembling brightly, sexy yet shy. I have a car. Okay. Milu was a little disappointed, but she was not giving up. Instead, she reminded Jiang Mai, you must call me. Jiang Mai nodded and then left. Milu looked at Jiang Mai's tall figure with reluctance. She wasn't interested in him at first, but now she's really smitten. Milu felt it was a pity that she had never been in a relationship. It would be really great if your first love was this person. Half an hour later, Milu returned to her dormitory. She held her phone tightly, unable to put it down, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. This was seen by Lung Ruoli, who was lying in bed. She found Milu's behavior very unusual. What's wrong with you? Lung Ruoli asked curiously. Milu lay down next to Lung Ruoli with a smile and said happily, I'm feeling the stirrings of love. Really? Lung Ruoli was also delighted. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen such agile guys. He even saved a damsel in distress. He's super handsome. Lu covered her burning face with a love-struck expression. I used to think it was good to be an independent girl, but now I think it's also good to be the little woman in his arms. Who is he? How do you two know each other? Mila paused, then suddenly remembered something important. Oh right, I haven't asked him his name yet. So how do you contact him? Lu shook her phone and said with a smile. I left my phone number. He will definitely add me on WeChat. That's great. I found my love, so you should try your best to win over the boy you like. Lu made a grabbing motion, which made Lung Ruoli's face turn bright red. Lung Ruoli whispered, I've gotten to know him quite well already. He even took the initiative to play games with me today. Really? Then you'll be able to find a partner right away. Lu exclaimed happily and pounced on Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli giggled, hugging Lu's slender waist, and said with a smile, I hope so. More than anyone else, she longed to walk hand in hand with Jiang Mai on campus openly and honestly. Just imagining that scene makes one's heart flutter. Okay, I need to check my phone carefully now. I can't miss any application messages. Lu was very concerned about WeChat. Lu had been staring at her phone screen all night, but Jiang Mai hadn't added her. Mila was very upset. What happened? Did she add the wrong person? She must have. Little did they know that Jiang Mai hadn't added any ingredients at all. He went straight to wash his hands after arriving at the dormitory. Little did he know that his actions caused an innocent girl to lose sleep all night because of him. So much so that Lu was furious the next day. She hugged her ample and proud breasts and gritted her teeth, saying, You little brat, you really didn't add me. I'll search the whole school to find you. Chapter 35. A deep and unwavering affection. While Lu was swearing angrily that she would dig 3 feet into the ground to find him, Jiang Mai was sleeping soundly. I slept until noon. When he woke up at noon, there was a hot meal on the table. It was the food that Kai had brought him from the cafeteria. Sweet and sour meatballs, shredded pork with garlic sauce, braised pork with preserved mustard greens, and baby bok choy with 3 kinds of seafood. Good heavens, this is quite a feast. Jiang Mai ate with great relish, feeling that life was truly wonderful. As a result, Kai didn't go back to his seat. Instead, he stopped next to him. Jiang Muyi, biting his chopsticks, asked in confusion, What's wrong? Is something wrong, Kai? Kai scratched his head shyly. Isn't Xiaoya's birthday coming up soon? I have a favor to ask. You don't want me to celebrate her birthday, do you? Jiang Mai asked suspiciously. No, it's just that cold school beauty. Kai Zi hesitated, finding it difficult to say. Seeing that Kai was shy, Little White Dove immediately spoke up for him, saying, He wants to know where he bought the light blue dress that the school beauty wore on Tuesday morning. Kai nodded. Xiaoya really likes it and wants it. Her birthday is coming up soon, so I thought I'd buy her an outfit. I'm too embarrassed to ask Leng Xiaohua myself, but you know her, so you can ask her and she'll definitely tell you. Jiang Mai finally understood what Kai Zi meant. This isn't difficult for me. I'll give it a try. After all, my brother needs help, so I'll help if I can. Seeing that Jiang Mai had agreed, Kai Zi was overjoyed. Thank you so much. You're a true brother. I'll get you food for a week. Since Jiang Mai had promised Kai Zi, he had to keep his word. So Jiang Mai picked up his phone and started asking Lung Ruoli. Jiang Mai. Lung Ruoli, the light blue dress you wore before was very pretty. Lung Ruoli was doing yoga in her dorm room, panting and flushed, when she was stunned after receiving Jiang Mai's WeChat message. Her cheeks immediately turned bright red. He noticed his clothes. He even complimented her on how nice she looked. Should I wear this dress when I see him today? Ding dong. Another WeChat notification came through. Lung Ruoli immediately checked the message. 1%. My roommate Kai wanted to buy a dress for his girlfriend, and he happened to see the one you bought. Did you buy it there? Lung Ruoli felt a little disappointed. Oh, I see. But Lung Ruoli quickly cheered up and replied after thinking for a moment. Jiang Mai soon received the WeChat message. Lung Ruoli. What a coincidence. I'm going shopping for clothes today. Let me take you to the mall. I happen to have a membership card and can get a discount. When are you free? Jiang Mai replied. I don't have classes today. I'm free. Lung Ruoli. See you downstairs at the dormitory at 12 o'clock. Jiang Mai repeated exactly what Lung Ruoli had said to his roommates. We're heading to the mall soon. Unexpectedly, the little white dove said, I want to go to the library with Suya. Lao he said, Yes, I also want to spend time with my girlfriend. And what about you? Jiang Mai looked at Kai Zi. Kai said apologetically, Xiaoya wanted me to go shopping at IKEA with her today, but I'm afraid I can't make it. I'll have to trouble you to go. So it's just me going? Jiang Mai pointed to himself, looking very annoyed. Alright, Just go all the way and help him out. Kai really can't leave. Besides, Lung Xiaohua isn't some wolves or tigers. What are you afraid of? Have fun today, Little White Dove said with a smile. Actually, the three of them tacitly avoided going because they wanted Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli to have a date alone. The school beauty has given such an obvious hint. It would be a real shame if they went. Besides, the cold school beauty is really nice, so Jiang Mai should seize the opportunity. As brothers, we should create opportunities for them even more. Jiang Mai didn't hesitate. It was just going to the mall to buy clothes, and he was going alone. What was there to be afraid of? So he went to wait for Lung Ruoli downstairs at the agreed time. Jiang Mai only stood downstairs for a few minutes, and countless pretty girls blushed and stole glances at him, some even unable to look away. Look, isn't that Jiang Mai? He's so handsome. Yeah, he's practically my ideal type. Wah. It's a shame such a handsome man can't be given to me. But who is he waiting for under the girls' dormitory? Could he be waiting for the cold school beauty? As a result, someone said dismissively, how could it be Ling Xiaohua? He must be waiting for Xia Xiran. Zhang Muyi is so infatuated with Xia Xiran. He proposed to her 99 times before. I heard that Xia Xiaohua has changed her mind about him now, and the two of them are probably together. Soon, a girl retorted. But when Xia, the school beauty, looked for Jiang Mai in the cafeteria, he ignored her completely. The girl sitting next to him is Lung, the school beauty. I didn't realize that Jiang Mai was using Lung Xiaohua to make Xia Xiaohua jealous. Xia Xiaohua is his first love, and men find it especially hard to forget their first love. Can't the two of them make up and go back to how they were before? But I just feel like I'm waiting for the cold school beauty. Xia school beauty is too heartless. She rejected Jiang Mai's marriage proposal 99 times, hurt his dignity, and toyed with his feelings. If I were him, I wouldn't go back to Xia school beauty. No wonder you're single. How could you possibly understand men's psychology? Besides, Zhang Muyi is a famous Casanova. I don't believe he'd let go of Xia Xiaohua. Just as a group of girls were arguing heatedly, a familiar, slender figure suddenly appeared. Everyone held their breath, extremely excited. The girl had long, flowing hair, red lips, and white teeth. She exuded a scholarly air, was both artistic and beautiful, and her pure cotton, forest-style long dress made her look like an elf. Her eyes shone brightly as she rushed to Jiang Mai's side. This is Xia Xiran. The girl who had just supported Xia Xiran was now smug. See? I told you so. Jiang Mai is definitely waiting for Xia Xiran. This made everyone else feel ashamed, and they were especially envious of Xia Xiran. Xia Xiran is so lucky. How come Jiang Mai can't forget her? Sigh, there's nothing I can do about her being so beautiful. If I were a guy, I would also be deeply in love with her. I really misjudged Jiang Muyue. He's such a spineless coward. Even after Xia Xiaohua hurt him like that, he still came running to her. He deserves to be dumped by her in the future. Amidst the grumbling of passers-by, Xia Xiran appeared quite refreshed. She was heartbroken after being rejected by Jiang Mai, and lay in bed for 2 days and 2 nights without any energy. Back in his dorm room, he became even more depressed. But a few minutes earlier, her roommate Xiao Miao had told her that Jiang Mai was waiting for her downstairs. She instantly perked up and quickly ran downstairs. The fact that Zhang Muyi is now waiting for her outside the dormitory clearly shows that he has changed his mind about her. That's true. He likes her so much. How could he possibly not want her? Xia Xiran couldn't contain her excitement and smiled at Jiang Mai. Mai, you've finally come to find me. You've finally forgiven me. Let's start over, okay? I won't do anything to upset you again. Chapter 36. Please don't presume to be favorable. When Zhang Muyi saw Xia Xiran appear, he said coldly, I didn't come here to see you. Please don't flatter yourself. Xia Xiran's face turned deathly pale. Her eyes naturally turned as red as a rabbit's, with tears welling up in them. She was smiling, but her eyes were full of sadness. If you didn't come here for me, then who did you come for? I don't believe you have no feelings for me at all. Stop being stubborn with me, okay? Xia Xiran felt that Jiang Mai was just saying things out of anger. He's clearly all bark and no bite. He's here to see me, a cold voice rang out. Xia Xiran trembled and turned around abruptly to look at the other person. The girl was aggressive, her cold face beautiful and resolute. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes swept over Xia Xiran with a hint of displeasure. She ushered in Xia Xiran's way, blocking her path, and turned to Jiang Mai with a slight smile. Let's go. Xia Xiran's eyes widened slightly. She saw Jiang Mai turn around indifferently and leave with Lung Ruoli. He just abandoned her like that. Other passers-by were also shocked by this reversal after seeing Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli leave. The girls who had just stood up for Lung Ruoli were extremely excited. Jiang Mai is really great. Xia Xiran deserves it. She didn't cherish what she had when she had it, and now she regrets it. Wow, Jiang Mai is so cool. That's Xia, the school beauty. How many men can resist Xia? Even if Xia were to try and keep him now, he wouldn't budge. He's so much better than those jerks. I feel so good right now. Who told Xia, the school beauty, to act so high and mighty just because she has some talent and looks? Jiang Mai really gave us a good thrashing. No wonder he gets liked by the cold school beauty. Xia Xiran, the protagonist of the story, burst into tears. Amidst the comings and goings of people, she could not hide the bitterness and pain in her heart. She crouched down, buried her face in her arms, and began to sob. Xiran, Yuan rushed over to comfort Xia Xiran. Xia Xiran sobbed uncontrollably, burying her face in Yuan's shoulder, her voice trembling with tears. I really did something wrong, but why won't he forgive me? Wah, and I even went with him. Wah, I've really given up so much for him. Why can't he be soft on me just once? Yuan looked at Xia Xiran, whose makeup had been ruined by tears, with mixed feelings. She nuzzled Xia Xiran's forehead with her head and said, but didn't he also give up a lot for you? If you could have softened your heart for him just once before, why would you be in so much pain now? Xia Xiran, with tears welling up in her eyes and her eyes reddening, choked out, I really regret it. I don't want him to be with her. I want to marry him and be together forever. Okay, I understand. Yuan could empathize. She had been through it herself, and had also had boys she liked passionately. Yuan said to Xia Xiran, you've only been sad a few times, but Jiang Mai has been sad a full 99 times. You can still express it, but he keeps it all hidden in his heart. Xia Xiran was taken aback. Yes, she had always seen him as optimistic. She assumed that he was indifferent to her not accepting his proposal. But now she realizes she was terribly wrong. It's not that he wasn't upset, it's that he didn't let her see his pain. It was just my own presumptuous assumption that he wasn't in pain. She should learn from Jiang Mai's spirit, like an unkillable cockroach that can be fully revived, instead of crying here. Tears won't solve anything. Xia Xiran stubbornly wiped away her tears and insisted, you're right. I have no right to sigh here. If I really like him, I should win him back. Exactly, it's easy for a woman to pursue a man, especially since he loved you so deeply before. He'll definitely still have some feelings for you. Men are very sentimental, especially about their first love. Otherwise, why would so many women's worst enemies be their first love? Yuan began to encourage Xia Xiran. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Yuan's reminder made Xia Xiran realize the truth. Why didn't she think of that? Yuan, thank you so much. If we get together, you'll be our matchmaker. Seeing Xia Xiran's happy expression, Yuan said with a smile, just give me a big red envelope later. I'm waiting to be your bridesmaid. Xia Xiran nodded. She had made up her mind. No matter how difficult it was, she would not give up on Jiang Mai. At this moment, Jiang Mai had already brought Lung Ruoli to the mall. When they arrived at the designated clothing store, the sales assistants were exceptionally attentive, serving them tea and water or providing explanations, showing them great care. I was wearing this dress before, Lung Ruoli said, picking up a light blue dress and showing it to Jiang Mai. Okay, then wrap it up. Jiang Mui nodded, then pointed to a light purple slit sundress next to him, and said, take this one down for me too. Aren't you buying a dress? Lung Ruoli asked curiously. I bought this for you. Jiang Mai's words surprised Lung Ruoli greatly. Her delicate red lips slightly parted. I got one too. Yes. Jiang Mai nodded. After all, you made the trip to bring me to buy a dress and help me out. I have to give you a gift, otherwise I would be too unreasonable. Lung Ruoli secretly rejoiced in her heart. She was surprised that he had thought of her. It was an unexpected bonus for her. My taste isn't very good, and I rarely buy things for girls. I don't know if you like this dress. Jiang Mai's gaze unconsciously lingered on Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli's face immediately turned bright red. She nodded vigorously and said, I like it very much. Then go try it on and see if it fits. Jiang Mai compared it with his naked eye and said, it should be your size. I'll go take a look. Lung Ruoli smiled gently. Her face flushed, and she grabbed her clothes and ran straight into the wardrobe room. Jiang Mai sat on the sofa outside for a while, and then a guy sat down and said with empathy, dude, you're waiting for your girlfriend to change clothes too, right? Huh. Jiang Mai was taken aback. This store is super expensive, but my girlfriend loves shopping, so I can't help it. I have to spoil her, the boy said with a smile. Just as Jiang Mai was about to explain that he wasn't waiting for his girlfriend, he heard the fitting room door click open, and then a beautiful figure walked out. Jiang Mai heard the boy exclaim excitedly. Wow, she's gorgeous. You're amazing, finding such a beautiful girlfriend. Jiang Mai couldn't hear anything. Now all his attention is on Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli's skin was fair, which matched the light purple color well. Her light brown hair was now tied up, with only a few wisps falling across her cheeks. Her features were charming and beautiful, and she had a shy expression. Her face was flushed, and her watery eyes were fixed on him. Her figure was perfectly suited to the slit dress. With a slight movement, her incredibly slender legs were alluring and captivating, and a tantalizingly white base extended down to the hem of the dress, casting a shadow. She wore a pair of champagne-colored high heels, and her pale pink toes were full and beautiful, with a touch of plumpness. She could be described as a rare beauty. Not to mention that she was now covering her chest somewhat embarrassingly, but you could see through her fingers that it was a very low-cut top. She was very well endowed. After all, she was a 36D, and the low-cut top made her look incredibly voluptuous. Chapter 37, a panoramic view of the mountains below, a scenery once familiar. How is it? Lung Ruoli bit her cherry lips and looked at Jiang Mai shyly. Very beautiful. Jiang Mai wasn't being insincere. He had to praise her. She was indeed incredibly beautiful, and how could she be anything less than the top of the four school beauties? Lung Ruoli's face grew increasingly hot. She kept her hand over her chest, looking very innocent and youthful, like a ripe peach waiting to be ripe, a truly tempting sight. She had never actually worn such a revealing dress before. The low cut and slit neckline really accentuates her figure. She felt even more embarrassed when she wore it to a boy she liked. Just as Lung Ruoli was feeling shy, she suddenly felt a dark shadow approaching. Before she could react, she felt a warmth on her shoulder. Lung Ruoli blinked her long, curled eyelashes and noticed a light-colored fox fur coat draped over her shoulders. She met Jiang Mai's dark eyes in surprise. I'm sorry, I thought it looked nice when it was hanging there, but I didn't expect it to be so revealing. Adding a jacket might make it look better, Jiang Mai said sincerely. Lung Ruoli beamed with joy, then shyly buried her face in her hands and said, Thank you. I like it very much. I'm glad you like it. Now change your clothes, and I'll have the sales assistant pack them up for you, Jiang Mai said to Lung Ruoli with a smile. Lung Ruoli shook her head and said, No, I'll just wear this out. Okay. Jiang Mai had no objection. As long as she's happy. So Jiang Mai went to pay the bill, and Lung Ruoli immediately handed the membership card to the saleswoman. The saleswoman smiled and said, There's a promotion today, buy one get one free, and one item can be free, so the total is 3,000 yuan. Jiang Mai was shocked when he saw the list. It was much cheaper than he had imagined. He originally thought that things in such a luxury store would be super expensive, but now he finds that they are actually quite affordable. After Jiang Mai took Lung Ruoli out, the boy who had just been chatting with Jiang Mai excitedly said, Is there a promotion today? Buy one get one free. The sales assistant replied expressionlessly. I'm sorry, there are no promotions today. But I just saw that you gave them a discount. The boy started arguing. The saleswoman replied expressionlessly. That's an event specifically for Ms. Lung. She's a VIP of our store, and she'll cover the cost later. There were no special promotions at the store. Lung Ruoli had already made arrangements beforehand to give Jiang Mai a discount when they came to the store, and she would reimburse them for the rest of the expenses. Lung Ruoli had only one goal, to minimize Jiang Mai's expenses. She didn't want Jiang Mai to spend too much money. She wanted to save him money whenever possible. Although Jiang Mai had become a billionaire heir, he hadn't actually inherited the wealth yet. Moreover, being a rich person means having very high daily expenses. Making money is easy, but going bankrupt is also easy. She wanted to leave him more money to run the company in the future, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. A fur coat like the one just now costs 70 or 80,000 yuan. How could it only cost around 1,000? It's just to give Lung Ruoli face. Lung Ruoli will pay the rest of the money to the shop owner herself in the end. At this moment, Lung Ruoli and Jiang Mai were walking in the mall. Lung Ruoli adjusted her fur coat and said to Jiang Mai with a bright smile, Thank you for the gift. I really like it. I'll buy you a gift too. What gift? Lung Ruoli then pointed to the cotton candy in the hands of a vendor not far away and said, This. This was quite unexpected for Jiang Mai. He originally thought the cold school beauty would only give him a car, but he didn't expect her to give him this little gadget. It's quite childlike. Jiang Mai chuckled softly. I'm not a child. Why would you buy me cotton candy? Lung Ruoli stuck out her pink tongue shyly and said, I won't say that I want to eat it. Besides, I want to coax you, regardless of whether you're an adult or a child. Okay, then try to coax me. Jiang Mai chuckled softly without thinking. Just as Lung Ruoli was about to run to buy cotton candy, she suddenly noticed that the supermarket manager was pushing a large number of shopping carts towards Jiang Mai. Her eyes widened slightly. Careful! Jiang Mai heard a hurried shout, and then felt his body being pressed down. He was then pressed against the wall by a soft body. A hot, sweet scent enveloped Jiang Mai's neck. He was somewhat flattered. She held his slender waist with her palms, pressing him against the wall. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow and saw Lung Ruoli in front of him, and his blood suddenly boiled. As she lunged at her, her white fur coat unconsciously slipped down to her ribs, revealing her round, delicate shoulders. A large expanse of creamy skin, with a subtle sheen, paired with a swan-like neck and deep collarbones, creates a vibrant and alluring scene. Not to mention that when she took off her fur coat, her chest heaved with nervousness, and her full breasts pressed firmly against Jiang Mai. The tactile feel is 100%. It's like having a panoramic view of all the mountains below, a scenery I've known for a long time. Jiang Mai thought to himself, this is going to be the death of me. Looking at Lung Ruoli's beautiful face and her alluring posture, Jiang Mai was clearly captivated. Her sweet scent filled my nostrils, not perfume, but her natural body fragrance, which was incredibly refreshing and invigorating. I'm sorry, are you alright? Lung Ruoli asked breathlessly, her face flushed with a faint blush that made her lips appear full and rosy. Thankfully, the shopping cart didn't hit Jiang Mai. It's nothing. I just didn't expect to be the one pinned against the wall by a girl. Jiang Mai's lips curled up. Lung Ruoli's ears immediately turned bright red as she explained, the situation was urgent, so Although his chest was strong and his hands were warm, Lung Ruoli was reluctant to let go, but she had to maintain some composure. Just as she was about to move away from Jiang Mai, a surprising scene unfolded. Lung Ruoli felt a hot hand climb onto her shoulder. This caused a pebble to be thrown into Lung Ruoli's heart, instantly creating a vast and turbulent scene. Her face flushed red, her fair and jade-like skin even more beautiful than spring flowers. Jiang Mai pulled Lung Ruoli's fur coat up without hesitation, for the simple reason that he didn't want her to be exposed or catch a cold. His skin was very smooth, but Jiang Mai had no evil thoughts whatsoever. I was simply trying to help. I didn't want to take advantage of the girl. However, he was unaware that Lung Ruoli's heart was pounding like a drum because of his actions. The whole world seemed to have become radiant. Let's go buy cotton candy, Jiang Mai said to Lung Ruoli, and then went to find a vendor. Lung Ruoli smiled excitedly, following Jiang Mai like a little fangirl. 2 cotton candies, please. Jiang Mai handed over the money directly. Lung Ruoli asked in surprise, didn't I invite you? You're treating, I'll pay. Jiang Mai smiled knowingly. I can still afford to buy you cotton candy. Consider it a way to appease you. Jiang Mai's unintentional remark secretly delighted Lung Ruoli. The two sat by the fountain, eating cotton candy without saying much, but Lung Ruoli felt an indescribable sweetness. Jiang Mai ate the cotton candy in no time, and the sweet taste lingered in his mouth. I don't know when he stopped eating cotton candy, but now he's had this unexpected opportunity to eat it. It's kind of childish, but Jiang Mai squinted at the pretty girl next to him who was eating cotton candy. It's quite amusing. Is there something on my face? Lung Ruoli asked innocently, looking at Jiang Mai's burning gaze. Her little hands groped her face haphazardly, but she didn't touch anything. Jiang Mai chuckled softly and said, this. Lung Ruoli felt his fingertips brush against her lips. He might have just been wiping away the cotton candy stains, but to Lung Ruoli, it was a moment of infatuation. She held her breath, her chest heaving with effort, making the lines of her breasts appear even deeper. Okay. Jiang Mai wiped the cotton candy off Lung Ruoli. His fingertips were still hot. He couldn't tell if it was from the temperature of her lips or from the heat of the melted marshmallow. It feels nice to the touch. He likes it. Lung Ruoli nodded shyly, biting her red lips. All right, let's go back. Jiang Mai stood up. Lung Ruoli was stunned. Going back now? Otherwise, what else do you want to do with me? Jiang Mai looked at Lung Ruoli with suspicion. Chapter 38. You've gone bad, Cold School Beauty. Lung Ruoli immediately blushed and shook her head, then got into the car with Jiang Mai. When Lung Ruoli returned to her dormitory, Mi Lu, who was looking at student information on her computer, immediately turned around and looked at Lung Ruoli. You're back. Her beautiful eyes narrowed, as if she had discovered a new continent, and she exclaimed in surprise. Wow, you weren't wearing this when you went out. You've become naughty. Faced with Mi Lu's teasing, Lung Ruoli's face turned bright red. It's not what you think. He bought the clothes for me. He bought you clothes on his own initiative. It's like a rare flower blooming. Milu exclaimed excitedly. Then she frowned and said, "But the heating is on in the house. Aren't you hot?" "It's a bit hot, but I can't bear to take it off. This is the first gift he ever bought for me." Lung Ruoli lay down on the Simmons bed with satisfaction. She sniffed her clothes, which still had Jiang Mai's scent on them. Lung Ruoli's face burned, and she couldn't suppress the joy on her lips. "Sigh, I really envy you. At least you know who you like. I'm still searching for a needle in a haystack." Milu sighed wistfully. "Haven't you found it yet?" "Yeah," Milu muttered. "There are tens of thousands of people in the school. It's too hard to find him. But I don't believe I can't find him by just waiting around." "Keep it up." Lung Ruoli cheered Milu on. You're so cute, beautiful Lung. Hee, you should hurry up and win over your crush. Then I can bring my guy along, and we can go out and have fun together." Lung Ruoli said shyly. "Whether I can win him over depends on whether he likes me or not. You're a stunning beauty, with a beautiful face, a great figure, and plenty of money. What man wouldn't be interested in you? If all else fails, just pounce on him. I refuse to believe there's any man who could resist you." Milu wasn't flattering Lung Ruoli. It was simply the truth. Milu considered herself to be the most beautiful girl in the school. At first, she was a little dissatisfied that she wasn't the most beautiful girl in the school, until she saw Lung Ruoli and felt that Lung Ruoli was simply stunning. She is stunningly beautiful, possesses an elegant demeanor, has a voluptuous figure, and is also the daughter of a wealthy tycoon. Lung Ruoli is the most beautiful of the 4 school beauties, and she truly deserves the title. Who can compare to her? After hearing Milu's praise, Lung Ruoli also began to look forward to it. I wonder if Jiang Mai has the same thoughts as Sister Milu. How embarrassing. But she has to work hard and make sure she wins Jiang Mai's heart. Inside the dormitory, Lao He, Xiao Beige, and Kai Zi were engrossed in playing video games. Old He, keep an eye on things. There are people on the mountain. Lie down, lie down. Little White Dove commanded. You're one to talk. Can't you drive a little more carefully? If you keep driving like this, we'll all be wiped out. I don't even want to ride in your car anymore. Old He roared. Kai was very frustrated. You two are being disturbed. You're going to be surrounded. You're doomed. You're going to die. Amidst several mournful cries, Little White Dove and Kai Zi had been killed, leaving only Old He. As the hope of the entire village, Old He was under immense pressure. Old He said, "Damn it, you 2 bastards died so young. How are we supposed to get a chicken dinner?" Little White Dove spat out. "Be steady. Control your recoil, you idiot. You're not only missing your shots, but you're also giving away your position." Kai got excited. "Hey, watch out to the southeast. He spotted you and is aiming. Shoot. Where is southeast?" Old He was in a complete panic. Just when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly felt a surge of heat in front of him. Suddenly, his mouse and keyboard were taken away. Knock, 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 knock. Lao He and the others looked at the boy who suddenly appeared in surprise and immediately opened fire. They were very quick and accurate, hitting the target every time. The enemy who was about to attack was killed instantly. Jiang Mai's marksmanship was impeccable. Even though the enemy was ambushing him from all sides, he showed no fear. He manipulated his character with agility and fired quickly. Gunfire could be heard all around until it stopped. Completed in one go. The page now displays the PUBG logo. You won. The 3 of them were stunned. Jiang Mai said calmly, "Simple." The Little White Dove squawked. "Damn, you really pulled off that stunt. But how did you get back? So fast. Are you even a man?" "I just came straight back after buying it," Jiang Mai said calmly, taking a sip of milk. "What else do you want? I saw you brought your ID card today, so I thought you'd finally seen the light. But you still disappointed me." Little White Dove said regretfully. "That's the cold school beauty, and she likes you. You didn't go for it? Are you even a man?" Jiang Mai rolled his eyes and said, "I brought my ID because shopping malls do random ID checks these days. What are you thinking? Besides, you and Suya have been dating for so long, and you spent the whole night playing werewolf at the hotel, didn't you?" Little White Dove, whose secret had been exposed, was a little embarrassed. Xia didn't agree, so I have to do some mental preparation. Besides, she's my girlfriend. It was bound to happen sooner or later. He glanced at Jiang Mai and said, "As for you, you'd better hurry up and make your move. The school beauty is so popular, so many people like her. If she runs away, you'll be crying." Jiang Mai said confidently, "Don't worry, what's mine can't be taken away by anyone, and what's not mine can't be kept no matter how much you try to hold on. Besides, Lung Ruoli and I are not even officially dating yet. We're just getting to know each other for now." They are currently getting to know each other. Jiang Mai has a slight liking for Lung Ruoli, but he is not annoyed by her, and it has not yet reached the level of liking her. He wasn't in a hurry to build a relationship. There was no need for him to settle for someone just to get out of being single. This was a responsible thing for both him and Lung Ruoli. Of course, if he's certain he likes Lung Ruoli, he'll act decisively and get together with the person he likes right away. That's his principle. He sighed. You're so lucky. You don't even know it. All the boys in the school envy you. They all think that the school beauty has fallen for you so quickly, and you don't even know how to cherish it. Stop talking about me. Let's talk about you guys. Didn't you have plans with your girlfriends? Why are you all in your dorms? Jiang Mai joked. Did you get tricked and are just huddling together for warmth? Get lost. Suya and I are doing great together, Little White Dove retorted. We're the ones who created this private space for you and the cold school beauty, and you're not even grateful. You're overthinking it. Stop wasting your time. Jiang Mai snorted and handed the dress directly to Kai Zi, saying, Here, the dress is ready. Kai was overjoyed when he saw it. It was the light blue dress that the school beauty was wearing. How much? Kai asked. Here you go. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. This amount of money is nothing to Jiang Mai. It's nothing at all. No, I can't take advantage of you for nothing. It's a gift for my girlfriend, after all. Kai insisted on paying. Jiang Mai nodded and said, Okay, then round it down to 1,000. Kai nodded and immediately transferred the money to Jiang Mai, saying, You're a true friend. I owe you a favor. Then when you bring me dinner tonight, add an extra braised egg and a chicken leg, Jiang Mai said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Jiang Mai lay down on the bed and went to sleep soundly. He was just waiting for evening to come so that Kai would bring him back a delicious meal. Just thinking about it made him feel like life would be so pleasant. When Jiang Mai woke up, it was already getting dark outside. Little White Dove and He went out. Without a doubt, they were going to find their girlfriends. Only Kai was left in the room doing his homework. Kai saw Jiang Mai and said, Are you up? Are you hungry? Hungry, please feed me. Jiang Mai was too lazy to get up. Kai nodded and said, Okay, I'll bring you food. Jiang Mai waited on the bed. After playing on his phone for a while, he noticed that Kai Zi had come upstairs quickly. Wow, that's light speed. Isn't the cafeteria crowded today? How come the food is served so quickly? Jiang Mai was somewhat surprised. Kai immediately gave an awkward laugh and said, I didn't go to the cafeteria to get food. If you didn't go to the cafeteria, where did you go? Why are you holding a lunchbox? Where did it come from? Jiang Mai looked at Kai Zi with suspicion. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Bento Box. Kai said, Oh, Xiaoya and her roommate signed up for a cooking class and learned to cook. This is the extra food they brought for us to eat. Musi, get out of bed and eat. So I'm being used as a guinea pig? Jiang Mai's lips curled up. So, are you going to eat it or not? Kai asked. Eat up, I'm starving. Let me see what good dishes are available. Jiang Mai immediately climbed down from the upper bunk. He eagerly opened the lid and was overjoyed. It's quite a feast. The bento box contained 4 dishes, stir-fried greens, cola chicken wings, beef with onions, and a large piece of chicken cutlet, as well as a bowl of soup, which turned out to be beef meatball soup. It looked incredibly tempting, making my mouth water just looking at it. It was clearly made by a girl. The attention to detail was remarkable. It looks pretty good, but I don't know if it will taste good. Jiang Mai picked up his chopsticks and started eating. How is it? Kai asked. Jiang Mui frowned. I can tell you're a novice. These chicken wings are obviously overcooked, and there's too much soy sauce. I'll eat some more vegetables. He tasted it again and said, The dish is alright, but it's a bit bland. Seeing that Kai Zi wasn't eating, Jiang Mui urged, Why aren't you eating? I just ate something. I'm not hungry now, you eat. Kai waved his hand. Okay, I'll eat it since I'm hungry. Overall, it's decent, not particularly delicious, but much better than any culinary disaster. It's edible, though. There's a lot of room for improvement, Jiang Mai commented. Kai said, Then you can eat it tomorrow? Jiang Mai asked in surprise, There's more. Kai nodded and smiled awkwardly. Indeed, there are still some. After all, we have to attend classes during this period, and you're not very accommodating, so they need your advice. Alright, so your real intention wasn't what it seemed. Jiang Mai chuckled softly. You think I'm too sarcastic? No, they're all girls. What bad intentions could they possibly have? Seeing Kai Zi's anxious explanation, Jiang Mai said calmly, Alright, I was just teasing you. Okay, then let them cook it for me. I don't mind. Why not eat a free bento box? As things stand, it hasn't reached the point where he can't bring himself to eat it, and it would poison him to death. Besides, she's Kai's girlfriend, so Jiang Mai couldn't refuse her directly. He'd just give his friend face. Jiang Mai quickly finished his meal. He said, It's exquisite, but unfortunately there's not enough to eat. How big is a man's stomach? Kai nodded and silently made a note of it. The next day, Jiang Mai discovered that Kai had even brought breakfast. Jiang Mui was surprised. How early did you get up to make this? It's only a little past 7 o'clock today, and classes are starting so early. It's Xiaoya's roommate using her to practice. Okay, have some. Kai handed the breakfast to Jiang Mai. When Jiang Mui opened it, he found a chicken cutlet and runny egg rice ball inside, along with some vegetables, sliced apples and mangoes, and cherry tomatoes. Jiang Mai noticed that the amount was significantly more than before. He took a bite right away, and it tasted much better than before. It suits my taste quite well, it's delicious, and the seaweed is quite crispy, Jiang Mai said with relish. That's good. You eat. I'll go to the cafeteria. Kai's words immediately made Jiang Mai narrow his eyes and ask in confusion, the cafeteria? Yes, Xiaoya is still waiting for me in the cafeteria. Kai nodded. Jiang Mai then said suspiciously, doesn't she prepare breakfast for you? It doesn't make sense that she would prepare it together with you. Kai broke out in a cold sweat instantly. He said awkwardly to Jiang Mai, well, of course she prepared one. We just got the lunch boxes and went to the cafeteria to eat together. Jiang Mai simply said, oh. Kai quickly made his escape. Then I'm leaving. Jiang Mai bit into his rice ball, a ripple appearing in his eyes. Haha, there's definitely something fishy going on here. He doesn't want breakfast to fall from the sky. When noon arrived, Kai quickly went downstairs on time. After seeing the familiar figure standing in the shadows, he quickly reached out and said, give it to me. I'll give it to him. Good. Just as he was about to hand the lunchbox to Kai, a cold voice suddenly rang out. That's too much trouble. Just give it to me directly. They were startled by the sudden male voice and looked in the direction of the sound. They immediately saw Jiang Mai leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed, staring at them coldly. Mu Zi, why did you come downstairs? Kai Zi said in surprise. Jiang Mai said calmly, you've been acting so strangely these past 2 days. I just wanted to see who was giving you the lunchbox. His cold gaze swept over the pale-faced girl, and he said, I just didn't expect it to be you. When did you bribe my roommate? The girl in front of me was Xia Xiran. Her long hair was flowing, and her pretty, small face was now hanging down sadly, with a hint of fear clearly in her eyes. Kai hurriedly explained, that's not how it is, she didn't bribe me. What is that? Xia Xiran immediately interjected, her eyes red. It's my fault. She choked back tears. I begged him, and he had no choice but to agree. I wanted to cook for you, so I asked him to find an excuse to make you a bento box. Jiang Mai rebuked. Then you can just give it to me directly. There's no need to lie to me. What he hates most is deception. In particular, they bribed his close friends to deceive him together. Jiang Mai felt a chill run down his spine. No, that's not how it is. Xia Xiran's eyes were already brimming with tears as she suddenly moved closer. Jiang Mai's thin lips were pressed tightly together. He was somewhat resistant to Xia Xiran's approach and took a step back. His clear drawing of boundaries was like a knife to Xia Xiran's heart. Xia Xiran bit her bright red lips and said in a tearful voice, I'm sorry, I was just afraid you wouldn't eat it, afraid you'd throw it away. That's why I beat around the bush like that. Jiang Mui watched as Xia Xiran's tears fell one by one, and he sighed deeply. Xia Xiran, you still don't trust me enough. Why do you insist that if she gives him a bento box, he will definitely refuse it or even throw it away? To be honest, even if Jiang Mai was still sulking with Xia Xiran after getting the lunchbox, he wouldn't waste the food. He could just eat the bento she made and he'd pay her. But Xia Xiran insisted on making something very simple complicated. Looking at Jiang Mai's cold face, Xia Xiran burst into tears. Don't misunderstand me. I'm so stupid. I always try to do things well, but I always end up messing them up. If you don't want it, I'll throw the lunchbox away. Jiang Mai coldly walked forward and directly took the lunchbox from Xia Xiran's hand. Xia Xiran's long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly. After noticing Jiang Mai's actions, she was greeted by the light. Now that Jiang Mai has taken the lunchbox from her, does that mean he's not angry anymore? As Xia Xiran looked at Jiang Mai with hope, Jiang Mai took out 3 red RMB bills from his wallet and stuffed them into Xia Xiran's hand, saying, consider it my payment for your lunchbox. I'll share this with others out of a sense of not wanting to waste food, but I absolutely won't accept it next time you make it. Xia Xiran's previously upturned lips suddenly fell back down. She saw Jiang Mai's resolute departing figure. In an instant, my nose turned red, and I felt extremely uncomfortable. Kai shook his head and said to Xia Xiran, this is the bottom line. I can't help you for Xiaoya's sake. You should find someone else. If Xiaoya hadn't owed him a favor, he wouldn't have continued to help Xia Xiran. Look, now I've offended all my brothers. It's not worth the risk. Kai went upstairs. Xia Xiran stood there dejectedly, her face devoid of any spirit, and mechanically began to walk towards the dormitory. Her roommates were all quite surprised when they saw Xia Xiran walk in blankly, with very obvious tear stains on her small face. What's wrong, Xiran? Are you crying? Xia Xiran's eyes reddened, and she said sadly, They found out I brought him food, and he told me not to do it anymore. As she spoke, tears welled up in her eyes again. Yuan and the others quickly began to coax Xia Xiran. Inside the boys' dormitory, Jiang Mai silently handed the bento box to Kaizi. Kai hesitated. This isn't a good idea. After all, it was someone who cooked for you. No, Jiang Mai said coldly. If Xia Xiran hadn't wanted to throw away the bento and waste food, he would never have accepted it. Kai sighed as he looked at Jiang Mai's resolute expression and opened the bento box. The bento box was different from yesterday's. It was braised pork rice. A spoonful of meat gravy was poured over the hot rice, making each grain of rice soaked in the gravy and plump. There was also a large, evenly sliced piece of braised pork on top. The meat was perfectly colored, with a beautiful balance of lean and fat, making it incredibly appetizing. Next to it were neatly sliced shepherd's purse and egg rolls, served with some side dishes and black pepper beef cubes. It looked absolutely delicious. In case they choked, I also prepared a seaweed and egg drop soup. As soon as you open the lid, a wonderful aroma wafts out. The entire bento box was plated nicely, and small flowers were carved from carrots, showing great care and attention to detail, which also matched Xia Xiran's artistic temperament. This looks like a delicious and thoughtfully prepared bento box. The little white dove on the upper bunk, attracted by the aroma of food, was immediately awakened by the smell. He took off his blindfold, shirtless. Upon seeing the sumptuous meal on the table, he immediately exclaimed, Wow, you're not eating such a nice bento. It must have been made by a girl. How thoughtful of you. You're a bachelor. How can you be so lucky? Chapter 40, I want to cook for the boy I like. The little white dove was very greedy and asked Kai to feed it a bite. Kai picked up a bite with his chopsticks and fed it to Little White Dove. Little White Dove smacked her lips and her eyes lit up. It's delicious. Isn't this better than the food in the cafeteria and takeout? You're so lucky. Sigh. I have a girlfriend, but she's just like a decoration. I don't know when I'll be able to eat her cooking. Jiang Mai remained unmoved by the little white dove's envy. After learning that Xia Xiran had cooked the meal, he lost his appetite completely. Kai Zi, standing beside Jiang Mai, looked at him, his lips moving as he said, Mu Zi, I. He wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Little white dove looked at Jiang Mai and then at Kai Zi with a puzzled expression and asked, What's going on? You two are acting strangely as soon as you go downstairs. Did you have a fight? No. After Jiang Mai finished speaking to the little white dove, he looked at Kaizi and said, Just say what's on your mind. I didn't betray you, Kai said, feeling very guilty. Xiaya asked me to do it, and I had no choice. I just thought it was a meal, so I brought it to you. I won't do anything like that again. The little white dove was completely bewildered and clearly didn't know what was happening. Actually, you could have just told me everything clearly without beating around the bush. If I hadn't become suspicious and come to check, I might still be in the dark. That's what Jiang Muyi was concerned about. Between brothers, let's be honest with each other. He's not some jackal or tiger that would get angry at his brothers. I'm so sorry about this. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that Xia Xiaohua made the lunchbox for you. From now on, if you don't go to class, I'll sign you in for you. Kai expressed his remorse. What? Did Xia, the school beauty, make this for you? Little white dove jumped up instantly. He was extremely surprised. Yes. Jiang Mai was very frustrated. I never expected it was her who did it. Little white dove nodded. Who says it isn't? This food is really delicious. It's made with great care. The dishes are perfectly matched. Aesthetics come first. No wonder it smells so good. You've taken this picture to the heavens. Jiang Mai glanced at the little white dove. That's the truth. Think about it. Xia, the school beauty, is such a proud person. Her family is well off, right? Now she's learning to cook for you, and she's even cooking 3 meals a day on time. Isn't that a sign of her good intentions? Little white dove clapped her hands and said, Muzi, if I were you, I would just go for it. Kai and Xiaobage shared the same thought. Xia Xiaohua was wrong to you before, but I think she has really turned over a new leaf now. Why don't you give it a try with her? Maybe you can find that feeling again. Jiang Mai frowned and said, It's a feeling that once it's over, it's over. It's not something you can just find anywhere. What if they click again? Don't jump to conclusions, right? Xia, the school beauty, is such a great girl. Of course, Lung, the school beauty, is also nice. Ugh, it's so hard for me to choose. Little White Dove clicked her tongue. Two of the most popular school beauties are both head over heels for you. Your luck with women is just too good. Kai said, Muzi, you can actually keep an eye on things. Of course, if Xia Xiaohua wants to get close to you, don't rush to reject her. Get to know her and give her a chance. Anyway, you're not dating yet, and everyone has the opportunity to pursue love. You can't just sentence someone to life imprisonment, can you? Seeing that his two brothers were speaking up for Xia Xiran, Jiang Mai said, I'm not the kind of person who would rekindle an old flame. Compared to me being moved, she might have given up on love much sooner. Let's take it one step at a time, Jiang Mai said, slapping the table. At worst, I'll just give up everything and stay single. Being single is so great, no need to worry about that damn relationship. Living alone is so comfortable and peaceful. You can save money on various holidays and even celebrate Singles' Day in a legitimate way. There are quite a few advantages to it. Jiang Mai's statement made his two roommates shake their heads in regret. Where did this idiot come from? He had quite a few romantic encounters, but in the end, he's still single. Whether it's the cold school beauty or the summer school beauty, giving them either one would make them extremely grateful. Jiang Mui originally thought that after he explained things to Xia Xiran, she wouldn't come to deliver the food anymore. Unexpectedly, after Jiang Mai and his roommates finished their classes in the afternoon and returned from the teaching building, he spotted Qian's figure huddled in the cold wind, waiting for him. There were students watching, of course, but she didn't care at all. That pretty little face was clearly red from the cold, and looked slightly pale, as if it had been frosted over. Her nose was bright red, and she was shivering from the cold. But it was obvious that she was afraid the food would get cold, so she covered the bento box to her chest and held it tightly, refusing to let go. When she saw Jiang Mai, a glimmer of light appeared in her eyes, and when she smiled, the corners of her mouth lifted, like a jasmine flower drifting in the cold wind. Fresh and elegant, yet captivating. Makino. A soft call escaped from her red lips. Little White Dove, Kai Zi, and Lao He egged Jiang Mai on, urging him to go quickly. Jiang Mai was pushed up. He cursed the three bastards in his heart for pushing him out to take the bullets at the crucial moment. Jiang Mui looked at Xia Xiran and asked coldly, Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to do it? You didn't ask me to cook, but without my permission, my desire to cook for the boy I like won't change. Xia Xiran's curled eyelashes fluttered, and her beautiful eyes looked at Jiang Mai longingly as she eagerly handed him the bento box. The cafeteria food is too oily, and takeout is unhealthy. Try mine. No need. Jiang Mui was about to pass by Xia Xiran when Xia Xiran called out to him. What do you like to eat? I'll cook it for you, okay? I'll bring you food again tomorrow. If you're not moved in 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, what about 99 times, 100 times? Xia Xiran smiled gently. One day you'll agree. Jiang Mai pursed his lips and looked at Xia Xiran. Xia Xiran is particularly persistent. She pursed her lips and said, Didn't you say you wouldn't waste food? Then you have to eat it all. As Jiang Mai was about to leave, Xia Xiran ran up to him and instinctively shoved the lunchbox into his arms, saying with a smile, Bye-bye, see you tomorrow. Without waiting for Jiang Mai to retreat, she waved to him, then smiled shyly and ran away. Jiang Mai's eyes were filled with complex emotions. He hadn't expected her to become even more determined after setbacks. Kai noticed something and said in surprise, Xia, you're so thoughtful. It's gotten colder today, and you even changed to a warm lunchbox, just in case the bento you made got cold. Jiang Mai hadn't noticed it at first, but after Kaizi reminded him, he did. The lunchbox has indeed been replaced. The little white dove stepped forward and draped her arm over Jiang Mai's shoulder. Her feelings for you are as clear as the moon. When will my man learn from her? You can't argue with that. I'm so envious of you, bro. Kai said enviously. Old he chuckled and said, If you're not going to eat it, then we'll eat it all for you. No one is allowed to eat it. Jiang Mai glared at Lao He and said, I have a use for it. Jiang Mai gazed meaningfully into the distance. Back in his dorm room, just as Jiang Mai was about to have his meal, Kai's phone rang. Muzi glanced at her phone, handed it to Jiang Muyi, and said, It's Yuan, Xia Xiaohua's roommate. She's looking for you. Jiang Mai answered the WeChat voice message sent by Yuan. Yuan's voice rang out. Jiang Mai, are you listening? Have you seen Xiran? Chapter 41. You'd better live up to expectations and win Jiang Mai's heart. Just met you, Jiang Mai replied briefly. She's such a fool. She brought you food again today, and we couldn't stop her. She's so stubborn. She insists on cooking for you. Yuan sighed. She enrolled in a cooking class for you. Even though she was exhausted from studying, She still had to stay up late to learn how to cook. Every time, she would shamelessly go to the cafeteria to borrow the kitchen to cook for you. She was a beginner, and her hands were blistered from being burned while learning to cook. Her hands were covered in cuts and scars. It broke our hearts to see that. Jiang Mai was somewhat surprised. He truly had no idea there were so many stories behind it all. Yes, how could Xia Xiran, a pampered young lady, possibly cook? However, Jiang Mai did not expect that she had learned it on the spot for his sake, and that it was not easy for her to learn it. If she could do it so well in a short period of time, she must have put in a lot of effort and time. Yuan took a deep breath. You have no idea how heartbroken she was after you rejected her at noon. Her eyes were swollen, and she even skipped class that afternoon. You know, she never skips class. We all thought she was going to give up, but she cheered herself up and cooked for you like nothing had happened after crying. I'm not saying this to morally blackmail you into being with her. I just want you to know that she cares about you. So please don't refuse the food she offers, for the sake of the food. Jiang Mai pursed his thin lips and said in a deep voice, I'm sorry, I accepted it to give her hope. I've already asked someone to return the lunchbox to the dormitory, Andy. Yuan was somewhat disappointed after hearing Jiang Mai's cold voice. She made a wasted call. She's hopeless. But Yuan wanted to say something more, but the WeChat call had already ended. Yuan was very angry. Why wouldn't she listen to reason? A boy who likes Xia Xiran so much back then is now so heartless. Yuan went downstairs and indeed found the lunchbox that Jiang Mai had returned. When she got back to her dorm, she happened to run into Xia Xiran. Yuan instinctively hid the lunchbox behind her back. However, Xia Xiran still noticed her attempts to hide it. Xia Xiran asked, What did you take? Let me see. No, it's nothing, Xiran. Xia Xiran snatched the lunchbox from Yuan's hand. Xia Xiran was heartbroken when she saw the bento box. Isn't this the bento box I gave him? Jiang Muyi returned it. Does that mean he has no feelings for her at all? Xia Xiran was very upset. Her eyes were wet, and she bit her lip until it turned white. Yuan felt bad too, and comforted him. Don't think too much about it. He probably ate today and couldn't eat anymore. He returned it to you because he didn't want to waste it. Xia Xiran smiled bitterly. All right, Yuan, I understand. Xia Xiran opened her lunchbox with tears in her eyes and ate her meal. The girl with glasses on the upper bunk, seeing Xia Xiran like this, said, I used to think Xiran should give up. After all, Jiang Muyi is so heartless. Now I think Xiran absolutely cannot give up. Why? Yuan asked in surprise. The harder a man is to conquer, the more devoted he will be to you. Besides, he's so popular right now. If you could become his girlfriend, countless people would envy you. The girl with glasses paused for a moment. You feel very safe in a relationship with him, and you don't have to worry about him cheating on you. He will be devoted to you. Yuan nodded. Xiran, you have to be strong and win Jiang Mai's heart. Jiang Mai is really great. It's all my fault for breaking his heart before. I think if you put in more effort, you can break through his firewall. Xia Xiran clenched her little fists, cheering herself on. Okay, I will definitely win him over. No matter what, I will not give up. Come on, let's go eat at Haidaleo instead of bento boxes, the girl with glasses suggested. We need to eat well to have the energy to pursue him again. At this moment, Jiang Mai finished ordering takeout in the boys' dormitory. I'm so full. I'm going to gain weight if I don't exercise. Jiang Mai decided to go to the playground to play basketball for a while. He hadn't played basketball in a long time, so it would be a good opportunity to get some exercise. So Jiang Mai grabbed a basketball and encouraged Xiaobage and the others to go play basketball. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the basketball court and received 500,000 renminbi, plus a 20x increase in stamina and a 20-point popularity buff. Basketball is Jiang Mai's favorite sport. In addition, he is very tall, so dunking, which is difficult for other boys, is a piece of cake for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai could easily throw the ball directly into the basket. The little white dove said resentfully, What kind of feed did you eat when you were little? How could you grow so tall? Now that you're here, you're just torturing us. Jiang Mai raised his head and smiled, then provocatively threw another ball into the basket. Just as Jiang Muyi and his roommates were having a great time playing, a clear shout suddenly rang out. Stop. Jiang Mai looked puzzled. He looked over and soon spotted a curly-haired beauty wearing 7-centimeter high heels walking towards him under the lights not far away. She wore a shirt with several buttons undone, revealing a hot figure with a deep cleavage and ample bosom. She wore a bodycon skirt that accentuated her peach-shaped buttocks, and her long legs clad in sheer stockings were particularly eye-catching. She ran quickly toward Jiang Mai, and they didn't care at all whether they were playing basketball or not. The opponent simply swept across the court and stole the ball. Jiang Mai was taken aback by that angry face. Everyone else was so intimidated by the beautiful woman's aura that they dared not move, all thinking that she had come to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, the other person suddenly threw themselves into Jiang Mai's arms. Jiang Mai was dumbfounded. He could feel two very soft, squishy things sticking to him and rolling around. Not only that, her arms were also tightly wrapped around Jiang Mai's narrow waist. This not only shocked Jiang Mai, but also the group of people present. Oh my God! The incredibly sexy and stunning beauty standing before me is none other than one of the school's foremost beautiful girls. Mi Lu. You should know that Mi Lu is incredibly sexy. She's a famous and renowned model, an absolute heartthrob. Many men wish she would throw herself into their arms, but Mi Lu was sexy but not promiscuous, and she never showed favor to any man. I've never hugged a boy so openly before. Jiang Mai was completely taken aback when the other party took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. Sis, can you let go of me now? He tried to pull her away, but she stuck to him even tighter, like superglue. The other person looked aggrieved, pouted, and said, You lied to me so badly that night, and then just left me like that. You heartless man. As a result, Little White Dove, Lao He, and Kai all stared at Jiang Mai. That look seemed to say, Tell me the truth, what are you hiding? Jiang Mai is now in a situation where she can't clear her name no matter what she says. What exactly is she saying that could cause such misunderstandings? Jiang Mai quickly explained, I didn't do anything. There's nothing wrong between us. He simply pulled Mi Lu away. Mi Lu looked at Jiang Mai with reluctance, even gently tapping his back with her fingertips. Why don't you contact me? Have you forgotten your phone number? Jiang Mai got goosebumps from her actions. He wanted to stay far away from Mi Lu, but Mi Lu approached him in her high heels, her beautiful eyes unable to leave Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai never expected that Mi Lu would be so persistent and bring up old grievances. He either forgot that day, or he simply didn't want to add it. We don't seem to have any reason to contact each other. Jiang Mai glanced at Mi Lu. The legendary sexy school beauty is a bit too open, isn't she? She started touching him right away. Men all know that Mi Lu has a really good figure, and it's hard to resist her. If Jiang Mai hadn't had the willpower and self-control, he probably would have already beaten Mi Lu. But Jiang Mai is a man of principle. He's not the kind of person who would casually have a relationship with a girl just because he's blinded by lust. Wouldn't that be beastly? On the other hand, Jiang Mai wanted to do it with the girl he liked. That was what made it feel real. Chapter 42, I'm not interested in you, sexy school beauty. Mi Lu swayed her slender waist, her entire body leaning against Jiang Mai, so Jiang Mai quickly pulled one of the boys forward. That was close. Mi Lu almost fell into the boy's arms. The boys, on the other hand, seemed to really enjoy it, feeling great looking at the beautiful goddess so close to them. He dreams of getting close to his girl. Why are you avoiding me? Mi Lu dodged her high heels, and even when she was angry, she was being coquettish. She looked at Jiang Mai, who was far away from her, with some resentment. It took me a long time to find you. Mi Lu is not lying. She waited patiently for a long time, but she never saw Jiang Mai. I also looked up the school's student information, but there were just too many copies, and I couldn't possibly look through them all. After searching until she was completely exhausted, she discovered that fate was still on her side. Mi Lu saw Jiang Mai right there on the playground. Jiang Mai was so handsome when he played basketball. He was dashing, tall, and imposing, and his slam dunks were simply breathtaking. Who can rival us? He's incredibly handsome. This is the one that stands out from the crowd. Who can compare? Mi Lu was overjoyed, but then she remembered that she had been stood up. She didn't care whether the basketball game was over or not, and ran up to catch him. We can't let her Prince Charming run away again. Who would have thought that after finding the person, they would now be avoiding him? Jiang Mui looked at Mi Lu, who was anxiously trying to grab him, and felt very annoyed. Senior, we're not that close. What do you want from me? Just say it. Jiang Mai never expected that helping someone would cause trouble for a school beauty. Mi Lu immediately said shyly to Jiang Mai, It's something very important. While Jiang Mai was waiting, Mi Lu replied, I want to go on a date with you. Mi Lu spoke very loudly. Everyone on the playground heard it and looked towards Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai immediately became the target of public criticism. It's so common for girls to confess their feelings to each other at school. It happens almost all the time. But now the girl who confessed to him is the school beauty, which is a big deal. The person in front of me is the sexy and hot me school beauty, super beautiful, with a great figure, a super nice personality, and a famous runway model. Her hot figure is so alluring that it can make people's noses bleed. She was the object of many boys' first love, and some people even made dolls based on her face and body proportions. Me, the school beauty, is alluring, but she has never been seen being intimate with any man. It's like she's surrounded by green leaves but never gets attached to them, let alone hear her confidently saying that she's going on a date with someone. This is absolutely unprecedented. It's a miracle. But this miracle happened to Jiang Mai. That would be even more miraculous. Many boys were envious and started gossiping about it. Jiang Mai's luck in running away from marriage is too good. First it was Xia, the school beauty, then Lung, and now Mi is also interested in him. Could it be that Jiang is secretly in love with him too? That's very possible. Maybe Jiang, the school beauty, will confess her feelings in a few days. Jiang Mai has some kind of charm that attracts school beauties. No one's girlfriend can stay beautiful forever, but Jiang Mai's girlfriend can. That's right. Each of these 3 school beauties is incredibly beautiful. They're all goddesses. But all of them end up liking Jiang Mai. What's going on here? I don't need much, Jiang Mai. Just give me one. Why don't I have any? Jiang Mai is simply a super flirting master. No wonder all the school beauties are infatuated with him. Previously, Jiang Mai was a backup boyfriend who was ridiculed by the boys as a simp and could never win over Xia, the school beauty. But now, they realize how incredibly foolish their initial ideas were. Is Jiang Mai a simp? Now the 3 most beautiful girls in school are chasing after Jiang Mai. If anyone's going to be a simp, it'll be someone else simping after him. Even the senior student known for his 1,000-woman slaying wasn't as outrageous as Jiang Mai. A 1,000-woman slaying is at least about quantity, not about slaying so many high-quality women. Jiang Muyi was taken aback when he heard Mi Lu's words. Senior, this is only the 2nd time we've met. Mi Lu smiled slightly. I know, but true love isn't about how long it takes. I'm interested in you and want to pursue you. Senior, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, I'm not interested in you, Jiang Mai said bluntly. Undeterred, Mi Lu replied. It's okay. Pursuing you will take time. After all, you're the first man I've ever been interested in. If you're not interested in me, we need to spend more time together so that we can develop an interest, and you'll be more willing to go on dates with me. Jiang Mai was annoyed when he saw Mi Lu's silver tongue. I don't have time. I have to play ball. He instinctively grabbed the ball to dunk, but Mi Lu grumbled and hopped around like an angry little rabbit, saying, a real man doesn't play with this ball. If you're so capable, come and play with her ball. That's what makes a real man. Jiang Mai looked at Mi Lu, who was following him like a little tail, and pinched his temples in frustration, saying, Senior, I can't play ball like this. It's better if we can't fight anymore. It'll make it easier for us to go into the woods, chat, and enjoy the night view. The night is long. It's no fun for you to waste it here. Mi Lu looked up at Jiang Mai and smiled. What's your name? No comment. Jiang Mai coldly took a long-range shot. It went in smoothly and easily. Wow, that's amazing. Mi Lu wasn't angry at all. She ran over and happily picked up the basketball, her breast shaking even more as she ran. Her breath was sweet and fragrant. Her eyes sparkled, and she held a basketball in her pretty manicured nails, handing it to Jiang Mai, saying, My name is Mi Lu. Remember that. It's the name of your future girlfriend. Little White Dove and the others immediately started whistling and making a fuss. Jiang Mai was helpless. He never imagined that at 22 years old, he would be flirted with by an older woman. How can I reject such a bold confession? Jiang Muyi thought for a moment and replied, I don't like people older than me. Why? There's a saying that a woman 3 years older than her husband is a golden brick. You already have a golden brick, so why don't you hurry up and grab it? You silly boy. Mi Lu snorted, but soon said happily, If you don't like relationships between older women and younger men, I can just change my age to be younger. That way, there won't be any reason to stop us from being together. She struck a sexy pose again, placing her hand on her pretty cheek and giving Jiang Mai a flirtatious wink, saying, Besides, I look quite young, so you definitely can't tell the age difference between us. Mi Lu was indeed not joking. Although she was 3 years older than Jiang Mai, she still looked quite young, with a face full of collagen and a great figure that made her very attractive. Jiang Mai wasn't interested in Mi Lu and said indifferently, Senior, I advise you not to waste your efforts. I would have helped any other girl last time. You don't need to offer yourself to me. Jiang Mai sat down on the steps, and Mi Lu plopped down next to him. Her slender and sexy body was very graceful, showing an S-shaped curve. Her delicate hand was placed on Jiang Mai's shoulder as she explained, Don't misunderstand. I didn't offer myself to you to repay your kindness by saving me. It's obvious that I like you, which is why I want to be with you. Jiang Mai could feel Mi Lu's fingers gently caressing him, an ambiguous gesture that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. As he tried to get rid of her, her beautiful face naturally rested against Jiang Mai's neck, her breath sweet as orchids. Why are you sweating so much? You must be tired. Let me wipe it off for you. She then began to wipe Jiang Mai's sweat with a tissue, and her own fragrance immediately filled his nostrils. Jiang Mai's breathing tightened. He suddenly stood up, snatched a tissue, wiped his face, and said, I can do it myself. Mi Lu pouted slightly, seemingly a little annoyed. Her breasts trembled, and she stretched out her delicate pink hand, saying coquettishly, Then give me your phone. There's no need. How can it be unnecessary? Mi Lu became anxious, her seductive charm rising as she relentlessly pursued her. Without your WeChat, how can I contact you? Jiang Mai was puzzled. Did I offend her in some way? Why has this become so entangled with me? I'm going back to my dorm. Jiang Mai instinctively and coldly headed towards the dorm building. Looking at his solitary and aloof back, Mi Lu immediately became angry. What an oblivious and clueless straight man. However, the more difficult the target is to win over, the more it arouses her desire to conquer. How could she, Mi Lu, let the man she had her eye on escape so easily? Mi Lu's gaze fell on a few boys on the court. She immediately raised her red lips and walked over with a graceful sway. Chapter 43, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. Handsome guys, I have something to ask you. Mi Lu gave him a flirtatious look that made everyone swoon. Xiao Beige and the others were initially surprised by Jiang Mai's indifference towards Mi Lu, but now Mi Lu came directly to them. Me, what's up? Little White Dove asked excitedly. You guys know that handsome guy from earlier, right? Mi Lu's wine-red nails lightly brushed her hair aside, making her ample breasts appear even more towering and difficult to notice. However, since Xia Beige and the others had girlfriends, they could only reluctantly look away from such a beautiful woman. My apologies, my apologies. Yes, I know him. He's our roommate, Lao He answered honestly. Mi Lu's eyes lit up immediately, and she asked, What's his name? Which class is he in? What's his WeChat ID? To catch a thief, you must first catch his king. Now that I've caught my roommate, how can the man she set his sights on escape? I can't betray my brothers. I can't tell you. Old He replied. Although Mi Lu is a pretty school beauty, she's not his girlfriend. Besides, brothers are much more important than women. How could someone betray their brother for such a stunningly beautiful woman? No, absolutely not. Mi Lu's lips curled up slightly, but she wasn't discouraged. A smile appeared on her lips as she took out her wallet from her pocket, pulled out 2,000 yuan in cash, and said, Whoever can get him to add me on WeChat, this money is his. If it's not enough, I can add more. The bright red banknotes caught the attention of several people. I never imagined that adding someone on WeChat would be so valuable. Keep in mind that the average male college student's monthly living expenses are only 1,000 yuan. His name is Jiang Mai. He's a sophomore majoring in design. Don't worry, miss me, just leave your WeChat ID, and I guarantee he'll add you on WeChat tonight, Lao He said with a smile. Mi Lu was overjoyed. She quickly took out a lipstick, wrote her WeChat ID in Lao He's palm, and then gave him the money. Make sure he adds me, Mi Lu instructed. Absolutely. Old He smiled slightly and watched Mi Lu leave. Little White Dove and Kai were very disappointed. They said to Lao He, We didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Everyone kept their mouths shut and refused to say anything. But you just betrayed Muzi. Muzi is usually so good to us. Old He happily counted the money. This is 2,000. 2,000 can buy so many things. Let's split it equally. As a result, Little White Dove and Kai Z very proudly refused. No. If you don't want it, then I'll keep it for myself. Seeing that the two were not happy, Lao He explained. Mi Xiaohua isn't some kind of jackal or tiger. She won't eat Muzi. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'm stupid enough to really give Muzi's WeChat to her? You've already accepted the money. Are you going to go back on your word? Kai Z asked, puzzled. Muzi has an unused alternate account. I know the password. I can just have her add the alternate account, Lao He said with a smile. Of course we have to take the money, and we can treat Muzi to a nice meal. Little White Dove's eyes lit up, and she said happily, Wow, Lao He, you're really something else. You've got a real amazing delivery service. You even came up with this idea. Isn't this a bit bad? Doesn't it mean we cheated Mi Xiaohua out of her money? Kaizi was still a little worried. She said she wanted to add Muzi's account, but she didn't specify whether it was her main account or a secondary account. I'll add her with my secondary account later, then we won't be lying. After hearing Lao He's words, they thought it was feasible. Without further ado, Lao He immediately logged into Jiang Mai's alternate account and added Mi Lu as a friend. After seeing the friend request notification, Mi Lu immediately accepted it. She went online and started flirting relentlessly, sending over 30 messages in half an hour, but received no reply at all. Mila was very puzzled. What's going on? Why haven't I received a single reply? Is he on a 2G network, or does he simply read the message but not reply? What Milu didn't know was that Lao He and the others happily took her money, bought a barbecue and beer meal, spending over 300 yuan, and went straight back to their dorm to have a feast. Jiang Mui was stunned when he saw the lavish barbecue and beer. What day is it today? Why did you buy this? Come on, eat up, don't be shy. Old He urged. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, they're only getting a proper meal because of Jiang Mai. How are they going to get anything done? Jiang Mai immediately started eating skewers. Little White Dove laughed and gave Jiang Mai a push. You little kid, how did you get to know Milu, the school beauty? Now she wants to repay you with her body. What a coincidence. It's not about fate, Jiang Mai replied dejectedly. It's a karmic entanglement. He recounted what happened that day in a straightforward manner. If I'm going to pursue you like this, it's definitely because I'm after your face and body. Being good-looking really can be a meal ticket. Me, the school beauty, is a super rich woman, no less so than Long, the school beauty, Little White Dove said exaggeratedly. Kai nodded. Muzi is really popular with girls. Xia, Long, and me, all of them like you. So many boys envy you now. But the question is, Muzi, who do you like? Jiang Mai took a sip of wine and said, I don't love anyone else now. Can't I just love the Empress? A two-dimensional character isn't good enough, is it? Although Boa is an eternal goddess, I only allow her to be my concubine, and you're not allowed to covet her. Old He said with a smile. Jiang Mai's favorite show is One Piece, and he is hopelessly in love with Boa Hancock. He has even collected quite a few figurines of her. Of course, Lao He also particularly liked the Empress. Get lost. Jiang Mai gently kicked Lao He with his foot. A concubine, my foot. Do you think your girlfriend would want to be the first wife? You have no sympathy for single people, even trying to steal a paper doll. Old He chuckled. But seriously, the figures of the three school beauties are no less than the Empress's. Look at Long. Her figure is real. It's comparable to the Empress's curvaceous figure. And look at Xia. Her waist is slim and her legs are long. Although she's not as tall, her proportions are better. Not to mention Milu. Hee, she's incredibly hot. Upon hearing Lao He's description, Jiang Mai couldn't help but start making comparisons himself. Old He is right. The three of them have different body types, but they are all top-notch and even more amazing than paper-thin figures. Her breasts are so large they can't be grasped in one hand. Her waist is slender and graceful, and her legs are incredibly long. She can pull off any style of clothing, from black stockings to white stockings and fishnet stockings. It was simply stunningly beautiful. Each has its own merits. Even so, it still smells like the Empress. Thinking of this, Jiang Mui took another bite of the kidney. This is amazing, so delicious. As a result, Little White Dove said with a smile, eat less kidneys. If you, a single dog, eat too many, who will help you if you get too much internal heat? You want to eat shit? You have a girlfriend, and you still can't solve that problem. Jiang Mai laughed and cursed. Screw you. I'm working on it right now. I'll hit a home run soon anyway. Little White Dove said, taking a bite of mutton. Jiang Mai was eating when his phone suddenly gave him a notification. When Jiang Mui picked it up, he immediately saw that it was a WeChat notification from Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli, are you free to come down now? Is Lung Ruoli looking for him now? Jiang Mai replied, okay, what's up? Lung Ruoli, I'll be waiting for you downstairs. You'll find out soon enough. Is it that mysterious? Jiang Mai, puzzled, took a sip of beer and said to his brothers, I'm going out for a bit. Where are you going so late? Kai asked Jiang Mai. Little White Dove winked and smiled. He must have a beautiful woman looking for him. Lights out soon. The dorm Andy's going to lock up the dorms. Hee, she's not coming back, is she? Old He chuckled in agreement. Looking for a beating? Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow and swung his fist. All right, hurry up and go. Don't keep that beautiful lady waiting for you. Little White Dove urged with a smile. Jiang Mui subconsciously started going downstairs. He immediately spotted a particularly conspicuous figure waiting there. All I could see was an enormous, thick blanket and pillow in her hands. The blanket and pillow seemed to weigh more than her, and she was struggling to stand there. You could barely see her head. Jiang Mai burst out laughing. He immediately stepped forward and took the pillow from the other person's hand, asking, what's going on? What are you doing with this? Chapter 44. I was afraid you'd be cold, so? This is a silk quilt that I had custom made. A cold front is coming tonight, and I was worried you'd be cold. Lung Ruoli's pretty face appeared. her big eyes crinkling with affection for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai was quite surprised. He hadn't expected Lung Ruoli to be so thoughtful and even prepare something for him. I do need a proper winter blanket. My current blanket is a bit too thin. Thank you. Here's the money, Jiang Mai said to Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli smiled slightly and replied in a very serious tone, I don't need the money at all. If you feel bad, you can treat me to mango taro balls tomorrow. Lung Ruoli didn't particularly like mango taro balls. Jiang Mai treated her to that meal, which not only saved her money, but more importantly, she could eat with him, which made Lung Ruoli feel warm inside. Okay, Jiang Mai agreed. Have you been drinking? Jiang Mai nodded. Yes, I drank a little. Remembering something, Lung Ruoli said to Jiang Mai, wait a moment, I'll be right back. Jiang Mai noticed that Lung Ruoli ran exceptionally fast, like a deer. He looked puzzled. Where did she go? Why did she suddenly run away? Now Jiang Mai could only wait there, clutching the quilt. After waiting for about 3 minutes, I heard a series of hurried footsteps. Jiang Mai saw a familiar figure in the distance. She ran very fast, her long hair flowing, her rosy cheeks flushed, and her chest swayed rapidly with her movements. Her long legs swept through the night, pinkish white, so long, straight, and slender, just like the legs in a comic book. Soon Lung Ruoli appeared in front of Jiang Mai. She was still a little out of breath from running, so she put her hands on her knees, and it took her a while to catch her breath. But when he looked at Jiang Mai, the smile in his eyes never faded. Her lips were as beautiful as a blooming flower, and when she smiled, it seemed as if the entire night sky was illuminated. She quickly handed Jiang Mai a carton of yogurt and said, don't drink too much alcohol. If you feel unwell, drink a cup of yogurt. Yogurt can protect your mucous membranes. You had gastritis before, so you need to take good care of yourself. Jiang Mai was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that Lung Ruoli had just gone to buy yogurt. He also grasped the key piece of information. How did you know I have gastritis? Jiang Mai asked Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli's face suddenly flushed red. She was a little embarrassed and said, I bought you stomach medicine before, so I know. Jiang Mai suddenly realized who had been secretly delivering medicine to him all along. Did you send all the stomach medicine and cold medicine I had before? Lung Ruoli bit her bright red lips and nodded shyly. A feeling of warmth welled up in Jiang Mai's heart. He never expected that Lung Ruoli would start paying attention to him so early. Therefore, she had always been secretly in love with him. But didn't he know that? Before Jiang Mai could recover from his shock, Lung Ruoli said shyly, good night. Good night. Jiang Mai waved to Lung Ruoli. Now his heart felt heavy, filled with an indescribable palpitation. He never imagined that all of this had started much earlier than he thought, and that Lung Ruoli's feelings for him were so deep. He hadn't even noticed Lung Ruoli before. It seems he was completely focused on Xia Xiran. So I missed a lot of scenery. He ran off excitedly when he saw Lung Ruoli, and she kept looking back, in a very good mood. Jiang Mai couldn't help but shout loudly, watch where you're going. Don't bump your head like last time. Lung Ruoli's face immediately turned red with embarrassment, and she ran faster out of shame. The last time was clearly an accident, but I didn't expect Jiang Mai to remember it so clearly. Ugh, so embarrassing. But she had a date scheduled for tomorrow, and she hoped to spend the whole day with Jiang Mai. That would be the best. After watching that beautiful figure disappear, Jiang Mai looked at the blanket in his hands and couldn't help but smile. I never expected Lung Ruoli to be such a meticulous girl. The gift they gave was truly unique. The first thing they gave me was a silk quilt. When Jiang Mai returned to the dormitory with a thick quilt, his 3 roommates were shocked. What's going on? Your blanket fell off? No, Muzi, your blanket isn't this style. Kaizi noticed Jiang Muye's blanket on the bed. Jiang Mai said truthfully, it was given to me by Lung Ruoli. Kai and the others were stunned after hearing Jiang Mai's words. I never expected that it was Lung Ruoli who sent the quilt. Little White Dove was very excited. Wow, the cold school beauty uses such a practical thing. I thought she was going to give you a sports car. Jiang Mai said. She wanted to give me a sports car and a private jet, but I refused. Jiang Mai spoke so calmly and indifferently that his 3 roommates doubted whether they had misheard him. You're not kidding, are you? What you just said is true or false? Little White Dove was still a little unsure. Old, he said, it must be true. Lung Xiaohua doesn't have that kind of ability. But I really admire Muzi. You're really not the same kind of man. You can reject a great beauty like Lung Xiaohua and also reject a super luxury car. If it were me, I would want both the luxury car and the great beauty. Kai glared at Lao He and said, you forgot that Muzi is quite capable himself. He's now a billionaire heir and owns luxury cars. Why would he want Lung Xiaohua? But Lung Xiaohua is really sincere. She's completely devoted to Mu Zi. She gave him a sports car before, and now she's giving him a blanket. Giving a blanket is a good idea. It's a gift for Mu Zi for a lifetime. What an implication. TSK. Little White Dove sighed, full of envy. When will my Xia be so considerate and gentle? I'll be so happy. After being reminded by the little white dove, Jiang Mai finally realized the meaning behind it. His heart was pounding. Oh my god, I'm being flirted with. No wonder she was so shy when she gave me a blanket. That's what she meant. However, Jiang Mai was a man who had seen many storms, so he pretended to be calm and simply put the blanket on the bed and tried covering himself with it. The size is just right, and it's really warm. Comfortable. The material looks really good. The silk quilt is so warm and cozy. Jiang Mai was very pleased. This gift pleased him greatly. A message arrived on WeChat at that moment. Jiang Mai then discovered it was Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli, have you finished your yogurt? He also posted a cute cat emoji. Jiang Mai subconsciously thought of Lung Ruoli's expression. It was quite cute. Jiang Mai, ready to drink. After taking out the yogurt, he subconsciously took a sip, then remembered something, and picked up his phone to take a selfie. While Jiang Mai was taking a selfie, his 3 roommates, who were like animals, started yelling. Wow, Mu Zi, time for a selfie. You handsome guy, who are you taking this for? Little White Dove said with a smile. Is it Xia, Lung, or me, the school beauty? Old, he asked with an exaggerated expression. Even the usually serious Kai Zi was corrupted. How about we take a picture with everyone from our dorm? He even wanted to jump up and appear in the shot. Jiang Mai has really annoyed me. Hey, can I take pictures for myself? You shameless bunch, go eat your barbecue. Jiang Mai laughed and scolded. The 3 roommates, all beasts of a beast, chuckled and muttered a few words before continuing to eat skewers and drink beer. Jiang Mai then took a picture of himself holding a yogurt drink and sent it to Lung Ruoli. No filters needed. Being handsome means you can do whatever you want. 1%. Drank it. After reading the message on her phone, Lung Ruoli's face turned bright red. In the photo, Jiang Mai has a long neck, fair skin, and striking eyebrows and bright eyes. He is exceptionally handsome and captivating. Lung Ruoli's mind was filled with all sorts of wild thoughts, which made her face turn even redder. Without hesitation, she started saving the selfie that Jiang Mai had sent her. It quickly became my wallpaper. Lung Ruoli can see Jiang Mai as soon as she opens her phone. Being able to see the boy I like every day is a kind of happiness. Inside the dormitory, the purring of a little white dove could be heard. Little White Dove, Kai Zi, and Lao He were all completely drunk, lying sprawled out on the chairs. Kai, drunk, was hugging Little White Dove's waist, with Little White Dove's stinky feet hanging near Lao He's mouth. Lao He was smacking his lips, thinking it was something delicious. Jiang Mai couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw it. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the WeChat messages. Only then did he realize that he and Lung Ruoli had started chatting on WeChat, going on and on for several hours. This was the first time Jiang Mai had the patience to chat with a girl for so long. It was lights out. Jiang Mai said to Lung Ruoli, all right, it's late, let's go to sleep. Lung Ruoli, good night, don't forget the taro balls you owe me. Jiang Mai couldn't help but chuckle and replied, little glutton, you're still thinking about it? Okay, I won't forget. Lung Ruoli, okay, see you tomorrow, don't stay up late, go to bed early. Jiang Mai felt a warmth in his heart and replied, yes, you too, good night. After Jiang Mai said good night to Lung Ruoli, he had just put down his phone when he heard another notification. A smile played on his lips. It must be Lung Ruoli again. Didn't I say I was going to sleep? Jiang Mai picked up his phone, only to find that it wasn't a message from Lung Ruoli, but a notification from a friend. Chapter 45, I'll warm your bed today. Jiang Mai was taken aback. Although there was no note, Jiang Mai was very familiar with the other party's WeChat account. After all, I used to say good morning and good night to the other person every day, and I always looked forward to their reply. But since blocking me, I haven't done anything so foolish again. The person who added him was naturally Xia Xiran. Jiang Mai refused without even thinking. As a result, another friend request came in, this time with an additional request to add a message. Xia Xiran, exam week is almost here. Shall we go to the library to study together tomorrow? Jiang Mai squinted and clicked reject friend. I won't go. Then another friend added me and replied, I can teach you English and make sure you don't fail your courses. Jiang Mai replied, no need. Jiang Mai is a man of his own mind. Once he makes up his mind not to look back, he won't let unnecessary emotions hold him back. There was no reply from them. They must have given up, which suits me just fine. Just as Zhang Mui was about to turn off his phone, he heard a ding-dong sound. He saw the latest message from Xia Xiran. Whether you come or not, I'll be here, and I'll save you a seat, just like my unchanging desire to cook for you. Zhang Mui paused for a moment. Xia Xiran is more persistent than I thought. Whatever, let her come if she wants to, it's none of his business. Zhang Mui knew that Xia Xiran was a very stubborn and persistent person. She used to study dance, and even when her leg ligaments were severely strained, she insisted on performing on stage. Zhang Mui fell asleep after sorting out his thoughts. His initially chaotic mood gradually eased after smelling the fragrance of the blankets. Zhang Mui's lips unconsciously curled upwards. That evening, a cold front arrived, and a chilly wind was blowing outside. Zhang Mui was woken up early in the morning by the complaints of Xia Beige and the others. The little white dove shivered, wrapped in 4 or 5 cotton-padded coats, and complained, "My goodness, the weather is too cold. I'm freezing. It's still autumn, but it feels like it's going to snow. Who says otherwise? I couldn't even get into bed with a quilt yesterday. God knows how I even climbed into bed, wrapped in a down jacket. Quilts aren't cold enough." He grumbled. Kai nodded. It was really cold in the latter half of last night. We need to turn on the heating, otherwise we really can't stand it in winter. Zhang Mui said, "Was it cold last night?" It wasn't too bad. He wasn't bragging. He really wasn't cold. The bed was warm enough that he didn't feel the cold air at all, but the strong winds hitting the windows yesterday were a bit scary. Instantly, he was met with hateful glares from several people. Kai said sourly, "The cold school beauty gave you an extra thick silk quilt. You definitely don't feel cold." The little white dove said enviously, "Yeah, it looks so warm. Muzi, are we brothers? Can I sleep here tonight?" Zhang Mui immediately protected the blanket that these people were spying on, and said, "No." As a result, little white dove excitedly climbed up and crawled inside. As soon as he lay down, he sighed contentedly. "My God, this is so great. So comfortable. It's incredibly comfortable to be in here. It's such a wonderful thing. I want to buy one now. Can I ask Cold School Beauty where she bought it?" Kai and Lao He were immediately intrigued and said, "I'll give it a try too." They quickly got into bed and snuggled under the covers together. Watching them tug at the blankets, Zhang Mui felt a pang of heartache. "Hey, don't tear my blankets. I still need to sleep here tonight. And how can you all have the nerve to be on my bed? It's going to collapse." There was an incident in the next dormitory where the upper bunk suddenly collapsed, so they were still a little worried about the safety of the bedboards. Only then did he reluctantly get out of bed and leave Zhang Mui's bed. "Oh my, I'll sleep with you tonight. Waiting for your favor, Your Majesty," little white dove winked seductively. "Get lost. If you're such an ugly concubine, just banish her to the cold palace." Zhang Mui shushed him. "But you don't want the pretty ones. All 3 of the school beauties wanted to date you, but you didn't like any of them." Little white dove chuckled. "So I had to let my brothers serve you a little. TCH, even if I'm pretty and don't find anyone I like, I'd rather not be as ugly as you." "Ugh, don't be so rigid about gender, bro. If you keep doing this, I'll tell your girlfriend how slutty you are." Zhang Mui glanced at the flirtatious little white dove. Little white dove sighed. "All right, bro, sigh. I'm so envious of you. I wish my Xiao was half as good as the Cold School Beauty. You know, the weather's getting colder, and she didn't even mention bringing me a blanket. Instead, she asked me to buy her some snow boots." Kai nodded in agreement. "Who says otherwise? Sigh, I'm going to take Xiaoya to buy gloves and a scarf later. Muzi really doesn't know how lucky she is." He shook his head. "After seeing this, I even want to break up with my girlfriend. When will my girlfriend be this thoughtful? All right, I think you two are secretly showing off your love this morning, making me feel like I'm being fed dog food. I have to go to the library. Exam week is coming soon." Zhang Mui said, already picking up his books. "I can handle everything else, but my CET4, College English Test Band 4, is my Achilles heel." Zhang Mui can only rely on rote memorization now, hoping that the god of exams will be kind to him and not let him fail again. The 3 roommates immediately looked gloomy at the thought of exam week. Exam week is packed with certificate exams, such as teacher qualification exams, CET4 exams, computer certificate exams, and accounting certificate exams, which are all very important. Unfortunately, these 3 roommates not only failed the CET4 exam, but also failed the most basic computer exam. It's already past 8 o'clock. There are no seats left. It's probably packed. Even if we sleep on the floor, there won't be a place to sit, little white dove sighed. That's not necessarily true. Zhang Mui subtly curled the corners of his mouth. He was certain that there would be a place reserved for him. "Muzi, you go ahead. I'll stay in bed and work on the computer. I can't afford to hang up again." Little White Dove felt that Jiang Mai was wasting his energy. She sighed, picked up her laptop, and climbed up to the top bunk. Kai is going shopping with his girlfriend, and Lao He is also tackling computer problems together. With no other option, Jiang Mai went to the library alone. The library was already packed with people. After all, it was exam week, and everyone was there to study. Plus, they could enjoy the warmth of the air conditioning. Xia Xiran had been sitting in her seat for a long time. She was waiting at the entrance before the library even opened. Of course, there were many others who started as early as her. For example, Xia Xiran's gaze fell on the girl in the upper right corner seat. The other person had fair skin that glowed like porcelain under the light. They were writing something down with a pen in their hand, their expression serene, completely undisturbed by the outside world. Her features were stunningly beautiful and flawless. Even observing her up close, Xia Xiran began to admire how good her skin was and how exquisite her features were. The two of them sat facing each other. There was an empty seat on both sides, but the two of them had taken it. In addition, their aura was so strong that no one dared to sit down. They were all waiting for someone. Chapter 46 Clash of the Two Goddesses. Compared to the composed Lung Ruoli, Xia Xiran seemed somewhat absent-minded. She didn't come here to study at all. She had already completed 20 certificates and knew all the knowledge in the books by heart. She doesn't need to come to the library. She can study well even in her dorm room. The real reason I came here is not for the sake of the wine. There is only one objective. The boy she likes. Xia Xiran herself was a little unsure. She didn't know if he would show up. As Xia Xiran nervously waited, clutching her skirt, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in her sight. He was handsome, tall, and dressed neatly and smartly. He carried a cool shoulder bag on his shoulder, and even though he was only wearing a black down jacket, he exuded an aura and handsomeness comparable to a top celebrity. As soon as he appeared, everyone became his background. He was looking around, his eyes gradually darkening as he looked over. When their eyes met, Xia Xiran became slightly excited. She smiled radiantly. He finally arrived. Her ideal man. Jiang Mai was already walking towards her. Xia Xiran bit her lips shyly, already eagerly pulling out a seat for Jiang Mai. She had left this place for him early in the morning and had specially placed things on it, just in case someone else took the seat. Xia Xiran held her head high, very confident. She felt that Jiang Mai would definitely sit down. Unexpectedly, the other person's tall figure swept past her. Xia Xiran's upturned lips suddenly froze. She looked at Jiang Mai in surprise as he pulled out a chair and sat down next to Lung Ruoli. His magnetic voice rang out. Have you been waiting long? Xia Xiran realized that the person he was looking at was not her, but Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli shook her head, her face flushed. No, I just notified you. You arrived very quickly. She instinctively handed the coffee and the thermos to Jiang Mai, saying shyly, try it and see if it tastes good. This is freshly ground coffee I made for you. Lung Ruoli got up at 6 o'clock. After all, studying requires a lot of energy, and it's easy to get sleepy after reading for a long time. So Lung Ruoli thought of making coffee for Jiang Mai. This was Lung Ruoli's first time learning to make freshly ground coffee, and the process took quite a while. There were some failed attempts, but fortunately, slow and steady wins the race, and Lung Ruoli succeeded on her last try, making a delicious cup of coffee. She just didn't know if it would suit Jiang Mai's taste. On the way here, Lung Ruoli was worried about getting cold, so she specially held the thermos cup to her chest and even jogged over. Thankfully, the coffee was still hot and hadn't gotten cold. Lung Ruoli had been waiting at the library entrance for a very long time. As she breathed out her breath from the cold air, she saw Xia Xiran appear. She didn't expect Xia Xiran to appear in the library as well. But Lung Ruoli didn't back down at all. Even if she were there, she couldn't make any difference. Lung Ruoli immediately grabbed a seat, but to her surprise, Xia Xiran was already sitting opposite her when she sat down. Lung Ruoli naturally didn't care about Xia Xiran. However, she was very afraid that Jiang Mai would mind. After all, Xia Xiran had hurt Jiang Mai so much, and Lung Ruoli didn't want Xia Xiran to appear too much in Jiang Mai's life. Which girl would like her boyfriend to have too much contact with his first love? However, when Lung Ruoli tried to change seats, she found that all the other seats were occupied. She had made a promise with Jiang Muyi, and she couldn't let him down, so Lung Ruoli could only remain in a stalemate with Xia Xiran. Lung Ruoli gently asked Jiang Mai, should we leave? Actually, there's a quiet study room here. She cared a lot about Jiang Mai's feelings. Jiang Mai calmly said, it's okay. He opened the thermos, and a pleasant aroma of coffee wafted out. It smells wonderful. Jiang Mai smiled at Lung Ruoli. Okay. Lung Ruoli urged shyly. Then drink it quickly. Not to be outdone, Xia Xiran handed the milk tea to Jiang Mai and said, "A little bit. I specially ordered the cocoa ballet for you, with boba and grass jelly, hot, 30% sugar." Xia Xiran specifically asked Jiang Mai's roommates for recommendations, so the taste should be pretty good. Jiang Mui noticed Xia Xiran staring at him nervously, then glanced at the milk tea in her hand, frowned slightly, and said, "No need." "Why?" Xia Xiran exclaimed in surprise. "Isn't this your favorite flavor?" "It's my favorite flavor, but I'll still buy it." Jiang Mai paused for a moment. "I won't wait for someone else to give it to me." He's no longer that foolish young man who wouldn't turn back until he hit a brick wall. He wouldn't just stand there foolishly waiting, watching her walk away without looking back. He will also learn to walk on his own, limping back along the path where he bumped his head and bled. He will feel pain and cry, but he will lick his wounds. By the time she came back to offer to treat his wounds after they had all scabbed over, it would be too late and unnecessary. "Congratulations, host. You have refused Xia Xiran's milk tea. Your integrity points have increased by 200. You are also rewarded with 20 study points. We wish you a speedy rise to academic star status." Jiang Mai was still somewhat surprised. Now his learning value has finally increased, and this is exactly what he needs now. Jiang Mai glanced down at the English book. "My goodness, I can understand most of it now. I'm no longer like chewing on wax, not even understanding the pronunciation, let alone the meaning." While Jiang Mui was still in surprise, Xia Xiran bit her lip until it turned white, her eyes were wet, and she clutched her skirt tightly. When Lung Ruoli saw Jiang Mai reject Xia Tide, she felt no secret joy whatsoever. Instead, she felt sorry for him. Jiang Mai must have found this decision extremely difficult. After all, his current composure must have been the result of numerous painful experiences. Here's my e-reader. It has an e-ink screen, so it won't hurt your eyes. It also has an English reading pen, so you can just tap on the part you don't understand. And here are the earphones. You can ask me if you have any questions. Lung Ruoli gently moved the items in front of Jiang Mai, her voice filled with concern. What Lung Ruoli gave us was a real lifesaver. This is exactly what Jiang Mai needs. Jiang Mai said thank you with delight. Xia Xiran found it very obscure and difficult to understand, and she wished that Jiang Mai could be more enthusiastic towards her. But she didn't give up. She quickly cheered up and handed all the books and notes next to her to Jiang Mai, saying, "These are the key points I highlighted, as well as my English notes. They are very useful. You can take a good look at them." This move immediately drew envy from everyone. Everyone wants to pass the CET-4, College English Test Band 4. After all, it's very difficult. But now Xia Xiran is actually willing to lend out her notes. It is rumored that Xia Xiran's notes are very clear and comprehensive, and that she is a top student who is very accurate in predicting exam questions. Whoever manages to copy the notes will most likely not fail the course and will definitely be able to pass the exam smoothly. However, Xia Xiran never lent out her notes. Apart from a few close friends who had seen them, no one else had been able to borrow them. This time, Xia Xiran actually showed them to Jiang Mui. Many people just want to peek and hope to score a few points higher. However, Jiang Mai never opened it. This made everyone extremely anxious. "Brother, why don't you open it and let everyone see it? We want to see what's inside." To everyone's surprise, Jiang Mui simply returned the books and notes to Xia Xiran, saying, "No, I'll study independently." System notification. Congratulations, host, for rejecting Xia Xiran's notes. You have gained 200 points of integrity and 1 million renminbi. Jiang Mai's words shocked everyone present. This beautiful girl painstakingly took notes, and now she's giving them to you for reference, but you don't even look at them and instead return them to Xia Xiaohua. That's a bit too heartless. Chapter 47, Surrounded by Stars. Xia Xiran's eyes stung as she looked at the books that had been returned to her, and a mix of emotions welled up inside her. If Lung Ruoli hadn't been watching, Xia Xiran would have already burst into tears. Xia Xiran is a person with a strong sense of self-esteem. She has always been the center of attention and the object of everyone's admiration. No boy has ever spent so much energy on her, and even lowered his pride to compromise. But he ignored her completely, even indifference, just like how she neglected him back then. Xia Xiran now believed in karma and retribution. She had repeatedly trampled on Jiang Mai's feelings, and now it was Jiang Mai's turn to subdue her. Xia Xiran's eyes were filled with tears, but she smiled and said in a trembling voice, "It's okay. You can ask me any questions you don't understand." Jiang Mai simply nodded slightly and began reading. He took a sip of coffee. It was very creamy and had a rich, mellow flavor. It's the flavor he likes. After drinking it, I felt warm all over. Xia Xiran continued her offensive, feigning a natural tone as she said to Jiang Mai, "If you like coffee, I'll make it for you today, okay?" Jiang Mai looked up and saw Xia Xiran's clear eyes. She smiled to herself, but her eyes were already red. It must have been very tiring. Jiang Mai paused for a moment. "No need." "No," Xia Xiran drawled, holding back tears that were about to spill from her eyes, shaking her head while maintaining a smile. "Anyway, I'm still going to make you a bento box, and by the way." "A bento box?" Lung Ruoli asked in surprise. "Yes, I want to cook 3 meals a day for the boy I like," Xia Xiran said gently. She gazed at Jiang Mai with affectionate eyes, her gaze carrying a hidden meaning. The students sitting nearby were instantly envious. Is it even possible to live? The fact that Jiang Mai was sitting next to 4 of the most beautiful girls in the school was already incredibly stimulating. As a result, Xia, the usually arrogant school beauty, now actually said she would personally make a bento for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai is so lucky. Everyone's impression of Jiang Mai has always been that of a sycophant. But what kind of simp is this? Simps end up with nothing, but Jiang Mai has everything he wants. The fact that Xia, the school beauty, pursued him made him the envy of the entire school, and even Long, the school beauty, fell deeply in love with him. Moreover, even the rumored sexy me, the school beauty, was quite interested in Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai's luck with women is off the charts. As they lamented their miserable lives while others seemed so happy, they heard the voice of the cold school beauty. "Bento boxes? I can make those too. Then you won't have to bother me anymore. Aren't you very busy? I'll do such a tedious thing." Lung Ruoli smiled amiably, but there was a hint of determination in her eyes. The war has begun. 2 women are fighting over 1 man. Now who can still study? Nobody wants to miss a good show. Isn't this even more exciting than Boruto? Xia Xiran retorted, "I don't find it troublesome, and I can manage my time reasonably. Besides, I know Muye's taste better. I'm afraid Muye won't be used to other people's cooking, and it would be bad if he got diarrhea." The implication is quite profound. Lung Ruoli's gaze turned icy, and her red lips parted as she was about to speak when a clear, cold rebuke rang out. "Xia Xiran, I'd rather eat the cafeteria's terrible food than eat what you make. Don't waste your energy. Also, don't disturb my studies," Jiang Muyi said coldly. System notification. "Congratulations, host, for declining Xia Xiaohua's cooking invitation. You have gained 500 points of integrity, received a reward of 1 million RMB, and gained 20 points of memory." Jiang Muyi's biggest difficulty was memorizing things. He used to have to memorize them by rote every time. Now, he can completely remember the knowledge points just by looking at the book. His memory has really improved a lot. Although it's not as exaggerated as being able to read 10 lines at a glance or remember everything he sees, Jiang Mai's mind is much clearer, and he can still remember words. After hearing Jiang Mai's words, Lung Ruoli regretted it. "I shouldn't have argued with Xia Xiran and disturbed Jiang Mai's studies. Besides, this is a library, and it would also affect other people's studies. Study hard." Lung Ruoli's eyes curved gently. Jiang Mai nodded and continued reading. Lung Ruoli's face flushed, and she secretly smiled before quietly beginning to study. Xia Xiran was heartbroken. She picked up her pen listlessly, not knowing what she was writing. She would steal glances at Jiang Mai from time to time. He didn't spare her a single glance, his eyes fixed on the book. He had never done this before. Every time, he would secretly follow her to the library, sit very close to her, and keep looking at her. Xia Xiran took a deep breath, trying to numb her frustration. Now, in addition to memorizing vocabulary, Jiang Mai also receives text reminders on the system panel, but because of his settings, they won't disturb him. "Congratulations, host. You have signed in at the library for 10 minutes. You are rewarded with 100,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have been checking in at the library for half an hour. You are rewarded with 200,000 yuan. Congratulations, host. You have signed in at the library for 1 hour. You are rewarded with 300,000 yuan. Jiang Mai spent a total of 4 hours in the library and received a total of 1.2 million yuan. He picked up his things and got up, satisfied. Xia Xiran had left 2 hours earlier, and Jiang Mai had silently accepted it. After all, Xia Xiran is someone who pays special attention to making good use of her time. Since she couldn't win him over, she would definitely give up. It's better to spend that time doing other things. As Jiang Muyi pondered, he heard Lung Ruoli's melodious voice. "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I remember a really good barbecue restaurant. Let's go together." Jiang Mai looked over abruptly and saw Lung Ruoli with exceptionally bright eyes. He tasted a hint of the sweetness of the spring water, and his mood brightened. "Okay," Jiang Mai agreed. Lung Ruoli was overjoyed. She followed shyly behind Jiang Mai, holding her book. I'll invite Little White Dove and the others. The more people there are, the more fun we'll have, and it'll be more cost-effective. Jiang Mai's words, spoken unconsciously, made Lung Ruoli pause for a moment. She then felt a little embarrassed. She actually had a little selfish motive. She wanted to eat with Jiang Mai, just the two of them. However, Jiang Mai can certainly gather this many people now. Lung Ruoli is an easily satisfied person. As long as she can have a meal with Jiang Mai, she's happy just to see him. As Lung Ruoli excitedly accompanied Jiang Mai out, a dark shadow suddenly fell upon them. For you. A bento box was handed to Jiang Mai. Looking up from Bai Jie's pretty hand, you can see Xia Xiran looking eagerly waiting. Didn't you leave? Jiang Mai was still surprised. He thought she had run away. So it came back again? I'm going to cook for you. I won't forget to make sure you eat 3 meals a day. Xia Xiran smiled gently. Studying is tiring, you can't go hungry. No. Jiang Mai, with a single-minded focus and without changing his expression, simply walked past Xia Xiran. Xia Xiran's hands were trembling, and she could barely hold the lunchbox. I'll still make you a bento box. Xia Xiran shouted at Jiang Mai's retreating figure. Jiang Mui stopped, turned around, and looked coldly at Xia Xiran. Do it or don't do it, but no matter how many times you do it, I won't eat another bite. Don't come looking for me again. Jiang Mai didn't want to accept the lunchbox, which would have led Xia Xiran to misunderstand that he had feelings for her. He dislikes lingering ties and getting entangled in complicated relationships. He and Xia Xiran weren't a pair of love-struck lovers. If they didn't have feelings for each other anymore, they simply didn't. Why should they stay together? I'm someone who enjoys the present moment and dislikes regrets. I pursued you 99 times so I wouldn't regret it, so I can also reject your advances so I won't regret it. Jiang Mai's gaze was unwavering. He has always been steadfast in his goals. If he likes something, he pursues it without any regrets. Proposing 99 times is about initial feelings. Not proposing 100 times is about maintaining dignity. System notification. Congratulations, host, for rejecting Xia Xiran. Your integrity points have increased by 300, and you are rewarded with 500,000 renminbi. Xia Xiran's tears instantly streamed down her face. She burst into sobs and ran forward, holding up the lunchbox and pleading. Just one bite, please. Just one bite. Please, don't leave me, okay? You're all I have left. Chapter 48. Xia Xiran. Are you really this humble? Xia Xiran cried until her voice was hoarse, and her eyes immediately became red and swollen like peach pits. Even Lung Ruoli found it very obscure and complicated. She understands the feeling of liking someone very well. She had felt the same way back then. Xia Xiran, are you really that pathetic? Jiang Mai raised his head, looking very disappointed. Even if I liked you before, I like the confident, optimistic, and persevering Xia Xiran, not the Xia Xiran in front of me who begs with tears and is so humble and sensitive. Seeing Xia Xiran, who had lost herself, Jiang Mai felt a heavy weight in his heart. Xia Xiran's throat tightened, and she looked up at Jiang Mai's cold face. His eyes were filled with intense disappointment, and he strode past her. He spared no glance for her, and her attempts to persuade him to stay were futile in swaying his departure. Xia Xiran held the bento box with a heavy heart, squatted down, and was crying her heart out when suddenly a tissue was handed to her. Xia Xiran was stunned. She looked up along the tissue and met a pair of beautiful yet cold eyes. Wipe it off, Lung Ruoli said in a cold voice. Go ahead and laugh at me if you want, Xia Xiran said stubbornly, her eyes red. Why would I laugh at you? Lung Ruoli raised her chin arrogantly. Or do you look down on yourself too? She could empathize with Xia Xiran's feelings and would never mock a girl who was hurt in love, even if the other person was a rival. However, her ability to empathize does not mean she sympathizes with Xia Xiran, nor does it mean she should give Jiang Mai to someone else. On the contrary, Lung Ruoli became even more determined to get Jiang Mai. She didn't want to regret it like Xia Xiran did, so she seized the moment and tried to enter Jiang Mai's heart to become his girlfriend. While Xia Xiran was still stunned, Lung Ruoli had already left the scene with a cold look in her eyes. This made Xia Xiran grip the tissue tightly, becoming even more stubborn. At noon, Jiang Mai and his group arrived at the barbecue restaurant, which was already full of people in small groups. The air was filled with the aroma of meat and the sizzling sound of grilling. As soon as a drop of hot oil is added, a wisp of smoke spreads, and the slices of meat begin to ooze oil. The beautiful marbling slowly changes color, turning a light, deep pink, as the meat gradually cooks through. Little White Dove and the others were already craving it, and started licking their lips. Even Jiang Mai was starting to feel a bit hungry. Jiang Mai's system panel also received a notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the barbecue restaurant and received 500,000 renminbi. As a bonus, you'll now have the ability to eat whatever you want without gaining weight. How to eat a lot without gaining weight. Wow, isn't this his favorite physique? Jiang Mai is actually prone to weight gain. He gains weight easily even from eating just a little bit, so he always tries to control himself. If he really can't resist eating too much, he'll exercise for a long time. Now that he has this skill, Jiang Mai no longer worries about gaining weight from eating. Counting calories is nonsense. Eating what you want is the right way. After closing the panel messages, Jiang Mai found a seat for everyone. Besides him and Lung Ruoli, there were 3 other roommates who were also quite rude, and they each brought their girlfriends along to freeload off the meal. The waiter had already brought the menu and handed it to Jiang Mai. Jiang Muyi subconsciously handed the menu to Lung Ruoli and said, "Take a look and see what you want to eat. Order whatever you like. It's on me." Little White Dove chuckled and said, "Oh dear, why did you give the menu to her instead of us brothers? You've forgotten your friends for the sake of a pretty face. Go away, go away. There are so many menus on the table, don't you have hands?" Jiang Mai glared at Little White Dove. Lung Ruoli's face was flushed, especially with Jiang Mai protecting her. She felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. "I'm not a picky eater, I eat everything. I'm not very good at ordering. You order for me." Lung Ruoli pushed the menu back to Jiang Mai and said shyly, "Okay, let me take a look." Jiang Mai opened the menu. "Can you help me with the selection too? I'm not picky about food." The Little White Dove started being sarcastic again. Old He chimed in, "Me too. I have decision-making difficulties. Muzi, can you help me out by choosing one too?" Lung Ruoli's ears burned as she listened, her beautiful face blushing with shyness, her lips turning a vibrant red, making her even more alluring. Jiang Mai lifted his eyelids and immediately began to teach his 2 beastly roommates a lesson. "Okay, then I'll order. I'll just order some pork intestines for Little White Dove and call it a day." Jiang Mai glanced at the menu again and said, "And I'll order some durian shrimp for Old He. Oh my God, please have mercy. I really can't handle intestines and other internal organs." Little White Dove cried out in pain. Old He was also crestfallen. "Is durian something you can eat? Putting it with shrimp, that's a culinary disaster. You absolutely mustn't order it." "Then do you two still dare to be so presumptuous?" Jiang Mai said with a smile, turning to their girlfriends, "Keep your men in line." As a result, Suya winked at Lung Ruoli and said, "Campus Bell Lung, you'd better keep a close eye on your man, or he'll bully my boyfriend." Lu Jingjing smiled and nodded. That's right, that's right." Old He and Little White Dove were so happy they almost clapped their hands. Their revenge had finally been achieved. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Mai, who was drinking water, almost spat it out when he heard Suya's words. "What the hell? What are you talking about? Suya is really something else. This woman really dares to say anything." Lung Ruoli's ears turned bright red from the teasing. She immediately became nervous after seeing Jiang Mai spit out water while drinking. She subconsciously began to gently pat Jiang Mai's back and even took a tissue to wipe his mouth, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Her delicate hands patted my back as gently as feathers. Even through her shirt, he could feel the smoothness and warmth of her fingers, and Jiang Mai felt as if he were on fire. Not to mention that now, as Lung Ruoli wiped his lips with a mixture of innocence and allure, Jiang Mai was instantly electrified. Damn, I'm numb. Even someone as shameless as him is now a little embarrassed. Especially those few animals on the other side. They were staring at me with malicious eyes the whole time. He regretted it. He shouldn't have brought those animals to dinner, and he also regretted letting them bring their girlfriends to torment him. It's nothing. What could possibly be wrong with me? Jiang Mai took a tissue and wiped his mouth. He looked at Suya with a resentful expression and said, "Could you please stop saying things while I'm drinking water?" Suya smiled and said, "I'm not talking nonsense. If you have nothing to hide, why would you spit out water?" As she spoke, she winked at Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli smiled gently. Her beautiful face turned towards Jiang Mai, her eyes so tender they could melt anyone's heart. She bit her lip and said shyly, "I will work hard to make him my man." Jiang Mai was very surprised. It was one thing for the people on the other side to be jeering, but even Lung Ruoli, they've been led astray. Chapter 49 The Cold School Beauty is the ceiling of pure desire. Jiang Mai felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Looking at Lung Ruoli's pure and alluring appearance now, I'm a little tempted. If anyone else said that, they would be incredibly shameless. But when Lung Ruoli said it, it actually sounded rather cute. However, Jiang Mai remained composed and tried his best to stay calm. Facing the cheers and screams from the other side, he slapped the table and shouted, "Time to order. Do you want the waiter to wait a long time?" This finally drew everyone's attention to ordering food. We then ordered honey-glazed beef, thick-cut pork belly, Korean mini sausages, short ribs, bone and lamb chops, snowflake beef, chicken wings, garlic scallops, small yellow croaker, bacon. I ordered a whole bunch of random things. Just order whatever you want to eat. Jiang Mai was ready to have a hearty meal. He helped start grilling the meat, and the aroma of the grilled meat was already wafting out. The meat and oil were mixed together, and the color was tempting. Just flipping the meat over, you could see that the pork belly was marbled with fat and lean meat, and it was dripping with oil when you picked it up. The aroma is irresistible. It's so enticing. Jiang Mai could even hear the sound of his saliva secreting. He instinctively took out his scissors and started cutting the pork belly into small pieces, sprinkling it with salt and pepper, chili powder, and cumin powder enough to make the neighbor's kid drool. Little White Dove couldn't resist picking up her chopsticks, only to be met with a glare from Jiang Mai. "They're not ripe yet. Wait a minute." Jiang Mai paused. "Aren't you afraid of getting diarrhea?" Little White Dove chuckled. "Iron stomach, what are you afraid of? We survived the era of toxic milk powder and gutter oil. We're practically invulnerable. It's no wonder we get diarrhea." As he spoke, he popped a few peanuts into his mouth. Jiang Mai felt that what Xiaobage said made some sense. They had suffered from bad food for many years, so why would they be afraid of undercooked meat? However, for safety reasons, Jiang Mai still made sure the meat was cooked thoroughly. Jiang Mai acted as the barbecue chef, and the grilled meat was naturally placed on Lung Ruoli's plate first. As a result, the other side let out a shout. Jiang Mai said matter-of-factly, "She's a girl. What's wrong with giving her some to eat first?" He is not biased at all, not even a little bit. Lung Ruoli smiled sweetly, gazing at Jiang Mai with eyes full of adoration. Of course, her face still flushed slightly at everyone's teasing. Xia said with a smile, "We're girls too. Why didn't you give us any?" "You have a boyfriend. Go find him," Jiang Mai sighed. Xia snorted and nudged the little white dove who was eating side dishes, saying, "Look at how Mai is doing it." The little white dove laughed and said, "I can't compare. I admit defeat. Muzi has always been the other people's child that his parents always talked about since he was a child." Xia snorted and reached out to gently pinch the little white dove. The little white dove chuckled as she ate the meat Jiang Mai had grilled, saying, "Muzi, did you used to run a street stall? How come your skills are so good?" Old he chimed in, "That's right. Lead us to get rich together." "Get lost. Just eat your food. You talk too much." Jiang Mai laughed and scolded. Jiang Mai then turned his gaze to Lung Ruoli and asked, "What else do you want?" "I want snowflake beef," Lung Ruoli said with a smile after looking around. "Okay." Jiang Mai started grilling something again. While he was busy, Lung Ruoli picked up a piece of pork belly and fed it to Jiang Mai, smiling earnestly and saying, "Here, have a bite." She felt sorry for him, as he was always busy and didn't even have time to eat. Jiang Mai took a break from his busy schedule and ate a bite. "It's really good, and the seasoning is just right. What else would you like to eat? I'll get it for you. Would you like some sesame sauce and some kimchi?" Lung Ruoli asked. "Okay, I'm fine with anything." Lung Ruoli started wrapping the grilled meat in lettuce. She was really skillful. Her fair and slender fingers quickly wrapped the lettuce beautifully. Compared to the boys who just haphazardly stuffed the food into their mouths and devoured it, Lung Ruoli's grilled meat and lettuce wrappings were so much prettier and neater. Jiang Mai was drooling as he watched. After Lung Ruoli finished wrapping it up, she held it to Jiang Mai's lips, and Jiang Mai ate it instinctively. While Jiang Mai was enjoying his barbecue, he noticed that several people across from him were snickering and even imitating them. In particular, the little white dove said directly to Xia, "Darling, come and feed me a bite." "Here, have a bite." Xia fed the little white dove. The little white dove was particularly exaggerated, saying with relish, "So delicious, thank you. Darling, could you feed me some more lettuce?" Jiang Mai subconsciously tossed a pack of tissues aside, then chuckled and spat, "You're such a drama queen. Stop it now, or I'll beat you up." "Ugh, I'm so scared." Little white dove immediately started to fall into his girlfriend's arms, burying his face in her chest, being incredibly affectionate. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Jiang Mai was so disgusted by the cheesy talk that he focused on grilling the meat. The smell of cooking oil was still a bit strong, and it was quite hot when grilling the meat. Jiang Mai already felt his body getting hot and sweaty. He wanted to wipe his sweat. A cool little hand then covered his forehead, and a tissue began to wipe the sweat from his brow. Jiang Mai's dark eyes deepened. The woman before him, Lung Ruoli had a slightly flushed face and a pair of bright, watery eyes that showed seriousness. She was very gentle, and when he noticed her looking at him, her cheeks immediately turned red, and she lowered her head shyly. But the act of wiping her sweat never stopped. She said shyly, "Let me bake it, and you can teach me." Actually, Lung Ruoli is petty. She just wanted Jiang Mai to have time to eat something. He's such a good person, always sacrificing himself to help others, which makes Lung Ruoli feel sorry for him. She wanted Jiang Mai to have a proper meal so he could relax a bit. Okay. Jiang Mai handed the pliers to Lung Ruoli and then began to instruct her. Lung Ruoli only realized how hot his hand was when she grabbed the pliers. She had never grilled meat before. There was always a chef to serve her, so she never had to lift a finger. But for Jiang Mai, she was willing to do something, even if it meant learning. The pliers were hot, but she wasn't afraid. No matter how oily or dirty it is, as long as I'm with Jiang Mai, everything I do will be happy and joyful. Lung Ruoli's lips curled up, and then she felt a wave of heat wash over her. Lung Ruoli's body tensed instantly. She could feel his warm breath, not far from her ear. It seemed that if she turned her head slightly, she could kiss him. His deep, captivating voice rang out, making Lung Ruoli's heart pound. When asked what exactly she wanted to say, Lung Ruoli's mind went blank. "I'm not quite sure." Uffed. Jiang Mai laughed out loud. Seeing Lung Ruoli's dazed expression, he immediately took the pliers and said, "You can turn the meat over now, or it will burn." I'm sorry." Lung Ruoli realized what had happened. She blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling embarrassed and ashamed of her blunder. It's strange, she's not usually like that. She's always very witty and calm in public. But when she was in front of Jiang Mai, she made a lot of mistakes. In Jiang Mai's eyes, he wouldn't think of himself as a super idiot, would he? Lung Ruoli glanced at Jiang Mai, initially worried, but was almost mesmerized by his smile. "He's so handsome. I really like it." Lung Ruoli's cheeks were flushed. After regaining her composure, she quickly began to assist Jiang Mai, and gradually, she went from being clumsy and inexperienced to being able to handle things with ease. Jiang Mai only needed to glance at her from the side, so he wasn't worried about Lung Ruoli getting burned. All he has to do is wait for the food. Ding dong. Lung Ruoli's phone received a notification, and the screen lit up. Xia saw something and exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this Jiang Mai's wallpaper?" Everyone's attention was on Lung Ruoli's phone. The phone wallpaper is actually a selfie of Jiang Mai in his dorm room, the one he sent to Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli hadn't expected to be noticed by Xia, and she was now clearly embarrassed and ashamed. She hurriedly put away her phone, her ears burning red, unsure how to face the crowd. She had no idea what Jiang Mai would think. After all, she took his photo without permission and set it as her screensaver. That's incredibly rude of her. She even got caught. Won't I be seen as a total fangirl and get disliked for this? Chapter 50, Protecting One's Own. Just as Lung Ruoli was feeling a little nervous and uneasy, Jiang Mai's quiet voice rang out. "I asked her to set the screensaver, and you're not happy about it? She doesn't use my photo. So what? Is she supposed to use your little white doves?" Lung Ruoli trembled and looked over abruptly. Jiang Mai exuded an aura of dominance. His eyes were arrogant and unruly, and he dared to directly challenge Xia. It's obvious he's trying to extricate himself from a difficult situation. Lung Ruoli's eyes welled up with tears, and she smiled sweetly, savoring a heartwarming sweetness. Xia was also a little embarrassed. She could sense the displeasure in Jiang Mai's lazy eyes. She said somewhat sheepishly, "Of course not." Little White Dove also glared at Xia. Xia realized her mistake. She hadn't meant to mock Lung Ruoli. In fact, she was a little envious. Lung Ruoli came from a good family, was beautiful, had excellent grades, and had many suitors. Not only is she an outstanding girl, but she also has such a brave attitude towards love. Not caring about other people's opinions, she directly pursued him. This kind of courage is something most girls don't have, at least she herself doesn't. So she seemed to feel superior at that moment and blurted it out subconsciously. Lung Ruoli slightly curled the corners of her lips, looked directly at Xia, and said, "I like Mu Yi, so it's normal to set a picture of someone you like as your wallpaper. Don't you do the same thing?" Xia began to respect Lung Ruoli and regretted her outspokenness. What right did she have to criticize Lung Ruoli? Lung Ruoli was good in every way. After hearing Lung Ruoli's words, Xiaobage and the others envied Jiang Mai even more. It's clear that the cold school beauty really likes Jiang Mai. Even when her shortcomings are exposed to his face, she can still face her feelings honestly without any beating around the bush or avoiding the issue. Jiang Mai's lips unconsciously curled up. "I don't know why, but I feel really good." Isn't this better than him eating 10 plates of fatty beef? Are you hungry? Eat up. Jiang Mai started putting beef into Lung Ruoli's bowl. Lung Ruoli nodded shyly and lowered her head to start eating the meat. This eased the tension. While they were eating, the voice of a food delivery driver could be heard outside. Hello, Mr. Jiang, whose phone number ends in 9287. Your takeout is here. Okay. Jiang Mai was the first to stand up. The people around were dumbfounded. The little white dove asked, Musi, you've already eaten barbecue, what else did you buy? Jiang Mai smiled mysteriously and returned after receiving the takeout. As Lung Ruoli curiously examined the food, Jiang Mai placed the takeout in front of her and said with a smile, Eat up. Lung Ruoli blinked slightly, looking at Jiang Mai in surprise. You bought me taro balls. What's in front of you is a mango taro ball grass jelly dessert. It was she who asked him to invite them yesterday. She thought he had mostly forgotten, but she didn't expect him to remember it so clearly. I promised, I won't forget, so that someone won't keep nagging me later. Jiang Mai pretended to be disgusted and then started to take away the taro balls. If you don't want them, I'll throw them away. I want it. Lung Ruoli hugged the taro ball tightly with both hands, clearly not wanting Jiang Mai to take it away. Seeing her protective manner, Jiang Mai couldn't help but chuckle and urged, Then hurry up and eat. Okay. Lung Ruoli nodded obediently, then opened the taro ball lid and started eating. This left everyone present astonished for quite some time. The aloof and cold school beauty, rumored to be indifferent to men, transforms into a sweet and adorable girl in Jiang Mai's presence. How many admirers of the cold school beauty would be utterly astonished? Jiang Mai glanced at Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli tossed her long hair aside and ate the taro balls in small bites. Her plump red lips were moistened by the taro balls. The taro balls made a gurgling sound as she bit into them, filling her cheeks up like a little squirrel eating pine cones. When she looked up at herself, her eyelashes were curled and her eyes were bright. It's very sweet, like eating cherries. Watching her eat, Jiang Mai's appetite increased, and he began to eat non-stop. Eating barbecue definitely requires drinking beer, and Little White Dove and the others had already started drinking. Jiang Mai's alcohol tolerance isn't particularly high, but he can still drink at least 3 bottles of beer without getting drunk. At most, he'll just get a slight flush. However, Jiang Mai underestimated Lung Ruoli's alcohol tolerance. She took a few sips of beer when she wasn't looking. As a result, his cheeks turned red, and he slumped drunkenly onto the table. Jiang Muyi looked at the already drunk Lung Ruoli with great surprise. Lung Ruoli? He simply leaned closer and tentatively asked, and Lung Ruoli immediately blushed and smiled dreamily. Muyi. A pleasant voice, with a rising tone at the end, like a kitten playing happily. Her slender arms wrapped around him, and she hugged Jiang Mai tightly. Jiang Mai was taken aback by Lung Ruoli's advances. His breath caught in his throat. Jiang Muyi could also feel Lung Ruoli's burning gaze, which almost made him lose control. No matter what, Lung Ruoli is still a stunningly beautiful woman with a great figure. However, now that he's in public, Jiang Mai has to maintain some gentlemanly manners. Otherwise, he'd be no different from a beast. Kai suggested, the school beauty is drunk. You should take her home first, so she doesn't catch a cold lying here. Little White Dove chuckled to herself. Yeah, with a beauty in your arms, you probably won't be in the mood to chat and eat with us. Go to hell. Jiang Mai glared at Little White Dove, thought Kai's suggestion was good, and said, Okay, then I'll take her back to the dorm first. You guys continue eating. After Jiang Mai paid the bill, he began to help Lung Ruoli walk out. After he carried Lung Ruoli into the car, when he was about to fasten her seatbelt, Lung Ruoli suddenly tumbled and knocked Jiang Mai down onto the car seat. Jiang Mai trembled, feeling a soft body caressing him from above. Her long legs, like octopus tentacles, clung tightly to his waist. Jiang Mui's breath hitched, and he said, Lung Ruoli, what are you doing? Wake up. She raised her tipsy eyes and laughed heartily. I know what I'm doing. Lung Ruoli's small hand instinctively began to slip inside Jiang Mai's shirt. The moment the cool palm touched his skin, it began to evoke a pleasant sensation. She kept rubbing her rosy little face against Jiang Mai's chest. Jiang Mai exclaimed that it was going to kill him. It's a sports car to begin with, and the seat is adjustable. With a casual touch of the switch, the seat reclined, and he was immediately pinned even tighter by Lung Ruoli, giving him more room to maneuver. Wah, you in at hashtag. Lung Ruoli pouted her rosy lips and mumbled something. Jiang Mai couldn't hear her clearly, so he leaned closer to listen carefully. With a loud smack, Lung Ruoli's red lips landed on Jiang Mai's face. Jiang Mai was shocked. Compared to his surprise, She laughed especially happily. Her hand ran through Jiang Mai's black hair, gently caressing it. Jiang Mui gasped and felt a tingling sensation. Lung Ruoli blinked her beautiful eyes and said, I like you so much, I like you so much. Let me tell you. Lung Ruoli smiled brightly. You've broken the law. Breaking the law? What law? Chapter 51. You stole Miss Lung Ruoli's heart, but you refused to return it. This judge declares you to have stolen Miss Lung Ruoli's heart and refused to return it. You're a complete villain. A truly wicked villain. A super antagonist. Lung Ruoli mumbled something for a while. Jiang Mai burst out laughing. He reached out and began to squeeze Lung Ruoli's shoulder. So, how many years are you going to sentence me to? Life imprisonment. You're locked up here for the rest of your life. You can't escape. Lung Ruoli stretched out her finger and tapped Jiang Mai's nose. Jiang Mai chuckled softly, looking at Lung Ruoli. Are you really drunk, or are you just pretending? Can someone be so clear-headed when drunk? But Jiang Mai didn't get a reply. Instead, his hand was bitten hard. Uffed, Jiang Mai gasped. Looking at the marks on the back of her hand, she said, You really bit me, and you bit me pretty hard. Lung Ruoli licked her bright red lips, looking fierce, but to Jiang Mai, it was just a coquettish gesture. I'll punish you. Okay, punish me. I'll take you back now, okay? No more fussing, okay? Jiang Mai reached out and gently rubbed Lung Ruoli's head, saying, Be good, okay? As a result, Lung Ruoli grabbed his wrist and wouldn't let go. Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes and gave a helpless smile. How am I supposed to drive you home like this? Lung Ruoli seemed to ignore his words, her small face pressed against his. In the dim light, she had transformed from her earlier boisterous self into a serene figure, her eyes closed, her cheeks flushed. She was no longer misbehaving, but she was exceptionally beautiful. Jiang Mai, who had originally just been watching from the sidelines, now truly felt that a fire was burning up on him. When Lung Ruoli was struggling with herself, several buttons on her clothes were torn open, revealing a glimpse of her white skin, and the straps of her black bra had already slipped down to her pointed shoulders. The dark ravines between the mountains are very deep and extend extremely far. Even though they are not visible on clothing, they can still inspire all sorts of fantasies. Jiang Mai deeply convinced himself. They're drunk right now, don't take advantage of them. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Jiang Mai took a deep breath and forcefully pulled his arms away from Lung Ruoli's embrace. He took a full 30 seconds to calm himself down. He dared not look at Lung Ruoli again, so he chose to drive. Hurry up and send Lung Ruoli back, otherwise, things will get very heated, and even his strong willpower might crumble. Jiang Mai drove to the school at almost drifting speed. Upon arriving at the girls' dormitory, Jiang Mai began to carry Lung Ruoli on his back. Lung Ruoli was completely drunk and didn't cry or make a fuss. She was exceptionally well behaved, making it easier for Jiang Mai to carry her to the bottom of the dormitory. System notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at the girls' dormitory. You are rewarded with 1 million RMB. When Jiang Mai arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, he was immediately stopped by the dormitory aunt. This is a girls' dormitory, you can't go in. Auntie, I'll take her upstairs. She's drunk, Jiang Mai explained to the dormitory auntie. When the dormitory aunt saw Lung Ruoli on Jiang Mai's back, drunk, her fierce attitude softened considerably. He really was drunk. You're a good boy. You didn't do anything inappropriate to the girl, and you even brought her back. You're a rare, good boy these days, the dormitory aunt exclaimed. Jiang Mui suddenly didn't know whether the dormitory aunt was praising him or mocking him. To be honest, if this were his girlfriend, he wouldn't want to bring her home at all. Isn't Lung Ruoli her girlfriend? Of course she should return her. Jiang Mai values genuine feelings. If there are no feelings involved, no matter how beautiful or attractive a woman is, he won't make a move easily. Auntie, could you please make an exception and take her upstairs now? Jiang Mai said. Okay, let's go upstairs together. The dormitory aunt was very responsible and followed Jiang Mai upstairs. When Jiang Mai arrived at Lung Ruoli's dormitory, he heard a familiar voice as soon as he pushed the door open. Ruoli, you're back. Why are you so late today? A woman wearing only a black tank top sat on the dressing chair with her back to him. She was painting her toenails. The pink toenails and bright red nail polish made her toes look even more translucent. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Jiang Mai had a bad feeling. But it was too late to hide. The other party has already started to turn around. Thunder from heaven strikes fire from the earth. The other person's eyes widened slightly, and then they exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Mai, what brings you here? Aw, that's great, you came to see me, right? This girl is Mi Lu. They're so happy they're practically jumping for joy. Jiang Mai was on the verge of tears. How had he walked right into the trap, into the wolf's den? You're Lung Ruoli's roommate? Jiang Mai never expected that fate would play such a joke on him. Mi Lu actually knew Lung Ruoli, and they were even roommates. Yes, but why are you carrying Ruoli on your back? Mi Lu asked, puzzled. What happened to her? The dormitory aunt said very enthusiastically, this young man is really nice. He said she was drunk and brought her back. So the guy she went out to eat with today was you? Mi Lu exclaimed in surprise, her face turning deathly pale. She knew that Lung Ruoli had gone out to eat with the boy she liked. Now Jiang Mai is carrying her back. Could it be that Jiang Mai is the boy Lung Ruoli likes? No way. There's no way this could be so ridiculous. Mi Lu immediately started convincing herself that Jiang Mai must have been too kind-hearted and carried Lung Ruoli back because she saw she was drunk. Yes, that must be it. Jiang Mai did not give a direct answer, but said to Mi Lu, take good care of her. When she wakes up, give her some hangover medicine so she won't feel uncomfortable. Okay, Mi Lu agreed. She gazed intently at Jiang Mai, unable to look away. As soon as Jiang Mai put Lung Ruoli on the bed and was about to leave, Mi Lu immediately started hugging his arms. You're so annoying. I sent you so many messages on WeChat before. Why didn't you reply? And now you're here to see me. So tell me how you're going to make it up to me. Mi Lu's soft breasts kept rubbing against Jiang Mai, who was very annoyed. Sis, I haven't even added you on WeChat yet. What are you talking about? How could that be? I clearly added you. Mi Lu didn't believe it and immediately took out her phone to show Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai took a look and realized that Mi Lu had added his alternate account. He immediately realized that it must have been those 3 beastly roommates who did it. Only they knew his alternate account password. This is my alternate account, I don't use it. You must have asked my roommates for it. Jiang Mai's words made Mi Lu realize that she had been tricked. She started cursing those 3 scoundrels in her mind for cheating her out of her money. But looking at the handsome and tall Jiang Mai in front of her, how could she bear to get angry at him? So she smiled and said, then add me on your main account. No need, Jiang Mai said calmly. I don't add people on WeChat casually. Congratulations, host. You have rejected the school beauty and have received 1 million RMB, plus an additional 20 points of learning value. Jiang Mai was very satisfied. With the added learning points, aren't I one step closer to becoming a top student? Mi Lu refused. No, you have to add me. Your roommates scammed me out of 3,000 yuan. You have to make it up to me. Jiang Mai cursed his roommates in his heart for actually accepting money from Mi Lu. Now Mi Lu has a perfect excuse to cling to him. They're the ones who scammed you. You can go find them, or I can help you get your money back. Senior, you'd better download an anti-fraud center app to avoid being scammed again. Jiang Mui distanced himself from the situation. Also, there's really no need to add anyone else. But, before Mi Lu could say anything more, Jiang Mai said, I have to go downstairs. This is the girls' dormitory. Although girls' dormitories are places many boys would like to sneak into, Jiang Mai was unmoved and didn't find it exciting at all. Instead, he felt that it was a den of iniquity. He wanted to escape Mila's clutches. The dormitory supervisor said appreciatively, this young man is right. Okay, the person has been delivered. Let's talk about anything else at another place. So the dormitory aunt took Jiang Mai out. Mi Lu was extremely reluctant to part with Jiang Mai. She practically leaned against the door frame, gazing longingly at Jiang Mai's back. She finally had such a handsome man in front of her, but he just wasn't interested in her at all. Is it because her face is unattractive, her breasts are small, her waist is not slim, or her legs are not long? Why is he unmoved? Mi Lu angrily stomped her feet and snorted. Next time we meet, I'll make sure you fall head over heels for me. Chapter 52 Remaining unmoved by a woman's embrace. Mi Lu's attention was focused on Lung Ruoli, who was now sleeping soundly, looking absolutely gorgeous. Lung Ruoli is so beautiful and has such a great figure, yet Jiang Mai remained unmoved. He's truly a gentleman. Very nice. She didn't fall for the wrong person. He wouldn't take advantage of a girl when she's drunk, which makes her much better than those groping perverts. Thinking about this made Mi Lu feel much better. Just as she was about to take care of Lung Ruoli and tuck her in properly, she suddenly saw Lung Ruoli's red lips move as if she were saying something. What did you say? Mi Lu leaned down. After she heard it clearly, her face turned pale instantly. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Mai began to severely torture his 3 roommates after they returned. The 3 roommates began to honestly confess how they had swindled Mi Lu out of 3,000 yuan. Jiang Mai rubbed his temples and said, go pay it back tomorrow. No way. If we pay back the money, Miss Mi will skin us alive. Oldie shouted. Serves you right. who told you to lie to her? Jiang Mai was cold and ruthless, with his arms crossed. Kaizi also realized the seriousness of the situation and asked, Mi Lu won't call the police, will she? That's very possible. I heard that a girl offended the school beauty me before and ended up dropping out of school. Little White Dove got excited. Hearing this, Lauhi panicked. We're roommates. Don't just stand by and watch us die. Mi Xiaohua really won't let us off the hook. Just add her on WeChat, and we won't have to pay back the money. We can just split it. Jiang Mai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Old he chuckled dryly. So, we'll have 3, and you'll have 7? Am I the kind of person who would sacrifice beauty for money? Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. Yes, the 3 of them said in unison. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. Then let's wait for Mi Lu to call the police and have you arrested. You really just want to watch someone die? Old he looked at Jiang Mai pitifully. Jiang Mai said, You're an adult now. You have to face the storms on your own, young man. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. After getting his clothes, Jiang Mai went to the bathroom to take a shower. Seeing Jiang Mai's ruthless appearance, the 3 little faces looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems we have no choice but to go and apologize. Yeah, otherwise, it would be strange if Miss Me let us off the hook. I just hope she doesn't do anything ruthless to us. Hey, little white dove, don't make it sound so scary. School beauty me is still a girl. She shouldn't be that vicious. That's not necessarily true. When girls get fierce, they can be terrifying creatures. A chill ran down the spines of the 3 of them. That's right, the last person you should offend is a woman. Tonight will be another sleepless night. After the cold stars and moon, the first ray of dawn pierced the faint light, waking the silent world. The chirping of sparrows filled the air outside the window. Lung Ruoli, who was fast asleep in bed, was slowly awakened by the chirping of birds and slowly opened her eyes. Lung Ruoli subconsciously realized that she was no longer wearing the dress from yesterday, but a nightgown, and her face suddenly flushed. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to be drunk, and her mind was hazy. She just remembered that Jiang Mai had taken her away. Lung Ruoli's tenderness was fully expressed in her eyes. She covered her chest and smiled shyly. Could it be that he changed the clothes last night? As Lung Ruoli tried to recall what had happened, the door clicked open. You're awake. I brought you some porridge, have some. Mi Lu swaggered in and placed the breakfast on the table. Thank you. Lung Ruoli nodded gratefully. You really drove me crazy last night. I removed your makeup and changed your clothes, and you were still so uncooperative. How are you going to thank me? Mi Lu sat in the chair and crossed her legs. Huh? You changed it? Lung Ruoli asked. Her red lips slightly parted in surprise. Otherwise, who do you think switched it? Mi Lu raised an eyebrow. Jiang Mai. Upon hearing Mi Lu mention Jiang Mai, Lung Ruoli blushed deeply and even covered her face in embarrassment, saying, No. She definitely wouldn't tell Sister Milu that she had just been having inappropriate thoughts. How could you say something so shameful? However, Lung Ruoli quickly came to her senses and asked curiously, Sister Milu, how do you know Jiang Mai? Mi Lu is currently a senior in college doing an internship. She's often busy with model training at the company and rarely pays attention to school matters. She doesn't use the school's intranet either, and she and Jiang Mai aren't in the same major, so they don't interact much. Because, Mi Lu said, placing her slender hand on her cheek and looking at Lung Ruoli meaningfully. You were drunk last night and kept calling out Jiang Mai. I love you all night long, at least 200 or 300 times. Oh, really? Lung Ruoli became even more shy. Is she really that bold and explicit at night? Yes. Mi Lu sighed and looked at Lung Ruoli with a wistful expression. So Jiang Mai is the person you've always had a crush on? Yes, I've always liked him. Lung Ruoli is a person who dares to love and hate. Since she likes someone, she bravely admits it, and there's no reason to hide her feelings. There's nothing shameful about liking someone. Who? Mi Lu took a deep breath, then gave a desolate smile. Do you know what? I'm interested in him. Upon hearing Mi Lu's words, Lung Ruoli's face showed surprise. Her eyes widened in disbelief at what she was hearing. What? Sister Milu, you're interested in him? Could it be that he was the person you were looking for last time? Yes. I never imagined that my sister and I would both fall for the same boy. It's such a cruel twist of fate. Mi Lu sighed. Although Lung Ruoli was surprised upon hearing this, she quickly composed herself. Sister Mi Lu, even if you are my best friend, I will not give up Jiang Mai. I like him, and I will not back down just because you like him too. You can blame me or resent me. I will not be angry, but I must tell you that Jiang Mai is my bottom line, and no one can cross my bottom line. Lung Ruoli told Mi Lu her thoughts in one breath. She was actually nervous. She knew that when she told Milu all this, Milu would definitely be angry, complain, and even want to break off their relationship. Even so, Lung Ruoli still chose to fall in love with Jiang Mai without hesitation. I want to pursue Jiang Mai. Even if the world ends and the sky falls, she will never stop loving Jiang Mai. She will love him until the last second before she dies. However, the outburst that Lung Ruoli had imagined did not occur. But she heard Mila chuckle softly. Ruoli, you are so cute. If I were a man, I would definitely marry you. Lung Ruoli was stunned on the spot. Huh. If any other girl like Jiang Mai, I would fight her to the death, and we would never speak to each other again. But I don't dislike you at all because you like Jiang Mai. In fact, I think there's nothing wrong with two women serving one husband. Milu's red lips curled up. This completely shocked Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli's face flushed red instantly, and she exclaimed anxiously, Sister Milu, stop fooling around. Look at you. I can't even tease you properly. Milu teased. Fine, since we both like Jiang Mai, let's compete fairly. Anyway, Jiang Mai is single now, and everyone has the right to pursue love. Lung Ruoli nodded, her thoughts coinciding with Milu's. I won't give in to you just because you're my best friend. Milu snorted. You think I'd let you have your way? I declare you've met your strongest rival in love yet. I'm not afraid at all. Lung Ruoli smiled. Then you'll have to face the biggest challenge yet. I'm determined to get Jiang Mai. Milu definitely wouldn't give up on Jiang Mai, but she still had some compassion for Lung Ruoli. If Lung Ruoli really fails to win Jiang Mai's heart, I will definitely make it up to her. After all, you need a man, and you need a best friend too. After Milu and Lung Ruoli opened up to each other, their relationship improved even more. Just when Milu was struggling with how to contact Jiang Mai, the opportunity came knocking. Seeing the three boys blocking her way, Milu crossed her arms, her fox-like eyes gleaming, and snorted coldly. So you know you're walking right into our trap? Senior Me, we were wrong. We shouldn't have lied to you. Please don't call the police and have us arrested. If you need any help, just let us know. Old He apologized sincerely and gave Milu 2,000 yuan. Call the police? Mila was a little confused. Seeing the fear in the three people's eyes, she realized that her chance to turn the tide had arrived. Yes, your behavior is egregious and could lead to arrest. But I'm acknowledging that this is your first offense and am willing to give you a chance to reform. A deep smile appeared in Milu's eyes. This excited the three of them, and they quickly asked, Senior Me, what do you want us to do? Chapter 53 Boys need to take good care of themselves when they're out. Milu Yin smiled beautifully. I don't need the 2,000, consider it a free gift to you, but you must submit a document about Jiang Mai. For example, I need to tell him everything about his hobbies, interests, what he usually does, his clothing size, his zodiac sign, and his romantic history. If you want to pursue a man, you must know yourself and your enemy, and you will win every battle. She never fights a battle she's not confident of winning. She was worried about not having enough helpers, but now that Jiang Mai's three roommates were in front of her, Milu saw a turning point. With the help of Jiang Mai's brother, her chances of winning him over have greatly increased. Senior Sister Me, please don't make things difficult for us. You can't betray your brothers like this. Old He was very embarrassed. Although he likes money, his brothers are still more important. The other two nodded in agreement. Jiang Mai had always treated them well. How could they betray their brother? This isn't betraying your brother, it's helping him out. Your brother is single right now. How can you be so heartless? You definitely have to help him find a partner so he can get rid of his single status and enter a happy and fulfilling future. Milu tempted. Aren't you afraid I'll hold you accountable for cheating you out of money? If things really escalate, you'll suffer the consequences. Seeing the three of them still hesitating, Milu pouted and muttered something, using reverse psychology. Besides, I was just testing how well you understand your brothers. You wouldn't. You don't even know this. What kind of brothers are you? The little white dove retorted. We're true brothers. How could we not know this? Come on, let me tell you. Little white dove, Kai shouted. Little white dove rolled up her sleeves and said, we made a mistake, so we should make amends. Besides, Miss Mi's request isn't unreasonable. If Mu Zi finds a partner now, he should thank us for our help. Kai thought it made a lot of sense. If his brothers didn't help him out, Jiang Mai might really have remained a bachelor forever. As a brother, I'll definitely give them a push. Actually, Senior Milu is pretty good. She's rich, beautiful, has a great figure, and is very warm and generous. Maybe she and Jiang Mai are really a good match. Besides, they were wrong to embezzle the money back then, and now that they have a chance to make amends, they shouldn't hesitate. Okay, then I'll tell you everything. Kai made up his mind and told Milu everything in detail. Milu was very surprised after hearing this. She had heard that there was a famous Casanova at school who would go to propose to Xia Xiran every day, rain or shine. But she wasn't a gossipy person, and besides, she was too busy with work to bother finding out. But Milu never expected that this Casanova was actually Jiang Mai. No wonder Leng Ruoli is so beautiful. At first, she only had a crush on Jiang Mai and didn't make any advances. It turns out that Jiang Mai was still deeply in love with Xia Xiran and couldn't extricate himself from it. However, judging from Kai Zi's tone, Jiang Mai has already moved on and let go of Xia Xiran. This also created an opportunity for Milu. What does a heartbroken man need most? Of course, it's the comfort of a beautiful woman and the nourishment of love. Milu didn't care about Jiang Mai's past. As long as he had her in his future, that was enough. She decided to seize this opportunity and make her move on Jiang Mai as soon as possible. Milu blinked her beautiful eyes, then smiled at the three of them and said, "Actually, I have another request that I need your help with." Looking at Milu's smile, the three of them suddenly had a bad feeling. After the last rays of the setting sun, the evening glow blankets the sky, completely embracing the night. Jiang Mai and his group went to the escape room at the school gate to play an escape room game. In fact, Jiang Mai wasn't very interested in escape rooms, but his roommates kept urging him to go, saying how exciting and fun it was, and that young people loved to play it. They insisted that he go. Jiang Mai thought he'd never been before, so he figured he might as well go and give it a try, and that's why he went. When it came time for the escape room challenge, the system notified, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the escape room center. You are rewarded with 300,000 renminbi, and your reconnaissance ability has been increased by 20 points. That's perfect, because playing escape room games requires using your brain. Jiang Mui has a brain, but he's not careful enough. Now that our reconnaissance capabilities have been improved, we are even more likely to succeed in overcoming obstacles." Jiang Mai didn't expect that when he arrived at the front desk, he would see a sexy girl sitting in the sofa area. With long, brown curly hair, alluring and captivating eyes, a high-bridged nose, and full, sensual lips, her beautiful and delicate face perfectly blends charm and sexiness. Not to mention her devilishly alluring figure, which was incredibly eye-catching. She wore a low-cut white lace top that revealed her cleavage, and a bodycon skirt that flaunted her long legs. When she saw Jiang Mai, she deliberately stretched out her legs and shrugged her shoulders to show off her collarbones, making her cleavage look like a canyon. The boys were practically drooling. Her figure was absolutely stunning. But Jiang Mai remained unmoved. It's just a couple of pounds of flesh on her chest. What's there to brag about? You can squeeze it out, and you'll have plenty. A woman's sexiness is vulgar if it's solely based on her breasts or legs. True sexiness comes from within, a subtle, alluring charm that sparks endless imagination. That's true sophistication. However, that's not the problem. The problem is, why is Milu here too? Jiang Mai's sharp eyes shot over. He finally understood why his animal-like roommates were so enthusiastic. It turns out they had dug a pit beforehand and then dragged themselves into it. Senior Milu also wants to play escape room games with us. It's more fun when there are more people. Little White Dove was sweating profusely. This is boring, I'm leaving. Jiang Mai was very disappointed and wanted to leave, but the three animals either hugged or dragged him back to where he was. Please don't leave. Help us. We promised Senior Milu. Little White Dove looked at Jiang Mai pitifully. He nodded repeatedly, holding Jiang Mai's waist tightly. Yeah, anyway, we're paying for it, so just think of it as playing along. Kai pleaded, we're roommates. Please don't just stand by and watch me die. Get out of the way. Jiang Mai commanded coldly. Musi, the three of them said in unison. Jiang Mai's eyes were icy cold. A bunch of grown men hugging me. Don't you find it sickening? Since you're paying, then I'll have my fun. Great. The three of them were overjoyed and quickly released Jiang Mai. Jiang Mui stood there with a sullen face. Seeing his displeasure, Milu immediately smiled slightly and said, playing escape rooms together is so much fun. Don't look so serious. Are you thirsty? How about I get you a glass of juice? No need, Jiang Mai said. I'm not thirsty. Congratulations, host. You have rejected the advances of Miss Me, earning 200 points of integrity, 500,000 renminbi, and an increase of 20 points in intelligence. Milu was not deterred by Jiang Mai's indifference. Instead, she warmly and generously grabbed Jiang Mai's hand and said, come, sit down for a while. We still need to gather people for the escape room game. Wait a bit. The moment her hand, adorned with light pink crystal nails, touched Jiang Mui, his scalp tingled, and he instinctively shook off Milu's hand. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Senior, please have some self-respect, Jiang Mai said without changing his expression. Mi Lu, however, particularly loved Jiang Mai's coldness. He doesn't take advantage of her and has principles. He's completely different from those lecherous bastards out there. Mi Lu's eyes sparkled with allure as she leaned her soft body against Jiang Mai, smiling coquettishly. What's wrong? Are you shy in public? I didn't do anything. You're so shameless. Jiang Mai's eyes were full of resentment. I don't even know how to spell shy, but you should at least be a little more reserved. Why be reserved when pursuing a boy you like? If you're too reserved, you'll get taken away. Mi Lu snorted, strongly disagreeing with Jiang Mai's words. Her hand would occasionally reach up and pinch Jiang Mai's waist. Jiang Mai expressionlessly released Mi Lu's hand and said, Senior, if you keep teasing me like this, I'm leaving. His eyes held a deep threat, which was very intimidating. Fine, I'm done playing, okay? Mi Lu grumbled, reluctantly withdrawing her hand. Anyway, she could take advantage of him freely in the escape room later, so she didn't care about the short time. It's said that in escape rooms, on dark and stormy nights, when everything is pitch black, it's the easiest time for feelings to develop. When the time comes, she'll just throw herself into Jiang Mai's arms and whine, and he'll definitely take pity on her. Just as Jiang Mai was ignoring Mi Lu with a stern face, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 54 Fair Competition. Makino, Sister Milu. Upon hearing the melodious voice, Jiang Mai suddenly raised his head. He then saw Lung Ruoli, dressed in a blue and white school uniform. She was like the first ray of morning light shining on the Alps, instantly brightening his eyes. Her originally flowing and beautiful long hair was now tied into a high ponytail with a blue ribbon. Her clothes were very form-fitting, highlighting her curves and perfectly accentuating her slender waist. Not to mention her long legs and white stockings, which were truly beautiful. Compared to Mi Lu's bare legs, they are much sexier, looking slender, long, delicate, and smooth. Lung Ruoli looked at him with a hint of shyness, her beauty captivating. What are you doing here? Mi Lu asked first, voicing Jiang Mai's question. We asked her to come over. We're short of people to form a team right now, so it's fine to ask her. Kai interjected, then said to Mi Lu, Senior Mi Lu, you don't mind, do you? No problem. Mi Lu was a generous person. Although Lung Ruoli's appearance was quite unexpected, she was happy to play games with Lung Ruoli, as it would be more lively that way. Besides, she agreed to compete fairly with Lung Ruoli, so this is a shared opportunity for both of them. Why should she object? There is a love rival, and such an outstanding one at that. This proves that she has good taste, and that the man she has her eye on is worth pursuing. When they were about to start the game, the receptionist informed them, Sorry, you have chosen the 5th asylum theme, so you need 8 people to start the game. Would you mind joining a team? We need 8 people, then let's call 2 more. Oldie glanced at the phone, and then looked through his contacts to see if anyone was available. Just then, a staff member said, 2 beautiful ladies have just arrived. Let's see if we can join the same queue. Everyone immediately looked over. 2 figures appeared downstairs. It's someone I know. It was Xia Xiran and the girl with glasses. You guys are here to play escape room games too? Little White Dove was very surprised. The girl with glasses nodded. Yes, escape rooms are the hottest thing right now. Of course we have to come and play. Actually, she saw Jiang Muyi and the others going back and forth in the escape room, so she persuaded Xia Xiran to come and play together. After all, there's a rift between Jiang Mai and Xia Xiran now, and it needs to be repaired somehow. A stalemate can't go on forever. Xia Xiran should take the initiative and create opportunities. Xia Xiran, who was rejected by Jiang Mai last time, now looks at Jiang Mai with very intense eyes. She said in a hoarse voice, Can we play together? Xia Xiran, we can play together, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to give you a chance. Jiang Muyi's eyes were somewhat complicated, and he sighed. The best relationship we can have is as friends. Jiang Mai didn't want to give Xia Xiran any wrong impression, so he wanted to make things clear. Mai, you've liked me for so long. Do you really have no feelings left at all? Xia Xiran bit her lower lip. As she gazed longingly at Jiang Mai, a figure stepped in front of him and said, Excuse me, you should find someone else to team up with. It was Milu, who said somewhat displeasedly, We're here to play games, not to date. If you're not interested in escape rooms, don't waste our time. Yes. A resolute voice rang out. Everyone stared at Jiang Mai in astonishment. I have absolutely no feelings for you anymore, Jiang Mai replied stubbornly. Xia Xiran's eyes reddened, and she choked up. Muyi, no matter what, I am your fiancé. This is something our 2 families have agreed on since childhood. As long as you agree, we will get married. I don't like moral blackmail. Jiang Mai paused for a moment and said, besides, we have already dissolved our engagement. Xia Xiran's face was pale. She had already noticed the coldness in Jiang Mai's eyes. She bit her bright red lips, and her hands, which were hanging at the hem of her skirt, began to clench into fists. The girl with glasses couldn't stand it anymore and said, Jiang Mai, what are you so arrogant about? What gives you the right to talk back to Xiran? You really think you're something special? If Xiran didn't like you, would you be this proud? I think you've gotten too big for your britches. The girl with glasses tried to kick Jiang Mai, but he quickly dodged. Slap! A hard slap landed on the girl with glasses' face. It shocked everyone present. Everyone saw the girl with glasses covering her face, staring blankly at the cold-faced girl in front of her. Lung Ruoli's palms ached, but she couldn't suppress her effort. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes stared coldly at the girl with glasses, and she said, he's gotten arrogant, and I've spoiled him. Who do you think you are, coming here to point fingers at him? You have no right to say anything about him. Lung Ruoli couldn't understand any outsiders saying anything bad about Jiang Mai, and she disliked others misunderstanding or attacking him. She loves him. He's the best, the most perfect. She is half the sky, so why should she be trampled into the mud? The girl with glasses was completely dumbfounded, and then she became very angry. She was about to hit Lung Ruoli, but Lung Ruoli's arm was pulled, and a tall figure quickly rushed forward. Bang! The girl with glasses was pushed away, looking surprised. Xia Xiran became anxious and ran over to ask, are you all right? We can't get back together, Jiang Mai said coldly. Xia Xiran, you can scold me or blame me, I won't turn back. A broken mirror is hard to mend, let alone a relationship. Even if we were together, do you think there wouldn't be a single crack between us? Xia Xiran lowered her eyes sadly, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. She then said resentfully, Jiang Mai, how dare you be so heartless to me? So what if I was just keeping you as a backup option? Who told you to like me? Since you liked me first, you lost, and you have to accept it. Chapter 55, so domineering. No wonder he's a male god. Xiran, what are you saying? Not only did it shock everyone, but even the girl with glasses was stunned. That's exactly what I mean. Since you're so insistent on making such a clear distinction, I'll definitely be able to forget you. It's not like anyone can't live without someone else in this world. Xia Xiran gritted her teeth. Lung Ruoli's cold voice rang out. And what about you? You're even proud of treating someone as a backup plan? Trampling on feelings so easily comes at a price, so you deserve it now. Zhang Mui immediately looked at Lung Ruoli, whose gaze was firm and cold, revealing her dissatisfaction with Xia Xiran. Mi Lu was very excited. Well said. Someone should teach Xia Xiran a lesson. That would be best. If you can forget me, I won't have such a heavy burden. It's better for both of us if we don't bother each other. At this moment, the light accentuated Jiang Mai's perfect jawline, and his cold eyes held a dangerous edge. This instantly made Xia Xiran feel very uncomfortable. Tears suddenly streamed down her face, and in this embarrassing predicament, she left with the girl with glasses. Jiang Mai's heart finally calmed down after watching them leave. Mi Lu happily circled around Jiang Mai, exclaiming, so domineering. You've got guts. Jiang Mai nodded calmly, neither arrogant nor impatient. Lung Ruoli looked at Jiang Mai with concern. He noticed something was wrong and smiled. Like clear lake water under the spring sunshine, rippling gently, it is exceptionally beautiful. At this moment, Mi Lu had already called 2 junior students over. The group was not affected by Xia Xiran and the others, and they began their escape room adventure. The theme of the 5th asylum is very realistic. It feels like you're actually there. The whole room was dimly lit, which was quite eerie. Jiang Mai wasn't scared at all. He was used to watching horror movies, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Milu, however, was trembling beside her, saying, how scary, Makino. You'd better hold my hand tightly, and not let go. She reached out and grabbed Jiang Mai's hand several times. Jiang Mai swept a sharp look over him. What's there to be afraid of? You're so brave. It's not even completely dark yet, and the NPCs haven't even appeared. But I'm just scared, Mi Lu said coquettishly, her snow-white breasts suddenly pressing against Jiang Mai's body. Jiang Mai felt a soft, yielding sensation, as if someone was constantly rubbing against him, leaving him feeling helpless. Senior Milu. Sister Mi Lu, if you're scared, grab me. Lung Ruoli stepped forward and grabbed Mi Lu's wrist, which was trying to entangle Jiang Mai. Mi Lu watched Jiang Mai walk forward, her eyes lingering on his retreating figure. Hey, don't walk so fast. Mi Lu tried to catch Jiang Mai, but it was too late. Sister Mi Lu, don't go. I'm so scared. Lung Ruoli clung to Mi Lu's hand tightly, looking completely terrified. On one hand, she was genuinely scared, and on the other hand, she didn't want Sister Milu to keep bothering Jiang Mai. Milu sighed helplessly and said to Lung Ruoli, Yu. Even though things went wrong, she still doted on him. Lung Ruoli smiled innocently, rested her head on Milu's shoulder, and said, let's go together. Okay. If there's no man around, my best friend can make do. Milu felt relieved and helped Lung Ruoli explore. We have entered the secret room. You need a password to pass the level. But everyone was clueless. There was nothing in the house except some furniture. Should we use a hint code? We have 3 chances in total, Little White Dove suggested. No need, I can solve it, Jiang Mai said calmly. The Little White Dove said exaggeratedly, really? Don't you hate decryption stuff the most? Can it really be solved? Certainly. Little White Dove leaned closer and said to Jiang Mai, don't act arrogant just because there are 2 super beautiful women here. It would be very embarrassing if you answered incorrectly. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes and said, don't use your IQ as a benchmark and assume I'm the same as you. Are you sure you can do it? Kaisi was also a little skeptical. The school beauty is a top student. She's looking for clues right now, but she hasn't found the password yet. Okay. Jiang Mai spent a little time just now, but fortunately, with the intelligence and reconnaissance points given by the system, he still managed to figure out how to crack the secret room's password. The password is 2030. A surprise shout suddenly rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Everyone saw that Milu was holding a bottle of cleaning solution she had taken from the cabinet, and said, it's so simple, it says 2030 on it. Jiang Mai chuckled, no. Why not? It's all written down. I'll go enter the password. Little White Dove thought Jiang Mai was being too pretentious, so she went straight to enter the password. Then an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Sorry, incorrect input. You have 5 more chances. If all 5 attempts are wrong, all the lights will go out. You have 3 password hints. The Little White Dove was dumbfounded. It really is a mistake. This is truly bizarre. He asked Jiang Mai, what exactly is that code? I don't know yet, Jiang Mai replied. You didn't know? But you just swore you did. I knew you were unreliable and just pretending. Little White Dove was very annoyed. Jiang Mai said lazily, but I know what the code is. Jiang Mai picked up the towel on the table, poured the cleaning liquid from Milu's hand onto it, walked to the wall, and used the towel to wipe the dirt off the wall, obtaining the number 9181. Jiang Mai turned around and looked at everyone. It's very simple. The password is 9181. Although there were many obstacles on site, Jiang Mui thought about it and realized that everyone was overcomplicating things. In fact, the password could be obtained through the simplest operation. The Little White Dove quickly entered the password and was then prompted to proceed to the next level. He was incredibly surprised. You're amazing. Milu excitedly ran over, jumped up and climbed onto Jiang Mai, wrapping her legs around him, and said, wow, you're amazing. Lung Ruoli, who was initially happy for Jiang Mai, parted her red lips slightly, and a look of disappointment began to appear in her eyes after seeing Milu's actions. Lung Ruoli, let's go. A magnetic voice rang out. Lung Ruoli trembled and suddenly looked up, seeing Jiang Mai standing in front of the checkpoint. He had already chased Milu away, and her bright black eyes were staring at him. Lung Ruoli felt as if a jar of honey had been poured into her heart, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Okay. Lung Ruoli nodded and rushed forward. The next levels were more difficult, but Lung Ruoli was very attentive and became Jiang Mai's little helper, helping him solve the problems together. In addition, Jiang Mui was very smart and quickly entered the password, leading the group to successfully pass the level. However, upon entering the 5th level, the lights flickered, creating a terrifying atmosphere. There are also very eerie sound effects, which sound quite frightening. Lung Ruoli's face turned deathly pale. She was pretending to be calm, but in reality, she was terrified and didn't dare to look around. Just as she was flustered and didn't know what to do with her hands were getting weak. A pair of soft, large hands suddenly grabbed hers and made her hold onto the hem of his shirt tightly. Keep up, don't get lost. A cold voice rang out, causing Lung Ruoli to slowly raise her head. She saw Jiang Mai with his superior jawline. He was unconventional and rebellious, and his unrestrained yet lazy temperament fascinated her. Lung Ruoli smiled unconsciously. She was like a little tail, always sticking close behind Jiang Mai. Although she wasn't holding his hand, but only the hem of his clothes, Lung Ruoli already felt a profound sense of happiness. She felt that everything in front of her was bright and clear, and it wasn't so dark anymore. Jiang Mai could naturally feel the slight tugging of his clothes from behind. Those small hands were pulling him along, and her steps were perfectly synchronized with his. She started walking quite fast. She was practically jogging. Jiang Mui immediately slowed down so that she could keep up. Upon sensing her eagerly following him, Jiang Mai appeared nonchalant and indifferent, but his heart was warmed with joy. I'm so scared too. Please take me away. Suddenly, Milu pressed herself against him, and a strong peach scent wafted into his nose. Chapter 56. Why don't you stay at my place? Jiang Mai glanced at the obsequious Milu and said, I didn't see that you were afraid. I'm really scared, my legs are weak. If you want to carry me, I definitely won't mind, Milu said coquettishly. She was like a strong liquor, very pungent at first, but sweet once you got used to it. Of course, Jiang Mui wasn't used to drinking strong liquor. He pushed Milu's hand away. Congratulations, host. You have rejected Milu and gained 200 points of integrity. You are also rewarded with 500,000 renminbi, and your courage points have increased by 20. With his courage increased, Jiang Mai felt even more confident. Now, even if some NPC hangs down from the ceiling, I'm not afraid. Milu looked very aggrieved and, not to be outdone, imitated Lung Ruoli's actions, tugging at Jiang Mai's clothes along with him. This made Jiang Mui both laugh and cry. This isn't a game of eagle catching chicks. What are you all doing? I don't care. You have to take me with you. Milu snorted. Lung Ruoli couldn't help but chuckle after hearing Jiang Mai's analogy. The two girls followed Jiang Mai closely, never leaving his side. This made the three of them very envious. Muzi is so lucky. Even when he plays a horror adventure game, he has two beautiful women with him, Kaizi exclaimed. Who says otherwise? It's so hard to choose between me, the school beauty, and Lung, the school beauty. If all else fails, I'll just have both, said Little White Dove. Haha, I think you want Little White Dove, don't you? Old He teased Little White Dove with a chuckle. You don't want it? No, that's not it, but I'm not destined for it. Oldie shook his head. Besides, I have my wife, so why would I dare to ask for someone else? Jiang Mai is practically cheating. Not only is he incredibly lucky, but so many beautiful women are also attracted to him. Wow, heaven really has been kind to Jiang Mai. However, Jiang Mai deserved it. He had been tormented by Xia Xiran so much before, so God was going to make it up to him. The final level is a completely dark environment. Milu had already planned it out. She would just dash into Jiang Mai's arms in a flash. Hee hee, how exciting it would be in the dark. Touching, hugging, and rubbing against each other, how delightful. However, just as Milu was getting handsy, they heard the Little White Dove's plaintive voice. Senior me, please let me go. Milu was dumbfounded. What the hell? You're Chingu. Aren't you going to talk nonsense? Who else could it be but me? Little White Dove snapped. Milu disdainfully shook off the Little White Dove. Good heavens, what has she done? Where did Jiang Mai go? At that moment, Jiang Mai felt a figure leaning over his chest, and his breath hitched. Her body was very soft, and because of his nervousness, he could feel her proud breasts pressing against him, rising and falling. This made Jiang Mai's mouth dry. He didn't know what to do with his hands. Just as the lights went out and the NPC appeared, making him look scary, he felt a refreshing fragrance waft towards him. Instantly, his arm was grabbed by a cool and smooth little hand. A moment later, he was hugged tightly by the girl. Jiang Mai smelled the fragrance in the other person's hair and was immediately captivated. It smells like a very refreshing jasmine scent. What brand of shampoo is it? It smells so good. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have hugged you, but I was really scared, Lung Ruoli said shyly. She herself did not expect to have such courage at the critical moment and directly hugged Jiang Mai. But she was really scared. It's true, I really want to hug him. Feeling the other person's strong and powerful chest, Lung Ruoli's face was already burning hot. Luckily, the lights were off and it was pitch black around her. Otherwise she would have been so embarrassed that she would have wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground. Fearing that Jiang Mai would think she was too unreserved, Lung Ruoli could only reluctantly let go of Jiang Mai. To my surprise, my hand was firmly grasped. Lung Ruoli was very surprised. Didn't you say you were scared? Then stick with me and don't let go. A deep, magnetic voice rang out, making Lung Ruoli feel happy. She smiled happily and said, Okay. NPCs are unpredictable, only appearing and disappearing at crucial moments to scare people. The special effects makeup was indeed frightening, and then, accompanied by the appearance of green light, the entire secret room was filled with the screams of Milu and Little White Dove. But who is Jiang Mai? He has installed a system that is even more terrifying than NPCs, so why would he be afraid of this kind of NPC? System OS. Dude, are you being polite? Jiang Mai held Lung Ruoli's hand, looking very calm and collected. Whenever the NPC tried to scare someone, he would scare them back, and then the NPC would scream repeatedly. Jiang Mai then heard Lung Ruoli burst out laughing. Although Jiang Mai couldn't see Lung Ruoli's smile through the darkness, he could still imagine the scene. As Jiang Mai savored the moment, his hand was firmly clenched. The sensation of their skin touching so closely, and her initiative, sent shivers down Jiang Mai's spine. What started as just holding hands has now become an interlocking of fingers. Her hands are so small and soft. It's soft and smooth, like a marshmallow. This gradually made Jiang Mai's sense of unease disappear, and he went from being unaccustomed to accepting it calmly. I don't know how far I walked, but Jiang Mai felt it was really short-lived. Suddenly, all the lights came on, and they realized they had reached the exit. The challenge is over. The moment the light came on, Lung Ruoli blushed and withdrew her hand, saying, "I'm going to the restroom." "Okay." Jiang Mai nodded. He watched her graceful figure disappear into the distance, feeling the lingering soft touch on his palm, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. After Lung Ruoli rushed into the bathroom, she quickly washed her face. Her pretty little face was flushed bright red, and she immediately started touching her palms before bursting into laughter, as sweet as if she had eaten honey. While Lung Ruoli was in the restroom, Milu took advantage of the situation and entered. She sat down right next to Jiang Mai and said pitifully, "That was so scary. Wah, it really frightened me. Look, I'm all sweaty from fear." Milu deliberately tucked her collar down, making her breasts appear even more voluptuous, and a milky fragrance wafted through the air. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Jiang Mai. "Could you help me wipe them off?" Jiang Mai said expressionlessly, "I'm going to the restroom." Jiang Mai had already left by the time Milu was about to pounce on him. Milu was sulking. How could this incredibly clueless straight man be so oblivious to romance? Feeling the furtive glances from the other boys, Milu glared back and immediately pulled her collar up high. "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? Is that something other boys can see? It's clearly only for the boys she likes to see." On the way back, Milu kept whispering in Jiang Mai's ear, "Mai, just add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer you a red envelope of 1314. No, I'll transfer you a red envelope of 9,999. Chapter 57. It's too hard to pursue boys. Milu's eyes were full of adoration. Jiang Mai remained unmoved. No need. He pulled Little White Dove over and stood directly in front of Milu as she approached. This completely shut Milu out. She glared at the Little White Dove as if to say he was in the way. The Little White Dove was very upset. "How did I become a tool? Do you think I wanted to be like this?" Kai noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly changed the subject. "It's so cold. It's not even late autumn yet, but it's already freezing. The temperature is probably around -4 or 5 degrees Celsius. How can we stand this?" "Exactly, especially when we get back to the dorm. It's freezing cold. How can we live without heating?" Little White Dove complained. Lung Ruoli asked in surprise, "Don't you have air conditioning in your dorm?" "Yes, but the old air conditioner in our dorm only cools and doesn't heat, and the school doesn't allow underfloor heating, so we just have to wear more layers," Jiang Mai explained. Lung Ruoli's heart skipped a beat. Because of her father, her dormitory room was equipped with heating and a bathroom heater, so she didn't feel particularly cold. She usually saw that other dorm rooms had air conditioners and assumed they could all heat, but it turns out they can only cool. That's really unfair. After hearing Jiang Mai's words, Milu began to charm him. "This is too much. If it were me, I would want to complain. Why don't you stay at my house?" Jiang Mai refused without hesitation. "No." System notification. "Congratulations, host, for declining Milu's invitation to go home. You have earned 200 points of integrity and are gifted a top-of-the-line Alienware laptop." With Jiang Mai's current capabilities, he could get not just one Alienware laptop, but a whole truckload of them. But since the system gave it to him, he figured he might as well take it. Anyway, as a student, he needed to use a computer, and playing games on an Alienware laptop was really awesome. "Don't overthink it. I won't do anything to you." Milu pouted her bright red lips and said, "It's just that my house is a villa. It's big and warm, with underfloor heating, and the bed is especially big. You can play games on the bed. You can do whatever you want. Do you need to unleash your full potential to play games?" Little White Dove teased with a smile. "Old," he said with a smile. "Me, school beauty, can we go?" Kai nodded. Milu was very annoyed. "What are you guys doing here? Don't you know I want some alone time with Jiang Mai?" However, in order to lure Jiang Mai into the game, Milu said generously, "Of course you can stay as many days as you want. You don't have to worry about catching a cold, and you can eat delicious food. Being able to live under the same roof as Jiang Mai means she can do whatever she wants. Anyway, there are so many rooms. At worst, Jiang Mai's roommates can go to other rooms, and she, he, will naturally share a room with Jiang Mai. No interest. I have my own house, so I won't bother you. Jiang Mai's tone was very cold. Even though his roommates were eager to join in, his brother refused, so they naturally had to stand with him. We think it's better to stay in the dorm. It's also more convenient to come to school, just in case something happens. That's right. It's just a matter of wearing more clothes. We're all very healthy. Nothing will happen. Milu was so angry she was practically fuming. These teammates are hopeless. I already bribed them, so why are they still siding with Jiang Mai? Milu, who was being held back, naturally couldn't force Jiang Mai to go to her house. She just gave Jiang Mai a particularly resentful look, hoping that he would change his mind. Jiang Mai resolutely returned to his dormitory building, even refusing to add Milu on WeChat. Milu was quite disappointed and muttered, "Why is it so hard to pursue boys?" She never had to pursue anyone before. Just a glance from her would be enough for a bunch of guys to come up to her and ask for her WeChat. But now Jiang Mai is like a rock, unbreakable. However, Milu wouldn't give up easily. She likes challenges, and even if Jiang Mai is an SSSS level difficulty, she won't give up. Compared to Milu's dejection, Lung Ruoli was radiant with joy. Her eyes sparkled as she held her phone and said to Milu, "Sister Milu, let's go back." Milu agreed and went back to her dorm with Lung Ruoli. She needs to go back and study some strategies for pursuing men and try to win over Jiang Mai as soon as possible. Dusk was falling and the air was chilly. The air was misty when people breathed, which was a clear indication that it was really cold. Inside the men's dormitory, Jiang Mai shouted towards the toilet, "Little white dove, are you constipated? You haven't come out yet. We've been waiting for you." All right, coming right away." You could hear her voice, but not see her. You could hear a few loud noises coming from the bathroom, followed by the sound of running water. Soon, you could see Little White Dove coming out wearing slippers and carrying a foot bath. For people sat on chairs, and 4-foot basins were prepared. Jiang Mai rolled up his trouser legs to his knees, poured in some hot water, and soaked in it. He felt refreshed all over. Awesome. Kai took the thermos and started pouring hot water into the basin. They started to pour the water for the Little White Dove, but the Little White Dove immediately moved her feet away, saying, "Don't burn me." "Do you want more hot water or less?" Kai asked. "Nonsense, of course we need more, otherwise what's the point of foot baths?" Little White Dove said bluntly, "I'd rather you die from the heat." Kai started pouring a lot of hot water from the thermos. As soon as the Little White Dove put its foot in, it exclaimed, "Holy crap, it's burning hot. Is this some kind of pig's trotter being roasted? You said you wanted more, and now you're still not willing?" Kai glanced at Little White Dove. The Little White Dove said bitterly, "But it's too hot. Look, my feet are all red." As he spoke, he lifted his smelly feet and rushed towards Jiang Mui and Kaizi on the other side. The water was spilled everywhere. Jiang Mai quickly dodged. "Damn it, you can't guard against a sneak attack. Get lost. Who wants to drink your foot bath water? Doesn't it stink?" "It doesn't smell bad at all. It smells amazing." The Little White Dove sighed, sniffed it, and then fanned itself in disgust. "Damn, it stinks. You wear the same socks for 4 or 5 days straight, and then throw them away without washing them. How can you expect your feet to smell good?" Kai snorted. "I didn't say that." "No, you left your stinky socks on my bed," Kai complained. "It's just a coincidence, and it's definitely not because my feet smell. It must be the shoes. They smell so bad." Little White Dove said with a grin. "Forget it, shameless." Old he laughed and gave Little White Dove a disapproving look. "You complain that I smell bad? I don't even complain about your farts smelling bad. Who farts nonstop in their sleep at night? I'd be suffocated by your stench if I slept next to you." Little White Dove spat at Old he. "You never fart, but my farts are loud and don't stink. You're the one who uses silent farts to be sneaky. You're a real sly old fox. Damn it, I'll bite you to death. You stink, but it's still better than your symphony playing." Jiang Mai felt helpless watching his 2 roommates bickering like animals. What a topic. Now people are even arguing about whether farts smell bad or not. That's really disgusting. Just as the argument was escalating in the dormitory, there was a knock on the door. "Hey classmate, let's install an air conditioner." Everyone turned to look over at once. Then we saw 2 workers carrying an air conditioner box in. A number of boys gathered in the corridor to watch. "How can you install an air conditioner?" "I think it's a Gree inverter air conditioner. It's quite expensive, and it's the latest model. I heard it's super energy efficient." Wow, Jiang Mai's dorm is so luxurious. They even replaced the air conditioner. Did the school approve it? It even seems to have heating. Amidst a chorus of envious voices, the four roommates looked utterly bewildered. They quickly wiped their feet and stood up. Master, are you sure you're not mistaken? We didn't buy an air conditioner, Jiang Mai asked in confusion. Chapter 58. The air conditioner was a gift from me. Yeah, doesn't the school not allow us to change the air conditioners? Kai was also very curious. They had considered replacing the air conditioner before, but it wasn't cost-effective not to buy one, since they would need it after only 2 years of living there, and why should they let the next generation benefit from it? Besides, the school doesn't allow students to change air conditioners without permission, so the matter was dropped. The recipient is Jiang Mai. Which of you is Jiang Mai? The master looked at the form and surveyed Jiang Mai and the others. Xiao Beige and the others all looked at Jiang Mai. You bought an air conditioner? I didn't buy it. Jiang Mai wanted to buy it, but the school disagreed. Besides, this kind of air conditioner is too powerful, and the school would definitely not agree to it, for fear of violating school rules. In that case, my roommates would also have their credits deducted, and it would be bad if they were reported. While Jiang Mai was still in shock, his master said, Then you don't need to worry. The school principal has already approved it, so you can go ahead and do it. Do we have to pay for the air conditioner? Kai asked the key question. Miss Lung Ruoli has already paid for you. The master's words shocked everyone present. Jiang Mai was very surprised. She bought it for me? He felt a strange, indescribable feeling. Originally, it was just a casual mention by Xia Beige today, but I didn't expect Lung Ruoli to take it to heart. In the evening, someone came to install the air conditioner. Yes. The foreman nodded and said, Can we start installing now? Yes, absolutely, the little white dove exclaimed excitedly. You know, it's freezing cold in the dorm. The blankets are so thin at night that you have to curl up to sleep. You just can't fall asleep without covering yourself with several layers of down jackets. Now that we have a high-end air conditioner that can provide heating, why wouldn't we want it? Importantly, it's free and has the school's approval. The boys watching were absolutely envious. We want our dorm to have air conditioning too. When are you going to take down that old, broken air conditioner? It's been so cold these past few days, it's freezing. How are we poor students without air conditioning supposed to survive? I'm so envious of Jiang Mai. It's so romantic that the cold school beauty is pursuing him, giving him an air conditioner. That's way more practical than any milk tea my girlfriend gives me. When will I have such a romantic encounter? Sigh, Jiang Mai, I really need to learn from you. How can I make the school beauties fall head over heels for me? Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the boys, Jiang Mai felt like he was dreaming. The installer quickly finished installing the air conditioner. As soon as it was installed, we started using the air conditioner. The dormitory room, which was originally cold, suddenly became warm and cozy with the heating on. Jiang Mai's dormitory is already overcrowded. Everyone from the neighboring dorms has come to visit. One by one, they started to ask with their cheeky smiles, Jiang Mai, can we sleep on the floor tonight? Heating or not doesn't matter. I just want to play games with you. I didn't come here to enjoy the warmth. I just wanted to have a good chat with you. Master, please accept my bow. How do I pick up girls? Jiang Mai, just publish a book. I'll buy it, no matter how expensive. Just teach me how to find a partner. Looking at the eager eyes of the students, Jiang Mai felt very frustrated. What should be taught? He's single himself, and hasn't found a partner yet. Jiang Mai said, You can use the air conditioning, but keep quiet. I'm going to bed. He climbed into bed and ignored them. Despite their failed attempts to find a dating guide, these eager learners did not lose heart. Of course, they didn't leave either. Nonsense. My own dorm is freezing cold. Why would I leave when it's so warm here? I'll stay here as long as I can. Only a fool wouldn't take advantage of the warmth. Jiang Mai opened WeChat and replied to Lung Ruoli. Thank you, but how did you get the school to approve the installation of air conditioning? He took a breath, and there was no more mist. It's really warm inside. Looking across at Little White Dove and Old He, they were already rolling around comfortably on the bed, and the originally difficult dormitory life had become thriving. This is all thanks to the air conditioner provided by Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli replied instantly. I applied to the principal, and he approved it very quickly. How's the air conditioning? Is it working properly? In fact, Lung Ruoli directly donated 200 computers to the school, which is why the school approved her donation. However, Lung Ruoli didn't say it out loud because she was afraid that Jiang Mai would feel pressured and might not accept it later. Jiang Mai typed, Great, how much is it? I'll transfer it to you. Immediately, a message appeared at the top of WeChat. Lung Ruoli patted Jiang Mai's head. Lung Ruoli, no need. You treated me to barbecue last time, and air conditioning doesn't cost much. Jiang Mai thought it wouldn't work. Even if Lung Ruoli is rich, it's still her money. Jiang Mai isn't a freeloader. Otherwise, he would be too embarrassing for his system. So Jiang Mai immediately transferred 10,000 yuan to Lung Ruoli. The money has been transferred. Please receive it. Lung Ruoli. I won't accept it. Let it return automatically. If you really want to thank me, could you promise me one thing? She didn't want to be so calculating with Jiang Mai, and she wanted him to accept her good intentions. Jiang Mai was curious and asked, what is it? Anything I can do, I'll help you with to the best of my ability. A message came in instantly. Jiang Mai was somewhat surprised when he saw the content, but then couldn't help but chuckle. This silly boy, do I really need to beg him? Jiang Mai. Okay, of course. Lung Ruoli. Okay, see you tomorrow, good night. She also posted a cute kitten emoji. Jiang Mai read it, a smile playing on his lips, and replied, good night. At this moment, Lung Ruoli's beautiful body lay on the bed, her eyes fixed on a message. 1%. Okay, of course. Lung Ruoli trembled with shyness, excitedly rolling around on the bed while covering her phone. He actually agreed. That's wonderful. Lung Ruoli buried her face in the pillow, turned over, and her slender, smooth legs under her pert buttocks lifted slightly, swaying up and down, expressing her joy. I'm really looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. But what should I wear tomorrow? It was a bright and sunny morning with fresh air. It was still early, and there weren't many people on the basketball court. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the basketball court and received 500,000 renminbi, plus 20 stamina points to prevent you from running out of energy. After Jiang Mai closed the system panel, he took a basketball, put it on his lap, sat on the steps, and waited for someone. His handsome face, bathed in daylight, with its sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuded extraordinary charm. Even in a white t-shirt and black pants, he looked like a dashing and tall male model. As he waited lazily, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Jiang Mai's eyes lit up. Lung Ruoli wore a high ponytail. She has a great figure. Today she is wearing a white tight-fitting knee-length tank top with a sports bra over it. She has a large bust, a slim waist, and a beautiful belly that is visible. You can also vaguely see her abs. Her legs are particularly toned and long. She smiled sweetly at Jiang Mai as she walked over. She quickly jogged over, her beautiful eyes filled with apology. I'm sorry, did I keep you waiting? No, we agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. I arrived early, and there are still 2 minutes left. Jiang Mai raised his wrist, showing Lung Ruoli the time on his watch. Phew, that's good. Lung Ruoli smiled, revealing her slightly pointed little tiger teeth. When is the exam? Jiang Mai asked. Chapter 59. What should I do if I'm afraid of failing my course? It's at the end of this month, Lung Ruoli said worriedly. But I'm not very good at layups, and I'm afraid I'll fail the course. Lung Ruoli wasn't lying to Jiang Mai. The physical education exam was at the end of the month, but the 3-step layup was a required subject for girls. Lung Ruoli is good at everything, but the 3-step layup is a big challenge for her. No problem, I'll guide you through. Jiang Mui thought for a moment. There was still a week left, enough time. A 3-step layup isn't that difficult. He learned it gradually as he started playing basketball. However, for girls, a 3-step layup is probably not that easy, otherwise it wouldn't be used in the exam. 3-step layup means you can make the layup within 3 steps without moving your pivot foot. First, dribble like this, then hold the ball in the air, take a small step with your left foot, and push off the ground to jump. Jiang Mai deliberately turned to the side to demonstrate to Lung Ruoli. Layup. After receiving the instruction, Jiang Mui executed a very successful 3-step layup in slow motion. Clang. All I heard was the basketball go straight into the hoop. Jiang Mai completed the task in one go, and it was done very smoothly. His leg muscles were particularly well developed, and his jumping ability was also excellent, which immediately attracted Lung Ruoli's attention. Lung Ruoli immediately became excited, clapping her little hands incessantly and saying excitedly, "So amazing! Come on, give it a try and let me see how far you've come." Jiang Mai picked up the basketball and handed it to Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli's cheeks were flushed, and she looked at Jiang Mai shyly. Then you're not allowed to laugh after I vote. Okay, let me see. Jiang Mai stood beside him and watched. Step back a bit, I don't want to hit you. Lung Ruoli waved her hand, signaling Jiang Mai to keep his distance from her. Jiang Mai took a step back after hearing Lung Ruoli's words, and then looked at Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli was a little nervous. Her heart was pounding. It was obvious that someone was staring intently at you from not far away. She felt so embarrassed. She wasn't good at basketball, and it would be so shameful to embarrass herself in front of the boy she liked. Forget it, never mind. Lung Ruoli imitated Jiang Mai's previous move and started a 3-step layup, but her movements were very clumsy and quite comical. Before she could even shoot, the basketball had already slipped out of her hands as soon as she jumped up. How embarrassing. Lung Ruoli's face suddenly flushed. It looks so simple, so why is it so difficult for her? When Lung Ruoli caught a glimpse of Jiang Mai's handsome smile, her heart began to race uncontrollably. She immediately covered her face and said, "I played terribly." Seeing Lung Ruoli's embarrassed expression, Jiang Mai found her even more adorable. Jiang Mai walked over, picked up the basketball, and handed it directly to Lung Ruoli, saying, "When I first started playing basketball, I was even worse than you. I couldn't even hold the ball properly, it would run away, and I even hit the headmaster." And then, Lung Ruoli asked curiously, "Of course, I was called in for tea by the head of the teaching department. I still remember the classic scene of me knocking his wig off." Jiang Mai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lung Ruoli was also amused and couldn't stop smiling. She stopped being coy and no longer cared about how well she played. So what if she plays badly? At least now she has someone she likes playing with her, which is better than her playing well, but having to play alone. Alright, let's continue playing. Jiang Mai encouraged Lung Ruoli. It'll definitely be better than before. Okay, let's try again. Lung Ruoli cheered herself up as she returned to the starting point and threw again and again. Her posture gradually became much more standard than before. His pitching form is getting better and better. But the problem is, why doesn't this basketball go in? After taking the basketball, Lung Ruoli immediately punched it twice with her little pink fists and muttered, "Why are you so naughty? I told you to be good and you wouldn't score." Lung Ruoli stared longingly at the basketball hoop not far away. "Why is it so easy for you to make a shot, but it's so hard for me?" "Want to make the shot?" Jiang Mai asked Lung Ruoli with a smirk. Lung Ruoli nodded. "Of course I want to. Then I'll help you." Just when Lung Ruoli thought Jiang Mai was going to teach her step by step, she was suddenly hit by the pleasant scent of hormones emanating from him, and her wrist was grabbed. Lung Ruoli opened her eyes slightly, staring incredulously at the scene before her. Jiang Mai simply put his arm around her waist, let her sit on his shoulders, and then lifted her up to stand up. Lung Ruoli felt her vision suddenly broaden. It became very tall and very wide. She was now sitting on Jiang Mai's shoulders. Lung Ruoli was overwhelmed with emotion. Her heart was pounding wildly out of control. When Lung Ruoli felt Jiang Mai's strong, defined muscles, her breath hitched, and her face turned bright red. "See the basketball hoop?" His magnetic voice rang out. "I saw it," Lung Ruoli said shyly. "Throw it in," Jiang Mai said, tilting his head back. Lung Ruoli was thrilled, her face flushed, and she could barely hold the basketball steady. "It took me a while to calm myself down." Lung Ruoli picked up the basketball and started shooting it into the hoop. Jiang Mai smiled after hearing the sound of the basketball hitting the ground. She was perched on his shoulder, looking so petite, while he was much taller and more imposing. From his perspective, he could see her bright and beautiful face, shining brightly in the sunlight against the azure sky. "I succeeded. I finally succeeded." Lung Ruoli couldn't contain her excitement, her eyes shining brightly. "Thank you." When she looked into Jiang Mai's bright eyes, Jiang Mai felt a warmth in his heart. "It's no big deal. It's just teaching you how to shoot a basket. Easy. Don't worry about 1, 10, or 100. It's fine," Jiang Mai said with great enthusiasm. His physical strength was already quite good, and now with the potions provided by the system, his stamina is even more abundant. Even when carrying Lung Ruoli, she doesn't feel very tired. "Put me down. I'm too fat," Lung Ruoli said, sticking out her tongue slightly, looking a little embarrassed. Lung Ruoli weighs 85 jin, approximately 42.5 kilograms, so it must be very heavy for Jiang Mai to carry her. All she wants now is for Jiang Mai to get some rest and not work too hard. "You're too hard on yourself, aren't you?" Jiang Mai sized up Lung Ruoli's figure. With such a curvaceous figure, full and rounded curves, a slender waist, and alluring long legs, is she really considered fat? While being slightly chubby is acceptable, Lung Ruoli's figure is just right. Lung Ruoli trembled almost imperceptibly. Her heart was filled with ripples of joy because his words were like honey, filling her with delight. Really? Chapter 60 Slightly chubby is the best. Of course, there's no need for me to lie to you. I don't like lying. Jiang Mai nodded. Lung Ruoli's bright eyes were adept at conveying emotions, and her beautiful, petal-like cheeks were flushed with a rosy blush. She said shyly, "Even so, you should put me down first." Okay. If she wanted to get down, then she could get down, so Jiang Mai did as she asked. But before Jiang Mai could put her down, Lung Ruoli was caught off guard, and her pretty, delicate face suddenly pressed against his. Jiang Mai felt as if his heart had been struck hard. Her lips parted slightly, and just a hair's breadth away from touching Jiang Mai's face. Jiang Mai's breath hitched. All he could see was her beautiful face. Bright eyes, a high nose, and full, red lips. In an instant, the image of her kissing his cheek flashed through his mind. Damn, that's hot. The heat made Jiang Mai's whole body feel hot. Jiang Mai quickly put Lung Ruoli down and loosened his grip on her waist. Jiang Mai had no way to suppress the fire. He turned his face away, trying to cool himself off in the cold air. Then, Lung Ruoli's pleasant voice came from beside him. Let's continue training. Jiang Mai pretended to be calm, trying to keep his gaze fixed on Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli's face was flushed as she held the ball and continued her layup. Of course, they made quite a show of it. Still no basket. Lung Ruoli turned around, sticking out her pink tongue in embarrassment, and shrugged. I seem to be very stupid. Jiang Mai comforted him. Who says that? Everyone has their strengths. You're just not very good at this, but you've improved so quickly. You're already very impressive. Making girls take a layup test is insane. I don't know who came up with this terrible idea. Lung Ruoli's eyes were like rippling blue waves, and her smile was very innocent. When Jiang Mui picked up the basketball and handed it to her, she smiled slightly. I'm afraid you'll have to teach me again tomorrow. No problem, Jiang Mai agreed. Anyway, he didn't have anything to do. Lung Ruoli smiled sweetly and continued the difficult tug-of-war with the three-step layup. Jiang Mui checked the time and said, We've been practicing for several hours. It's time to eat. Really? Lung Ruoli said, somewhat disappointed. Actually, she had a selfish reason. She wanted to spend more time with Jiang Mai. You still need to eat. You're not allowed to go hungry. Okay, let's go. Jiang Mai gave him a look. Let's go. Lung Ruoli hesitated. Yeah, aren't you coming to eat with me? Jiang Mai asked. Great. Lung Ruoli's eyes lit up. It turned out that Jiang Mai wanted her to have dinner with him, which was perfect. After arriving at the cafeteria, they looked around and decided to eat ma la tang, a spicy hot pot dish. Many people were shocked when they saw Jiang Mai appear with Lung Ruoli. This time it was just the two of them. Isn't that practically a date? It seems the rumors are true. The cold school beauty's true love is still Jiang Mai. The two of them are definitely going to get together, or even close to getting together. Wah, I'm heartbroken. Jiang Mai, you bastard, you actually stole my cold goddess away. I'm heartbroken too, okay? How could my little fairy be given away to another man? But if she really gets together with Jiang Mai, I'll wish them well. After all, looking at the whole school, it seems that apart from Jiang Mai, the other guys aren't that great. That's true. There aren't many high-quality men in schools anyway. Jiang Mai is one of them, but he was too infatuated before, and his attention was all on Xia Xiran. Only now has he truly come to his senses. Unlike the other boys who were both envious and disappointed, Jiang Mai was picking out things with great interest. The ma la tang, spicy hot pot, at the cafeteria is quite delicious. It's usually very crowded, but we arrived early today, so there wasn't much of a queue. When eating ma la tang, a type of spicy hot pot, you absolutely have to eat meat. Not eating meat would be a waste. Jiang Mai is not short of money. He could eat the cafeteria into bankruptcy without any problem. He had already deposited 5,000 yuan into his card, enough to eat until the end of time. The basket was mostly filled with meatballs and skewers. After swiping his card, Jiang Mai handed the basket to the aunt and asked her to cook them, saying, Don't overcook the meat, keep it tender. I want a clear broth, and add 2 instant noodles. The aunt said warmly, Young man, since you're so handsome, I'll give you an extra sausage. Thank you, Auntie, Jiang Mai replied with a smile. When Jiang Mai saw that Lung Ruoli was still hesitating, he asked, What's wrong? Don't you like anyone? No, I've never tried them before, so I don't know which ones are the best. Lung Ruoli wasn't lying. She really had never eaten ma la tang. Mainly, she had been taught since childhood that ma la tang was neither clean nor healthy, so she never ate it. In addition, the dishes cooked at home are all high-end and top-notch, and the school also has a private restaurant that prepares meals for her, so Lung Ruoli rarely eats in the cafeteria. I've only come here a few times because of Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai started recommending to Lung Ruoli, saying, These chicken meatballs are a specialty. You must order them. The crystal meatballs and pissing meatballs are especially fragrant, and the gluten is delicious. You should try them. You must also order the lettuce, potatoes, and glass noodles. You can soak the fried dough sticks in the soup and slurp them up in your mouth. They taste amazing. Add some tomato sauce, then drizzle with a spoonful of Lao Ganma chili sauce. It'll be incredibly fragrant. Oh, and some crispy pork. A perfect combination. Jiang Mai himself started to get excited as he spoke. Lao Ganma, Lung Ruoli asked. Don't you know? This smells amazing. It goes perfectly with rice. It's like a magic potion. It's even delicious on its own with plain white rice. Jiang Mai strongly recommended. Okay, you seem to have a special interest in food. Lung Ruoli smiled. That's right, I'm a super foodie. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow, quite proudly. Before, Jiang Mai was afraid of gaining weight, so he knew when to stop. Now that he can eat as much as he wants without gaining weight, he's going to go on a rampage, eating to his heart's content, and if necessary, he'll go for a run to burn off the calories later. After waiting for a while with Lung Ruoli holding their number plates, Jiang Mai quickly began calling their names. Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli quickly moved forward. What seasoning should I add? Lung Ruoli looked at the seasoning section, somewhat conflicted. Can you eat spicy food? Jiang Mai asked. Lung Ruoli nodded. I can have it mildly spicy. What about the vinegar? I'm not picky. That's good. I'll just mix and match whatever you like. After getting Lung Ruoli's consent, Jiang Mai started to improvise and quickly picked out the seasonings and poured them on. Lung Ruoli smelled the aroma and immediately felt very hungry. It looks delicious. That's right. This is my Jiang's spicy hot pot's exclusive ingredient. It's not passed on to outsiders. Jiang Mai said proudly. After he and Lung Ruoli returned to their seats with the spicy hot pot. Here you go. Lung Ruoli placed the tomatoes, fried dough sticks, and other items into Jiang Mai's bowl. Why are you giving them all to me? I can't finish it, so let's avoid waste. Lung Ruoli smiled slightly. Actually, she just wanted to share the delicious food with Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai pushed the bowl forward and asked, Is there anything I want to eat? Take some, don't be shy. Then give me a shiitake mushroom, Lung Ruoli said shyly. Okay, here you go. Jiang Mai generously picked up a piece of food for Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli's heart fluttered. She used to fantasize about exchanging food with the boy she liked. It's finally come true. Lung Ruoli lowered her head, blushed, and took a bite of the spicy hot pot. Jiang Mai asked expectantly, How is it? Is it delicious? Lung Ruoli smiled brightly, her eyes crinkling, and gave Jiang Mai a thumbs up. Great, delicious. You're amazing, you can do anything. Jiang Mai was quite embarrassed by the praise. He scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, It's not that amazing. These seasonings aren't that bad either. I just put them together. No. Even if you have good seasonings, it can still taste delicious if you don't combine them properly. There's a trick to it. Lung Ruoli looked at Jiang Mai with her innocent eyes and didn't hold back her praise. People naturally enjoy being praised, especially by such a stunningly beautiful woman. Jiang Mai was completely captivated. All right, hurry up and eat, or it'll get cold, Jiang Mai urged, then buried his head in his noodles and slurped them down. He inhaled the food in a gust of wind, while Lung Ruoli ate very ladylike, taking small bites, which was a particularly pleasing sight to behold. Jiang Mai felt a little embarrassed. He ate more slowly. Unexpectedly, Lung Ruoli noticed and asked, What's wrong? Weren't you eating with great relish just now? Chapter 61 The School Beauty's Confession on the Confession Wall. Smells good, Jiang Mai asked in surprise. Eating with you makes me feel very hungry. You are really suited to be a mukbang streamer. The way you eat makes people feel especially hungry. Faced with Lung Ruoli's continuous praise, Jiang Mai laughed heartily. Really? Don't you think it was too rough? How could that be? Lung Ruoli shook her head and said, I am like you. I was taught table manners from a young age. Even how much I eat had to be precisely calculated. I don't like that kind of restrictive life, but now when I eat with you, I feel very relaxed. Her large, bright eyes were exceptionally captivating, like a drop of dew. Jiang Mai could sense that she was sincere and not making fun of him. Lung Ruoli is a wealthy heiress who has been raised as a socialite since childhood, so she certainly doesn't have the same carefree attitude as him. You can be yourself now, and no one needs to control you. You can do whatever you want as long as it's not illegal, including what you eat. Jiang Mai looked at Lung Ruoli with enthusiasm. Lung Ruoli was so happy she could hardly contain her joy. Her face was flushed, and she nodded repeatedly at Jiang Mai. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli took their bowls to the exit, poured out the soup, and placed them on the conveyor belt for someone to wash. After leaving the cafeteria, Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli parted ways and returned to their respective dormitories. Just as Jiang Mai went upstairs and was about to turn on the alien computer provided by the system to play a game of League of Legends, the little white dove swivel chair next to him suddenly shook and looked sharply at Jiang Mai. Muzi, do you know what? You went up to the school's confession wall. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mui exclaimed in bewilderment. What the hell? Guess, said the little white dove. Lung Ruoli? No. The little white dove shook its head. Milu. Jiang Mai guessed again. No, not exactly. Could it be Xia Xiran? Jiang Mai wondered. Neither. Damn it, couldn't you just tell me directly? Why are you being so mysterious? Jiang Mai became irritable. Little White Dove chuckled. Don't worry, here it is. He then handed the phone to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai glanced at his phone, his face a picture of utter confusion. Jiang Xueli? A screenshot of a QQ chat was posted on the confession wall at Nanjing University. Hello, I'm Jiang Xueli from the fashion design department, too, a freshman. Yesterday afternoon, I saw a guy in a white t-shirt on the third floor of the school's teaching building. He was very handsome, with a Korean-style look, which perfectly matched my ideal type. Unfortunately, I'm too short to catch up, and this handsome guy is a bit hard of hearing and didn't hear me, so we passed each other by. If you have any information about him, please let me know as soon as possible. In addition, a candid photo is also posted below. These are photos taken secretly by Jiang Mai. The photo is a bit blurry, but it can't hide Jiang Mai's handsome looks. Jiang Mai has a distinctive appearance, with three-dimensional features and chiseled contours that make many girls' hearts flutter. Even Little White Dove clicked her tongue and said, "These photos really make you look like a real man. If I didn't know you, I would have thought you were an incredibly handsome guy." "I'm a handsome guy. Who are you calling a slovenly dog?" Jiang Mai gritted his teeth and grabbed Little White Dove by the ribs, making Little White Dove almost fall backward. He desperately tried to survive, saying to Jiang Mai, I'm a dog. Can't I look down on people with my dog eyes? My carbon alloy dog eyes." Seeing the Little White Dove's will to survive, Jiang Mai finally released him. Little White Dove sighed. Why would Jiang, the school beauty, confess to you? How could she be attracted to you at first sight? What's wrong with this world? Are all four of the school beauties destined to be your harem? Boring, I don't want any of them. As for who she is, I'm not interested. Jiang Mai had heard of Jiang Xueli's name and knew that she was one of the four school beauties, but he had never met Jiang Xueli and didn't know what kind of person she was. He wasn't interested at all. Why? Do you know she's a heartthrob for otaku? She's a goddess in the cosplay world, and otaku are madly in love with her. Now she's confessing her feelings to you, and you're unmoved. Shouldn't you reply to her? And by the way, ask for her contact information. Little White Dove's eyes sparkled. I think you're the one who wants the contact information, Jiang Mai said, glancing sideways at the Little White Dove. Little White Dove scratched her head shyly. Of course I want it. But the problem is that my Xia doesn't agree. Of course, it would be best if you could ask me for an autograph. After all, we shouldn't let the good stuff go to outsiders. If you don't know how to use idioms, don't use them carelessly. It exposes your lack of cultural literacy. I'm not adding her. I don't care if she's a goddess in the cosplay world or not. I'm just not interested. Jiang Mai replied indifferently and continued playing the game. What a waste. The Little White Dove shook its head immediately upon seeing this. What an idiot. Even if you don't want to continue developing the relationship, you could at least get to know each other. After all, this person is comparable to a celebrity. She's one of the top cosplay goddesses. At every anime convention, countless people are completely captivated by her. She always holds autograph sessions, and all her merchandise sells out every time. So Jiang Mai didn't even cherish it. Since Jiang Mai has no interest in making friends, Little White Dove can't be forced into it. Jiang Mai had just started queuing when Lao He rushed in, slammed his hand on Jiang Mai's keyboard, and shouted, Do you know what? You're on the confession wall. Oh, how can you be so calm? You're still playing games. Do you know who confessed to you? Jiang Xueli. Jiang Mai replied indifferently. Then why are you still so calm? He became agitated. Oh, Jiang Mai felt that playing games was more important. Then Kai rushed in from outside. Oh no, Mu Zi, you've made it onto the school's confession wall. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow and said, Can the three of you agree to tell me together? I know, it was Jiang Xueli who confessed to me. Jiang Mai didn't think it was the system's fault. He guessed that he was too scared to concentrate on the game now. His heart was pounding. What are you thinking? Lao He and Kai Zi both looked at Jiang Mai expectantly. What can I think? I'll just keep eating, sleeping, and playing games. Jiang Mai's fingers flew across the mechanical keyboard. Damn it, the enemy Shaun is trying to backdoor. Fortunately, Jiang Mai stopped them. Otherwise, they would have lost long ago with their few cannon fodder teammates. Shaun's tower stealing was incredibly fast, but luckily he ran into Jiang Mai, who instantly killed the opponent. Mu Zi, did you pray to Buddha for love this year? Or did you buy some kind of talisman? Otherwise, how could the fact that all four school beauties like you happen to happen? He shook his head, feeling that it was unbelievable. Jiang Mai was previously ridiculed for being Xia Xiaohua's simp, destined to be a single dog for life. But now, if Jiang Mai is willing to find a partner, it's a piece of cake. Who are the people who like him? The four most beautiful girls in school. The four most beautiful girls at Nanjing University all fell in love with Jiang Mai, something many boys dream of. Chapter 62. This isn't called clinging, this is called sticking to you. No, Jiang Mai said. Alright, no one's liking me is as important as my game. I'm going to play now. Ever since Jiang Mui formatted his emotions, he has become disillusioned with the world. Not easily falling for someone, not easily starting a relationship. It's better to be carefree and independent on your own, without being troubled by love, which is quite wonderful. Seeing that Jiang Mai was completely absorbed in the game and ignored the four beauties, his three roommates looked at him as if he were an idiot. Jiang Mai's luck this year is off the charts. After becoming a super heir, for beautiful women have fallen for him. His conditions are simply too good to be true. However, as his luck improves, Jiang Mai's interest in beautiful women is decreasing. Sigh. If this keeps up, Jiang Mai might have to become a monk. At worst, I'll just be a straight man and stay single for life. The three roommates sighed with regret at the thought. Such a romantic encounter was something the boys wouldn't even dare to dream of, but when it happened to Jiang Mai, he remained unmoved. They can't just hold a knife to Jiang Mai's neck and force him to find a girlfriend quickly. Seeing Jiang Mai having so much fun, everyone started to feel envious. Can you play with me next time? Musi, unleash your ultimate move. Yes, that's cool. How about I play Yasuo for a bit? Can you give me some pointers? I don't know why Yasuo is so bad. Soon after, the other three started playing League of Legends and enjoyed themselves for a while. The notion of the schools for most beautiful girls has long been forgotten. The next day, Jiang Mai brought a book with him and went to the engineering mechanics class with his several animal-loving roommates. This was the most boring class for Jiang Mai. Theoretical knowledge is dry and boring, and for Jiang Mai, attending this class was just a way to scroll through his phone and sleep. Upon arriving at the designated multimedia classroom, the system notified the host. Congratulations, host. Successful check-in to the multimedia classroom. You are rewarded with 500,000 renminbi, and your classroom sleep quality will be improved. How destructive is this system? Improving his classroom sleep? What a ridiculous idea the system could come up with. Jiang Mai, I don't want it. System, should I leave? Jiang Mai, take care, and don't bother seeing me off. Anyway, he's already an heir to a fortune of hundreds of millions, and his own conditions aren't bad either. Even if he uninstalls the system, he won't be a lazy bum. The system started whimpering. What a heartless host. Just as Jiang Mai sat down, two familiar figures suddenly walked in from outside. A stunningly beautiful woman with cascading long hair, red lips, and snow-white skin exudes a captivating, languid charm. She wears a beige cardigan with crystal buttons, paired with a brownish-gray pleated skirt. She is pure and pretty, with long, slender legs and white boots. A femme fatale, alluring and sexy, with a graceful figure, constantly sending flirtatious glances to Jiang Mai. She wore a see-through, sexy bodycon dress, revealing her chest and arms, making Jiang Mai feel cold just looking at her. How could she wear so little? As expected, girls prioritize style over warmth. The moment these two appeared, they naturally attracted the public's attention. Aren't these Lung and me, the school beauties? They don't seem to be from our department. What are they doing here? Are you stupid? Didn't you see Jiang Mai? Hee, they're definitely here for Jiang Mai. So we're here to attend class just to witness other people's PDA. I'm so envious of Jiang Mai. I heard that even the school beauty confessed to him. He's captured all four of our school beauties. How can he be so charming? Who says otherwise? But if I were a girl, I'd also like Jiang Mai. I have to say, Jiang Mai is good looking, and most importantly, he's rich now and can play basketball. What girl wouldn't like that? Sigh. Happiness belongs to handsome guys. We poor losers can only watch goddesses throw themselves into the arms of handsome guys. Amidst the murmurs, Lung Ruoli and Mi Lu walked up to Jiang Mai. Mi Lu placed her hand on the table and gave a wink to Xiao Beige and Kai Zi on either side of Jiang Mai. Little White Dove and Kai Zi aren't stupid. They definitely understand what it means. Now that the two most beautiful girls on campus have appeared, what are they doing here in the way? I want to study hard today. This is too far back. I'll go sit in the front. Little White Dove said with a start, and picked up her books. Me too. The view ahead is good. Little White Dove, take me with you. Kai nodded. Jiang Mai's gaze fell on Lauhi beside him. Lauhi had already felt the killing power of Mi Lu's eyes, so he quickly stood up and smiled obsequiously. I'll study hard today too. Then Lauhi followed suit, and sat down in the front row. There were empty spaces on either side of Jiang Mai. Then I'll sit in the front too. As Jiang Mai was about to get up, his hand was grabbed by Mi Lu's soft hand. Milu said with a charming smile. The front seats are all full. Where are you going to sit? Why don't you sit here with me? The professor can't see you, so you can do whatever you want. Milu then sat down to Jiang Mai's right, gazing at him with affection, and said, Ruoli and I are both very interested in this course. Jiang Mai asked, Oh, so do you know what this classroom is? This stumped Milu. This. She felt very guilty, mainly because she wanted to attend class with Jiang Mai, but she had forgotten what class it was. After all, it wasn't a course in her major, so she certainly wouldn't know so much about it. Lung Ruoli, standing to the side, added softly, Engineering mechanics class. Oh, I really enjoy engineering mechanics. Milu exclaimed excitedly, immediately smiling at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai said helplessly, Senior me, do you have to keep bothering me? I'm not interested in you. This isn't called clinging, this is called sticking to you. Fine, you rejected me once, so there are still 98 more times left. Milu's red lips lifted meaningfully. What do you mean, 98 times? Jiang Mai asked, puzzled. I'll chase you 98 times. Milu rested her slender hand on her chin, gazing at Jiang Mai with deep affection, and said, I heard that 99 times is very popular now, so I want to chase you 99 times. Milu has already made her plans, to live a passionate and fulfilling love life, so that she can be at peace with herself and won't regret it later. Of course, if she fails to win Jiang Mai's heart 99 times, she will give up. As for why he didn't chase after her 100 times, it was simply for the sake of his own dignity. Jiang Mai was speechless. I pursued Xia Xiran 99 times simply because I liked her, not for you to imitate, much less for you to surpass. Then Milu looked at Lung Ruoli with a smile and said, How many times are you going to pursue her? Huh? Lung Ruoli was taken aback. How many times have you pursued Jiang Mai? Milu asked again. Chapter 63 Which man can remain unmoved by a woman in his arms? Lung Ruoli instantly felt the intense gaze Jiang Mai was casting, and her face flushed red. I don't know. Perhaps it's countless times, until the other person agrees. Of course, she wouldn't force him if he disagreed. If she likes someone, she doesn't care whether they reject her or not. Even if they're not together, she can keep her feelings to herself and continue to protect him. As long as he's happy and can be with the person he loves, that's enough. Milu muttered. People have to have dreams, otherwise what's the difference between them and salted fish? She then looked at Jiang Mai and smiled. Am I right? Jiang Mai covered his face with his book and said, I need to study hard. Don't bother me later, Senior Milu. Milu looked at Jiang Mai's resolute expression and curled her lips. Humph, what a clueless straight man. If other guys saw me like this, they'd be overjoyed. Here's a pen. A black pen was handed to Jiang Mai as he was slumped over the table. Jiang Mai followed the pen and saw the stunningly beautiful Lung Ruoli, who looked quite shy. I noticed you didn't bring a pen, so I brought an extra one. She was extremely nervous, her eyes blinking rapidly, her thick, feathery eyelashes fluttering. Jiang Mai's lips curled up, and he subconsciously took the pen. Thanks. The casual, magnetic words brushed past her ear, delivering a devastating blow to Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli's heart instantly fluttered with joy, as if a little rabbit had jumped and bounced inside. She smiled shyly. You're welcome. After Milu and Lung Ruoli sat on either side of Jiang Mai, everyone's attention was focused on Jiang Mai. Two stunningly beautiful women with contrasting personalities sat next to Jiang Mai. Which man can remain unmoved by a woman in his lap? Jiang Mai remained remarkably calm. Countless boys are already staring at Lung Ruoli and Milu, unable to take their eyes off them. The cold school beauty is so beautiful, and to me school beauty is so sexy. I'm drooling over that skirt. Her legs are so white and slender. It's just a pity that we're too far away to see clearly, and we can't keep staring, or we'll be mistaken for perverts. Who says otherwise? Among the men here, only Jiang Mai can openly look, he can touch whenever he wants. I've seen two girls fighting over one guy before, but how can it be so harmonious? Could it be that Lung, the school beauty, is the empress, and me, the school beauty, is a concubine? One of the girls muttered, Can't you guys think a little less dirty? I don't think Zhang Muyi is the type to have two girls on each side. He's so devoted. Anyone with eyes can see that two of the school's most beautiful girls are pursuing him. Wrong, it's the four school beauties. Didn't you know? School beauty Jiang is looking for Jiang Mai on the confession wall right now. It was love at first sight. A boy immediately corrected the girl. The girl was very surprised. Really? Of course it's true. Jiang Mai is so popular. His luck with women is amazing. But how come he's only got two of the school beauties? What about the other two? The girl wondered. I don't know, but just having the cold and beautiful school beauties accompany us to class is a great blessing. The other boys clicked their tongues in envy. With two such beautiful school beauties by my side, who wouldn't want to come to class, rain or shine? Unfortunately, no matter how hard they racked their brains, such a thing could never happen. While the other boys were excitedly working up a buzz, Jiang Mai listlessly propped his chin on his hand. Unlike the other boys, his eyes were darting around, either looking at the full, sexy breasts or the long, white, slender legs. Jiang Mai is now just urging the professor to come to class quickly and start teaching as soon as possible. He wants to go home and sleep early. So sleepy, so bored. Instead of the professor, Jiang Mai heard a gasp of surprise. Isn't that Xia, the school beauty? What's she doing here? Jiang Mai's heart skipped a beat. He stared intently and indeed saw a graceful figure appear on the scene. Today she wore a light white long dress with a mature yet natural, forest-inspired style, over which she wore a white wool coat, Chanel earrings. Her long hair was styled up with pearl hair clips, and her makeup was exquisite, giving her a pure and alluring look. Many boys glanced at her frequently, but she didn't even give them a second look. Holding a gift box, she walked up the stairs, her goal clear, to stand directly in front of Jiang Mai. Here you are, a gift as an apology. This completely shocked everyone. Xia Xiran appeared in the classroom, only to find out she was there to give Jiang Mai a gift. This is unprecedented. It's practically a miracle. Jiang Mai is currently enjoying the most glamorous position, with the super beautiful, icy school beauty Lung Ruoli on his left, and the sexy and charming school beauty Me on his right. And now, the most intellectual and artistic campus belle, Xia, has appeared at the scene. Xia Xiran's actions naturally surprised Me Lu and Lung Ruoli. They didn't expect that Xia Xiran would come looking for Jiang Mai after the escape room incident. Jiang Mai's eyes flickered with emotion as he coldly stared at Xia Xiran. No. System reply. Congratulations, host, you have rejected Xia Xiran. As a reward, you are given 10 plots of land worth tens of millions, which you can dispose of as you see fit. Jiang Mai was surprised to have acquired the land. However, even if it weren't for the system mission, he would still refuse Xia Xiran's gift. After all, he didn't want Xia Xiran to misunderstand that she wanted a chance, and not cutting things off quickly would be truly cruel to Xia Xiran. A deep sense of disappointment appeared on Xia Xiran's flushed and pale face. She said, "We were too impulsive last time. After going back, I thought about it for a long time and realized that it wasn't right. I apologize to you on behalf of Xiao Xiao. I was wrong last time too. The gift is not necessary. You can leave now." Jiang Mui felt that what he did last time was not very classy. He could accept Xia Xiran's apology. However, he didn't want to have anything to do with Xia Xiran anymore. Everyone was quite surprised. Xia Xiran took the initiative to make peace, but Jiang Mui refused. Xia Xiran seemed to have prepared herself mentally. She forced a smile and said, "I've saved all the gifts for you. You can ask for them back when you've thought it through." Mi Lu curled her red lips in displeasure, clearly disliking Xia Xiran. Seeing that Jiang Mai remained cold and indifferent, Xia Xiran did not press him further and instead went straight to the back row. It's still Jiang Mai's back seat. I sat down right away. Aren't you leaving? Milu asked in surprise. Even Jiang Mai was quite surprised. Xia Xiran parted her red lips slightly, raised her head, and said, "No one said I can't come to class, so why should I leave?" Milu was immediately annoyed upon hearing this. Speechless, I opened the door for his speechless mother. This Xia Xiran is even more persistent than she imagined. Jiang Mai, on the other hand, remained quite calm. Xia Xiran can listen to the lectures if he wants, as long as it doesn't affect him. Anyway, Xia Xiran is no longer a crucial person to him. The circle is only so big, and no matter how much she moves around in her own world, Jiang Mai can remain unmoved. A broken mirror is hard to mend, and he doesn't want to mend it either. From Xia Xiran's perspective, she could see Jiang Mai's tall and solitary figure. He didn't turn around, but Xia Xiran's whole heart was devoted to him. Xia Xiran slowly leaned down and rested her head on the table, gazing at him with deep affection. She was satisfied even if she only saw his back. At least he's in her world. She tried to stop thinking about him and stop seeing him, but she couldn't let go of him. Jiang Mai remained in a lazy posture, looking at the blackboard. Suddenly, a pair of fair hands slowly reached out from the side. Her fingertips were slender and white, and the light-colored nail polish made her nails look even more delicate and beautiful. It stopped right in front of Jiang Mai's hand. Jiang Mai was somewhat puzzled. What are they planning to do? Chapter 64, Forgetting Friends When Seeing Sex. As a result, when he opened his hand, the back of his hand was exposed. A white rabbit milk candy lay quietly in my palm. Here you go. A clear, crisp female voice rang out softly. Jiang Mai suddenly looked at the owner of the voice. Her large, grape-like eyes, covered by a feather fan, were blinking at him. I only caught 2 today, 1 for you and 1 for me. She smiled gently, her bright red lips complementing her white skin perfectly, making her incredibly cute. Delicious food is sweeter when shared. Jiang Mai's lips curved into a smooth smile. He grabbed the candy and saw Lung Ruoli furtively lower her head, avoiding the professor's sharp gaze, and stuff a candy into her red lips. In an instant, Jiang Mai was drawn into his memories. I used to sneak snacks like that in high school, always afraid of being caught by the teacher. Thinking about it now brings a sweet feeling. That feeling has been gone for a long time. Jiang Mai followed her example and put a milk candy in his mouth. Their eyes met. Lung Ruoli's eyes curved like crescent moons, and her pupils were bright and sparkling, as dazzling as pearls. Jiang Mai couldn't help but feel happy too. A milky flavor filled my mouth. It was quite sweet. White rabbit creamy candy, YYDS. I ate it all the time when I was a kid, and it was always so cloying. I haven't eaten it much since I grew up, but I recently revisited it. You actually ate white rabbit candy. Jiang Mai was very surprised. Why can't I eat it? Lung Ruoli asked curiously. Is it strange that I can eat it? I thought you ate all sorts of imported candies. After all, Lung Ruoli's family is so well off. Lung Ruoli's face flushed, and she said to Jiang Mai, whether it's imported or domestic, as long as I like it, I will keep eating it. Just like when she likes someone, no matter how bad others say about him, she will still persist in liking him the most. In her heart, she will definitely believe that the other person is the best. While Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli were whispering to each other in their own little space, Xia Xiran, sitting in the back row, felt her eyes well up with tears. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth, so humiliated that she was about to cry. Yesterday, someone said that Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli were making rapid progress and were already appearing in the cafeteria as a couple, but she still didn't believe it. But now, seeing Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli behaving intimately, she felt as if her heart had been punched hard. Milu looked back at Xia Xiran's expression with great interest. Although, she was also a little jealous. After all, the boy she likes is chatting with other girls. But she also felt really good about it. Now, who's going to give her a handful of sunflower seeds to crack open? This whole thing is going to be a real spectacle. Look at Xia Xiran's expression. It's like a palette of paints, all sorts of colors. After finishing her melon, Milu added fuel to the fire, immediately lowering her head and saying to Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli, "Humph, you guys don't include me in your conversation." Well, Ruoli, you're such a heartbreaker, forgetting all your friends for the sake of beauty. You and Mai each have 1, and you've forgotten about me. No, Lung Ruoli's face was flushed. You still say you don't have any? Then where's the candy? Milu said, pretending to be angry, and began to hold out her palm to ask for candy. It's gone. Lung Ruoli looked at Milu innocently. She was in a hurry when she left, so she only took 2 milk candies with her. She had 1 left, and if she gave 1 to Jiang Mui, then they would be all gone. What's wrong? Are you going to play tricks if I don't give you candy? Jiang Mai glanced at Milu sideways. It's not Halloween. Here, take it. Milu thought Jiang Mai had some candy for her, and waited happily. Unexpectedly, Jiang Mai reached out and gave it to Milu, who was both amused and exasperated. That's not candy. It's just a candy wrapper. Fine, you guys eat the candy, and I get the wrapper? That's not fair. Milu snorted. Watch out, or I'll report you to the professor. So what if you report me? I'm not afraid. Jiang Mai's lips curled up. Milu thought about it and agreed. Jiang Mai was a college student. Why would he be afraid of being reported? But she was just joking, teasing the two of them. She wasn't that petty. So she didn't do anything underhanded. Just as Jiang Mai was about to look up at the blackboard, he and Lung Ruoli moved in sync. So Jiang Mai's head collided with Lung Ruoli's head. Who? Lung Ruoli rubbed her forehead and softly cried out in pain. Jiang Mai didn't feel the pain was too bad. He looked at Lung Ruoli and asked, "Are you alright?" Lung Ruoli's long, flowing hair, like a light veil, swayed gently as she moved her shoulders, and a smile immediately appeared on her delicate, pink lips. It's nothing. I'm sorry, did I hurt you? Jiang Mai apologized profusely and reached out to rub Lung Ruoli's head. Her forehead was very full, and when Jiang Mai rubbed it, he felt so comfortable by the smoothness of her skin. It's so beautiful that you don't want to leave. Looking at Lung Ruoli with her head down, her clear eyes, and her pretty face flushed and hot, Jiang Mai felt his mouth go dry. Are you feeling better? Jiang Mai asked. Yes, much better. Lung Ruoli smiled gently. Her heart was already filled with joy. That's wonderful. Jiang Mai took the initiative to rub her head. She felt so happy. She's going to have trouble sleeping again tonight. Does it hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you? Lung Ruoli was eager to help. Me? Haha. I'm a man. How could I feel pain? Jiang Mai didn't care at all. Although he wasn't an iron-head kung fu practitioner, he really didn't feel much pain. Lung Ruoli breathed a sigh of relief and said sweetly, "That's good." Jiang Mai listened to the lecture for a while, then looked at his watch. There was still an hour left before the end of get out of class. It felt like an eternity. He played games until midnight again last night, and is very sleepy now. Jiang Mai thought it best to take a nap, so as not to waste the skill given by the system. He wanted to see how much it could improve his sleep quality. "I'm sleepy. Wake me up after class," Jiang Mai said lazily to Lung Ruoli. "Good." The professor came down and called me too. Lung Ruoli nodded, her face flushed. After explaining everything, Jiang Mai yawned and then went to sleep. He then went to sleep peacefully. Her head was facing Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli stared at his face, mesmerized. It was particularly dazzling. Her eyelashes are so long. They seem even longer than a girl's. Thinking of his stubborn and arrogant appearance from years ago, she felt a pang of heartache. Lung Ruoli lay down and gazed at him quietly. After a short while, her rosy and beautiful lips unconsciously curled upwards. But she found the sunlight reflecting in from outside too dazzling. It was right in front of Jiang Mai's eyes. She could feel Jiang Mai's brows furrow slightly. "You must have had an uncomfortable sleep." Lung Ruoli acted decisively, picking up a book to block the sunlight reflecting off Jiang Mai's face. With the shadow falling on Jiang Mai's face, he felt much more comfortable. As Jiang Mai fell into a deep sleep, a faint smile appeared on Lung Ruoli's lips. She held the book up without taking it down. Milu witnessed this scene. Milu was quite surprised, and then began to shake her head. "Look how foolish Lung Ruoli is. He doesn't even know you're shielding him from the sun. What kind of opportunity is that? Besides, holding your hand up is already tiring." But Lung Ruoli kept holding it up and never put it down. They persisted until the bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. The moment Zhang Muyi slowly opened his eyes, Lung Ruoli hurriedly withdrew her hand to hide her panic. "Awake." Lung Ruoli smiled faintly at Jiang Mai, her hand involuntarily rubbing her numb left hand. "Yeah, I slept pretty well." Jiang Mai stretched and got up. "I have no more classes. I need to go back to my dorm." "Okay." Lung Ruoli nodded with a flushed face, and carrying her books, she followed him out. If Jiang Mai wanted to get out of his seat, he had to walk towards Milu. As a result, Milu stretched out her beautiful long legs, looked at Jiang Mai, and immediately spread her arms wide, pouting with her red lips. "This road is mine. If you want to pass, at least touch and kick it." Chapter 65. The rumored school beauty Jiang appears. Jiang Mai was speechless. Whatever. Without a second thought, he nimbly flipped the table over. Jiang Mai executed this difficult move with incredible style. This shocked Milu and Lung Ruoli. Milu exclaimed in admiration, "Wow, you're amazing." Lung Ruoli was filled with worry. It was too dangerous. If she landed face down, she would get hurt. The little white dove not far away shook its head. "Damn it. Muzi has managed to pull off this act again." Old he nodded. Who says otherwise? He really loves to show off. At this moment, Jiang Mai's system notified him. "Congratulations, host, for rejecting Milu's invitation to hug. Your integrity value has increased by 200, and you have received 1 million RMB. Jiang Mai looked at Lung Ruoli and said, "I'm leaving." Lung Ruoli nodded happily and agreed. Jiang Mai gave Xiaobage and the others a look. "Let's go back to the dormitory." Little White Dove and the others then followed Jiang Mai out. Milu put her arm around Lung Ruoli's shoulder and said with a smile, "Come on, let's go shopping. I opened my closet, and there are hardly any clothes left to wear. I need to buy some pretty dresses and cosmetics." Only by being willing to spend money on herself and dress up nicely can she have a chance to win over Jiang Mai. "Okay." Lung Ruoli nodded. "I'll buy it for you too." "Oh, do I want one too?" Lung Ruoli asked, somewhat surprised. "Of course, I'll give it to you. You have to dress me up beautifully too. If my rival is good looking, I'll be pleased with myself. If I lose to you in the future, I'll accept it wholeheartedly. Of course, Jiang Mai must not be bewitched by other little vixens, or I'll be furious." As Milu said this, she deliberately glanced at Xia Xiran, who was walking out dejectedly with her books in her hands. Xia Xiran bit her lip tightly and walked away quickly, feigning pride. Milu snorted. "What does she have to be proud of? She's not as pretty or as well built as us, and her family is rich. The only thing she does is get better grades than us." Stop talking about her behind her back, it's not good. Let's go shopping. Lung Ruoli smiled at Milu. Okay, I'll have to buy you a few sexy dresses. Such a beautiful figure should be shown off. It's such a waste to cover it up. Milu grinned and immediately groped her chest. Lung Ruoli immediately hugged her chest, looking very embarrassed. Sister Milu, what are you trying to hide? We saw it when we were showering. Milu smirked. I'm even older than you. Lung Ruoli's ears turned red. What? Is there to compare? Of course we have to compete. It's a girl's pride, and boys love it the most. Don't worry. I heard papaya is especially nutritious. How about I buy you a few boxes? Milu joked. Sister Milu. Lung Ruoli blushed furiously and started patting Milu's back. Milu chuckled and coaxed Lung Ruoli. All right, you're so shy? Come on, let's go shopping. While Lung Ruoli was laughing and chatting, Jiang Mai's side was also bustling with activity. Jiang Mai and his 3 roommates, who were like animals, walked along the campus path. Little White Dove excitedly suggested, let's skip the cafeteria for lunch and have snail rice noodles instead. I object, Jiang Mai said with obvious disdain. He is the one who can't resist snail rice noodles. No, I want to eat it. I want 2 more packs. Can't you go eat on the balcony? Jiang Mai glared at the Little White Dove. Of course not. The dorm has air conditioning. It's so warm. It looks so miserable with the cold wind blowing outside. Little White Dove came over and gently bumped Jiang Mai's shoulder with a smile on her face. I don't care. You're not allowed to eat it. I'll faint from the stench if the air conditioner is on. Jiang Mai retorted. I'll eat it, so what if you bite me? Kai Zi, you're the dorm leader, so keep a close eye on him. Jiang Mai said to Kai Zi. Kai replied sheepishly, I want some too. Old he came up, put his arm around my shoulder, and said with a smile, count me in. Jiang Mai spat and said, you bunch of idiots, you want to kill me? Fine, I'll go buy some durians and see if I can stink you to death. Great, killing each other is wonderful. Little White Dove laughed heartily. Let's go. I'm going to buy durians right now. I'll suffocate you guys with the smell. Jiang Mai was about to head to the fruit shop. You should know that these 3 animals are most afraid of the smell of durian. Anyway, we'll just hurt each other, so who's afraid of whom? While Jiang Mai and his fellow livestock roommates were joking around, the loudspeaker suddenly blared. Jiang Mai, a student from the design department, please come to the Dean of Students' office as soon as you hear this announcement. Jiang Mai looked like he had a black question mark on his face. What the heck? Why were they inviting him to the dean's office? And they even used the loudspeaker to call him over. Have you gotten into some trouble, Muzi? Little White Dove's eyes widened in surprise. Old he said gloatingly, you're in big trouble now. I don't know if I'll get cold or not, but I can make you get cold first. Jiang Mai gritted his teeth and twisted his knuckles. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lao He immediately hid behind Kai Zi. Kai Zi, you're the dorm leader. You have to protect me. Muzi, do you want us to go with you? Kai asked worriedly as he stopped Jiang Mui's attack. No need. I haven't done anything wrong or caused any trouble. What can he do to me? He probably has something else to discuss with me. I'll go check on things first. Jiang Mai was remarkably nonchalant. Okay, call us if you need anything, Kai said. Jiang Mai immediately headed towards the dean's office. Jiang Mai quickly arrived at the door, and the system notified him. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked into the director's office and received 500,000 renminbi. After receiving the reward, Jiang Mai knocked on the door. Please come in. A pleasant voice rang out. Strange, it doesn't sound like the head of the teaching department's voice. Jiang Mai felt something was strange, but he still pushed open the door. When he went inside, he immediately found that there was only one person sitting in a rocking chair in the office, with his back to him. This is definitely not the head of student affairs. The head of student affairs is a man. This is a woman. Who are you? Jiang Mai asked in confusion. The rocking chair then swayed over. Backlit, an incredibly handsome face gradually appeared before Jiang Mai's eyes. She had a mixed race appearance, with large, watery eyes, a high nose, and pouty lips, and her hair was styled in light gold pigtails. Her gorgeous light gold Lolita stage outfit perfectly accentuated her figure. With a great bust, slim waist, and perky buttocks, wearing alluring white stockings, she crossed her legs and faced Jiang Mai with a beaming smile, her hands clasped together, exuding an energetic and adorable aura. My God, you've arrived. You're Jiang Xueli? Jiang Mai exclaimed in surprise. But what does she call herself? Male God. You know me? That's wonderful. Jiang Xueli placed her palm on her cheek, her eyes crinkling with laughter. It's my honor. To make a long story short, you didn't bring me here, did you? Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes dangerously as he looked at Jiang Xueli. Jiang Xueli, Her eyes sparkling like stars, happily said, "You guessed right. I need to talk to you, my idol. I want you to be my partner and cosplay Outyin with me." Outyin? Long Outyin? Jiang Mai's small head was filled with a big question mark. No, it's Ao Tian. He's a popular character from the best-selling novel Chang'an Tianxia, a yandere, obsessive and possessive character. I haven't decided on a male cosplayer yet, since not many people can match the character. But when I saw you, I felt like Lord Ao Tian had stepped right out of the book. Chapter 66, Spending Money is Making Money. Jiang Xueli's eyes were full of admiration. "You must become my cosplayer." She auditioned for many people, but couldn't find the right candidate. While she was struggling with this, she saw Jiang Mai passing by downstairs, and her eyes lit up immediately. His exceptionally handsome appearance and aloof, powerful aura are exactly like Lord Outyan's. You should know that Chang'an Tianxia is Jiang Xueli's favorite novel, and Outyan is her ultimate male god, so she definitely had to find the person she was most satisfied with to portray him. No one is more suitable for this role than him. "So you're going to put me on the confession wall?" Jiang Mai was speechless. "Yes, that's the fastest way to find you. Quite a few people have already provided me with clues." Jiang Xueli smiled slightly. "Of course, in order to let you talk to me calmly, I had my cousin, who is also the director, send you here." Jiang Mai was very annoyed and immediately rejected Jiang Xueli, saying, "Sorry, I'm not involved in the cosplay circle. You should find someone else." System notification. "Congratulations, host. You have rejected Jiang Xueli and received 500,000 renminbi and 200 integrity points." Jiang Mai got up. Jiang Xueli was very anxious. The petite woman ran to Jiang Mai in an instant and said hopefully, "Please help me. I haven't released a photo album for more than a year. This is something I've been preparing for a long time. As long as you cooperate with me for the photo shoot, I'll do whatever you ask for." Jiang Mai glanced at Jiang Xueli and said, "Then I'll make an offer, and what will it take for you to give up?" With the system in place, how could he possibly be short of money? Moreover, he is the heir to a fortune of hundreds of millions, and Jiang Mai has more pocket money than he can ever spend. Jiang Mai had already emptied his Taobao shopping cart. Not only did he buy all the skins for League of Legends, but he was also so bored that he bought hundreds of stocks one by one, not caring whether he would make a profit or not. The main thing he was buying was for fun. Who would have thought that buying stocks would result in a profit of over 2 million? Jiang Mai is now even more worried about where to spend his money. Jiang Xueli didn't expect Jiang Mai to turn the tables on her. She looked up at Jiang Mai with her innocent, Barbie-like eyes and said, "Then I can grant you anything you want." "No need, please hire someone else." Although Jiang Mai also goes to comic conventions, he has never thought of crossing over into the cosplay circle, nor does he want to get involved in this mess. Making money by shooting photo albums is not his style. Jiang Mai instinctively walked outside. Looking at his aloof back, Jiang Xueli's admiration for Jiang Mai was like a surging river. Even his refusal is like Lord Outyan. "This role was tailor-made for you. I will never give up." Jiang Xueli is a cosplayer with high standards for cosplay. Now that she has encountered such a high-quality, promising cosplayer who suits her taste, how could she possibly give up? Besides, no one but Jiang Mai can replace the character Outyan. She doesn't want to find anyone else to be her co-star in the film, as that would damage her reputation and cause her to lose fans. After leaving his office, Jiang Mai opened the system panel. He now has 3,000 integrity points, which is enough for him to participate in the lottery. Jiang Mai simply did a 15 pull. The system will start spinning. I drew prizes 5 times in a row during my 15 draws. Although the odds of winning were lower than Jiang Mai had imagined, they were all things that Jiang Mai was interested in. "Congratulations, host. You have gained the 5-fold return skill for 1 day." "Congratulations, host. You have become Weathering Child." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Boxing King skill, Unstoppable, and with every punch landing squarely." "Congratulations, host. You have improved your sleep quality at night and are no longer suffering from insomnia." "Congratulations, host. You have obtained a set of rules for managing land, worth millions." Jiang Mai immediately became curious and asked the system, "What is weathering with you?" "System, you can control the weather at will." Jiang Mai, "Weather? How do you control that?" "Such a good thing." "System, simply think about the weather in your mind, and it will change." Jiang Mai looked out the window. The weather was gloomy, and it looked like it was going to rain. He silently thought about it for a moment, and soon the dark clouds began to disperse, revealing blue skies, white clouds, and bright sunshine. The overcast day turned into a super sunny day. Jiang Mai got excited. "Wow, that's amazing. Then he wouldn't be afraid of wind and rain. and he wouldn't need to carry an umbrella. Anyway, he can control the weather at will. System. However, in order not to disrupt weather patterns, the control period is only half an hour. Jiang Mai didn't mind at all. It's okay, half an hour is enough. After Zhang Muyi tried out the skill, he asked again, what about the Boxing King skill? System. Unless you encounter a new boxing champion, no one can beat you. You can kill dozens of whiny girls with one hand. Jiang Mai. Killing him would be an exaggeration. System. Don't worry, you can control your strength. This system is now transmitting the fist techniques to you. Please check. Jiang Mai immediately began to check the package. After accepting the offer, Zhang Muyi quickly felt energized. Even though he had never learned boxing, a set of boxing techniques flashed through his mind, and Zhang Mai was able to perform them using muscle memory. Zhang Mai could perform those cool and difficult moves that are particularly impressive in action movies with ease. He was so excited. He could become any kind of kung fu superstar. As for the 5-fold rebate, it's even easier. You just need to make a purchase and you'll get a 5-fold rebate. Although it was only one day, it was enough for Jiang Mai to squander. Jiang Mai's lips curled up. Now he's going to spend money properly. Oh no, I mean make a lot of money. In the afternoon, at a department store counter, led by Mi Lu, Lung Ruoli had already bought many bags of things, and she was also wearing a newly bought dress. She was sitting on the sofa in the store, waiting for Mi Lu to come out of the fitting room. The clothes she's wearing now are a bit sexier than the ones she bought before, but not too revealing. The black and white striped fitted tube top sweater accentuated her beautiful and full bust, revealing a deep cleavage. The knot of the sweater ended just above her navel, showing off her pretty waist. She paired it with a black leather pencil skirt, showcasing Lung Ruoli's incredibly long and alluring legs. Lung Ruoli looked at herself in the mirror and blushed. The sales assistants kept praising her, and even Sister Mi Lu was very satisfied. This outfit must look really good. I wonder what Jiang Mai's reaction will be when he sees it. Thinking of this, Lung Ruoli immediately took out her phone and started taking selfies. After she had taken several photos, a soft, yielding body suddenly pressed against her. Mi Lu placed her hand on Lung Ruoli's shoulder, her breath sweet as orchids, and said with a smile, "Not bad. You've finally figured it out. You know how to take selfies now. Tell me, what made you want to take a selfie?" Mi Lu knew that Lung Ruoli didn't like taking pictures and didn't usually take selfies. Lung Ruoli suddenly. Chapter 67. I only want to post on social media for people I like. Lung Ruoli's face flushed red. I just wanted to take the picture. Come on, let's take a picture together. Mi Lu started posing. Lung Ruoli didn't hesitate and took a photo with Mi Lu right away. After the photos were taken, Mi Lu looked at them, her red lips slightly pouting, and said enviously, "Your skin is so good. You don't even need to use filters or beauty apps to make it so smooth and white. You don't get pimples or puffiness. And the best part is that your face is so small. You are very small too. It's different. Yours is a tiny face. It makes me so angry. If you were a model, you would definitely become famous immediately." Mi Lu wasn't flattering Lung Ruoli. She was telling the truth. Lung Ruoli is as beautiful as a porcelain doll, and her figure is amazing. She's definitely a stunning beauty. She'll probably become a supermodel as soon as she debuts. It's a pity that Lung Ruoli has no interest in the modeling industry. Otherwise, a supermodel star would have risen to prominence. Lung Ruoli blushed and said shyly, "You've gone too far with your praise. Okay, Sister Mi Lu, go try on the clothes. Don't you still have some good things to buy?" "Oh, I forgot. Hee, I'm going to try on some clothes now." Mi Lu smiled and then went to the fitting room to continue trying on clothes. Lung Ruoli subconsciously started posting the photos she had just taken to her WeChat Moments. Her WeChat Moments is currently empty. She didn't like socializing much before and didn't want people to see her world, so she never posted anything. And now, she has a reason. She wants the person she likes to see what her world is like. Text. Today, I went shopping with my best friend. Below is a 9-square grid. It was a selfie of hers and a photo of her with Mi Lu. After sending the message, Lung Ruoli held her phone and began to look forward to it. Mi Lu had already finished trying on the clothes and came out. She curiously held up her phone and asked, "Ruoli, did you post it on WeChat Moments?" "It's been sent." Lung Ruoli nodded. "That's strange. Is my cell phone signal bad? Why can't I see it?" Mi Lu asked, puzzled. "No, it's because I set up my moments." Lung Ruoli suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "You blocked me?" Mi Lu asked in surprise. "Could it be because I'm your rival in love that you're being wary of me?" "That's not how it is." Lung Ruoli explained anxiously, her face flushed. She immediately said to Mi Lu, I set my WeChat moments to be visible only to Jiang Mai, and no one else can see it. Milu was shocked. Oh my god. After she realized what was happening, she became excited and gently nudged Lung Ruoli's shoulder, teasingly saying, "You're such a flirt." No, no. Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed red from the teasing, and her eyes were filled with shyness. Only he can see your WeChat moments. It's like something out of an idol drama. He's the only one who can enter your world, the only one who can participate. He's unique and has exclusive privileges. Milu sighed. Even though you're my rival, I'm almost ready to admit defeat. Milu looked at Lung Ruoli. If this continues, I'm afraid you'll turn me gay. Lung Ruoli stammered. No, no way. Seeing Lung Ruoli's terrified expression, Milu chuckled. You're too cute. I was just teasing you. I'm female, I like men, and right now I'm only interested in Jiang Mai. Although you're quite cute, I haven't planned to make you my wife yet. Lung Ruoli blushed and hummed in agreement. But did Jiang Mai give you a thumbs up? Milu asked. I don't know yet. Then take a look quickly, Milu urged. Lung Ruoli quickly turned on her phone. There was no activity on my WeChat moments. Lung Ruoli looked disappointed. Not yet. He's probably busy with something. As expected of a straight man. Milu shook her head. If it were me, I would not only give you a thumbs up, but also tease you a lot. Sister Milu, Lung Ruoli said coquettishly after hearing this. She tends to have vivid imaginations. Seeing Lung Ruoli's blushing face, Milu said with a smile. All right, I told you, okay? I'm going to pay the bill. We've seen enough, let's go back. Okay. Lung Ruoli nodded obediently. After paying the bill, Milu took Lung Ruoli out. After leaving the mall, I saw a very long queue outside the shops, with many people waiting to buy something. It was very lively. Lung Ruoli glanced at it and realized that it was Bao Shifu's bakery and pastry shop that had opened. Her eyes lit up immediately. This pastry shop has opened a chain here. It's Jiang Mui's favorite brand. He loves these pork floss buns the most. How did you know? Milu asked in surprise. I looked at his WeChat moments. Lung Ruoli said with great interest. Milu was puzzled. No, I've also looked through his moments. Why didn't I see it? Milu applied to add Jiang Mai on WeChat, but Jiang Mai did not accept. So she used Lauhi's phone to look at Jiang Mai's moments. I remember she hadn't seen this line before. Just flip to the bottom. Lung Ruoli smiled at Milu. Milu was shocked. You watched it all? Jiang Mai's WeChat moments had a ton of posts, probably thousands. She scrolled through them for ages, but couldn't see the end. She only managed to scroll through about a dozen pages before giving up. Did Lung Ruoli actually read it all? Yes. Not only that, she also knew Jiang Mai's likes and dislikes by heart. He likes to eat Master Bao's pork floss buns. He loves eating cherries and thinks it's really satisfying to eat them by the box. He enjoys playing games, with PUBG, Honor of Kings, and League of Legends being his 3 favorites. His least favorite food is snail rice noodles. He has allergies and is prone to pollen allergies. He hates snakes the most. As Lung Ruoli reminisced, a slight smile appeared on her lips, her mind filled with everything related to Jiang Mai. Fearing she wouldn't be able to buy the pork floss buns, Lung Ruoli quickly joined the queue at the back of the crowd. Mila said, there are too many people. It will take several hours to get through. It's too cold here, and the wind is howling. You'll catch a cold. It's all right. I have plenty of time, I can wait. Sister Milu, you should go back first. Lung Ruoli smiled at Milu. Milu suddenly felt a little ashamed of herself. Lung Ruoli definitely liked Jiang Mai even more than she had thought. As for her, it wasn't liking him. At most, she was just interested in Jiang Mai. It's okay, I'll wait with you. How could Milu leave Lung Ruoli behind? Lung Ruoli sincerely said thank you. Silly girl, we're best friends. Why are you thanking me? Milu cherished this friend very much. Lung Ruoli is truly a very pure and kind girl. In high society, every rich girl from a wealthy family has princess syndrome, a whole host of bad habits, either being overly delicate or liking to boss others around, thinking she is superior to everyone else. However, despite her privileged background, Lung Ruoli is not arrogant at all, and her personality is not as aloof as people imagine. In fact, she is warm and shy. Milu waited with Lung Ruoli for a long time. A cold wind howled, and the temperature seemed to drop instantly. Milu was already rubbing her hands together, her breath steaming in the air. She looked at the seemingly still crowd ahead and wondered, it's been so long. Why are there still so many people in front of me? Chapter 68's sweet interactions are so incredibly sweet. Let's wait a little longer. Lung Ruoli was also cold. Her hands were already stiff and numb. Her pretty face, buried in her collar, was flushed, her eyes were red, Her lips were icy, and even her ears were red. Milu felt particularly sorry for him and said, "You can't do this. Why don't we stop waiting and come back in a few days? Today is the opening day, and we're having a promotion, so there are a lot of people buying things. There will definitely be fewer people in a few days. Anyway, he won't be worried about eating for a short time. It's okay, I can wait a bit longer. Sister Milu, why don't you wait in the car? There's heating there." Lung Ruoli forced a smile at Milu. Milu immediately felt a surge of exasperation. How could you be so stupid? She turned around and went back to Lung Ruoli's car. After finding a blanket, Milu grabbed it and wrapped it around both of them. This action greatly surprised Lung Ruoli. "Sister Milu, we agreed to wait together, so I won't go back. How could I bear to leave my good brother-in-law here alone in the cold wind?" Milu snorted. "Besides, it's not just me. I also want to eat pork floss cakes, okay? I want to buy them for him too." Lung Ruoli knew that Sister Milu was just at Sundra. Beneath Milu's carefree exterior lies a heart softer than most. As Lung Ruoli smiled faintly at Milu, Milu pretended to be annoyed and said, "You're still smiling? I'm your rival in love. I'll buy one for Jiang Mai too, and see whose one he accepts." Okay. Lung Ruoli didn't mind at all. It was a fair competition to begin with, so she couldn't possibly stop Sister Milu from doing anything. Seeing Lung Ruoli agree, Milu felt even more heartache. What a complete fool. If she didn't also like Jiang Mai, she'd probably be wondering what kind of man could possibly deserve such a good relationship from Lung Ruoli. The sky was originally quite bright, but slowly a pitch-black night descended upon it. In the bleak, cold wind, they finally got to line up. In addition to buying 2 boxes of pork floss cakes, Lung Ruoli also bought 2 boxes of egg yolk pastries, milk-flavored raisin pastries, and some other snacks. Seeing that she ordered a lot, Milu was quite surprised. Can he finish all of this? He can share it with his roommates. Lung Ruoli smiled slightly, then gave Milu a strawberry double-skin milk pudding and said, "Of course, there's also one for you. Your favorite strawberry double-skin milk pudding." "I gotta share too?" Milu was quite surprised. "Yes, you've been queuing with me for so long. Thank you." Lung Ruoli smiled sweetly. Milu was deeply moved and immediately hugged Lung Ruoli, saying, "Hugs. I love you. Sister Milu. All right, let's not keep the other customers from queuing up." Lung Ruoli's cheeks flushed as she reminded them. Hee okay. Milu was very obedient, and even helped Lung Ruoli carry her things to the side. Once they got on the train, they felt the warmth of the carriage in their bodies, which had been stiff from the cold, began to recover. Milu sighed, "It's so nice to have heating." "Thank you for your hard work, Sister Milu. I'll treat you to dinner later," Lung Ruoli said gratefully. "Wow, that's great. What am I going to do? You're really going to turn me gay? Where can you find such a cute girl?" Milu exclaimed excitedly. Lung Ruoli felt a little embarrassed and said, "Sister Milu, I need to drive now." "Good." As Lung Ruoli fastened her seatbelt and prepared to return to school, her phone suddenly received a notification. Tick-tock. Lung Ruoli's heart skipped a beat. She rushed over almost instantly and immediately picked up her phone. Instantly, her heart began to pound. On the screen in front of her was a post on her WeChat moments that Jiang Mui had liked. They also left a comment. 1%. Remember to have fun. Lung Ruoli felt as if she had eaten honey, and her mood instantly became very excited. She immediately replied, "You want one too?" Just as Lung Ruoli couldn't help but laugh out loud, Milu leaned over and said with a smile, "What did he reply to you that makes you so happy?" Lung Ruoli was taken aback. "Sister Milu, how did you know it was him who replied to my message? Otherwise, would you be this happy, silly girl? I've never seen you so excited about anyone other than him." Milu knew that Lung Ruoli was a cold person on the outside, but warm on the inside. Lung Ruoli had never been interested in anything before, and no one could make her emotionally fluctuate. However, since Jiang Mai appeared, Milu has noticed that Lung Ruoli's mood is increasingly influenced by Jiang Mai. Lung Ruoli nodded shyly. "Yes, he liked it, and told me to have fun." "That's great. I'm so envious of you. You even have his WeChat." Milu looked at Lung Ruoli with envy, and was a little angry. "That straight guy is so cold. I just asked him to add me on WeChat, but he wouldn't agree. I'm not going to eat him." This made Lung Ruoli even more embarrassed. "Okay, let's go back to school and use these to bribe him. Maybe he'll change his mind about me and add me on WeChat if he's happy. Hee, you can't be too polite if you take a bribe." Milu was optimistic again, and she started thinking about the good side of things. "It definitely will." Lung Ruoli nodded. "Let's go back to school." Lung Ruoli started driving, and soon the car headed towards Xiqing University. In the darkness, The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost pierced the night as it drove along the highway. Jiang Mai steered the car toward the school. He has done what he wanted to do. In the afternoon, Jiang Mai went to the auction in the city. Although the waiter served him, his attitude towards him was lukewarm. The waiter thought Jiang Mai was very handsome, but judging from his attire, he looked like a student. Even if someone is a rich kid, they'll only buy 1 or 2 things at most when they come here for the auction. It's nothing special. The waiter was used to seeing rich people here, so he naturally didn't pay any attention to him. Who would have thought that Jiang Mai would become the ultimate winner? Of the 25 items in total, Jiang Mai managed to win 20 of them all. Not only that, but it's also incredibly expensive. The fact that such a pretty boy could have so much money instantly shocked the wealthy people present. Jiang Mai returned home with a full load of antique furniture and vases. He had some of the antique furniture and vases he bought delivered directly to his aunt, who loved these old antiques. Some of the jewelry was also sent to my mother as a keepsake. Jiang Mai spent a total of 50 million renminbi, and after a 5-fold rebate, he received 250 million renminbi. Jiang Mai naturally couldn't just satisfy these demands. He directly used the land management rules provided by the system to deal with the 10 plots of land given to him by the system. Most of the land plots provided weren't in the city center, but Jiang Mai didn't care. He figured if he was just spending money, he could have as much fun as he wanted. Jiang Mai directly contacted a construction team and prepared to start work. He wants to develop a real estate project and use a piece of land to build a manor, which can provide transportation for fruits and vegetables and also serve as a farm stay. 5 more plots of land can be used to build shopping malls and supermarkets. A commercial street can be created in a prime location, and the fresh fruits and vegetables from the plantation can be supplied to the supermarkets. There are 4 more plots of land. 2 of them are simply for building residential communities, and the other is for building office buildings specifically for rent. Jiang Mai paid professionals to handle all of this. He only needed to conduct on-site inspections and acceptance. This is the advantage of having money. He didn't need to run around himself. Of course, Jiang Mai also used the connections his aunt had built up to provide him with convenience, and directly began to spend money to acquire 5 department stores and 3 multinational companies. Anyway, he's not afraid of losing money. With a 5-fold return, even if the company and project lose everything, he'll still make a profit. Besides, what if we make a profit? With so many projects, even if you were to invest blindly, it's impossible for them all to lose money. Jiang Mai spent a lot of money, so this time the rebate was also substantial, amounting to more than 2 billion renminbi. This can also serve as seed money for starting a business, and it can also help resolve any problems that may arise. Jiang Mai was extremely satisfied after confirming the amount in the bank card, and then headed to school. He received a notification on his phone as soon as he drove into the school parking lot. Jiang Mai took out his phone and saw that it was a WeChat message from Lung Ruoli. Chapter 69, I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the dorm. Lung Ruoli, I'm waiting for you downstairs at your dorm. I have something for you. What is it? Jiang Mai had questions, but he still got off the bus quickly and practically ran back to his dormitory. When he was panting heavily from running, he saw 2 slender and graceful figures standing there. Lung Ruoli is gentle and beautiful, while Mi Lu is sexy and tall. However, each of them was carrying large and small bags of things. Jiang Mai hurried forward. Here you go, Master Bao's pork floss buns, Lung Ruoli said shyly as she handed the buns to Jiang Mai. She was shy and timid, completely like a little bird clinging to someone. Jiang Mui immediately felt a warmth in his heart and promptly accepted the gift box. It was very heavy when I lifted it. It contained quite a lot of things. It was quite heavy, and it was carried over by a girl herself. Thank you. Jiang Mai smiled faintly at Lung Ruoli. And this, I went to buy it with her, so please thank me too. Mi Lu raised her eyebrows. We were in the cold wind for a long time. It would be heartless of you not to accept it. Okay, I'll accept it, thank you. Jiang Mai's heart skipped a beat when he heard them blowing in the cold wind, and he accepted Mi Lu's gift box. The weather is so cold now, wouldn't it be easy to catch a cold if you go out in the wind? Just as Jiang Mai was having this thought, Lung Ruoli sneezed. Her nose instantly turned red, and when she raised her face, her eyes were also wet and red, filled with glistening tears, making her look pitiful. Are you alright? Jiang Mai couldn't help but ask. Lung Ruoli shook her head and smiled gently. It's alright. You haven't caught a cold, have you? Mi Lu asked worriedly. How could I have caught a cold? As soon as Lung Ruoli finished speaking, she sneezed several times, making her look even more pitiful. Just as she was about to blow her nose, a tissue was handed to her. When Lung Ruoli saw Jiang Mai hand her a tissue, she became particularly shy and embarrassed. She quickly grabbed the tissue, but then blew her nose in front of Jiang Mai with great embarrassment. After all, she's a girl, and she has her pride too. And because it was in front of the boy she liked, she felt even more embarrassed. We're going back to the dorm now, bye-bye. Lung Ruoli waved, then turned around, wiped her nose with a tissue, and started running back to the dorm. Hey, can we add each other on WeChat today? Milu's hints were particularly strong. Okay, but adding you on WeChat isn't for any other reason than to make friends. Jiang Mai made it clear first to avoid any misunderstanding from Milu. After all, Milu and Lung Ruoli bought things for him, and then went out in the cold. Jiang Mai isn't a heartless person. Besides, he's bound to be indebted to them, so there's no need for Jiang Mai to make things so tense with Milu. Milu then winked at Jiang Mai coquettishly. Oh, what are you thinking? Of course, we'll start as friends, but we'll see what happens later. Jiang Mai looked at Milu's deliberately shy expression with a helpless expression. I'm not interested in you. We can be friends, but we can't be boyfriend and girlfriend. Milu was not discouraged and said, It's too early for you to say that. It would hurt a lot if you were proven wrong later. Do you know about the true fragrance law nowadays? Jiang Mai. After adding Milu as a WeChat friend, Milu said goodbye to Jiang Mai. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, bye-bye. See you tomorrow. Milu looked at Jiang Mai with her charming and beautiful eyes, then excitedly started to go back to her dormitory. She finally added Jiang Mai as a friend, and she was so happy. Jiang Mai carried his things upstairs and just refreshed his WeChat moments when he discovered that Milu had just uploaded revealing photos of herself in Zhigonglu, all of them showing her dressed in hot and sexy outfits. Jiang Mai glanced at the photos silently and then chose to block it from his WeChat moments. After Jiang Mai brought the things back to the dormitory, Kai Zi, Xiao Beige, and Lao He, who were originally lying on the top bunk playing on their phones, immediately started to peek out. Muzi, you're back. What smells so good? Kai Zi exclaimed excitedly. It smells so good, Muzi. What good stuff did you bring back? Little White Dove's hands were resting on the bed railing, and she couldn't bear to take her eyes off Jiang Muyi. Jiang Mai lifted the gift box slightly and said, It's Bao Shifu pastries that Lung Ruoli and Mi Lu bought. Wow. The three roommates immediately became excited, their faces beaming with excitement. Great. There's delicious food, and it's even from Bao Shifu. This is amazing. Master Bao's restaurant always has long queues. Every time I go, there's a constant stream of people. Most importantly, the store is extremely far from their school, and students with limited time don't have that much time to queue up to buy this. Moreover, it's not cheap. But now we have all sorts of things. It's such a pleasant surprise. After seeing what Jiang Mai brought, everyone started drooling. It looks delicious. Kai was really tempted. That's right. And there's also my favorite pork floss bun. Little White Dove was very happy. I can eat a whole one in one bite. Old He excitedly grabbed a meat floss bun and started eating, and the other two followed suit without hesitation. Seeing that everything was about to be robbed clean in no time, Jiang Mui shouted, Hey, leave one for me. You all look like you haven't eaten in years. Jiang Mai managed to grab one and started eating it. It tastes really good, just like the familiar taste. Kai praised repeatedly. This Bao Shifu is really delicious. Thank you so much. Thanks to you, we can enjoy such a treat. Who says otherwise? Wah, compared to her, my Xia is so inconsiderate. She never gives me anything. I'm already being kind by not having to give her anything. Little White Dove was so envious and jealous. He had already spent all of his monthly allowance to pay for his girlfriend Suya, and was now relying on Jiang Mai for financial support. Otherwise, he would be living on instant noodles every day now. Kai nodded vigorously. Who says otherwise? But Mu Zi, why did it take you so long to come back? Didn't you leave the office at noon? Kai was initially worried that Jiang Mai might have gotten into trouble, which led to him being invited for tea by the head of the teaching department. But after hearing Jiang Mai reassure him that he was safe, he breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Mai replied, Me? I've started my own business, just some real estate developments and commercial buildings. His casual remark immediately took his three roommates by surprise. Starting a business is no small matter, especially building a shopping mall. It's incredibly risky. Yet, such a major undertaking came out of Jiang Mai's mouth so casually, as if it had no impact whatsoever. What? You did this? Good heavens, I'm still playing Do Diju to earn some happy beans, and you've already gone to buy some shopping mall. It's really infuriating to compare yourself to others. Little White Dove was so angry that she grabbed another meat floss bun, turning her anger into appetite. I just wanted to start a side business, so I don't care about making or losing money, Jiang Mai said casually. If someone else had said this, people would probably have thought they were bragging or showing off. But coming from Jiang Mai, everyone felt that was the truth. After all, Jiang Mai is now a billionaire heir. He has so much money. Even if he makes some kind of investment, it's probably just a penny out of 100 yuan for him. Jiang Mai is now at a level that ordinary male college students can hardly look up to. So Little White Dove, Lao He, and Kai kept praising Jiang Mai until he felt embarrassed. Jiang Mai called out, "Stop. We're all brothers, stop flattering me." "Okay, I'm getting a call." "Hee hee, let me guess who called you," Little White Dove said with a smile. "Is it Lung, the school beauty? Me, the school beauty? Xia, the school beauty? Or Jiang, the school beauty?" Chapter 70, It was just lust at first sight. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes. "Neither. How about the delivery guy's phone number?" Okay. The Little White Dove was a little disappointed. No more gossip, how boring. After Jiang Mai went outside to answer the delivery guy's call, he learned that the guy had already arrived downstairs. He quickly went downstairs and grabbed the takeout. The takeout bag was full of cold medicine, which he had specially bought for Lung Ruoli. After all, Lung Ruoli caught a cold because of him, so he had to do something to show his support, otherwise he wouldn't be a real man. At this moment, Lung Ruoli was wrapped in a quilt, lying in bed feeling dizzy. She has a cold now and doesn't feel well overall. She's in a daze. Just then, her phone received a WeChat message. Lung Ruoli suddenly perked up and abruptly opened WeChat. 1%. Come downstairs. After reading it, Lung Ruoli's little face was filled with excitement. Instead of lying paralyzed in bed, he instantly came alive. Mi Lu, who was still removing her makeup, was surprised to see Lung Ruoli, who had been lifeless just moments before, now getting out of bed full of energy. "Weren't you feeling unwell?" Lung Ruoli smiled playfully. "I'm much better." She quickly rushed to the vanity mirror, tidied her hair, and applied a dusty rose lipstick to improve her complexion. Then she changed into a very pretty dress, put on a cashmere coat, and ran downstairs. She ran excitedly, her face beaming with happiness. When she sees a boy she likes, she absolutely has to run to him. After Lung Ruoli ran downstairs, she saw a tall figure standing in the night. His unruly features are her most cherished memory. Lung Ruoli smiled, a sweet smile. It feels like the whole world has become especially fresh and bright because of his appearance. "Why are you here?" Lung Ruoli walked forward, her face flushed as she looked at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai smiled faintly, then handed the takeout bag in his hand to Lung Ruoli, saying, "Here, take this." Lung Ruoli asked in surprise, "What is this?" After she took it, her eyes immediately reddened. Jiang Mai smiled heartily. "I noticed you have a bit of a cold, and I was worried it might be too serious, so I bought you some medicine." He then noticed that Lung Ruoli's crystal clear tears were falling. It's like a fairy shedding tears, so beautiful. Jiang Mui was a little flustered. "What's wrong? Did I act too presumptuously? Why are you crying for no reason? Otherwise, people will misunderstand that I am bullying you." No. I'm very happy that you didn't bully me." Lung Ruoli stared at Jiang Mai with her watery eyes. After hesitating for only a few seconds, she made a bold move. Just as Jiang Mui was about to say goodbye to Lung Ruoli, he felt a shadow approaching, followed by a faint fragrance. In a short while, Jiang Mai felt a soft, delicate body press against him. Her slender arms were wrapped around his neck, and her pretty face rested on his shoulder. Jiang Mai couldn't see her expression, but the closeness of their embrace set his body ablaze. Jiang Mai's calm mind was suddenly thrown into turmoil. Her breath was sweet and fragrant, her gentle scent brushing against his ear as she softly said, "Thank you. I really like the medicine you bought." She paused, then added, "I like you very much too." Jiang Mai felt like his ears were going numb. All he wanted to say was, "It's going to kill me." He never expected Lung Ruoli to throw herself into his arms. Of course, this also made Jiang Mai feel a little awkward. He didn't know what to do with his hands. Lung Ruoli's love was passionate, but he clearly didn't know how to deal with such feelings. Jiang Mai took a deep breath and said, "You may call me a rogue or a bastard, but I want to tell you that I won't open my heart so quickly, nor will I enter into this relationship so easily." He could clearly feel Lung Ruoli's body stiffen. "I admit that I have some feelings for you, but it's just a guy not disliking a girl, or it could be lust at first sight." Jiang Mai's tone was very firm. "I don't know if this feeling of attraction can develop into liking, or even love, and I don't know what the future holds for us, but I hope that one day I can tell you, I like you." Since the girl was being so proactive, Jiang Mai felt he had to express his truest thoughts so that she would understand. If he's simply with Lung Ruoli because he has a slight crush on her, then he might be with her. That's unfair to her. She would feel more uncomfortable, even hurt, when she is in a relationship with herself. I will give my all in a relationship, but only if I have moved on from the shadows of the past and can treat a girl with 100% of my feelings. That's what it means to be fair to her. Jiang Mai paused for a moment, then looked at Lung Ruoli very sincerely. Instead of rushing into a relationship just to heal your wounds. After Jiang Muyi finished speaking, things didn't turn out quite as he had imagined. Lung Ruoli wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, she smiled even more sweetly. I'm so happy to hear you say that. It's all worth it. Lung Ruoli spoke gently, her eyes sparkling. At least you have feelings for me now, which is the biggest improvement. She released Jiang Mai and then placed her palm on his chest. Jiang Mai felt the warmth of her soft palm, which made his heart beat even harder. I'm not a doctor, but I will try my best to learn how to heal. I'm waiting for you to open your heart to me completely one day and say to me, please take care of me for the rest of my life. And you like me. Lung Ruoli tasted a slightly sweet flavor that spread through her mind. She is not a greedy person. He's now showing some affection for her, which is a significant leap forward. She's patient and will wait, waiting for the day when they can hold hands and look forward to the future. When Jiang Mai saw Lung Ruoli's innocent smile, his pressure disappeared, and he became very happy. Okay. Jiang Mai nodded. Lung Ruoli was very happy. He has already made her stance clear. He is no longer keeping those feelings buried deep inside. How could he possibly upset her? Then I'll go upstairs first, Lung Ruoli said with a smile on her face, waving to Jiang Mai. You should go to bed early, don't stay up late, and drink more hot water. I should be saying that. My physique is much better than yours. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow, the corners of his lips curving upwards. Lung Ruoli was very happy and was about to continue speaking when she suddenly covered her mouth and sneezed. She panicked and immediately tried to get away from him. Stay away from me. Please don't let the germs on my body infect you. Jiang Muyi looked at Lung Ruoli, who had bounced back several meters away from him, and was both amused and exasperated. You just hugged me, and you only remembered now? It's too late. Lung Ruoli's face flushed red, and she apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's all right. I'm in great health. I wouldn't catch a cold easily. Jiang Mai tightened Lung Ruoli's scarf. But you, worry about yourself. Go back and take your medicine quickly. Drink plenty of hot water. You hear me? Jiang Mai's fingers touched the girl's soft, smooth skin, which made his fingertips feel weak. The slight trembling of the girl's delicate body and the large arc of her breasts made Jiang Mai's breathing become somewhat tight. Okay. She stared at him blankly, like a harmless little kitten, her face flushed, her eyes filled with glistening tears, her eyelashes long, and a blush on her cheeks, making her especially adorable. This caused Jiang Mai to feel a strong sense of being ravaged. Lips swollen from kissing, lip gloss ruined by kissing. Then let her cry and call him brother. Damn, he's a beast. Another case of lust at first sight. How come he has absolutely no resistance to pretty faces? Chapter 71. You little brat. You can't bully people like this. Jiang Mai forcibly suppressed the evil thoughts that suddenly arose in his mind. Try to fall in love with Lung Ruoli as soon as possible. It's about feelings, not about lust. Jiang Mai's ears burned. He put his hands in his pockets and said coolly, I'm leaving. Jiang Mai left quickly, and Lung Ruoli gave a sweet laugh before shyly heading upstairs. She was carrying cold medicine in her hand. As soon as she returned to the dormitory, Mi Lu asked curiously, Did you go to get takeout? Lung Ruoli smiled, her little face still flushed. Muyi bought it for me, saying I need to take medicine when I have a cold. It's awful. Why didn't he think about what if I caught a cold? Mi Lu suddenly jumped out of bed, her red lips pursed. So biased. I see there's still some Banlangen, I say this root. How about I brew some for you to drink? Lung Ruoli thought. She couldn't let Sister Milu catch a cold too. As a result, Mi Lu stopped Lung Ruoli from soaking Banlangen, I say this root, saying, Silly child, do you really think Banlangen can cure all diseases? It can't cure my illness. Are you really sick? Lung Ruoli asked in surprise. Yes, Milu covered her ample chest and said, I'm lovesick. After hearing this, Lung Ruoli felt a little helpless. Sister Mi Lu. I'm not talking nonsense. Mi Lu sighed. It's just a pity that only my sweetheart can cure this disease. Everyone says that girls should be more reserved, but he's been adding me on WeChat for an hour and 2 minutes and hasn't even replied. Is he just putting on a show by adding me on WeChat? Thinking about Lung Ruoli's treatment and then about her own, Mi Lu shook her head repeatedly. The difference is truly astounding. It's enormous. Then why don't you poke him and see? Lung Ruoli asked. You're really silly. I'm your rival in love, and you're giving advice to your rival. Mi Lu teased with a grin. Lung Ruoli said frankly, "You are my rival in love, but also my friend. You've given me plenty of advice too. We agreed to a fair competition. If he's mine, no one can take him away. If he's not mine, why should I scheme against him?" Mi Lu was very satisfied with Lung Ruoli's carefree personality. As expected, "You're not just a fake sister. You're a true sister. Looking at you now, who needs a man? Maybe I should just give in to you and dump Jiang Mui." Lung Ruoli's face flushed red. No, I still want him, and I can't bear to kick him. Look at you, so narrow-minded." Mi Lu snorted. "Okay, I'm going to make some cold medicine now, otherwise it'll be really uncomfortable if it gets serious." Lung Ruoli immediately took out the $9.99 cold remedy that Jiang Mai had bought and started making it. Lung Ruoli took a few sips and became so engrossed that she forgot all about home. Seeing the corners of her mouth turn up in a wide smile that wouldn't go down, Mi Lu teased, "Look at you. It's like you're eating honey. You can drink something this awful so happily." "Of course I'm happy. He bought it for me himself." Lung Ruoli blushed and her heart raced when she thought of Jiang Mai's honest words outside. She wished she hadn't recorded it. If she had, she could have listened to it dozens of times. TSK. With this filter, I think I'll go flirt with guys instead. Mi Lu definitely wouldn't abandon Jiang Mai just because Lung Ruoli is her best friend. This is disrespectful to Lung Ruoli, and even more so to one's own heart. Jiang Mai had already returned to his dormitory when his phone suddenly rang with a notification. Jiang Mai opened it and found it was a WeChat message from Mi Lu. "Milu, stinky baby, I feel so awful. Wah, my head is so dizzy." Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow after reading it. "Jiang Mai, don't yell like that. Also, are you sick with a cold?" "Milu, I'll call you stinky baby. Humph, I think I've caught a bad cold. I almost have a fever, so pitiful." Jiang Mai. "Oh, take good care of yourself." Mi Lu was furious when she saw Jiang Mai's reply. "Lung Ruoli caught a cold, so I bought her some cold medicine." He told himself he had a bad cold and was about to get a fever, and then gave a perfunctory reply like this. "Even if it means being aloof, this isn't how you use it. Milu, you rascal, you can't treat people like this. They're upset, and you're being so cold to them." Jiang Mai. "I'm not studying medicine." He was indeed helpless. Even if Mi Lu was really unwell, going to him wouldn't solve anything. Mi Lu replied, "I need comfort." Jiang Mai. "For example?" Milu. "For example, if you came to see me, I would feel much better." Jiang Mai. "Male students are not allowed in female dormitories." Milu. "Then bring me medicine and porridge too, so I can come down and see you." After hearing this, Jiang Mui realized that Mi Lu's true colors had finally been revealed. The old drunkard's intention was not in the wine, but in himself. Jiang Mai would naturally not be used as bait. He said, "Okay." Milu was secretly delighted. She had finally taken the bait. See, Jiang Mai was just pretending before. He was actually quite worried when he heard that he was sick. She's definitely a closet pervert, but she loves it. It would be great if we could take this opportunity to knock it down. A moment later, Jiang Mai's WeChat message arrived. Mi Lu beamed with joy, feeling triumphant. "I really want to play good luck for myself." Sure enough, she was consort me. Good fortune was yet to come. Mi Lu was very happy and quickly washed and dressed up. Of course, she still cleverly applied some concealer to her lips to make her lips look paler and her overall complexion not very good. After finishing, Mi Lu deliberately put on her prettiest dress and happily went upstairs. When Mi Lu got down there, she saw a strange young man standing below. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw her. "Senior Mi Lu, I heard you're sick, so I specially bought you some porridge and medicine. You must take good care of yourself and get better soon. Also, drink plenty of hot water," the boy said to Mi Lu with a smile. Mi Lu's smile froze instantly. She was absolutely furious. Realizing she had fallen into Jiang Mai's trap, she was extremely frustrated. "Sorry, I'm not sick. You can go back now. I won't take your things," Mi Lu said expressionlessly, and then started walking back to her dormitory. Mi Lu immediately started sending WeChat messages to Jiang Mai, demanding an explanation. "What's going on? Why didn't you come? I'm so sad you can't just play me like this." Jiang Mai. "I didn't promise you I'd come. Besides, I only mentioned it briefly in the group chat, and so many boys volunteered. Thinking about how Senior Mi Lu needs comfort right now, I definitely had to do her a favor." Mi Lu was so angry she was about to smash her phone. Straight man, super straight man. Screw your helping others find happiness nonsense. You deserve to be single. After trying to calm herself down, Mi Lu replied, "Wah, you're bullying me. I'm going to punish you." Jiang Mai. "Mi Lu, since I can't get physical comfort, I need emotional comfort. My punishment is for you to take some pictures of your abs right now and give them to me. Chapter 72. Sorry, my abs have run away from home. When Jiang Mai saw Mi Lu's reply, he was speechless. His mother opened the door for him, and he was speechless all the way home. How could he send a picture of his abs to a girl so easily? Is that possible? Jiang Mai. Sorry, my abs have run away from home. Milu. Could your excuse be any more lame? The last time I saw you dressed, you could even see the outline of your abs, okay? Jiang Mai. Oh, Milu. Ugh, just show me one picture, no one will know anyway. Jiang Mai. Sister Milu, this behavior is wrong. Put yourself in my shoes. How would you feel if I asked you to do this? Milu replied very enthusiastically. Of course. I can take a picture and show it to you right away. Even through the phone screen, Jiang Mai could feel Milu's restless excitement. Jiang Mai sighed. No need, Sister Milu. It's late. Our dorm lights are about to go out. I'm going to sleep. What does he want those photos for? He'd have 3,000 G if he wanted. The problem is he finds it boring. Even though he's a lecherous old man, he only wants to be lecherous towards girls he likes. The rest is boring and tasteless. The system then notified the host. Congratulations, host, for refusing to take a picture of Milu. You have gained 200 points of integrity. After accepting the integrity points, Jiang Mai immediately entered the system and used them to draw prizes 3 times. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a farm with a 100% harvest success rate, cultivating the best, sweetest, and largest fruits and vegetables. Perfect timing. This is exactly what my own estate needs. After all, planting requires not only human intervention but also the right conditions, and now we have both. Jiang Mai was very satisfied with this and continued to draw. System notification. Sorry, host, your second lottery draw was, thank you for your patronage. Jiang Mai ordered the lottery to continue. System. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the telekinetic skill. What is controlling with intention? While Jiang Mai was confused, the system explained. You can manipulate objects at will with your mind, such as moving objects or bending spoons with your mind. Such a skill exists? Jiang Mai's eyes were opened to a whole new world. He immediately started to get restless and subconsciously began to stare at the headphones on his bedside table. The earphones immediately began to move stealthily and swiftly into Jiang Mai's hands. It only takes less than 3 seconds. Wow, that was fast. Jiang Muyi stared in astonishment at the phone in his hand. So cool. Just as Jiang Muyi was overjoyed, Little White Dove said, Okay, I'm going to lie down now. Go turn off the light. Kai, go lock it up. Old he also laid down on the bed, too lazy to climb up to the lower bunk. After all, climbing up and down was too tiring, and the blankets were super warm. I don't want to go either. I'm so lazy. Maybe I should just wait for the dorm lights to turn off automatically. Kai stayed in bed, not wanting to move. Then let Muzi go. All 3 of them stared at Jiang Mai. What a coincidence, I don't want to go either. Jiang Mai was too lazy to climb down and turned off the light. Forget it, let's just wait for the lights to go out. If all else fails, we'll just ask the guys downstairs to turn off the lights. The 3 of them gave up in despair. As a result, Jiang Mai simply used his mind to turn off the light with a click. Holy crap, it's really turned black. Little White Dove exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, it's not lights out yet, is it? Are they turning off the lights so soon today? Oldie glanced at the time. Could the light bulb be broken? Kai asked. Jiang Mai smiled in the darkness and said, Could it really be that the brothers down below helped? An eerie silence fell over the area. All that remained were the heavy breathing of Little White Dove and the others. Don't scare me. Are there really brothers like this in this world? Little White Dove broke out in a cold sweat. Old he shuddered and said, When a person dies, they just go down to the underworld. Kai, I heard someone died in our dorm building before. Could it be? As soon as the words were mentioned, Little White Dove cried out, My goodness, don't talk about these things so late at night. It's creepy. But this is too weird. Damn it. Could it be someone's 7th day memorial service today? Brother, I didn't do anything wrong. Don't come looking for me. Oldie said tremblingly. Seeing how terrified the 3 of them looked, Jiang Mai stopped playing pranks and said, Stop scaring yourselves. Lights out will probably be early tonight. So why are you overthinking things? It was all your fault. You scared the hell out of me. Little White Dove patted her chest, feeling that she had finally caught her breath. All right, time for bed. Jiang Mai stopped there. So the people in bed were either scrolling through their phones or watching short videos. Jiang Mai glanced at his phone. After Lung Ruoli said good night to him, all he saw was a series of muttered complaints from Milu, all asking for photos of his abs in various ways. This is really bad. She's probably lusting after his body. Jiang Mai simply stopped replying to avoid anything even more outrageous happening. I feel more at ease when I sleep. While Jiang Mai was drifting off to sleep, Mi Lu was still holding her phone, feeling quite depressed. Seeing that Jiang Mai did not reply, she sighed. Sigh. With her looks, it should be easy for her to chase after a boy, so why is Jiang Mai so clueless? The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Jiang Mai used his mind to dress himself. The skill of telekinesis is simply a must-have for lazy people. What a phone that floats in the air, turning into a lazy person's stand, so you no longer need to hold your phone to look at it, and you don't have to worry about it falling on your face. Even the clothes seem to instinctively fit onto your body. Not to mention taking off someone's clothes. That would probably be even faster. Of course, Jiang Mai did all of this with the bed curtains drawn. Otherwise, given how timid his 3 roommates were, they would probably have been terrified in no time. The most ingenious thing is heating food. Jiang Mai can heat up a cold food in just 3 seconds. The leftover pork floss buns from yesterday quickly became warm again. There is absolutely no need to heat it in a microwave oven. Jiang Mai held it in his palm, took a bite, and it was really hot. The cake was soft and fluffy, and it was really delicious. Heating the pork floss makes it even more fragrant, and the cake even softer. It tastes so much better than when it's cold. Of course, Jiang Mai will also make a mistake. For example, sometimes if the heat isn't controlled properly, the bread will burn quickly. However, after Jiang Mai learned to control the intensity, heating things became a breeze. In the afternoon, Jiang Mai and his 3 roommates, who were like animals, had just finished class when Xia said, "I'm hungry. Shall we go to the food street near the school gate to eat something today?" "Okay, I really want to eat Lao Wu's fried dumplings and lean meatballs." Lao Wu's fried dumplings are absolutely amazing. They have thin skins and lots of meat. The surface of the dumplings is fried until golden and crispy. When you bite into them, they make a crunching sound, and meat juices spurt out. I heard that they put pork jelly inside, and there are also green onions. TSK. Laui began to describe excitedly. Now the air was filled with the sound of people swallowing. Jiang Mai said, "Stop talking, you're making me so hungry I could cry." "Who says otherwise? It's been so long since I've had this. This time, I'm definitely going to ask old Wu to give me an extra spicy one. The spicier the better." Little White Dove licked her lips. "It's really spicy. Who was it that was in so much pain last time, having to hold their back after coming out of the toilet?" Kai glanced at Little White Dove. "Well, last time my stomach was weak, but this time my stomach is different. Anyway, it can handle it." Little White Dove chuckled. "Let's go, otherwise there will be too many people and we'll sell out of stuff." Jiang Mai gave a look, and the group quickly headed towards the school gate. Jiang Mai never expected that something would happen that caught him off guard. Chapter 73: A Simp's Rise to Popularity. The food street in front of the school is very long, several hundred meters long, and it's very lively with lots of people. The air was filled with the aroma of snacks, making one's appetite irresistible. System: Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the food street and received 500,000 renminbi. After closing the system panel, Jiang Mai and the others quickly arrived at Lao Wu's fried dumpling shop. Old Wu's fried dumplings is a small stall of less than 5 square meters, but it is very popular and there are already quite a few people buying fried dumplings. Jiang Mai and his 3 roommates waited a long time before getting a turn, so they quickly ordered 3 servings of fried dumplings. A serving costs 5 yuan and contains 20 fried dumplings. It's incredibly cheap. Old Wu said very enthusiastically, "I've packed it up for you. It's mildly spicy. Add some sweet sauce yourself. Scan the code here. 3 servings for 15 yuan. Okay." Just as Jiang Mai picked up his phone to pay, a melodious voice suddenly rang out. "It's on me." With a simple scan of a mobile phone, a ding sound is heard, and the payment is completed without a password. Jiang Mai, Xia, Kaizi, and Lao He were all stunned. Not only them, but even the college students next to them were shocked. A petite and adorable girl stood there, wearing a burgundy Lolita wedding dress and a snow-white fur shawl. She had bright eyes and white teeth, and her mixed-race eyes made her smile especially sweet, with clear dimples on her face. Even the Huawei phone she was holding was incredibly cute, with an adorable sheep phone case. The boys nearby blushed and exclaimed excitedly, "It's Jiang, the school beauty. Wow, is she treating Jiang Mai to a meal? Who says otherwise? Jiang Mai is fucking incredibly lucky with women. I'd give up 10 years of my life just to be able to hook up with Goddess Jiang. Goddess Jiang is my dream. How could such an incredibly beautiful girl like Jiang Mai? What's wrong with all the school beauties? Are they all going to become Jiang Mai's harem? Who wouldn't want to slide down Jiang Xueli's long legs? Who wouldn't want to swing on Jiang Xueli's big breasts? But the problem is that goddess Jiang has no interest in them at all. She only has eyes for Jiang Mai. They are now incredibly envious of Jiang Mai, who went from being a simp to a heartthrob, captivating the four most beautiful girls in the school and making them all chase after him. In the entire college, who has such a big reputation? Jiang Mai is the first one. Even Lao He's eyes widened after seeing it, and he immediately poked Kai Zi's ribs. Isn't this my goddess Jiang? Kai nodded, unable to contain his excitement. That's right. It's her. Wow, this is like a dream come true. Oldie's heart was pounding. Jiang Xueli is Lao He's idol. Since junior high school, Jiang Xueli has been a well-known figure in the cosplay world. She is cute and beautiful, not tall, but with super good proportions and figure. That sailor uniform she wore was simply breathtaking. It can be said that she was Lao He's first experience with sex and her enlightenment. However, he never expected that after he was admitted to university, Jiang Xueli would be a year below him and become his junior. But Jiang Xueli was very active and rarely appeared on campus, so Lao He never saw her. But now I'm seeing her up close. In person, she's even more beautiful than in the photos, and has a better figure. Goddess Jiang, can you sign my autograph? Oldie was very excited and quickly took out a pen to have Jiang Xueli sign her clothes. Sure. Jiang Xueli smiled and took the pen to sign for Lao He. Little White Dove and Old He were also eager to join in. We want some too. Jiang Xueli signed them all. The three of them were overjoyed and said in unison, Hee, we're never washing clothes again. Jiang Mai remained unmoved, instead feeling that this was a bit too exaggerated. Is Jiang Xueli really that good at attracting fans as a cosplayer? Do you want my autograph, my idol? A sweet smile appeared on Jiang Xueli's pretty face, and her fair fingers were already itching to get started with the black pen. No need, I don't follow cosplayers, Jiang Mai politely declined. Congratulations, host. You have received 200 renminbi. Your vision has been restored and improved to 5.2 in both eyes. This was really useful for Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai wasn't nearsighted before, but he started watching short videos in bed all the time, and as a result, he became nearsighted. However, his nearsightedness wasn't severe, and his vision was only 4.8, so he didn't need to wear glasses, but it still affected his life. There are still risks involved in getting laser surgery. The system is truly helping now. Jiang Mai is no longer nearsighted. When he opens his eyes, he feels that the whole world has become much clearer, and he can see things much more easily. Thumbs up for the system. This skill is so useful. After being rejected by Jiang Mai, Jiang Xueli was not angry and maintained her sweet smile. She immediately raised her proud breasts in front of Jiang Mai, her little rabbits swaying, and then looked at Jiang Mai with an admiring gaze. Then give me an autograph, just sign it on my clothes. This statement shocked everyone present. A top cosplayer ended up asking Jiang Mai for his autograph. The odds must be incredibly low, but the thing is, it actually happened. Jiang Mai is so lucky. The roommates all thought of the confession wall incident and gave Jiang Mai a knowing smile. Jiang Mai looked at his three roommates, who were making faces at him, with a sullen expression, and said to Jiang Xueli, Sorry, I don't sign autographs. Jiang Xueli said with some regret, That's a pity. If you don't sign it for me, you'd better watch out for your homework. Huh. Jiang Mai was a little confused about what she meant. Jiang Xueli's eyes sparkled like stars as she playfully said, Because I'll sneak out to steal your notebooks overnight, tear off the cover, and there'll be your autograph on it. If you're willing to be my cosplay partner for a photo shoot, you'll definitely become famous. I'm afraid there will be so many people lining up to get your autograph that it'll be impossible to keep up with the demand. Little White Dove was quite surprised after hearing this. Musi, you're going to become a cosplayer? After touching his chin, Kai began to look Jiang Mai up and down, saying, Actually, Mai's appearance is really good, more than enough to be a cosplayer. Lao He was very excited. Is a big shot going to emerge from our dorm? Wow, Muzi, hurry up and get my autograph so I can buy it later. I don't know how much it's worth. The Little White Dove joked, Yeah, we'll team up to steal your homework. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow as he watched his roommates teasing him. You're overthinking it. I'm not interested in cosplay, and I would never go into the adult film industry. Jiang Mai said to Jiang Xueli. I'm welcome to be friends, but if you want me to make a film, forget it. It's impossible. Jiang Xueli reached out and took Jiang Mai's arm, looking at him with a pitiful expression. Wah, please. Looking at that delicate and pitiful face, and then at Jiang Xueli's actions, Jiang Mui silently withdrew his hand. Girls shouldn't lay hands on each other. This drew shakes of the head from those around them. Young man, You are too young. Such a beautiful woman is acting coquettishly, and you're completely unmoved? Even Jiang Mai's roommates were filled with envy and jealousy. Although they had girlfriends, which otaku wouldn't want to have close contact with their cosplay goddess. Of course, they had the desire but not the courage, since there was someone else at home. Another fatal problem is that goddesses can't possibly hug and kiss them. Then why don't you film with me? Zhang Xueli asked. Because we are siblings who have been separated for many years, we cannot take photos together. Chapter 74. We are actually siblings. Jiang Mai just said it casually, mainly to appease Zhang Xueli. The little white dove next to him was eating fried dumplings when she heard this and burst out laughing. Musi, you've pulled up all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Who says otherwise? Come to think of it, you two both have the surname Jiang. Oldie chuckled. The little white dove waved its paw excitedly and said, Prophet, the knife's been cut. Zhang Xueli puffed out her cheeks slightly and pouted her red lips. Nonsense. I don't have a brother like you. We're nothing alike. How can you not look alike? Look, they both have 2 eyes, a nose, and lips. They're practically identical, Jiang Mai said. Zhang Xueli snorted, knowing that Jiang Mai was teasing her, and she didn't fall for it. Her pigtails swayed slightly, and her striking eyes curved like little moons as she said, Okay, let's not talk about filming now. Let's go to the food street together. I'm so hungry. Zhang Xueli's thinking was simple. Play the long game and catch the big fish. She wasn't in a hurry. Once she won Jiang Mai over, he might relent. Goddess, come on, have some pan-fried dumplings. He served the pan-fried dumplings. I want to eat yours, Zhang Xueli said, gazing longingly at Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai didn't hesitate and handed a plate of fried dumplings to Zhang Xueli. She bought it in the first place. Old Wu, give me another one. Jiang Mai decided to buy one for himself. Zhang Xueli originally just wanted Jiang Mai to feed her a bite, but unexpectedly Jiang Mai called out again. She pouted her red lips, wondering how anyone could resist her charm. Has her charm declined? Old Wu immediately prepared a serving for Jiang Mai. When Jiang Mai was about to pay, Zhang Xueli quickly scanned the QR code. Jiang Mai sighed helplessly. Why do you, a woman, need such fast hand speed? It scanned instantly. Zhang Xueli proudly replied. There are definitely benefits. For example? It's on me, Zhang Xueli said with a smile. All expenses today will be paid by Miss Jiang. No need. I have money. Jiang Mai didn't want to owe Zhang Xueli a favor, in case she used it to blackmail him into making a film. Besides, he had the money. He struggled to figure out how to spend the pocket money his aunt gave him. If he doesn't spend 10 million in a week, his aunt will scold him again, and might even give him 20 million in a week, just like last week. Jiang Mai took out 100 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Zhang Xueli, saying, Here, keep the change. Zhang Xueli refused to accept it. She was originally planning to use the opportunity of paying the bill to gain favor with him, and if Jiang Mai was unwilling, then her plan would have failed. I have money too, Zhang Xueli laughed, teasing Jiang Mai. If you're going to repay someone, why don't you repay a person instead? I'm sorry, human trafficking is illegal, Jiang Mai said calmly. Zhang Xueli became anxious. I meant I'd like to borrow you for a day. No, Jiang Mai said. I'm not willing. All right, I'll take the 100 yuan for now. Zhang Xueli snatched the 100 yuan from Zhang Mui. Seeing that she had accepted the gift, Zhang Mui figured there wouldn't be any further complications, so he started eating the fried dumplings. I have to say, Lao Wu's fried dumplings are really awesome. The pan-fried dumplings are golden brown and crispy, and when you bite into them, they're piping hot, and the broth just oozes out. They're so juicy. Jiang Mai was caught off guard, and when he took a bite, juice splattered everywhere. The soup splashed directly onto Zhang Xueli's delicate and lovely face. Zhang Xueli stared blankly at Jiang Mai, somewhat surprised, as drops of soup trickled down her face, outlining her pleasing features. It was even placed on her full, red lips, making her look absolutely stunning and alluring. Little White Dove and the others gasped. Such an incredibly beautiful and famous girl is bound to have a bit of a temper. Now that Jiang Mai has made her like this, she's bound to get angry. Jiang Mai was now very embarrassed. He started to blame himself for not controlling himself and getting Zhang Xueli wet. You weren't burned, were you? Let me wipe it for you. Jiang Mai felt very apologetic. After all, he had done something wrong, and he had to make amends. Jiang Mai took out a tissue and began to wipe Zhang Xueli's face. Zhang Xueli's oval face is very full of collagen, and even after wiping away the soup, she still looks fresh and charming. But to everyone's surprise, Zhang Xueli was not angry. Instead, she enjoyed Jiang Mai's service and said, If you feel guilty, then film a movie with me? Jiang Mai said, I'd better think of other ways. Jiang Shuili pouted her red lips. You've gotten me wet. Aren't you going to take responsibility? I didn't do it on purpose. This isn't about making up for it. Jiang Mai glanced at Jiang Shuili. Besides, I really don't like making films. It's tiring and tough, and most importantly, after the film is finished, outsiders will point fingers at it, which will not only attract criticism but also bring me some trouble. It's so uncomfortable to be the center of attention wherever you go. Besides, there are too many rules in the cosplay community. Jiang Mai doesn't like to be restricted. Even though he likes anime and manga, it doesn't mean he wants to be a cosplayer. But on the contrary, you'll also gain a lot of popularity, and then lots and lots of girls will like you. Jiang Shuili couldn't contain her excitement, and said. As a result, Little White Dove chimed in from the side. Jiang, the school beauty, he really doesn't lack girls who like him. That's right. If I remember correctly, besides you, the other 3 campus beauties also liked him quite a bit, Lao He said. Kai nodded. I can vouch for that. Besides, he has quite a few girls who like him. Jiang Shuili was named one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, so of course she knew about the other 3. However, she wasn't usually on campus. She mostly skipped classes to go to her studio or to shoot films in other cities, so she naturally didn't care much about the gossip at school. But now that she heard everyone saying that the other 3 school beauties were pursuing Jiang Mai, Jiang Shuili immediately became very admiring. As expected of my idol, he's too amazing. Jiang Mai smiled bitterly. He'd rather not have so many girls liking him, as long as the girl he likes him back. Alright, let's go look at other things. I want to eat hot and sour noodles. Jiang Mai gave Xiabeige a look, meaning we should all hurry up and leave. After all, they were brothers who had slept together before, so how could he not understand what Jiang Mai was thinking? Little White Dove immediately nodded. Yes, let's buy some things and hurry back to the dorm. It's too cold. Okay, let's go together. Jiang Shuili followed Jiang Mai with a smile. She followed Jiang Mai every step he took, like a shadow. He couldn't really get Jiang Shuili to leave. After all, she hadn't done anything wrong, and the food street wasn't his business. Jiang Mai thought about it for a moment, but he decided that he could buy the food street and add some of his favorite items to the menu. Boss lady, give me one, mildly spicy, with cilantro. Jiang Mai went to buy the sad hot and sour noodles. Actually, he himself is not very good at eating spicy food, but without some spice, food has no flavor in his mouth and is not fragrant at all. Little White Dove chimed in. Boss lady, give me one too. Make it extra spicy as I can be. Keep adding more as long as I don't die from the spiciness. Jiang Muyi glanced at the Little White Dove instinctively. Will you even be able to leave the toilet tomorrow? Little White Dove muttered to Jiang Mai. Don't say these things in front of that goddess. Let's talk about it in bed. Chapter 75. Once out of bed, she doesn't recognize anyone. Get lost. Who's going to share a bed with you? Don't ruin my reputation, Jiang Mai said with a laugh. TSK. He doesn't recognize people once he's out of bed. After teasing Jiang Mai, Little White Dove was about to pay when Jiang Shuili handed the 100 yuan Jiang Mai had given her to the proprietress, saying, Proprietress, here's your change. Didn't I say you didn't have to pay? Jiang Mai asked, quite surprised. Jiang Shuili smiled and said, But I didn't say you weren't paying. I'm using the money you just gave me. I haven't used cash in a long time. It's too easy to lose. Just let me spend it all. This, Jiang Mai hesitated. Fine, let her pay. She's already said that. Little White Dove poked Jiang Mai's arm at the beginning. Jiang Mai stopped hesitating and agreed. Anyway, it was the money he just gave me that I spent. I'll go buy a skewer of cheese rice cakes from the side, and I'll also buy some Odin for Xiaoya. She loves that, Kai said to Jiang Mai. Old, he said, I'm going too. Kai, wait for me. I need to bring some for Jingjing too. Otherwise she'll start complaining and nagging me endlessly. Little White Dove grinned at Jiang Mai. I went to buy some too. Xia wants to eat Xinjiang fried rice noodles. Go ahead. Jiang Mai was no longer interested. What else is there to eat? Dog food is enough to fill him up. Jiang Shuili looked at Jiang Mai standing there and smiled slightly. I want to eat roasted sweet potato skin. Go buy it, Jiang Mai said. You buy it for me. Jiang Shuili chuckled. I see you're the only single guy here. It'd be too awkward if you didn't buy things for others, so I wanted to give you something to do. Thank you so much. It's okay. I'm single too. We're in the same boat. Jiang Shuili smiled. What do you like to eat? I'll go buy it for you, and then you can go buy me some roasted sweet potato noodles. Since we're both single, why don't we stick together and keep each other warm? Jiang Mai gave a helpless smile and said, Sorry, no need. Wait for me. I'm going to buy something. Jiang Shuili winked at Jiang Mai. and after running off, she kept reminding him, "You must wait for me." Then she ran away quickly. Jiang Mai didn't leave, and the hot and sour noodles weren't ready yet, so he simply waited at his seat. After scrolling through his phone for a while, Jiang Mai received a notification on WeChat. Upon opening the message, I discovered it was from Lung Ruoli. "Lung Ruoli, have you eaten yet?" Jiang Mai, ready to eat? "Bought some things from the food street." "Lung Ruoli, what did you buy?" Lung Ruoli originally wanted to invite Jiang Mai to dinner, but now that Jiang Mai has already bought the food, she won't insist. There will be other opportunities in the future anyway. She simply missed him and wanted to talk to him. Jiang Mai immediately took a picture of the hot and sour noodles stall and sent it to Lung Ruoli. "Hot and sour noodles, and I also bought a serving of fried dumplings. There's still some leftover bao shifu cake in the dorm. That's enough. Also, thank you for buying the bao shifu yesterday. It was so delicious. Lung Ruoli, if you like it, I'll buy you more." She shyly typed out the message and then nervously waited for a reply. Just seconds later, the phone received another text message. 1%. No need. Lung Ruoli was slightly disappointed. "I was rejected again." Ding dong. My phone beeped again with a notification. 1%. Let's go buy some together next time. I heard they taste best when they're fresh out of the oven. When Lung Ruoli saw the message Jiang Mai sent, her eyes immediately welled up with tears. Her heart felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Lung Ruoli immediately replied in text, "Okay." She was already looking forward to the next time she could go out with Jiang Mai. Just thinking about it made Lung Ruoli burst out laughing. At this moment, Jiang Mai's eyes softened when he saw Lung Ruoli's reply. People come and go, and even the noisy arguments and car horns on the roadside cannot disturb Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai looked at his phone screen, and the corners of his mouth slowly turned up. "Jiang Mai, have you eaten yet?" "Lung Ruoli, I haven't eaten yet. I was planning to eat after Sister Mi Lu came back from the fashion show." "Jiang Mai, then I'll bring it for you. What do you want to eat?" "Lung Ruoli, I want to eat the same thing as you." "Eat the same thing as him? That's just sad hot and sour noodles." Jiang Mai refused outright, replying, "The hot and sour noodles are very spicy, and you have a cold. It's not good for you to eat them, or your throat will hurt later." Lung Ruoli stared at her phone screen. They are just ordinary words, but why do they give people an exceptionally warm feeling when put together? Lung Ruoli felt as if spring was here all year round, and the icy world instantly turned warm. Just because of his concern, Lung Ruoli was already happily rolling around on the bed hugging her pillow, her legs kicking excitedly. Suddenly, she wondered if she was replying to messages too slowly. Will Jiang Mai be kept waiting? Lung Ruoli quickly stopped typing and sent a voice message. "Okay, then I won't eat hot and sour noodles. What else do you recommend?" After receiving Lung Ruoli's voice message, Jiang Mai opened it directly. Her voice was soft and gentle, as if spoken in a very quiet atmosphere. Jiang Mai felt the tenderness and affection, and a sweet scent filled the air. He immediately pressed WeChat and replied, "Wait for me." The other end replied, "Okay." She sounds so well behaved. Although Jiang Mai did not see Lung Ruoli, he seemed to be able to see her beautiful face, so innocent and pure, through the phone screen. Jiang Mai's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He immediately began looking for suitable food to buy for Lung Ruoli. After walking around for a while, Jiang Mai decided on the food and bought it. Jiang Mai carried the food back, and then went back to the hot and sour noodles stall. The hot and sour noodles were ready, and Jiang Mai took them directly. Just then, Little White Dove and the others returned, each having bought something for their girlfriends. "Let's go back," Little White Dove said to Jiang Mai with a smile. "It's freezing cold. I miss the air conditioning in the dorm." "Wait a little longer," Jiang Mai said. "What's wrong? Who are you waiting for?" The Little White Dove asked curiously. "What do you think?" Jiang Mui glanced at the Little White Dove, who looked around and instantly understood. "Where's Goddess Jiang? Where did she go?" "I don't know. I've been walking for a while," Jiang Mai said casually. No sooner had the words been spoken than the sound of running footsteps was heard. "Phew, thank goodness you guys didn't leave." Jiang Xueli ran over, her twin ponytails fluttering in the wind, a smile on her beautiful face. Her ample bosom swayed as she ran, carrying several bags of things as she rushed over. "What did you buy?" Jiang Mai asked, looking at the heavy bag. Jiang Xueli said with a smile, "I bought snacks and fruit." "Oh, I'm going back." Jiang Mai nodded. So the group went into the school. Before going to her dormitory, Jiang Xueli suddenly did something that surprised Jiang Mai. Chapter 76. Don't worry, I have a secret weapon. Jiang Xueli immediately handed the bag in her hand to Jiang Mai and said, "Here you go." Jiang Mui looked at Jiang Xueli's actions with some surprise. "For me?" Otherwise, I'd carry it for you myself, Zhang Xueli said with a slight smile. Little White Dove and the others were immediately surprised. How come Zhang Mai has such good luck? How come all these goddesses are so devoted to him and so good to him? No need, thank you. Zhang Mai politely declined. Although it was someone else's kind gesture, Zhang Mai chose to Mei. Congratulations, host. You have refused Zhang Xueli's offer of fruit and have earned 200 integrity points. As a reward, you are given a courtyard house in Kyoto. The property deed is now in your drawer. Kyoto courtyard house? This is something you can't buy even if you have the money. Demand far exceeds supply. The system panicked. It finally managed to roll it up. Zhang Mai was very satisfied. This courtyard house was a good choice for his parents to live out their retirement. He just didn't know if he could see the Forbidden City when he opened the window. Zhang Mai said to the system, from now on, all rewards will be based on this and increased accordingly. Understand. System. Rewards are randomly matched. You can enter the lottery pool to try your luck. You might win some great prizes. Zhang Mai decided not to make things difficult for this poor little system anymore. It's not just for you. It's for your dorm too. Zhang Xueli immediately stuffed several bags into Lao He's arms, saying, take them back. All right, Lao He smiled at Zhang Mai. It's all right, Mai. It's just a kind gesture from them. Just accept it. Looking at Lao He's current radiant appearance, Zhang Mui thought it wouldn't be right to refuse, so he said to Zhang Xueli, thank you. Zhang Xueli smiled sweetly. It's okay. It was bought with your money anyway. All right, bye-bye. I'm going back to my dorm. She ran back to her dormitory. Old He, holding snacks and fruit, beamed with joy. Zhang, the school beauty, is so kind. She bought so many delicious things. All you think about is food. Don't you know that you're obligated to eat someone's food? Forget it. You guys go back to your dorms and divide it up. I'll come over in a bit. Zhang Mai's words immediately piqued Kai Zi's curiosity. What's wrong? Aren't you going back to the dorm now? I have some things to take care of. I'll come back when I'm done. Zhang Mai didn't forget that he still needed to bring Lung Ruoli some food. Okay. The roommates went back. Zhang Mai went downstairs to the girls' dormitory and found a graceful figure standing there. Her face was red from the cold and the wind. Her light brown hair was now draped over her shoulders, and she was wearing a white coat. She looked like a blood elf descended to earth, charming and beautiful. She attracted a lot of attention. Every boy who passed by turned to look at her, but she held her phone, completely unfazed by the stares. In fact, she was quite determined, glancing left and right, clearly waiting for someone. Zhang Mai quickly ran up to Lung Ruoli and began to scold her. Why are you waiting here in such thin clothes? You girls would rather freeze to death than not look pretty, right? When Lung Ruoli saw Zhang Mui arrive, her clear eyes curved into a smile. She subconsciously smiled and said, I'm not cold. I just came downstairs. Besides, I'm wearing a heat pack. Lung Ruoli slightly opened her white coat, and Zhang Mai saw several heat packs stuck to her sweater. She doesn't seem like the type of person who would use heat packs. But now she's proudly showing it off to him and displaying it, which is incredibly cute no matter how you look at it. Even if you put on heat packs, you'll still be cold. And now that you've opened your coat, you're even colder. You already have a cold, and you're doing this again. Zhang Mai scolded, then put down his things and started working on them. He proactively zipped up Lung Ruoli's jacket. Lung Ruoli looked down at Zhang Mai's long, fair hands. They were slender, with distinct bones and fingers, and were the kind of hands that could be used as hand models. Yet, he was the one who was zipping up her clothes. Lung Ruoli's cheeks were flushed. She could clearly feel the refreshing citrus scent emanating from him as he stood in front of her, and she could also feel the warmth of his fingertips. She was so shy that she didn't dare look at him. She felt his hot hand brushing against her body. Call. Lung Ruoli's breathing became rapid. All right. Zhang Mai's magnetic voice rang out. Lung Ruoli gave a soft, shy hum. Looking at her flushed face, Zhang Mai's breathing became uneven, and he even felt excited. Are you still cold? Zhang Mai asked. It's all right, not too cold. How about you? Lung Ruoli looked at him shyly. It's all right. Boys can handle wearing less too much, Zhang Mai said casually. That won't do, Lung Ruoli said. You can't be reckless. You'll catch a cold eventually. I've already suffered, you can't be next. After saying this, Lung Ruoli solemnly began to take off the scarf around her neck. Zhang Mai was quite surprised. What are you doing? It's so cold. He tried to stop her, but Lung Ruoli shook her head. You wear it. No, I really won't catch a cold. I have a very good constitution. Zhang Mai wasn't joking. After all, he had the body-strengthening liquid given to him by the system, and his body was now in excellent condition, full of energy, so how could he catch a cold? These little germs are nothing to him. He's immune to all poisons. As soon as Jiang Muyi finished speaking, he smelled a captivating fragrance, and a moment later he felt a cool hand stroking his neck. An ambiguous atmosphere hung in the air, making it hard for Jiang Mai to breathe. He stared intently at the determined girl before him. Her features were exquisite, resilient, and beautiful enough. No, you need to take good care of yourself. She tiptoed and wrapped the scarf she had taken off around Jiang Mai's neck. My neck, which had been exposed to the wind, is now warm, and I can still feel the lingering warmth from the other person. It's very warm. It's very comfortable. Jiang Mai's heart calmed down. He felt as if the whole world had quieted down, and only a gentle, pure heart kissed him, making him linger and become fascinated. He looked down at the scarf around his neck, and his eyes softened. For some reason, he was just cheerful. Jiang Muyi couldn't help but rub the scarf, and said to Lung Ruoli, "Thank you." "It's called reciprocity," Lung Ruoli said shyly. "You bought me dinner too, so I should repay you." "I just thought I'd bring it along. I didn't expect you to repay me," Jiang Mai said frankly. "I just happened to be there." Lung Ruoli's eyelashes fluttered. "Anyway, you can't get sick. Stop talking, hurry upstairs. It's so cold. Are you feeling better from your cold?" Jiang Mai frowned, picked up some food, and pulled Lung Ruoli to the shed under the dormitory building. "Much better. The medicine is a bit bitter, but don't be lazy and skip taking it," Jiang Mai instructed. Lung Ruoli nodded and said, "Okay." Jiang Mai began handing the food to Lung Ruoli, saying, "Here, take it. I didn't know what you like to eat, so I just bought some random things." "Okay. Thank you," Lung Ruoli said sweetly. "Hurry up and go upstairs, I'm going back too." Jiang Mai called out to Lung Ruoli, waved goodbye to her, put on his hoodie, and headed towards his dormitory. "Bye-bye." Lung Ruoli couldn't bear to look away from Jiang Mai's retreating figure. She couldn't help but giggle, a girlish shyness creeping over her, and then hurried back to her dorm room with small, quick steps. After Lung Ruoli returned to her dormitory, she became curious about what Jiang Mai had bought. What did he buy? Chapter 77. You have malicious intentions towards the cold school beauty. As a result, Lung Ruoli discovered that there was a bunch of things inside the bag. Besides chaozhou kanji, there are also shrimp dumplings, soup dumplings, radish cake, vegetable buns, and layered pancakes. So much stuff. Was this just a casual purchase? How arrogant. Lung Ruoli's gaze softened. But it also made her like him even more. The portions were quite large. Lung Ruoli couldn't possibly finish them all. One bowl of porridge was enough to fill her up, but she tried her best to eat a little of everything. Until she discovered something special tucked away at the very back of the bag. This was beyond Lung Ruoli's expectations. Lung Ruoli couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jiang Mai had already returned to his dormitory. When he entered wearing a scarf, Xia Beige, who had been eating rice noodles, stopped. Xia Beige touched his chin, looked at Jiang Mai, and said, "Something's not right." "What's wrong?" Jiang Mai asked curiously, placing the hot and sour noodles on the table. The little white dove gave a knowing smile. "You weren't wearing a scarf just now, were you?" "Hee hee. Why are you suddenly wearing one?" "Mind your own business. Why are you the only one in the dorm? There are two idiots around." Jiang Mai glared at the malicious little white dove. "I'll go be with my girlfriend. Xia has to study English today, so I'll stay in the dorm by myself." "But," little white dove leaned closer and sniffed. "It smells so good. You pervert. If you keep doing this, I'll kick you to death." Jiang Mai shooed away little white dove. "You smell like a girl's perfume, and this scarf is a woman's scarf too. Tell me, where were you just now? Did you go into the woods? Get lost. Daddy's going to beat you to death. Don't be so filthy." Jiang Mai spat with a laugh. "Then tell me properly where you got the scarf. If you tell me, I'll let you go." "Little white dove, if you keep acting like this, don't ask me to revise your thesis," Jiang Mai said. "Daddy, I was wrong. Please forgive me." The little white dove was about to hug his leg. If no one corrects his paper and it gets rejected by the professor, it will fail. "Look at your backbone." Jiang Mai glanced at the little white dove. "Can backbone put food on the table?" "Of course, I'll still ask Dad to revise the article," little white dove said ingratiatingly. "All right, I'm going to eat my noodles now. Otherwise they'll get cold and won't taste good." Jiang Mai ignored the little white dove and picked up the hot and sour noodles to start eating. After taking a bite, Jiang Mai started panting heavily, completely overwhelmed by the spiciness. Is this proprietress from Chongqing or Sichuan? How can mild be this spicy? He felt that the proprietress was trying to murder him for his money, which was why she added more chili. Jiang Mai quickly started drinking pure milk to relieve the spiciness, but the spiciness persisted. As a result, little white pigeon, who was slurping up hot and sour noodles, immediately made eye contact with Jiang Mai. No wonder I was wondering why my bowl was so tasteless. Turns out I took the wrong one. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes at little white dove. Do you believe I'll kill you? I think you're the one who's trying to harm me. The little white dove chuckled dryly. Wrong, wrong. Let's switch back. You've already finished eating, so forget it. I'll just have to bear with it. It's spicy, but it's really delicious. Jiang Mai directly battled the extreme spiciness, and in the end, he was almost in tears from eating it. Jiang Mai had just finished eating, and his lips were swollen from the spiciness. As he was guzzling milk, his phone started buzzing with a message. Jiang Mai looked at his phone and saw that it was a message from Lung Ruoli. She had sent him a photo. The photo shows a candied hawthorn skewer. Lung Ruoli, you even bought me candied hawthorns? Jiang Mai, I saw someone was sick, so I was just trying to comfort them. After all, someone tried to appease me with cotton candy last time, so I had to return the favor. Lung Ruoli smiled sweetly after seeing Jiang Mai's reply. She was holding a string of candied hawthorns in her hand, and her beautiful eyes had a gentle curve to them. So she continued typing away. Just as Jiang Mai was throwing away the takeout box in his dorm room, his phone buzzed with a notification. Lung Ruoli. The sick person was made very happy by being coaxed. He also posted a happy cat emoji later. Jiang Mai immediately started sending emojis. So somehow the two of them started exchanging memes. Jiang Mai had essentially used all his life savings. They exchanged dozens of memes. As a result, he noticed with his sharp eyes that one of the emojis Lung Ruoli sent seemed to be one of the ones he had just sent. He said smugly, "You stole my picture, and I caught you." Lung Ruoli blushed. She hadn't expected to be discovered. She replied, "You're not stealing images either, are you? If others don't post them, you can't save them." Jiang Mai, fine, you're right. I give up. You can save everything. Lung Ruoli, me too. Jiang Mai was holding his phone, reluctant to put it down, when he realized that Kai Zi and Lao He had returned. Jiang Mai exclaimed in surprise, "You're back so soon? Brother, we've been walking for over 4 hours already. Is that fast enough? It's almost lights out." Old He was speechless. It's almost 10 o'clock. Jiang Mai was very surprised. I haven't taken a shower yet. I'll take a shower in the dark later. Damn, I haven't washed my underwear and smelly socks either. Time flies like an arrow. Before I knew it, almost the whole night had passed. Hurry up, or you'll really have to take a bath in the dark, Old He said gloatingly. Okay, Jiang Mai replied, then sent a WeChat message to Lung Ruoli. Lights are about to go out. I'm going to take a shower. You should go to sleep. Lung Ruoli. Okay. After Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli finished sending the message, they went to the bathroom, satisfied. As a result, after Jiang Mai went inside, the light bulb went out. Damn, the lights are off again. From outside came little white doves wailing. Damn it, my computer ran out of power and shut down. The dorm auntie is so punctual. Kai nodded. You're right, I forgot to charge my phone. Does anyone have a power bank? Old He, on the other hand, was particularly amused in bed. Haha, I really feel sorry for Muzi now. He can take a bath in the dark. How great is that? Damn it. Lao He, you stupid dog. I heard you. I'll kill you in a minute. Jiang Mai roared furiously in the bathroom. Old He, however, was laughing heartily on the bed. Okay, just wait and see. Jiang Mai decided to make sure Lao He was done for in a moment. However, the most urgent task now is to solve the current thorny problem. How is he supposed to take a shower in such darkness? Jiang Mai asked the system, what do we do now? Do you have any solutions? System, easy to solve, host. You can enter the system store and use your bone points to buy an all-purpose power bank. It can power anything and fully charge in 1 second, so you don't have to worry about power outages. Jiang Mai glanced at it. The all-in-one power bank required 200 bone chi points. He happened to have some. So Jiang Mai directly redeemed the all-purpose power bank. After exchanging for the skill, Jiang Mai acquired it. Following the system's instructions, the light bulb quickly lit up again. The room was brightly lit. Wow, 6. Jiang Mai was very happy. It was truly a good product. He was worried about the lights going out. The dorm supervisor probably never expected her to do something like that. Jiang Mai took a comfortable shower right in his dorm room. But the hot water ran out halfway through the shower, and Jiang Mai exclaimed, wow. Did those animals use up all the hot water from the water heater? Chapter 78, Leading the Brothers to Get Rich. System notification. Host, don't worry. You have the ability to control things with your mind. Jiang Mai realized what was happening after hearing the system's notification. Yeah, how could he forget about this incredibly awesome skill? Zhang Mui immediately began to use his mind to control the water, and in a short while the cold water turned into hot water. The washing experience was incredibly pleasant. You could say you didn't even need to insert a card or heat it up to get a comfortable wash. Jiang Mai no longer needed to rush through his shower like before. Now, he simply took a hot shower according to his mood, then changed his clothes and dried his hair. Hearing the whooshing sound of a hairdryer coming from inside, the people outside were puzzled. What's going on? Where did this hairdryer come from? Who says otherwise? The lights are off and the power is cut off now. It sounds like the toilet. What's going on? But speaking of which, Muzi seems to be addicted to taking a bath in the dark. It's been so long since she came out. Old He, who urgently needed to urinate, immediately got out of bed to check the situation. To their surprise, the toilet door opened and Jiang Mai swaggered out. Old He's eyes widened as he stared at the brightly lit room, incredulous. What's going on? The lights are off now. How come there's still electricity? Jiang Mai feigned ignorance. I don't know. Maybe there's a problem with the circuit, and the toilet light is still on. Really? Oldie got excited. Isn't this a super perk? Awesome. I won't have to use a flashlight to go to the toilet anymore. There are public toilets in the corridor, and they are lit up all night. But the problem is that they are lazy and unwilling to make the trip. They just make do with the toilets in their own dorm rooms. Who was gloating just now? I want to teach him a lesson. Jiang Mai started cracking his knuckles. They approached Lao He step by step, and Lao He was now terrified. He gave Jiang Muyi an awkward smile. Big brother, I was wrong, okay? Jiang Muyi subconsciously began to give Lao He a severe beating, which taught Lao He what it meant to be law-abiding. Old He was practically sobbing in Jiang Mai's arms. You're heartless, you're ungrateful, you don't. Under Jiang Mai's dangerous gaze, Lao He held back and gave a thumbs up. You're a really good person. Silly dog, didn't you go to the toilet? Aren't you in a hurry to pee? Jiang Mai said with a laugh. I forgot about the important matter. I'll go take care of it right away. Old He went inside with a smile. Jiang Mai deliberately played a prank, and with a bang, the lights went out. Wow, where's my light? It's so dark, Old He exclaimed. Jiang Mai grinned from ear to ear. You'll have to go to the toilet in the dark? How awesome is that? It's one thing to have so many beautiful women chasing after you normally, but this third wheel is all female, just staring at you and keeping you company. Damn, it's so unfair, Old He said with a sigh. Jiang Mui thought the joke was over, and there was no way he would actually let his brother go to the toilet in the dark, so he turned the lights back on. Hey, what's going on? The phone's back on. Old He exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Mai said, I think the light is catching your eye, so cherish it while you can. Screw you. Do you think I'm that kind of person with such a twisted sense of humor? What are you thinking about? I'm telling you to hurry up and get up here. Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. You're such a stupid dog. Go to hell, you stupid dog. Get out of here. Haha. I'm leaving. You can go upstairs slowly. After joking around with him, Jiang Mai went to his own bed. Jiang Mai got into bed and pressed the button on the bedside lamp. No power. It's nothing. This is a piece of cake for Jiang Mai. He's a person with a system, and he hasn't forgotten the all-purpose power bank he just redeemed. Jiang Mai made a move. The desk lamp is powered on in 1 second. This is so awesome. As for the phone running out of battery, that's even simpler. With a casual flick of his wrist, Jiang Mai instantly transformed the battery, which had only held 20 bars, into a full charge. He no longer has to worry about his phone running out of battery, nor does he have to search for power outlets and power banks. It feels like I've unlocked a new feature, which has saved me a fortune and provided me with convenience. The next day, the bright sunlight, following the ivy climbing the boys' dormitory, secretly slipped onto the windowsill, trying to sneak out through the gap in the curtains. Then, with a whoosh, all the curtains were pulled open, and sunlight rushed in. This made Jiang Mai, who was fast asleep, feel extremely uncomfortable in his eyes. He immediately covered his eyes with the back of his hand and muttered, My God, how can I sleep like this? It wasn't just him. Cries of sorrow rose from all sides. Yes, I want to take a nap. I'm so sleepy. I chatted with Suya all night yesterday. Little White Dove looked tired and rubbed her eyes, clearly extremely sleepy. Draw the curtains, I want to sleep. Old He was extremely grumpy when he woke up, and immediately covered his face with a pillow. Wake up. We have class this morning, and the checks are super strict. But it's Lao Lin's class. Do you dare to skip it? The person who pulled back the curtains was Kai, the dormitory head. His main job, besides supervising the dormitory's cleanliness, was to supervise the 3 lazybones getting up. Professor Lin is a very strict teacher of professional courses. He also has a wide network of connections and is always introducing excellent interns to various companies. Since it concerns their future prospects, everyone is naturally very enthusiastic in class and dares not offend Professor Lin. After all, Everyone wants to use Lao Lin's resources to climb the social ladder. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm getting up now. Little White Dove's drowsiness vanished instantly. Old He also put down the pillow and quickly started getting dressed. Only Jiang Mui was still lying on the bed, sleeping. Kai immediately started patting Jiang Mai's bedside, reminding him, "Okay, wake up, it's Lao Lin's class." "Oh, it's just Lao Lin's class. I'll sleep a little longer," Jiang Mai said casually. "I'll stay in bed a bit longer before I go." "I think you're asking for trouble. Aren't you afraid old Lin will whip you with his little leather whip?" Old He joked. "Teachers cannot use corporal punishment," Jiang Mai replied. Little White Dove said, "Aren't you worried that he won't recommend you to a good company for an internship? After all, he has a lot of connections. We're just hoping that if we perform well, he can introduce us to a good and stable job." Jiang Mai squinted lazily and said, "We don't need his recommendation. We can just go to work at the company." Little White Dove and the others instantly felt humbled. Jiang Mai is the heir to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, unlike ordinary people like them. His family actually has a throne to inherit. Little White Dove muttered, "You're the crown prince. We're not like you. We don't have billions to inherit, so we still have to be office workers and work for others. Working is out of the question. I'll never work in my life. You guys can come to my company and be senior executives." Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow and said, "We'll make money together." "Your company? The Chen Group? You haven't taken over yet. Besides, isn't he in charge of overseas business?" "That doesn't relate to our design major," Kai said doubtfully. Jiang Mai said lazily, "I started my own business. Besides developing some land, I also acquired some small companies, including a design company, which is now managed by professionals." "Which one? Is it some kind of studio?" Little White Dove was very gossipy. This was the first time he had heard of this, and he was now very interested. Kai and the others also felt that Jiang Mai was rich now, but he had no background. He was probably just running a small company with about 20 people, otherwise the risks would be too great. Chapter 79. His WeChat account was logged in by me. Jiang Mai said casually, "It's all right, Yuo Design Company." "Generous?" the three exclaimed in unison. "Yes," Jiang Mai nodded. "What's wrong? Are you kidding me? Yuo is a large company with over 1,000 employees. Is this a small company?" Kai gritted his teeth. Little White Dove was very envious. "You're right. You know, I was so envious when Lao Lin recommended a few seniors to work there. I heard the salary and benefits were really high. But you're talking about a small company? What kind of company is considered a big company then?" "It might be the Chun Group," Jiang Mui said after a moment's thought. Everyone gasped. Yes, Jiang Mai will have a net worth of hundreds of billions in the future, but he will inherit the Chun Group. However, the problem is that the Chun Group is one of the top 50 companies in Asia. Of course, it is a big company, but Yuo is definitely not that small. It's just that Jiang Mai's ambitions are more ambitious, and his net worth has long exceeded that of ordinary people, so he naturally feels that Yuo is not a piece of super high-end cheese. But in reality, Yuo Company is already considered a hot commodity by everyone. "Phew, I want to cling to someone's coattails now," Little White Dove sighed. "Me too," Kai nodded. "+1, Kai replied. "So if you start a business with me, I'll treat you to the best of everything," Jiang Mai said succinctly. "Brother, what kind of entrepreneurship is this? You have a ready-made money-making project in your hands," Kai Zi said indignantly. The big company they were most looking forward to was just the starting stage for Jiang Mai. It seems their vision is too narrow. "So, whether you come to the company as a senior executive or not, we can make money together." Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. Come on. Who wouldn't want to cling to a readily available patron?" Little White Dove was tempted. Old He was also very excited. "Take me with you. But don't you dare renege on your promise and not help us make money." "No. Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. "Anyway, if you need any help, just tell your brothers. I won't go through fire and water for you, but I will help with small things." Jiang Mai's roommates all knew his personality well. After all, they had lived together for 2 years. Jiang Mai was focused and determined in his work, and most importantly, he was loyal to his friends. Now that he's agreed, he definitely won't go back on his word. The group is all glad they made the right friend. Look how great it is to be friends with a big shot. Following Jiang Mai means living the high life, becoming a rich and handsome man, and reaching the pinnacle of life is just around the corner. "Shall we sleep a little longer?" the Little White Dove asked, eager to get back to sleep. "What are you thinking? Do you really think I'm going to stay in bed? Show some respect to Lao Lin, don't drive him crazy. Even if I can get you a company and solve your internship problem, what about graduation? Do you want Lao Lin to fail this course for you?" Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow and got to the point. Damn, you hit the nail on the head. I'll get ready and get up right away. Little White Dove quickly and nimbly got out of bed, not wanting to stay in bed any longer, to avoid failing the course and then it being too late to cry. Compared to the flustered state of the others, Jiang Mai remained quite calm. He only needed to draw the bed curtains, and, with a thought, he was dressed in less than a few seconds. Jiang Mai pulled the curtain shut and got out of bed, startling Little White Dove. What the hell? What kind of hand speed is that? Jiang Mai glanced back and said, That's what a real man is like. Bullshit, a real man has to be slow. You'll get disliked by girls if you're this fast. Little White Dove laughed and spat. Don't drive recklessly. You think you can compete with me as an experienced driver? You can't even hold the steering wheel properly. The tires will run right over your face and you won't even know I'm driving. Jiang Mai glanced at Little White Dove. I'm ashamed to say that you're the real veteran driver. When it comes to speed, I'm no match for you, Little White Dove teased. Jiang Mai snorted. That's good enough. He went straight to the restroom. The toothpaste was automatically squeezed onto the toothbrush, and under Jiang Mai's mental control, it immediately turned into an electric toothbrush. Jiang Mai, enjoying the electric toothbrush, rinsed his mouth a few more times with the toothbrush cup before letting a towel wipe his face. Jiang Mai quickly and comfortably finished the job. When he went out, he saw the scarf on the table. Suddenly his gaze softened. Without hesitation, he tied it around his neck. Kai saw this and said curiously, Musi, it's only 10 degrees Celsius today. It's so hot. Why are you wearing a scarf? Mind your own business. Can't I be cold? Jiang Mai glanced at Kaizi sideways. Actually, he wore the scarf to class and planned to return it to Lung Ruoli after class, but he didn't expect Kai to notice it. The Little White Dove, on the other hand, kept giggling. Kai asked, puzzled, What are you doing? The Little White Dove clutched its belly and said with a chuckle, I was thinking about how one thing can subdue another. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't understand a word you're saying. Can you even speak human language? Kaizi asked, puzzled. This can only be understood intuitively, not explained in words, the Little White Dove said with a mysterious smile. Jiang Muyi rolled his eyes and said, I think you're in heat, waiting for Fahai to come and take you away. Ha ha ha, is that you stinky monk? Actually, I think you could shave your head and become the most handsome abbot. I think you're asking for a beating. Jiang Mai started rolling up his sleeves, ready to grab a weapon. The Little White Dove quickly begged for mercy. Stop, stop. A gentleman uses words, not fists. Come on, let's go to the cafeteria for food. We're starving. Let's go. Jiang Mai also felt a little hungry. So Jiang Mai followed Xiaobage and the others to buy breakfast, and then went to the classroom to eat. After finishing their professional classes quickly, everyone went back in groups. Jiang Muyi changed direction and said, I have something to take care of. You guys go back. Okay. The group had other things to do, so they left. Jiang Mai changed direction and went upstairs. After he got upstairs, he waited at the classroom door. He glanced through the doorway and saw the girl sitting in the last row packing her things. Today, her long hair cascaded down her back, and she wore a light pink long-sleeved sweater and a pleated skirt, looking completely pure and beautiful. With her fair skin and red lips, she stood out in the crowd at a glance. That's really eye-catching. Jiang Mai gave a slightly cynical smile and lazily crossed his arms, waiting at the door. Unexpectedly, a few girls came out and immediately became aroused when they saw Jiang Mai. You must be Jiang Mai from the design department. Can I add you on WeChat? Yes, we can eat together in the cafeteria or go to karaoke together. You're not going to refuse us, are you? Clearly, without waiting for Jiang Mai to refuse, she immediately handed the WeChat QR code on her phone to Jiang Mai, waiting for him to scan it. After observing their actions, Jiang Mai narrowed his eyes, looking somewhat reluctant. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Then we'll go with you to the dorm to get it. Several girls couldn't take their eyes off the tall and handsome Jiang Mai. They looked at Jiang Mai with longing eyes, waiting for him to add them on WeChat. Jiang Mai was helpless. He didn't want to hurt them too much, but they were so persistent. Couldn't they understand their obvious rejection? Just as Jiang Mai was about to refuse outright, a clear voice rang out. I'm sorry, I'm the one who logged into his account, so it's probably not convenient. Jiang Mai rushed towards the sound and saw the poised and elegant Lung Ruoli. Chapter 80 Lung Ruoli, you've exposed yourself. Although Lung Ruoli was smiling, there was a hint of cold danger in her eyes, which made the girls who were still relentlessly pursuing Jiang Mai panic. They certainly didn't want to offend Lung Ruoli. After all, Lung Ruoli was a wealthy heiress with money and power, and most importantly, the implication Lung Ruoli was making was very clear. They're either a couple or in a relationship. Otherwise, Why would they let someone else log into their private WeChat account? Not wanting to make a fool of themselves, they all said, "Okay, then forget it. We'll be going now." After the girls left, the girl's cold demeanor softened, and she became somewhat shy. She quickly ran up to apologize. "I'm sorry, I said those things without permission, mainly because." Jiang Mai interrupted Lung Ruoli abruptly, saying, "It's okay, you're helping me too." Lung Ruoli was stunned for a moment, looking at the handsome man in front of her, who was still wearing the scarf she had given her yesterday. Her little face was flushed. "I'm glad you don't mind, but why did you come looking for me?" Jiang Muyi subconsciously took off the scarf around his neck and tied it around Lung Ruoli's beautiful, fair neck in a moment. Lung Ruoli stared at Jiang Mai in astonishment. She could feel the warmth on her neck lingering, a warm scent emanating from Jiang Mai, subtle, warm, comfortable, pleasant, and refreshing, all the beautiful words Lung Ruoli could think of. It stirred her emotions, and a wild, uncontrollable fawn rushed into her heart, pounding wildly. Jiang Mai smiled faintly. "Of course I'm here to return it to its rightful owner." Lung Ruoli's pretty face was flushed. She said shyly, "It's fine if I get it myself. I just happened to be passing by, so I naturally brought it over." Jiang Mai's ears were a little hot, and he said, pretending to be straightforward, "Thank you." Lung Ruoli smiled radiantly. "Is your cold any better?" "It's all better now." "Okay, I'll be going now," Jiang Mai said to Lung Ruoli. Lung Ruoli nodded shyly. Just as Jiang Muyi was about to stride forward, he heard a light, melodious voice behind him. "Wait." Jiang Mai suddenly turned around. Lung Ruoli rushed over. Unable to control his speed and unable to break in time, he ended up falling headfirst into Jiang Mai's arms. Jiang Mai took a step back out of inertia, but his arms firmly supported her delicate body. Because it happened so suddenly, Jiang Mai could feel her rapid heartbeat mixed with his own. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Mai's breathing became erratic. I even felt a little thrilled. Just now, at a crucial moment, I lowered my head and she raised hers, and we almost kissed. Jiang Mai stared intently at Lung Ruoli's red lips. Her red lips and white teeth, slightly upturned lip peaks, beautiful lip lines, and faintly raised corners of her lips were all alluring to Jiang Mai. "It's very soft, very sweet, and tastes great." Jiang Mai's lips went dry after reading it. For a moment, he wanted to kiss him hard. As if bewitched, he really moved down, but just as he was about to forcefully kiss her, Lung Ruoli said shyly, "Sorry, I couldn't stop just now." After she broke free from Jiang Mai's embrace, she lowered her body. When the soft, fragrant body in his arms was gone, Jiang Mai finally came to his senses. As soon as the wicked thought crossed his mind, he immediately understood. "I've been seduced by beauty again." Something terrible almost happened. Jiang Mai was in a very complicated state. He didn't know whether to be glad that he hadn't acted like a hooligan or to regret that he hadn't. A moment later, Jiang Mai felt a slight warmth on his shoes. He immediately lowered his head. He then discovered that Lung Ruoli was kneeling on one knee, tying her shoelaces. This is the first time I've ever seen a girl do something like this. Jiang Mai felt a warmth in his heart, and his face flushed instantly. He said, "No need, I can do it." "No. You're so tall. It'll be tiring for you to bend over. I saw it and tied it for you. I was afraid you'd trip over your shoelaces. That would be terrible." After seeing Jiang Mai's burning gaze, Lung Ruoli immediately looked up and smiled at him. Seeing that Jiang Muyi was not used to it, Lung Ruoli smiled broadly. "At worst, you can tie my shoelaces when they come undone." "Okay." Jiang Mai nodded. "It's a deal." Girls are indeed skillful. Compared to Jiang Mai's shoelaces, which look rather careless, Lung Ruoli's shoelaces are much prettier. After Lung Ruoli finished, she immediately stood up. Jiang Mai said sincerely, "Thank you." Lung Ruoli said shyly, "Shall we go back together?" "It's on our way." "Okay." Jiang Mai nodded. Lung Ruoli held a book in her hands, and the girl followed Jiang Mai shyly along the forest path. Someone rode by on a motorcycle, bringing a strong gust of wind, and Lung Ruoli happened to be standing nearby. The wind whipped up by the motorcycle made Lung Ruoli's pleated skirt sway back and forth, and a corner of it billowed up in the wind, slowly revealing the beautiful scenery. Before he knew it, Jiang Mai seemed to see white. Jiang Mai was thrilled. It was like a pot of water boiling. After all, he was young and vigorous. How could he not have any reaction after seeing such a sensual scene? He's not a monk. Jiang Mai's ears were burning. "It's almost time." Just as Lung Ruoli was about to say something, she felt a shadow fall down, and then a pair of hands covered her legs, pressing down on her skirt. Lung Ruoli's eyes widened suddenly as she stared at Jiang Mai in disbelief. His palms were so hot. When touched, the heat of the hand immediately created a very subtle reaction with the coldness of the leg. This also made Lung Ruoli's face blush with embarrassment. What are they doing? As Lung Ruoli was lost in her fantasies, she suddenly felt a hand moving upwards. A moment later, a warm feeling came from behind. Lung Ruoli was stunned for a moment, then saw the boy approaching her and taking off his clothes with one hand. He did it in one smooth motion and tied the jacket around Lung Ruoli's waist from behind in a moment. Jiang Mai's handsome face was slightly lowered, and his voice was husky yet sexy as he coolly said, "The skirt is too short, it's showing too much skin. This is better." When Jiang Mai reminded Lung Ruoli that she had exposed herself, her face immediately became extremely hot. Did Jiang Mai just see something? How embarrassing. But she also felt a strange itch in her heart because of his words, and her body began to burn with an inexplicable feeling. Thank you. Thank you, Lung Ruoli said shyly, biting her cherry lips. It's nothing. Jiang Mai pretended to be calm, but in reality, he was already feeling elated because of her few words. He gently grasped Lung Ruoli's wrist and pulled her inside, saying, "You walk on the inside, and I'll walk on the outside. It'll be safer that way." Her wrists were soft and small. Jiang Mai's first impression was that they were too thin. I need to give her some proper nourishment afterwards. Otherwise, it would be too frail. Jiang Mai got to the point. What did you say? Chapter 81. I don't lack money. I lack people. Jiang Mai got to the point. What did you say? The CET4 exam is this Saturday, so time is a bit tight. I have a lot of free time, so if you're willing, I'd like to teach you. Lung Ruoli looked at Jiang Mai shyly, her eyes bright and clear, obviously waiting for Jiang Mai's consent. Jiang Mai thought about it and realized that the CET4 exam was indeed this Saturday. I've been so busy having fun lately that I've completely forgotten about it. No need, thank you, Jiang Mai declined. Congratulations, host. You rejected the cold school beauty and gained 200 integrity points and 1 million RMB. When Lung Ruoli saw Jiang Mai reject her, a hint of disappointment appeared in her eyes. Okay. But after a moment, Jiang Mai's voice rang out. But if I encounter any problems, I will definitely come to you for advice. Jiang Mai refused simply because he now had the system and could easily handle level 4 without needing a separate private class. Of course, if he encounters problems while reviewing, he is still willing to ask Lung Ruoli for help. This is how an oasis was created in the desert, and vibrant flowers bloomed in the midst of desolation. Lung Ruoli, who had been devastated, was instantly revitalized. Lung Ruoli happily shook her phone and said, I'll keep my phone on for you 24/7. Me too. Jiang Mai's lips curled up slightly. Since you're so enthusiastic, I'll definitely have to pester you to ask. Lung Ruoli's ears turned very red after hearing this. Of course, as a thank you, I'll allow you to steal my emojis this time, Jiang Mai said with a smile. As a result, Lung Ruoli blushed and said, You didn't create this, and you don't have the copyright, so it's not like I'm stealing from you. Jiang Mai shuddered and said, In that case, I'll go back and find the author and buy out the copyright to the emoji pack. Lung Ruoli. Seeing her surprised and dazed expression, Jiang Mai chuckled and said, You're so silly. All right, let's go upstairs. We're at the girls' dormitory. So fast. Lung Ruoli was a little surprised. She hadn't even finished talking with Jiang Mai when they arrived at the dormitory building. Fast? We've been walking for 10 minutes. Jiang Mai's lips curled up. All right, you can go up now. Okay. Lung Ruoli replied sweetly, took off the clothes, returned them to Jiang Mai, and reluctantly said goodbye to Jiang Mai before running back into the building. Jiang Mai grabbed his clothes and put them back on, then faintly smelled a pleasant fragrance. It wasn't the smell of my own body, nor the smell of laundry detergent on my clothes. It was the fragrance that belonged to Lung Ruoli. Jiang Mai felt refreshed and relaxed upon smelling it. He glanced at the window of Lung Ruoli's dormitory and didn't leave. Jiang Mai couldn't help but smile as he whistled and headed back to his dormitory after a slender figure was reflected in the window. Night fell. At 8:30 p.m., the teaching building was brightly lit, and lights in the windows turned on one by one and then slowly went out. People were beginning to come out one after another. Then everyone saw a beautiful figure standing there. She was dressed in a light pink Hanfu-style dress, looking very elegant. Her bright eyes and beautiful red lips were smiling. She was also holding a huge figurine in her arms and kept looking into the building, as if she was waiting for someone. The other students were very excited and stopped to discuss among themselves. Isn't that Jiang, the school beauty? Why is she in the teaching building? Isn't her uncle the dean of students? She doesn't need to come to evening self-study at all. I don't know, but who is she waiting for? If I remember correctly, the figure in her hand is from One Piece. It's definitely not cheap. Who is Jiang, the school beauty? She's a goddess in the cosplay world. How could the figurines she gets be cheap? They're either rare or limited editions. But who does she plan to give them to? She's definitely waiting for Brother Mo. Jiang, the school beauty, confessed her feelings to him on the confession wall before. Wow, I'm so envious of Brother Mo. I don't ask Brother Mu to teach me everything he knows, but could you teach me a few tricks for picking up girls? If I had Jiang, the school beauty, as my girlfriend, wouldn't it be a piece of cake to get any limited edition figurines or merchandise I wanted in the future? Who says otherwise? No wonder he's Brother Mu. He leaves no trace of life with a single move, and all four of the school beauties are in his arms. If it were me, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Jiang Mai is now a godlike figure among the male students at Dongqing University. His story of turning his life around is so long it could fill hundreds of pages. As a simp, he possessed a mysterious power that made the four most beautiful girls in the school unable to forget him. Some even believe that Jiang Mai's proposal to Xia Xiran was part of his scheme, deliberately making her unable to resist him through 99 marriage proposals. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, a master among masters. So now anyone who wants to find a partner still prays to the old man under the moon, and if they're going to pray, they should pray to Jiang Mai. Want to find a partner? Trust Brother Mu, you won't regret it. Many believers who joined the Jiang Mai church wished they could hang Jiang Mai's photo on the wall, light 3 incense sticks, and pray for him to win over their goddess and find a partner. So it's perfectly reasonable that Jiang Xiaohua is waiting for Jiang Mai now. After all, Brother Mu is no ordinary person. Amidst everyone's sighs, Jiang Mai arrived late. He spotted the enthusiastic Jiang Xueli at a glance. Jiang Xueli waved to Jiang Mai and smiled happily. Hi. Over here. The onlookers started to get excited. See, they're just waiting for Brother Mu. Brother Mu is forever a god. As long as Brother Mu exudes charm, no woman can resist him. But the problem is, Brother Mu, with so many people liking you, can't you keep just one? Jiang Mai was quite helpless. How did he end up being targeted by Jiang Xueli again? Under the unfriendly gazes of his brothers, Jiang Mai could only greet Jiang Xueli and say, "Why are you here again? I've come to take you back to your dorm." Jiang Xueli smiled. "Don't be afraid of me. I'm not some wolf or tiger. What could I possibly do to you? Here, this is a gift for you, a bribe." The little white dove excitedly went up to the top and saw Jiang Xueli's deluxe figurine. She was very excited. Isn't this the 3 pirate brothers? It must be very expensive. It's a limited edition, only 10 in the world. It's an official, authentic one, and I specially got my hands on it. I heard that Brother Mu really likes One Piece, so I got this figure. Jiang Xueli's way of addressing Jiang Mai immediately made Xiaobage smile mischievously, and she poked Jiang Mai directly. "Brother Mu, what do you think? I really want this figure." "Thanks, I'll take it." Jiang Mai paused for a moment. "Name your price, and I'll transfer it to you." "No, I told you I don't need money." Jiang Xueli's eyelashes fluttered, and before she could say anything, Jiang Mai had already spoken first. "You need people, don't you?" "Yes, that's clever. So when are you planning to set off?" Jiang Xueli asked with a smile. Chapter 82. You are my half-brother. "Sorry, I really can't take the picture." Jiang Mai refused, though he was moved. Jiang Xueli pouted her red lips and muttered, "You're such a straight man. I bought you this limited edition figurine, and you didn't even reciprocate. How about I treat you to a meal?" "I don't like you. Why would I go on a date with you?" Jiang Xueli snorted. Little White Dove, Kai, and the others were dumbfounded. "If you don't like him, then why are you chasing after him? Is it just for filming? What's with the confession wall?" "It's a long story," Jiang Mai replied, but Little White Dove said impatiently, "Then make it short." "Let me explain. I confessed on the confession wall to get his contact information quickly. I just think he perfectly fits my image of the arrogant lord, so I want him to cosplay as the arrogant lord and publish a personal magazine with me. We can even submit it to a competition and it's sure to win an award." Jiang Xueli started to get excited. Jiang Xueli has been preparing for so long. The equipment is ready, the lights are adjusted, the costumes are chosen, the location is selected, and the entry form is filled out. Now all that's missing is Jiang Mai, the cosplayer, to be in place. Jiang Xueli's words shocked Xiaobage and the others. So that's how it is. No wonder Jiang Xueli was so persistent. Jiang Mai sighed. "Do not do to others what you would not have them do to you. I think you should focus your attention on the person in question. You might get something in return." Jiang Xueli blinked her eyes, looking at Jiang Mai with an innocent and pitiful expression. "Brother, Please help me to the end. I'm your sister. What brother doesn't help his sister? She even started tugging at Jiang Mai's clothes, acting cute and pitiful. Don't yell like that. Jiang Mai silently began to pull the corner of his clothes out. Jiang Shuili looked increasingly aggrieved. You yourself admitted that I am your sister. We are half-siblings. Uffed. The little white dove couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiang Mai rolled his eyes at Jiang Shuili and said, So, when the emotional appeal didn't work, you started playing the family card? Jiang Shuili clasped her hands together and rested them on her chin, looking at Jiang Mai with pleading eyes. Please, please save me. I'm willing to pay any amount of money. I really can't film this. Jiang Mai made up an excuse, saying, Jiang Shuili, I won't be your cosplayer. I have camera phobia. How about I pay for you to find an actress, no matter how expensive? Is that okay? Jiang Mai is genuinely not good at taking photos, nor does he like to show his face in public to shoot personal magazines and then sell them to others. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. I feel like it will definitely become a dark chapter in my life. Even if it doesn't become his own Lilith, it's something Jiang Mai will want to buy at a high price and destroy in the future, not to mention he'll use it to compete. Help. He was so scared just thinking about it. He respects cosplayers and the world of anime and manga, but the problem is that just because he likes it doesn't mean he wants to cross over and become a cosplayer. Congratulations, host. You have rejected Jiang Shuili and gained 200 integrity points, plus a private jet, which is now registered. Jiang Mai immediately accepted the reward. A private jet? That's a good thing. Now the pocket money my aunt gave me can finally come in handy. Everyone knows that maintaining a private jet is very expensive. A single part can cost tens of thousands. Not to mention maintaining the aircraft, as well as hiring captains and flight attendants, all of which are very expensive expenses. After Jiang Mai refused, Jiang Shuili deflated like a punctured balloon. A pair of Barbie-like, watery eyes, misty with tears, gazed at Jiang Mai with a wronged look, as if longing for him. Jiang Mai stared straight at Jiang Shuili. I'm sorry, I sympathize with you, but there's nothing I can do to help you. He winked at Little White Dove and the others. Let's go. Xiao Beige and the others shook their heads. Jiang Mai really was a straight man. How could he reject such a cute and adorable girl? Jiang Goddess is so pitiful. Just as Jiang Mai was about to leave, Jiang Shuili ran up and blocked his way. Here, take this. Jiang Shuili held up the figurine. You haven't given up yet. Jiang Mui paused, then took the bag and said, Fine, I'll buy it. How much? It's free, Jiang Shuili smiled. It's a gift. I don't know how to film. Jiang Mai's words were interrupted by Jiang Shuili. Jiang Shuili snorted. I know, no need to repeat myself. You won't film me, right? Well, I just wanted to give it to you as a celebration. Celebrate what? Jiang Mai asked, looking completely bewildered. I'm rejecting you, not agreeing. Silly child, you've misunderstood something. Jiang Shuili smiled brightly and said, It's to celebrate that I've found my long-lost half-brother. It's only natural for a sister to give her brother a gift. Jiang Mai looked completely bewildered. He had just casually told a joke, but Jiang Shuili used it to make a witty remark. I have tons of figurines at home, so I don't need this. I'm just giving it to you as a gift, so you can keep it. I don't have any ulterior motives, so don't be wary of me. Since I've already bought it, I might as well give it to someone who likes it even more. That's where its value lies. It's much better with you than with me. Jiang Shuili said with a smile before turning and leaving. They didn't say anything to persuade him to become their partner. This was completely unexpected by Jiang Mai. What's going on? Jiang Shuili is starting to go against the grain now, and he's not used to it. Little White Dove put her arm around Jiang Mai's shoulder and teased him with a chuckle. Not bad. You found your little sister now. Aren't you happy? Happy. Jiang Mai smiled insincerely. So, you're not her half-brother? I'd like to, but the problem is they're not willing, Little White Dove sighed. It's really frustrating. But soon he started to covet Jiang Mai's figurines. TSK, a limited edition. Should I sell them for money? You've fallen into a pile of money. Move aside. Give it to me. Jiang Mai glanced at the Little White Dove. Just kidding, he's always wanted to get his hands on the limited edition one-piece trio figurines. And you're kidding him to think he'd sell them for money? Jiang Mai just wanted to keep it as a precious keepsake. Jiang Mai used to collect figurines, but they were all cheap ones. He gave up the hobby after he went to university. Jiang Shuili giving him this figurine has truly brought back his high school memories. Now that he's rich, he can easily get his hands on some incredibly expensive figurines. Jiang Mai carried the one-piece figurine back to his dorm room, unpacked it, and placed the figurine on the table. As soon as she appeared, the other three people were filled with envy and jealousy. TSK. It's just that every inch of land is so expensive, it looks so pricey. Who can argue with that? This is so meticulously crafted. It's incomparable to those inferior figurines. When I see this, I realize that all the other figurines at the anime convention are nothing compared to this. This one is really amazing. No wonder she's a cosplay goddess. She can even get her hands on this. Jiang Mai couldn't put the little white dove down, constantly touching and stroking it, to the point that he felt the figurine was about to be rubbed raw. Kai kept taking pictures of the figurines with his phone. The flash never stopped clicking. Jiang Muyi proudly announced, "This figurine is the prized possession of our dormitory." Meow, aren't I the store's prized possession? The little white dove deliberately acted alluring, striking a pose with her curves and meowing as she made the shape of a cat's paw. Chapter 83. My legs went weak. Jiang Mai subconsciously gagged. Ugh, stop disgusting me. I'm about to throw up my dinner from last night. As a result, little white dove lifted Jiang Mai's chin with her fingers, feigning a charming and shy demeanor. How annoying. Don't you find me, such a beautiful woman, attractive? I'm the kind of person who can bring you joy. Jiang Mai brushed his hand away and said, even if you really turned into a woman and lay there, I wouldn't even glance at you. Damn, you're so heartless, little white dove muttered. When the class monitor from next door pushed open the door and saw the group so leisurely, he was immediately shocked. Aren't you going to study? Exam week is coming soon. Hurry up and study. Are you planning to retake the exam next year? Upon hearing the class monitor's words, little white dove immediately wailed. Oh my god, I have to take 3 exams. The computer level 2, the English level 4, and the Adobe graphic designer certification. Oh my god, I failed them all before. It's so hard. Old he said with a worried expression. I still haven't passed the CET4 college English test band 4. I'm so sad. Kai rested his chin on his hand and said, I also have to take the CET4 college English test band 4. And the level 2, computer skills test band 2. It's a real headache. The class monitor called out. Then hurry up and check it out. There are group files in the class group. The key points for computer science are highlighted. Do them several times. There are also past exam questions for the design certificate. As for English, you'd better take care of yourselves. After the class monitor left, the 3 roommates, who were like animals, had no time for joking around. They quickly sat down, looked at the materials, and took notes. After all, the exam was coming up soon, and no one wanted to fail and have to pay to retake it. That would mean having to work hard all over again. Compared to the hard work of the 3 people, Jiang Mai was particularly calm. He immediately started playing Honor of Kings on his phone. Seeing Jiang Mai playing games so skillfully and happily, little white dove asked in confusion, Aren't you going to study for your CET4 exam? I know it, Jiang Mai replied. No problem. I think you're getting too cocky. Just don't fail your course and end up crying. Little white dove raised an eyebrow. I didn't drift. I've reviewed all the knowledge points. Jiang Mai is a man with a system. He used to be really bad at English, and reading books was like reading gibberish to him. However, since the system improved his learning ability and gave him the skill of photographic memory, learning English has become much easier for him. After all, he already had good learning abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get high scores in all subjects except English. With the system's assistance, reading English books felt like having an automatic translator installed, translating from English to Chinese. Even listening to English listening comprehension questions felt like having a translator repeating the Chinese. Jiang Mai no longer needs to do practice questions. He can easily solve the questions by just looking at them once, with an accuracy rate of 98%. Jiang Mai said to the little white dove, If you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask me. I'm asking you, wouldn't you drag me down with you? Do you think I'm that stupid? Besides, I have a girlfriend who's really good at English. She's already passed the CET6, and she could take the TOEFL without any problems. Why would I ask you? Little white dove sighed. All right, you're so great because you have a girlfriend. Then you should focus on your studies. Jiang Mai was annoyed. He wanted to help his brother, but ended up being fed dog food instead. I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to hurry up and study, memorize a few more words, so I won't die so badly. Maybe I'll just get lucky and pass the multiple choice questions. Little white dove stopped looking at Jiang Mai and focused on her studies. Compared to little white dove's diligent writing, Jiang Mai was quite leisurely, continuing to play games. While his roommate stayed up all night reading, Jiang Mai had already happily gone to bed. The next day, his roommates had dark circles under their eyes, as if they were trying to unleash the spirit of those who studied diligently, while Jiang Mai looked radiant and full of life. While her roommates were envious, they also sighed. Is Jiang Muyi giving up on himself and becoming degenerate? It's obvious he's planning to retake the exam next year. That's true. Jiang Mai is worth hundreds of billions. Even if he doesn't pass the CET4 exam, the principal will definitely still give him his diploma. It's them who should be worried about graduating. They were already too busy taking care of themselves to care about Jiang Mai anymore. They just wanted to memorize as many knowledge points as possible. Friday arrived quickly. The CET4 and CET6 exams are in one day. The school has a strong academic atmosphere, and the library is always packed. Jiang Mai didn't need to go to any library at all. He owned a large villa and took his brothers directly to his duplex Sea View Villa in Jinglinjuan. After Xia Beige and the others got out of Jiang Mai's silver sports car, they looked at the extremely luxurious villa and exclaimed, "Holy crap, this is really too extravagant. How much does this cost?" He was very envious. "My legs are weak. I don't even dare to go in. Is this really your house?" Faced with Lao He's uncertain tone, Jiang Mai immediately burst out laughing. "Otherwise, whose house is it? Go inside, don't you think it's cold outside?" Jiang Mai immediately called his brothers inside. There was no need to enter a password lock. Jiang Mai's hired butler was already watching over the villa, along with servants. Upon seeing Jiang Mai return with Xia Beige and the others, they immediately bowed their heads respectfully and said, "Welcome home, young master." The little white dove was completely stunned. Each of the maids had long legs and was incredibly beautiful with amazing figures. Wow, with such a beautiful woman at home, who wouldn't want to go home? He chuckled and said to Jiang Mai, "So you've been keeping a mistress hidden away. Get lost, these are elite maids selected by the housekeeper, not ones I picked myself. Besides, I've only been back here a few times." Jiang Mai joked. He prefers the atmosphere on campus, which is more lively and convenient for getting to class. You can stay in a villa anytime, but what about your school days? They might be gone forever. Jiang Mai didn't want these beautiful memories to just vanish in a flash, leaving nothing behind. It would be a real shame. So apart from a few occasional overnight stays, Jiang Mai rarely goes here. Jiang Mai said to the housekeeper, "Has the study been cleaned?" "Young master, it's been cleaned and equipped with a computer, the best equipment available. I've also contacted an English tutor. You can call him if needed." The butler smiled slightly. "He'll definitely help you pass the CET4 exam." "Wow, is it that comprehensive?" He exclaimed in surprise. "This is such a pleasant surprise." "Arrange it." Jiang Mai nodded to the housekeeper, then said to his roommates, "Not just these, you can wear these too." Jiang Mai gestured to the maids to give each of Xia Beige, Kaizi, and Lao He a Bluetooth earphone. "What's going on?" the little white dove asked curiously. Chapter 84 Genius on the left, Underachiever on the right. It's a real-time human translation service. If you encounter anything you don't understand, just ask and they'll answer immediately, Jiang Mai said casually. They're all top-notch teachers with 10 years of teaching experience. They're all online and waiting to ask questions. Just ask them directly. "Wow, this is so high-tech," little white dove exclaimed, her eyes peeking out. "It's so good to be rich." "All right, let's go to the study. Do you still want to pass the CET4? Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. "Yes, I dream about it." He nodded, getting excited. "I've been looking at study guides every day lately. My eyes hurt from reading so much, and I even sleep with English in my head. It's really giving me a headache." The little white dove was very frustrated. "I don't know who invented English. Why wasn't Chinese the most popular language in the world back then? Why do we need to learn English? It would be so cool to just speak Chinese wherever we go. That's for the future. You should focus on improving your English now," Kai said, shattering little dove's dream. Little white dove sighed and could only follow the maid to the study on the second floor. This study is a specially designed soundproof room, which is very quiet. The chairs are much better than those in the school library, so they are very comfortable to sit in and won't cause back pain. The desk height is also just right. As soon as little white dove and the others sat down, a short-haired maid dressed in a maid outfit smiled and asked, "What kind of drinks would you like? Black tea, lemonade, bubble tea, coffee, pu'er tea, or water? Or you can tell me what you want to drink." The little white dove's eyes lit up. "Give me a cup of bubble tea, with 30% sweetness, topped with pearls, and some milk foam." The maid smiled slightly. "We will try our best to meet the needs of the young master's friends. Our kitchen chefs are chefs from 5-star hotels, so there is absolutely no problem." Okay, I want them all." Little white dove slapped her thigh excitedly. Kai said, "Then give me a cup of rock sugar pear soup. It'll soothe my throat." He said, "Give me a Sprite, the super ice-cold kind, preferably something to cool me down. Learning English is just too infuriating." Okay. After noting it down, The maid smiled slightly at Jiang Mai and asked, "Where's the young master?" "I'll just have a cup of modi coffee," Jiang Mui said after a moment's thought. "Just add a milk ball." "Okay, please wait a moment." The maid smiled slightly and then left. Little White Dove looked at Jiang Mai excitedly and said, "Are you sure this isn't a restaurant? How come you have everything you could want? Since I'm staying at home, I should be comfortable. You can do whatever you want in my house today. It'll all be on my tab," Jiang Mai said with a smirk. All right, you're a true brother." He chuckled. A moment later, another maid came in. This time, she was a long-haired maid wearing black stockings. She immediately placed the tea, snacks, and fruit on the table. Little White Dove, Kai Zi, and Lao He were all stunned. The table was full of pastries, all of them exquisite baked goods. They looked delicious and expensive, and there were even macarons. Even the fruit platter looks like something you can't afford, with carvings on the side. The Little White Dove immediately started swallowing, and quickly reached out to grab a pastry and start eating. "This cream is so delicious." Kai was also tempted and quickly took a bite. "It's really good, much better than what we buy in the mall." He ate with relish, nodding repeatedly. "Eat as much as you like, or take some back for your girlfriends," Jiang Mai said generously. The three of them were deeply moved. "No wonder you're rich. You're a true brother. Look at your narrow-mindedness. Stop talking about this and hurry up and study. Try to pass it in one go." Jiang Mai wasn't worried about himself, but he was most afraid of his three brothers. Ugh, they're such a worry. Jiang Mai naturally wanted to help them as much as he could. Soon after the drinks were served, the tutors arrived and started the class immediately, with everyone paying close attention. Jiang Mai had his housekeeper find a top-tier tutor, who was very expensive to hire, but her ability to predict exam questions was exceptional. She can basically predict most of the questions on the CET4 exam. This tutor also taught everyone how to guess the answers, and even gave several essay templates for several people to copy and memorize. Jiang Mai had already solidified his knowledge of the material. Now he was reinforcing it, meaning he could just glance at it without needing to take notes. Compared to his roommates who were diligently writing, Jiang Mai was rather bored and twirling his pen. Kai Zi nudged Jiang Mai's arm and said, "Hurry up and memorize the key points. Don't give up now. Do at least some. You never know, it might be on the test tomorrow. You can copy mine." "No need. I've remembered everything." Jiang Mai's lips curled up. "Stop showing off. Do you think I don't know your English level? You're more than 20 points behind me." Kai was very frustrated. His own English score was already low enough, but Jiang Mai's was even lower. While Kai was trying to get Jiang Mui to correct his attitude, the English teacher started having everyone do a test she had prepared. As a result, Jiang Mai was the first to hand in his paper after completing it. The English teacher looked satisfied. Not bad, all correct. You'll have no problem with the CET4. The test she gave was quite difficult. It could be said to be one of the more challenging questions in previous year's CET4 exams, but Jiang Mai answered them all correctly. Moreover, the final essay was very well written. The people who were still working on it, including Little White Dove, Kai Zi, and Lao He, were all shocked. How did someone who was at the bottom of the English class manage to turn things around? I've hardly ever seen Jiang Mai reading a book properly, and even if he does, it's probably for no more than 10 minutes. So Jiang Mai actually managed to complete such a difficult test? What are you looking at? Do it properly. Faced with the shocked looks of his three roommates, Jiang Mai quickly urged them to hurry up and finish their papers. Only then did they realize that Jiang Mai might not have been exaggerating. Jiang Mai really knows how to do things. Kai Zi immediately realized that he had made Jiang Mai take notes, which was unnecessary. If Jiang Mai was so good, there was no need to take notes at all. Suppressing their surprise, the group resumed their arduous struggle with English. The final results were quite effective, and the group made rapid progress. I went from being completely clueless to having no problem solving coding problems and gaining confidence. Because they were studying very late, the group simply slept in the villa. Of course, Little White Dove and Old He were so happy that they couldn't sleep because the bed was so soft and much more comfortable than the hard bed in the dormitory. They were howling and crying all night long. The next day turned out to be a disaster. They were so sleepy that Kai, as the dorm leader, had to knock on each door to wake them up. The English Level 4 exam starts at 8:50 a.m., and you have to arrive 10 minutes early, so Jiang Mai and the others arrived at the school at 8 a.m. just in case something went wrong. Jiang Mai was in the second examination room, which happened to be different from the examination rooms of his roommates. The Little White Dove lamented, "Why is no one in the same exam room as me? That way we could work together as a team." Jiang Mai glanced at the Little White Dove. There are cameras watching, and teachers too. Are you testing the teacher's sharp eyes? Or are you testing your courage and boldness? The little white dove said pitifully, I was testing my eyesight. I wish I had eyes that could see 1,000 miles right now, and that there was a genius next to me, so I could copy his work. That would be so awesome. Forget it. If you see a slacker's work, you'll be crying your eyes out. Old, he said, pouring cold water on the idea. TCH, can a salted fish have any wishes? So pathetic, little white dove snorted. Jiang Mai cautioned. You'd better behave yourself and not do anything sneaky. It'll be bad if you get caught. Okay, I'll listen to you guys. Anyway, I've been studying hard lately, and maybe I'll just stumble upon something amazing. That would be so awesome. Little white dove rubbed her hands excitedly, still daydreaming. Jiang Mai smiled and shook his head. Just then, someone excitedly shouted, Look, isn't that the cold school beauty? Chapter 85, she actually appeared. Jiang Mai was startled and suddenly looked up, only to see the slender and beautiful Long Ruoli. She was wearing a light green JK uniform, with a slim waist and long legs, and was carrying a brown bag as she walked shyly toward him. When Jiang Mai saw her, he felt as if the sun was shining on him. The air was filled with a faint, elegant fragrance. Good luck on your CET4 exam today. Long Ruoli blinked slightly, her eyes looking shyly at Jiang Mai. Yes, I will do my best. Here, this is for you. Long Ruoli opened her bag, took out a thermos, and handed it to Jiang Mai. What is this? Jiang Mai asked curiously. A faint smile immediately appeared on Long Ruoli's pure face. Goji berry tea is good for the eyes and can also refresh the mind. Drinking this will make you much more energetic. Okay, thank you, I'll finish it. Holding the thermos in his hand, the warmth spread through Jiang Mai's heart. Wait, there's more. Long Ruoli rummaged in her bag and quickly pulled out a large bag of stationery, which contained a huge number of 2B pencils, about 20 or 30 in total, as well as several brand new erasers. You can use all of these. You'll need them for the exam. I don't know if you have any, but it's always good to have extra. You can share any extras with your roommates. Long Ruoli's voice was very sincere. Jiang Mai was very surprised. These pencils were all sharpened to a very fine point, and a pencil sharpener was also provided inside the pencil case. That's incredibly thoughtful. Jiang Mui then realized that he remembered to bring everything except his 2B. Thank you, did you carve this? Jiang Mui suddenly noticed a faint trace of ink on Long Ruoli's fingers, which stood out against her fair skin. I had nothing to do this morning, so I just chopped some up out of boredom. I hope you can use it, Long Ruoli said softly. You'll need it. I didn't bring it with me. You've really solved a big problem for me. Jiang Mai smiled sheepishly. Did you bring your ID card and exam admission ticket? I brought it. He did take note of this. That's good. Long Ruoli smiled slightly. Then good luck on your exam. I believe you can pass. I have faith in you. Great. Jiang Mai was in a very good mood. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll be going now. Long Ruoli smiled sweetly at Jiang Mai, and with Jiang Mai's nod, she jogged away, but her steps were full of the joy unique to a young girl. Jiang Mui was stunned for a long time. TSK. Now that you have a token of your love, how far are you from being together? Little white dove TSK. This immediately pulled Jiang Mai's thoughts into focus. Jiang Mai laughed and spat. Go to hell with your love token. Look, they gave us pencils, take them. Are they bringing us pencils? We didn't know. The little white dove pretended to be confused. Aren't they bringing them for you? We just stood there and disappeared. They only saw you. So what? You've made me invisible quite often when your girlfriends are around. Jiang Mai snorted. Do you want the pencil? If not, I'll use it myself. Yes, of course we'll use it. We'll need it when we do the multiple choice questions later. Little white dove chuckled and started pulling out a pencil. The other two also took pencils. Jiang Mai left behind about 5 or 6 pencils. They were very light, but they felt heavy in his hand. Soon, it was time to enter the examination hall. Just as Jiang Mai sat down in his designated spot, he suddenly noticed a beautiful figure sitting next to him. Jiang Mai was stunned, incredulous. The person next to her was none other than Xia Xiran. She appeared calm and composed, her thick, black hair cascading over her shoulders. When she met Jiang Mai's astonished gaze, a faint smile curved her red lips. What a coincidence. We're in line together. Weren't you taking the CET6 exam? Why are you in the CET4 exam room? Jiang Mai asked in a lowered voice, puzzled. Xia Xiran calmly replied, I registered for both the CET4 and CET6 exams. The CET6 is in the afternoon, and the school allows students who have passed the CET4 to retake it, so I came. In order to better help Jiang Mai prepare English materials, Xia Xiran decided to retake the CET4 exam. On the one hand, she still had a glimmer of hope and wanted to see Jiang Mai more often, and on the other hand, she wanted to get a perfect score on the CET4. Heaven was on her side. She ended up in the same exam room as Jiang Mai, and even sat next to him. Jiang Mai was very frustrated. It's truly a cruel twist of fate. How did they end up together in the same place? However, since Xia Xiran was here, he couldn't very well send her away, and besides, Xia Xiran hadn't done anything wrong. Jiang Mai didn't care whether Xia Xiran sat next to him or not. He just needed to focus on his work and not let his mind wander. I'll help you during the exam. Xia Xiran looked at Jiang Mai, her voice soft, yet it touched Jiang Mai's heart. As long as I can help you, I'm willing to take any risks. Jiang Mai frowned. He paused, holding the black pen, and then coldly said to Xia Xiran beside him, "No need. I can pass the CET4. You should have some faith in me. I, Jiang Mai, may not be good at English, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad person." Jiang Mai would rather fail a course than copy someone else's answers. Regardless of whether this person was Xia Xiran or not, he was unwilling. Moreover, he could rely on his own abilities, so why should he need Xia Xiran's help? Besides, the consequences of being caught cheating would be unimaginable. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 integrity points for rejecting Xia Xiran, and your academic skills have been fully upgraded to max. We wish you success in your exams, and hope you perform exceptionally well. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Mai became increasingly satisfied. He became even more convinced that he had done the right thing. I'm sorry, Xia Xiran said, her voice choked with sobs. It's okay, just focus on your studies, and do your best on the CET6 this afternoon, Jiang Mai said casually. Xia Xiran lowered her eyes, which were slightly moist, and gently bit her lip. He would rather fail his CET4, college English test band 4, than accept her help. He wouldn't accept her even if it meant her sacrifice. Xia Xiran felt increasingly distant from Jiang Mai. How could she possibly bring him back to her side? She was willing to do anything, no matter the cost. At this moment, Jiang Muyi tried his best to ignore Xia Xiran's sad expression, focusing all his attention on the exam papers that had just been handed out. I can do all the questions. It's even too simple. Jiang Mai looked at the listening comprehension questions and felt that he could almost know the answers without even listening to the broadcast. After the broadcast, Jiang Mai became even more certain of his answer. With a slight smile, he confidently picked up the black pen and began writing his answers on the answer sheet. Meanwhile, Xia Xiran, who was standing next to him, kept a close eye on Jiang Mai's situation. He was completely focused on the test paper and wrote down the answers almost without thinking. It's probably just random writing. Xia Xiran bit her lower lip, quickly glanced at the test paper, and after writing part of the answer sheet, she began to move the answer sheet towards Jiang Mai. All of her answers were written in very large characters. Jiang Mai could see it with just a glance. Chapter 86: The Reason for Transferring Schools. To Xia Xiran's disappointment, he never glanced at her answer sheet from beginning to end. Xia Xiran's nose immediately turned red. A broken smile appeared on her lips, and after bitterly swallowing her resentment, tears welled up in her eyes. Compared to Xia Xiran's sadness, Jiang Mai was quite carefree. He picked up the blue thermos that Lung Ruoli had just given him and took a sip without hesitation. The taste was refreshing and quite unique. Looking down at the question again, I felt my energy doubled. Just use a 2B pencil to fill in the answer sheet. After Jiang Muyi finished the test, he checked it and found no problems, so he handed it in. Everyone was shocked when Jiang Mai stepped forward and handed the test paper to the teacher. Didn't the listening test just end? Why are you handing it in so soon? Could it be a blank paper? This is way too fast. If you can't do the English, you should hand in your paper quickly, right? But Brother Mu handed in his paper way too fast. No wonder he only scored 30 points in the past. I respect him as a real man. Amidst the murmurs, the proctor said sternly, quiet. He said to Jiang Mai, don't you want to take another look? Then I'll hand in my paper, Jiang Mai said. Okay, then you'll have to wait another half hour before you can leave. Go back to your seat, the proctor said to Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai nodded and went back to his seat. Ignoring the many scrutinizing glances around him, Jiang Muyi leisurely returned to his seat. He had nothing to sit on, so he just lay down and went to sleep. It attracted countless envious, jealous, and hateful glances. Jiang Mai is the first person to brazenly sleep in the CET4 exam room. Xia Xiran gazed at Jiang Mai with infatuation, her eyes slowly softening. However, the proctor noticed Xia Xiran staring intently at Jiang Mai and immediately tapped on Xia Xiran's desk, coughing as well. Xia Xiran was terrified. She almost dropped her test paper. She was a well-known model student, always seen as a good girl by her teachers, and never did anything out of line. Xia Xiran quickly buried her head and started looking at the questions. The questions were very simple for Xia Xiran. She didn't need to think about anything and easily finished the test. By the time she was about to hand in her paper, she had already seen the arrogant figure before her walk away with an air of nonchalance. Xia Xiran wanted to say something to persuade him to stay, but all the words stuck in her throat, and she could only swallow them down. After Jiang Mai came out of the examination room, he waited outside for a while, and then he saw Xia Beige, Lao He, and Kaizi come out one after another. "How is it?" Jiang Mai smiled and put his arm around Little White Dove's shoulder. The Little White Dove said happily, "Last-minute cramming still works." Old He was also in a very good mood. "The teacher you found is really amazing. She predicted all the questions correctly, and even the essay topics were almost the same. She could fit them all in. Are you sure she's not the one who set the questions?" "Probably not. Anyway, as long as you know how to do it." Jiang Mai's mood improved. "Anyway, it's been incredibly helpful. Mom no longer has to worry about me failing my courses." Little White Dove said cheerfully. "Yes, this is the one I'm most confident about." Kai nodded firmly. Hearing his roommate's words, Jiang Mui happily said, "That's great. Let's go eat, I'm starving." "Come on, I'm going to eat 3 big bowls of white rice." Oldie said with a smile. "I want to eat 5 bowls." Kai said. The Little White Dove insisted. "Then I'll have 10 bowls." "My God, what's there to argue about? It's not like we're asking you to become competitive eaters. This is way too much." Even Jiang Mai, who has the skill of eating a lot without gaining weight, is not this indulgent. But being with my brothers is always relaxing and fun. After enjoying a delicious meal in the cafeteria, they headed back to their dormitories. The Little White Dove boldly announced, "Let's play together." The other 3 people tacitly took out their laptops and got ready. "LOL, here I come, my computer. I've missed you so much." Little White Dove started kissing the laptop frantically and said, "I haven't pampered you these days. Are you lonely?" "Uff, you're making me sick. Come match with us." Jiang Mai raised an eyebrow. "All right, it's here. What's the rush? I need to say hello to my precious computer, otherwise it might freeze." Little White Dove snorted and started the computer. Before long, the group started playing League of Legends with great enthusiasm. Just as they were getting into it, the class monitor from the next dorm came over and started distributing computer exam admission tickets. "Chengge, here's your admission ticket." "My God, I forgot. I still haven't passed the level 2 computer exam." A wail rang out. Jiang Mai's eardrums were about to burst, so he immediately put on his headphones. The Little White Dove hugged the computer and started crying. "I hate it. After you finish this round, go and do your computer problems, poor kid." Old He shook his head at Little White Dove. "Don't feel sorry for him. You didn't even pass the level 2 computer exam." The class monitor started handing out exam admission tickets to Lao He. Then came another wail. "Damn it, I forgot too." The final outcome is that the game becomes unplayable. Jiang Mai played the game alone, but after a few rounds, he got bored. Jiang Mai was getting bored because he couldn't find any fun in playing games with friends. He glanced at the time. It was almost 5 p.m. He actually wanted to ask Lung Ruoli how the exam went, but he didn't know if she had left the exam room yet. He was also afraid that if he sent her a text message, she might forget to turn off her phone or silence it, which would be terrible. Students have begun to emerge from the examination hall one after another. Some are happy, some are sad, but the CET-6, College English Test Band 6, has come to an end. When Lung Ruoli came out of the examination room with her bag on her back, she felt a heat on her cheek. She was startled and then noticed a cup of milk tea pressed against her face. Following the other person's slender fingers upwards, you can see their handsome face. His solitary independence exuded a confident and flamboyant air. He was arrogant and unruly, and his usually sharp black eyes were now very gentle. He raised an eyebrow at Lung Ruoli and said, "Are you thirsty? I'll treat you to milk tea." While Lung Ruoli was surprised, a sweet feeling spread through her heart. Jiang Mui took a sip of milk tea and said calmly, "Today's milk tea is buy one get one free, and since no one else is drinking it, I'll give it to you." "Thank you." Lung Ruoli's eyes curved into a smile. She picked up the milk tea, took a sip, and the rich aroma of the milk tea spread between her lips and teeth. It was a flavor she particularly liked. At the same time, she also felt a strong attachment to the feeling of Jiang Mai's presence. It was very comfortable and made her feel completely relaxed. Jiang Mai asked curiously, "How's the CT6? Is it difficult?" "It's not difficult. I studied abroad, and my first language in college was English, Lung Ruoli said with a slight smile. I remember now, you transferred schools, but why didn't you continue your studies abroad? Jiang Mai suddenly realized. He had heard before that Lung Ruoli was studying at a prestigious university abroad, so why did she transfer to this school in China? Chapter 87. Who wouldn't want to snuggle up with a pretty girl? Lung Ruoli's face began to flush, and she was a little afraid to look Jiang Mai in the eye. I just think that China is pretty good, and I want to come back. Her gaze brushed past Jiang Mai's shoulder, as if carrying a deeper meaning. Yeah, it gets boring eating hamburgers and fries all the time. There are so many kinds of Chinese food, you can never get tired of them, Jiang Mai said. It's good to be back in China, it's safe. Lung Ruoli's eyes were very gentle as she nodded to Jiang Mai. That's right. Most importantly, she has returned to this land, and is able to be under the same sky and breathe the same air as the person she loves, which is wonderful. After chatting with Jiang Mai for a while, Lung Ruoli felt a bit hot. I was feeling a little uncomfortable with my long hair still down. She looked at Jiang Mai timidly and asked shyly, "Could you get me my milk tea?" Okay. Jiang Mai took the milk tea. Lung Ruoli then tossed her hair. Her beautiful long hair swept past Jiang Mai's eyes. Jiang Mai smelled that fragrance, and his heart felt as if it had been struck hard, with an indescribable sense of urgency. Her beautiful and gentle face, illuminated by the warm orange streetlights, looked like an oil painting with its distinct features and smooth, translucent skin. Her especially lovely features were rendered in a dreamlike way. Lung Ruoli bit off the black rubber band on her wrist and deftly began to tie it up. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, looking both innocent and alluring. As Jiang Mai was still staring intently, a dark shadow suddenly swept past. Before Jiang Mai could react, his hand was covered by soft fingers. Lung Ruoli leaned down and brought her rosy lips close to her mouth, taking a sip of milk tea. Her red lips held pearls, moist and tender. As she gently bit the pearl, Jiang Mai could clearly see her pink, delicate tongue moving around, every movement exuding an allure. Jiang Mai's mouth went dry just looking at it. Not to mention that a casual glance reveals that when she leans back, the neckline of her dress is too large, bringing her proud breasts together in a visually dizzying way, making them appear exceptionally white and voluptuous. Jiang Mai felt his blood surging wildly through his body, and his breath caught in his throat because of Lung Ruoli's action. This is really bad. Jiang Mai was completely captivated by Lung Ruoli's fiery temper. What is sexy? This is what true sexiness is, an irresistible, effortlessly radiating feminine charm that's simply impossible to resist. While Jiang Mai's breathing became disordered, Lung Ruoli was completely unaware that Jiang Mai's heart was burning with passion. She was still eating the pearls in a particularly adorable way, her full red lips biting the pearls, making her lips look both red and alluring. Thanks. While Jiang Mai's gaze was burning with desire, Lung Ruoli had already taken the milk tea. Jiang Mai felt a little regretful that the soft touch in his palm was gone. He felt something was very wrong with him. Why are you having such inappropriate thoughts? It's so disrespectful to girls. He should have been more gentlemanly and not looked. However, I couldn't help but take a few more glances. Call. He absolutely cannot do that again next time. Jiang Mai felt that his willpower was really lacking, and he was easily tempted. Fortunately, Jiang Mai quickly escorted Lung Ruoli to her dormitory. He coughed and said, "Then you should go back and get some rest. I'm going back now. Thank you for bringing me the 2B pencil and hot water today. I'll wash the cup and return it to you later." "You don't need to return the cup, it's a gift for you. It was originally meant for you to use," Lung Ruoli said with a slight smile. "Okay, thank you. Good night." Lung Ruoli waved to Jiang Mai and reluctantly went upstairs. Jiang Mai couldn't help but laugh, then left and went back to his dormitory. After meeting Lung Ruoli, Jiang Mai was in a great mood, and the gloom he felt about not being able to play games with his roommates was completely gone. Back home, I played a few more games of League of Legends with great enthusiasm. They ended up having a lot of fun. My mind was filled with vivid memories of meeting Lung Ruoli. While Jiang Mai was trying not to laugh, Xiaobage next to him was very annoyed. "What the hell? You've lost 5 games in a row and you can still laugh? Don't you usually just smash your keyboard?" "Oh really?" Jiang Mai realized what was happening, but pretended to be calm. "What do you know? I lost 5 games in a row, which means I'm about to win several more. Shouldn't I be happy about that? Little white dove? What kind of illogical nonsense is this?" 7 p.m. the next day. Jiang Mai appeared at the gym. He hasn't been to the gym in a long time. He can't just let his 8-pack abs run away from home, can he? I worked so hard to get these abs, so I naturally want to strike while the iron is hot and make them even better and more perfect. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the gym and received 500,000 renminbi. After closing the control panel, Jiang Mai went to the changing room and changed into a sports vest and sports pants. Just as Jiang Mai came out of the changing room, a slender and beautiful woman rushed towards him and gave him a bear hug before he could even react. Makino, I miss you so much. Jiang Mai was held tightly in his arms, and he could feel two soft, cotton-like balls repeatedly rubbing against his body. The other person even buried their soft little face in the crook of Jiang Mai's neck. Jiang Mai's enthusiasm and boldness startled her. Boys must take good care of themselves when they are out. Otherwise, I might really get ambushed by some sexy older woman. Jiang Mai is a tragic example. He looked at the beautiful woman who was jumping on him like a koala with her legs wrapped around his waist, feeling very frustrated. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior Mi Lu, get down. I won't get down, your pectoral muscles are too developed. I can't bear to, Mi Lu said coquettishly, her tone particularly affectionate. Girls should be more reserved. Don't hug and cuddle me like that. We're not boyfriend and girlfriend. Jiang Mai tried to stop her and chase Michigan Lu away, but Mi Lu was like a leech and wouldn't come down. Then let's become boyfriend and girlfriend. I just want to hug you more. I haven't seen you in so long. I miss you so much. Mi Lu relentlessly rubbed against Jiang Mai, her beautiful figure constantly pressing against him, leaving Jiang Mai at a loss. Sister Mi Lu, can't we just have a normal conversation? You need to straighten out your attitude and behavior and stop doing things like this. Jiang Mai was very frustrated, but Mi Lu wouldn't listen at all and kept rubbing her face against Jiang Mai's cheek, very intimately. Those around them saw Mi Lu throwing herself into Jiang Mai's arms. I was so envious, jealous, and resentful. Mi Lu is a stunningly beautiful woman, gorgeous and sexy. Her bust size is truly impressive. She's a super busty woman. Who wouldn't want to drink a busted milk tea? It's so delicious and fluffy. Not to mention that Mi Lu is wearing a super short skirt and is right now pressed against Jiang Mai's body. The scene was so intense it was almost painful to watch, let alone for Jiang Mai to experience it firsthand. Absolutely awesome, super exciting. Senior Mi Lu, why do you always stick to Jiang Mai? If I could get Senior Mi Lu to flirt with me, I'd rather fail my exam. Who says otherwise? I'm getting so hot watching this. It looks like Brother Mu isn't really willing. If it were me, I would have just pushed him down. Why would I hold back? Brother Mu is so ungrateful. How can he not be interested in such a beautiful and sexy woman? Mi Xiaohua is a supermodel, so hot and gorgeous. Is there any man who can resist her? Chapter 88. Exercising with me is very physically demanding. A group of people were already drooling with envy, their eyes glued to Mi Lu's beautiful and alluring figure. But Jiang Mai was currently in a state of great distress. As soon as he chased Mi Lu away, she clung to him like a leech. Looking at Jiang Mai with her big eyes, she said, What bad intentions could I possibly have? I just want to exercise with you. I don't. Exercising with me is very tiring. Mi Lu's eyelashes fluttered, full of anticipation. I'm very flexible. No. Jiang Mai was very firm. System notification. Congratulations, host, for rejecting Mi Lu. You have gained 200 bone spirit points and increased your stamina by 20 points. When Mi Lu clung to him like an octopus again, he reached out and pushed her away, but he didn't expect it to be in the wrong direction. The sensation in his palm instantly turned Jiang Mai's neck bright red. Mi Lu's face flushed red as she said, Where are you touching? I was just giving you a nudge on the shoulder. Jiang Mai was quite annoyed. Then why did you pull my shoulder strap down? Mi Lu looked at Jiang Mai with a charming smile, her fair shoulders slightly exposed, revealing her round and beautiful white shoulders. Jiang Mai felt as if he had suddenly entered the spider cave. It was an accident, I'm sorry. It's okay, then you can make it up to me by pulling it up for me. You should do it yourself. Jiang Mai refused outright. Mi Lu pouted, still trying to charm Jiang Mai. She even stomped her feet, clearly unhappy. You're bullying me. Jiang Mai. Sis, you're clearly bullying me. Just as Jiang Mui was getting exasperated by Mi Lu's persistent teasing, a clear voice rang out in the air. Stop teasing him, Sister Mi Lu. Jiang Mai immediately looked in the direction of the sound. He immediately spotted Lung Ruoli in sportswear. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, her skin was flawless, and her graceful figure was incredibly sexy. Although she wasn't showing her belly button this time, the clothes perfectly accentuated her beautiful curves, especially her long, straight legs. With every step she took, one couldn't help but feel their eyes welling up, their gaze fixed entirely on those smooth, white, and tender legs. Upon seeing Lung Ruoli, Jiang Mai seemed to have found a savior. He strode forward, beaming with joy. "What are you doing here?" "She came with me. Of course she's here. She just went to the restroom," Mi Lu explained with her arms crossed. Actually, she wasn't very happy about Jiang Mai avoiding her. She was dressed so sexy and beautiful today, so why was Jiang Mai so unmoved? Logically speaking, Jiang Mai would have had no chance of escaping today. "Okay." Jiang Mai's gaze softened slightly. "What will you practice?" "Anything is fine, but I'm not very familiar with these machines. I used to study dance and yoga, so I don't come to the gym often," Lung Ruoli answered honestly. If it weren't for Sister Mi Lu knowing that Jiang Mai was here, she definitely wouldn't have come along. But with Jiang Mai here, even if Lung Ruoli had no interest in fitness, she would still want to stay here for a while. Being able to look at the person you like a few more times is a kind of happiness. "I come here often, so I can teach you. Whatever you want to practice, I'll guide you." Beginners are very prone to injury when using these machines and don't do it properly, Jiang Mai said to Lung Ruoli. Milu then enthusiastically said, "I'm not very good at it either. Can you teach me?" "Okay." Now that Mi Lu is a bit more normal and hasn't hugged or cuddled him, Jiang Mai isn't too averse to it. Anyway, he'll teach anyone who wants to work out. He can't just watch someone get injured before regretting not having given them guidance. Whether you bring one or two, it's all the same. "And what about me?" A playful voice rang out. Jiang Mai shuddered and looked over abruptly. He then spotted Zhang Xueli with bright eyes and white teeth at the scene. Her lovely face was beaming with a sweet smile, like a little apple. She still had her hair in pigtails as before, maintaining her sweet charm. "You're here too?" Jiang Mai was quite surprised. Zhang Xueli said with a smile, "I've always liked fitness, so of course I have to be good at it. Besides, I can't hide my identity anymore." "Huh?" Jiang Mai asked, puzzled. "What is her identity?" Zhang Xueli then flexed her arms, revealing her very muscular biceps, and said, "I'm a King Kong Barbie." Jiang Mai, "Wow, those muscles are so defined. How did you train like that?" Mi Lu exclaimed enviously. She actually hid the fact that she often works out from Jiang Mai. What a joke. She's a model. How could she not be disciplined? After all, she can only eat low-fat meals every day and has to rely on exercise to maintain her body fat percentage. However, even though she trained intensely, she didn't have biceps as developed as Zhang Xueli. Zhang Xueli's sweet image is completely unrelated to muscles. Zhang Xueli immediately scratched the area below her nose with her index finger and smiled shyly. "Hee, it just appeared out of nowhere. Who told me to be a tomboy? I can't let the men outdo me. Who says women are inferior to men?" "That's right." Mi Lu started giving Zhang Xueli a thumbs up. While the two were chatting happily, Mi Lu suddenly noticed that Jiang Mai had already taken Lung Ruoli onto the elliptical machine at some point. She was shocked. Had he used flash? In just a short while, Jiang Mai abandoned her and ran away. At this moment, Jiang Mai patiently helped Lung Ruoli onto the elliptical machine, instructing her, saying, "This is an elliptical machine. It's for cardiovascular training, to enhance the endurance and strength of your waist muscles." "Yes, that's how you operate it. You're doing great." Jiang Mai was guiding Lung Ruoli step by step, his hand in hers. Lung Ruoli's face was flushed, and she secretly glanced at Jiang Mai. He was incredibly handsome, earnest, and responsible, which made her increasingly smitten. Jiang Mai appeared calm on the surface, but inside he felt like a little deer was leaping about joyfully. When Lung Ruoli exercises, her captivating figure is particularly striking. Especially her skin, which was as white as a peeled balloon, was like a pair of small, bouncy breasts that bounced up and down with a very high frequency, making it seem like they were about to burst out of her clothes. Not to mention Lung Ruoli's breath was fragrant and her breathing was labored. Her eyes were hazy as if she were drunk, and her skin was flushed with a faint reddish hue. Jiang Mai's mouth went dry from reading. He couldn't resist picking up a bottle of water and gulping down several mouthfuls. As a result, when Jiang Mai tried to drink water but couldn't reduce the provocation, a pair of super beautiful and full breasts suddenly appeared in front of him, directly in front of his eyes. Jiang Mai's entire field of vision was filled. Jiang Mai let out a puff and sprayed water. Water was sprinkled on it in a moment. Mila's chest was covered in water droplets. She was shocked. She had only been standing on tiptoe to greet Jiang Mai, but unexpectedly, she made him vomit. "Are you alright?" Mi Lu gently patted Jiang Mai's back with her soft hand. Jiang Mai. Lung Ruoli saw Jiang Mai spray water and became anxious. She tripped and fell forward. Chapter 89 Hero Saves the Beauty. As Lung Ruoli's face paled in panic, a loud thud greeted her not with the cold ground, but with a pair of exceptionally cold hands around her waist. Lung Ruoli's eyelashes trembled instantly. She could feel the heat emanating from the other person's body, and her face began to flush. She placed her hand on Jiang Mai's shoulder and nestled in his arms. With such a beautiful woman in his arms, Jiang Mai's adrenaline naturally surged. However, Jiang Mai tried his best to control himself. He asked Lung Ruoli, "Are you alright?" That was really close. He saw Lung Ruoli fall straight down, but the machine was still running. If I hadn't stepped in to save her at the last minute, Lung Ruoli would probably be bleeding from a head injury by now. Thank you so much. Lung Ruoli's eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Jiang Mai with special warmth, admiration, and affection. Jiang Mai's face flushed even more. After realizing that Lung Ruoli and he were acting very intimately, he quickly let go of Lung Ruoli. Phew, thank goodness you're alright. How could you be so careless? You could have broken your head if you fell. Milu started scolding Lung Ruoli. Jiang Xueli nodded in agreement and said, Sister Ruoli, you have to be careful. Okay. Lung Ruoli nodded somewhat embarrassedly. I'll be careful. My, you were so brave just now. You are indeed the man I have chosen. You are so courageous. Milu admired Jiang Mai even more. I was so scared just now. Wah, I was so scared. As she spoke, her soft body began to lean into Jiang Mai's arms again. But this time Jiang Mai was smarter and quickly dodged to the side. This almost caused Milu to fall. Damn it, I almost got close again, but he escaped. Jiang Mai said to Milu very seriously. Sister Milu, please be more reserved. I especially dislike your behavior of throwing yourself at me. If you really like me, please respect me and stop doing this. Jiang Mai's eyes were particularly honest. Milu was particularly surprised when she said those words. If it were any other man, they would have been eager to take advantage of her. Even when Milu was a model, male models would always try to take advantage of her when they were in contact with her, but Milu always stopped them. Now that Jiang Mai has told her in a very serious tone that he doesn't like this behavior, Milu is not only not sad, but has begun to appreciate Jiang Mai. What a fine quality it is for a man not to take advantage of a woman. Excellent, upright, kind, and wise. This kind of man is the most reliable. You don't have to worry about him betraying his partner. Milu smiled gently. I'll listen to you. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. But I want to tell you that I like you, and I will correct anything you don't like. Milu has never been in a relationship and doesn't know how girls should behave in a relationship. Jiang Mai was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that after he confessed to Milu, she would realize the problem so easily and want to correct it. That's good. Jiang Mai nodded. After hearing what Milu said, Jiang Mai's impression of Milu improved a lot. In his heart, aside from her sexy clothes, Milu was just a little girl, maybe a bit willful, but not a bad person at heart. She just likes herself. What's wrong with that? You shouldn't look down on any girl who likes someone else. Even if the person I like is him. What right does he have to be arrogant towards her? Jiang Mui now felt that it was an honor for Milu to like him. However, Jiang Mai is a very principled person and will not like Milu just because Milu is like this. Jiang Mai decided to follow his instincts. If there's anything you don't understand later, you can ask me. Jiang Mai looked at Milu. His response made Milu both shy and excited. Okay. She pointed directly to the butterfly machine not far away and said, Then you teach me to practice on this. Okay. Jiang Mai nodded. I want to practice too. Jiang Xueli said with a smile. You're here to join in the fun too? Jiang Mai glanced at Jiang Xueli sideways. It's not like you own the gym, so what? You're not even allowing me to work out. Jiang Xueli said with a smile. Okay, let's practice, practice, practice. Then I want to go too. Lung Ruoli felt that the elliptical machine was boring, and she would rather spend time with Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai said gently. Okay, let's go together. When Jiang Mai took the three women to the butterfly machine to train, it immediately attracted a lot of attention. The three school beauties, Lung, Mi, and Jiang, are all here? Aren't these three rivals? Why are they getting along so well? I don't see a trace of them fighting. Who says otherwise? Seeing these three together is a once-in-a-lifetime event. I'm so envious of Jiang Mai. He's a master at picking up girls. How did he manage to get these three so obedient? Brother Mu is an eternal god. Who can compare to him? TSK. If I were him, I would have been surrounded by women by now. How can he still be so calm? Who says otherwise? Long, the school beauty, is so pretty. Me, the school beauty, is dressed so provocatively. I love it. Of course, Jiang, the school beauty, is also great. Such a cute little loli. Stop being a fangirl. None of them are yours. In the end, Jiang Mai will still be the winner. While outsiders were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, Jiang Mai was quite busy. Lung Ruoli exclaimed, "How does this work?" Jiang Shuili said, "Brother, how many sets should a girl usually do?" Milu said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "I don't know how to use it either. Can you teach me?" Grip the handles, brace your elbows against the baffle. Inhale deeply and puff out your chest when you open it. Yes, that's it. Jiang Mai felt like a private instructor, teaching people how to use the butterfly machine. Milu deliberately pretended to be weak. "Phew, it's so heavy, I can't even pull it apart. Can you stand behind me and help me?" Milu's beautiful, captivating eyes were fixed on Jiang Mai. Jiang Mai was very frustrated. He couldn't open it, and he had never seen Milu so weak. "Put some effort into it." "Ugh, I'm just so weak. I'm useless. Please help me," Milu said coquettishly. "Come on, let me help you. How can a sister not help her brother when he's in trouble?" Jiang Shuili, being particularly righteous, quickly gave Milu a push. She needs to perform well so that she can persuade Jiang Mai to agree to her request to film the movie. Her brother is watching now. He must be very moved. Maybe he'll agree to make a film. Milu was quite upset. She looked at the very enthusiastic Jiang Shuili and said, "Junior, thank you so much." "You're welcome. My name is Lei Feng, a selfless and dedicated person," Jiang Shuili said with a smile. "I do good deeds anonymously." She suddenly remembered something and looked at Jiang Mai playfully. "But I want to leave my name here with you, brother, when I do good deeds." "Brother?" Milu was taken aback. Chapter 90 is just too exciting. "He's my half-brother, the one I just met," Jiang Shuili said with a touch of pride. "If that's okay, then wouldn't I be his half-sister?" Milu snorted. Jiang Mai quickly replied, "Hello, sister. From now on, you'll be my sister. Being an older sister is great. Having a beautiful older sister means you won't be constantly thinking about finding a boyfriend, and you won't be the object of anyone's attention. How wonderful. Just thinking about it makes me feel great." In response to Jiang Mai's witty remark, Milu laughed and scolded, "Don't even think about it. Even if she's your sister, she's the kind of person who would want to have a relationship with you. Hey, why don't you just let it go?" Jiang Mai shook his head speechlessly. "The word failure doesn't exist in my dictionary," Milu said with a smile, tilting her beautiful neck. "Did you buy a Xinhua dictionary? The printing factory even cut corners on this one. I'll send you a complete one another day." Jiang Mai's lips curled up. Mila's face turned ugly. Jiang Shuili burst into laughter. "Ha, brother, you're so talented." Milu pinched Jiang Shuili's waist and said, "You're still laughing, and you're not even helping me." "Of course I'll help my brother, He. He and I are the real family who love each other. Then I'll be your sister-in-law from now on, and also your family. Come on, call me sister-in-law." Milu teased Jiang Shuili. "No way, I'm not interested in you at all. I think you'd better give up now. Otherwise, we won't even be able to be friends anymore." Jiang Mai quickly drew a line. He told Mila many times that it was impossible, so why didn't Mila give up? Milu retorted coquettishly, "I see you as my future boyfriend, but you treat me like a friend. I don't want that. I won't give up on you unless you get married." Jiang Mai was very depressed. Where is he going to find someone to marry now? He can't possibly find someone to marry just to avoid Milu. Jiang Mai wasn't so hasty about marriage. He proposed to Xia Xiran because he had liked her for a long time and really wanted to marry her. However, since being rejected by Xia Xiran, Jiang Mai has lost the desire to get married. He feels that there is no need to get married before someone he likes appears, and he even feels that it is okay to never get married. Just as the atmosphere was lively around Jiang Mai, a passerby suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, Xia Xiaohua is late." One of the people who had been engrossed in operating the butterfly machine suddenly looked up. Xia Xiran was wearing a pure cotton black vest and black hot pants, showing off her slender and beautiful figure. She no longer had long, flowing hair. Instead, she wore her hair in a bun, had delicate features, and bright eyes. Her appearance naturally excited the onlookers. "Wow, is this the main heroine? I knew it was impossible for Xia, the school beauty, to not come when the three school beauties are here. What's Xia Xiaohua up to? They're not going to start a fight, are they? Hee. After all, Jiang Mai has so many beautiful women around him. Hee. I also think it's like they're here to catch her cheating. After all, she's so proud and arrogant. How could she tolerate it?" Many people have begun to harbor wishful thinking, hoping that Jiang Mai will be bullied to a bad degree. After all, Jiang Mui stole the hearts of many goddesses. He should learn a lesson. Jiang Mui frowned upon seeing Xia Xiran appear. He didn't expect Xia Xiran to be here as well. Why is Xia Xiran here? Jiang Shuili was very confused. She had heard that her brother had proposed to Xia Xiran 99 times, and then Xia Xiran came back to pursue him. Milu wore her displeasure on her face, saying, "That vixen is trying to seduce me again." Jiang Mai's eyes darkened, and he said to Milu, "She is, after all, a girl. Don't say that." Milu wasn't angry. Instead, she smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you." After all, Xia Xiran was a girl Jiang Mai had liked, so he definitely wouldn't want others to slander her. "Ignore her, let's do our own thing," Jiang Mai said in a low voice. Although he didn't want to have too much contact with Xia Xiran, he couldn't very well stop her from coming to the gym since he didn't own the school. This is somewhat unreasonable and shows a lack of respect for others. Unexpectedly, while Jiang Muyi continued exercising, Xia Xiran stared intently at him and said, "Can you do the two-person high-five crunches with me? I can't do it alone." Lung Ruoli looked at Jiang Mai nervously, wondering what kind of decision she had made. Mi Lu showed her displeasure. She knew that Xia Xiran had come here to get close to Jiang Mai. Jiang Shuili had a gossipy look on her face. "How wonderful. I've fallen into a melon patch." The onlookers were also very excited. Summer's school beauty extended another invitation, this time demanding a two-person high-five crunch. This is a very intimate and affectionate gesture. The two-person high-five crunch exercise involves one person placing their foot diagonally on the other person's calf, and both people starting to do sit-ups simultaneously. After each sit-up, they high-five each other. Of course, the advanced version is to get up and start kissing. But even if it's not the advanced version, it's still something couples do. It's so intimate. Imagine lying next to your goddess, feet intertwined, hands clasped, gazing at each other with tender affection. How exciting. Everyone immediately got excited, and the boys started to imagine themselves as Jiang Mai. If Xia Xiaohua did that to them, they would definitely. It would be so exciting. "I'm sorry, I'm not available right now. You should ask someone else." Jiang Mai decisively refused. When he saw Xia Xiran, his heart still ached faintly, but he hoped that both of them would be well. If possible, Xia Xiran should fade out of his world, and the two of them should have no further connection. Congratulations, host. You have rejected Xia Xiran and gained 200 points of integrity and a shield. Shield? What is that? The system began to explain. This is a damage immunity armor, effective for 24 hours, preventing any damage and ensuring you won't get hurt. This shield is good, since many accidents happen suddenly and catch people off guard. Now that Jiang Mai has a shield, he naturally doesn't need to fear getting hurt. Jiang Mai immediately accepted the system rewards. "If you're worried about getting injured, I can find a personal trainer. I have a yearly gym membership from the school, and the trainer happens to be available." Lung Ruoli's melodious voice rang out. She got up from the chair at the butterfly machine and looked at Xia Xiran with a smile. Although Lung Ruoli doesn't go to the gym, her dad has bought her annual memberships for all the shops on campus ever since she came to school. This includes gym memberships. After hearing Lung Ruoli's words, Mi Lu was very excited. "Yes, we can find a personal trainer. Personal trainers are very professional." Xia Xiran stubbornly bit her lip, her eyelashes fluttering. After a moment, she stopped crying as she had before. Her eyes immediately sparkled, and her whole demeanor brightened, becoming cheerful and confident. "You said you liked the confident, optimistic, and persevering Xia Xiran from before, Jiang Mai. I need to inform you that Xia Xiran is back now." Chapter 91. My feelings for you will not give up halfway. Xia Xiran's announcement surprised Jiang Muyi slightly. "My love for you will never be humble, nor will it ever run dry. I've said I'd pursue you 100 times, always one more than you. I want to love openly and honestly, to love without regret, and to never give up halfway." Xia Xiran was smiling. She was like a fresh and elegant jasmine flower, and her eyes shone as she looked at Jiang Mai. Seeing Xia Xiran's confident demeanor, Lung Ruoli showed no panic whatsoever, but rather admired her. The more outstanding a girl is, the more she likes Jiang Mai, which proves that she has good taste. Besides, it's hers, and no one can take it away. She will do everything in her power to win Jiang Mai's heart. Jiang Mai's expression became very complicated. He hadn't expected Xia Xiran to become more determined after setbacks. But he also became more determined about one thing. That means he will absolutely not get back together with Xia Xiran. "No matter what you do, I will not be with you." Jiang Mai walked directly in front of Lung Ruoli, raised his wrist in front of Xia Xiran, and announced to Xia Xiran on the spot, "I have feelings for Lung Ruoli, and we are currently getting to know each other as a future couple." Lung Ruoli stared wide-eyed at Jiang Mai in disbelief. Jiang Mai's face was resolute, and his words were extremely firm. This made Lung Ruoli's eyes slightly red. She smiled, a genuine smile born of emotion. Milu covered her mouth in excitement. She never expected Jiang Mai to say such a thing in front of everyone. Xia Xiran's lips moved as she stared intently at Jiang Mai and Lung Ruoli's tightly clasped hands. If I ever have a girlfriend in the future, it will definitely be Lung Ruoli, not you, Xia Xiran. Jiang Mai looked at Xia Xiran with pride. It shocked everyone present. Jiang Mai actually made his stance clear to his face. So direct. Wow. Jiang Xueli clapped excitedly. Well done. Did she get some gossip, or did she get some gossip about her brother? That's so awesome. Xia Xiran's eyes immediately turned bloodshot. She was still trying to suppress her discomfort and forced a smile as she said, "Then you can continue to get to know me. It's okay. You can also continue to get to know me. My name is Xia Xiran. I'm 22 years old. I like singing, dancing, and reading, and I like you the most." Jiang Mai was quite surprised, not expecting Xia Xiran to be so persistent. After all, she was a girl he once liked. Jiang Mai had gotten used to her presence, but seeing her in pain, he still couldn't completely numb his heart. A complex look appeared in Jiang Mai's eyes. However, Jiang Mai had already made up his mind, and he would not choose to turn back. I won't force what I've missed, and I won't try to hold on to what I've lost. I'm no longer the impetuous and naive boy who accompanied you through your youth, so please don't waste your time on me anymore. Although Xia Xiran is a bit competitive, she is an outstanding girl. Jiang Mai hoped that she could find her own happiness instead of wasting her time on him. How can it be a waste of time to use it on you? Xia Xiran smiled, and then took a glass of water and handed it to Jiang Mai. You must be thirsty. Have some water. Sorry, I'm not thirsty, Jiang Mai refused. System. Congratulations, host, your integrity value has increased by 200. Have some water. You look tired and a little dazed. It's okay, have some water, rest a bit, and then we can chat some more, okay? Didn't you really want to go to White Pagoda Park with me? We can go see the cherry blossoms together. The cherry blossoms are about to bloom, right? Xia Xiran had a deep obsession as she stared intently at Jiang Mai. The deep smile on her face suddenly gave Jiang Mai goosebumps. Xia Xiran had already handed the water bottle to Jiang Mai, but Jiang Mai turned his face away and ignored it. Lung Ruoli took the water bottle and said, "I'll drink it." Clang. Unexpectedly, Xia Xiran hurled the water bottle directly at Lung Ruoli. This startled Lung Ruoli. Her face was deathly pale. As Lung Ruoli watched the water bottle being thrown at her, she had no time to dodge. She felt a warm sensation wash over her. She was completely embraced by a strong, powerful chest. Whoosh whoosh. Lung Ruoli was panting heavily. Her little face was icy cold, but it was pressed against a warm chest. A pair of warm hands covered the back of my head, and I nestled close to her in her arms. After feeling his warmth, Lung Ruoli's eyes welled up with tears, and her dependence on Jiang Mai deepened. Jiang Mai held Lung Ruoli tightly. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Xia Xiran was actually going to attack Lung Ruoli. Given Xia Xiran's personality, she would never have done something like this before. Jiang Mai turned around abruptly, staring at Xia Xiran in surprise, and demanded, "What are you doing?" His heart ached so much it felt like it was being torn apart. Is that still the girl he used to like? How come she's completely different now? The Xia Xiran he liked was someone who could cry her eyes out even while guarding a dead kitten. How could he do such a thing? He was initially drawn to her by her kindness, and that's how he started to like her. Xia Xiran seemed possessed. She gritted her teeth and roared. Even if I don't want it, I absolutely don't want anyone else to want it. When she was little, her Barbie doll was taken away by the children in kindergarten. Her first thought was to destroy it. Once it's gone, no one will come to steal it. Seeing Lung Ruoli being bullied, Milu immediately became displeased. Hey, if you bully Ruoli, you're offending me. Apologize right now. Absolutely not. Xia Xiran felt wronged and ran away immediately. She would bow her head to anyone, but not to Lung Ruoli. Jiang Mai pursed his thin lips tightly, feeling even more guilty towards Lung Ruoli, and said, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that she got angry at you." Lung Ruoli, who was in Jiang Mai's arms, gently shook her head at him. It's okay. She was still very happy. Jiang Mai's protection of her proves that he cares about her. Thinking back to what he had just said to Xia Xiran, Lung Ruoli's heart pounded wildly, and she felt extremely pleased. Jiang Mai said that he is currently getting to know her, and that they could very well become boyfriend and girlfriend in the future. If she really became Jiang Mai's girlfriend, it would be an extremely lucky thing. Lung Ruoli smiled shyly, her heart filled with a sweet joy. This Xia Xiran is so unreasonable, Milu complained. She acts like she's the victim, even though she was the one who let go first, and she blames Mu Yi for not catching her. Forget it. Let's not talk about her anymore. Jiang Mai just wanted to keep his distance from Xia Xiran in the future and prevent something like today from happening again. Mai, why don't you get to know me a little better? I can be your backup option for future girlfriends. You should treat everyone equally. Mi Lu ignored Xia Tide and focused all her attention on Jiang Mai. Chapter 92, I said I'd pursue you 99 times. Mi Lu stared intently at Jiang Mai with her large, watery eyes. Jiang Mai directly refused. My heart is too small. One person is enough for me. System. Congratulations, host. You have rejected Mi Lu and gained 200 points of integrity. After hearing Jiang Mai's words, Lung Ruoli's face turned bright red, and she was very shy. Look, Ruoli is embarrassed again. So I'm just here to eat dog food. If Jiang Mui said that the person he's seeing is Xia Xiran, I would be furious. But if it's you, Sai, Mi Lu sighed and said, it's because I spoil you. Mi Lu said to Jiang Mai, don't think that just because you've expressed your feelings, I'll give up on you. You two aren't even a couple yet, so I still have a chance. I've said I'd pursue you 99 times. You're still chasing after him? Jiang Mai was taken aback. I thought Milu was going to give up. Why not pursue her? It's rare to meet someone you like. Mi Lu paused, but it's harder than winning the lottery. It's not difficult. The scratch cards next door are 10 yuan apiece, and the odds of winning are especially high. Jiang Xueli, a lottery enthusiast, said to Mi Lu with a smile. As a result, Jiang Xueli's little head suffered, as Mi Lu flicked it with her finger. Jiang Xueli immediately covered her head and cried out, ah, it hurts, it hurts. Mi Lu snorted. Children shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Jiang Xueli was unconvinced and, puffing out her chest, said, I'm a 34D. How could I be a child? Did I say anything about being a 36D? Mi Lu said to Jiang Xueli, hands on her hips and straightening up. Wow, Senior Milu is awesome. Please teach me your secrets. Jiang Mai. How did the topic veer off to this point? After leaving the gym, Jiang Mai escorted Lung Ruoli and the others back to the girls' dormitory. He then started walking towards the men's dormitory building. As Jiang Mai was watching the King of Glory season live stream on his phone, he suddenly felt a strong force pulling him down. Bang! Jiang Mai looked up and saw a dark flower pot falling from upstairs, about to hit him on the head. It's very fast. It was about to hit his head. The consequences would be unimaginable. Smack! In an instant, a faint green light enveloped Jiang Mai. The powerful shield provided by the system had appeared. Clang! The flower pot seemed to be shaken, and it suddenly tilted and fell to the ground 3 meters away from Jiang Mai. As Jiang Mai broke out in a cold sweat, shocked by the sudden turn of events, he sensed a strange gaze from upstairs. Someone is watching him. Jiang Mai looked up abruptly. The window on the 5th floor was open, but there was no one in sight. The flower pot must have fallen from above. Was he just imagining things? But he really felt someone standing by the window, watching him. If the flower pot had actually hit him, without a shield, his head would probably be blown apart. Jiang Mai's eyes immediately became deep and knowing. Inside the monitoring room, Jiang Mai, guided by a security guard, reviewed the surveillance footage. His eyes scanned back and forth, but he didn't see any suspicious people in the 5th floor classroom. Young man, I think you're just scared and hallucinating. How could someone randomly throw a flower pot at you? The security guard said with a smile. There's been a strong wind lately, and the flower pot just blew down. That's quite dangerous. We should tell people not to put flower pots on high-rise buildings in the future. Jiang Mai breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no problem with the surveillance footage. Thankfully, it was just his hallucination. It's good that it wasn't caused by human intervention. That makes sense. He has no grudges against anyone, so why would anyone deliberately target him? After confirming that it was an accident, Jiang Mai felt much more relaxed and started walking straight back to his dormitory. When he returned to the dormitory, the 3 people who were originally on the top bunk all turned to look at Jiang Mai. You're finally back. Seeing the 3 of them speak in unison, Jiang Mui couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong? You've only been gone for a little while, and you're already missing me? Are you doing computer problems, and there are any you can't solve? I'll teach you. As Jiang Mai began to climb to the upper bunk, he immediately saw a little white dove shaking her head. No, we're just gossiping about you. You were at the gym with the 4 most beautiful girls from your university, weren't you? Yes, someone posted about it on Renren, the school's intranet. This was within Jiang Mai's expectations. Yeah, you confessed to the cold school beauty? Little white dove and old, he chuckled, and even Kai Z had a fatherly smile on his face. If you think so, then so be it. I do have a good impression of her, and we're getting to know each other now. Maybe I'll really fall in love with her in the future. Jiang Mai said to Lung Ruoli with a sweet tone. "TSK, TSK, TSK. You've finally figured it out," said the little white dove. "I'm very pleased with you. I have feelings for her now, and I've told her that we're getting to know each other with the intention of dating, but I'm not really sure about myself." Jiang Mai's sweetness faded, replaced by a hint of melancholy. "Why are you unsure? Are you feeling inferior?" Little white dove raised her voice. "You shouldn't be like this. You're the most handsome among us, have good grades, and are rich now. You and the cold school beauty are a perfect match." "Bullshit me? I'm awesome." Jiang Mai lay down on the bed and rolled his eyes at little white dove. "What is that?" the little white dove asked, puzzled. "I know my own nature all too well. Once I fall in love, I'll be the one who gets hurt in the end. So I don't dare to fall in love. If I have feelings for someone, I'll find fault with them to suppress those feelings." Jiang Mui paused. "I'm afraid I don't have the ability to love. I don't know how to date. I don't know how to be nice to others. I wrap myself up tightly and hide in a shell." Jiang Mui clearly remembers the night Xia Xiran rejected his marriage proposal for the first time. He was walking down an empty street, holding a bottle of 46 proof Jiangxia liquor. On the muddy path, a light drizzle continued to fall. He drank and cried, walking a short distance, then sitting down to sob for a while. The alcohol couldn't numb the throbbing pain in his heart. He could clearly feel the coldness of the rain, the damp chill of the ground, and the helplessness of the puddles splashing on his face. "Because of naivety, I believed in love. And because of naivety, I was left battered and bruised. I'm more afraid that someone will pull me out of the shadows and then throw me back in." Jiang Mai's eyes welled up with tears. "Then I might as well stay where I am." Jiang Mai didn't want to be an amazing person, but he wanted to be irreplaceable. He was afraid to get involved in relationships, and even more afraid of being hurt by them again. Jiang Mai's roommates fell silent. They could sense his heartache. Jiang Mai was deeply hurt by Xia Xiran in his previous relationship, leaving him with a shadow. Indeed, Xia Xiran has been keeping Jiang Mai hanging on, neither responding nor rejecting, maintaining an ambiguous and distant attitude. No wonder Jiang Mai is feeling bad now. "It's okay. Even if you don't end up with the cold school beauty, you still have us brothers. Breaking up is fine, the next one will be better. Besides, you two are still getting along. Maybe you'll hit it off and become inseparable, living like a couple for life." Little white dove immediately stepped in to liven up the atmosphere. Chapter 93, Let's just get married together. "That's right, let's go. I'll open a beer, let's drink until we drop. One glass to tomorrow, one glass to the past." Oldie went downstairs to get the beer. With beer in hand, there has to be some snacks. "Open up my treasured beer peanuts," Little white dove called out. "Wow, you're so generous today," Oldie exclaimed in surprise. The little white dove grinned and scolded. "Silly dog. When have I ever been stingy? Eat if you want, or don't." "Of course I'll eat it. I didn't say I wouldn't," Oldie said with a smile. When Jiang Mai came down from the upper bunk, Kaizi patted him on the back and said, "Don't overthink it. You've already taken the first step, which is very courageous. The remaining 99 steps will depend on how you and Lung Xiaohua walk them. Maybe after you finish, you'll be at the wedding." "That's it. Tada. Tada." Little white dove started humming the accompaniment of Wedding Symphony with great enthusiasm, even waving his chopsticks like a conductor's baton. Jiang Mui couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. "You idiot, stop humming, you're singing off key." "No way. How dare you question the abilities of a legendary singer like yourself?" Little white dove was incredibly arrogant. Oldie tossed a peanut high in the air, then caught it steadily with his beak, teasing little white dove. "Little white dove, I must say you're obviously off key." "You're making fun of me? Damn it, don't eat my peanuts." "Just eat. Don't be so stingy." The two were still arguing over peanuts when Jiang Mai leaned closer with a smile. "Hey, leave some peanuts for me. There's not a single bit left. You want some?" "No way," Little white dove said haughtily. After snatching the peanuts, Jiang Mai happily began to eat them. "It tastes just like it did in my childhood, so delicious." Taking another sip of beer was incredibly refreshing, instantly dispelling the depression in Jiang Mai's heart. While Jiang Mai was enjoying his beer, Xiabeige excitedly said, "Good brothers of the times, never to be separated. Look how close we brothers are. Let's just have our weddings on the same day in the future. It'll be so much more lively." Muzi's relationship is still far from settled. He and Lung Xiaohua haven't even become boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Kaizi pointed out the key point. The little white dove immediately made a squeezing motion and said, "Give it your strength, and the cold school beauty will be yours in no time." Jiang Mai glanced at little white dove. "I have a good impression of her now, but it's still a bit far from true love. I need to cultivate our relationship a bit more and wait for things to fall into place naturally, so that I don't just fall for her because of her looks and only want to be a scoundrel who wants to have sex with her, instead of being an honest person who wants to date. However, if things continue as they are, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should actually fall in love with Lung Ruoli. After all, Lung Ruoli is the only one who can capture his attention and distract him right now. All he had to do was adjust his mindset, present a completely new version of himself to Lung Ruoli, and not disappoint her. I don't care. I just think there's something going for you two. We'll get married together then. I'm all in this together. No more singles, you get it. Little White Dove pointed at Jiang Mai. I understand. I want to find a partner. Jiang Mai readily agreed. That's a real man. Let's have a drink. Little White Dove and Jiang Mai clinked glasses. Jiang Mai didn't hesitate and drank a cup. While Jiang Mai and his brothers were chatting and laughing, his phone rang. Jiang Mai immediately recognized it as a virtual number. He was somewhat puzzled. Who is it? He picked it up and a light, cheerful voice rang out. Elder brother. That sound was so loud it almost sent Jiang Mai away. Jiang Xueli? Hee, as expected of my brother. He remembers my voice so clearly. Come on, Jiang Muyi said, pursing his lips. How did you get my number? The student council has your number. Damn student council, they even sold my phone number. Jiang Mai spat. Don't blame them. I piqued myself, Jiang Xueli said with a grin. All right, what do you want from me? Jiang Xueli said with a smile. Are you going to the comic convention on Saturday? I've saved 6 tickets for you. A comic convention is happening so soon? Jiang Mai asked in surprise. When was the last time I went to a comic convention? It seems like it was only half a year ago. Yes, this time it's especially lively, and the tickets are free, so why not come? Jiang Xueli began to coax. Okay, I didn't say I wasn't going. Jiang Mai's words made Jiang Xueli very happy. Her little face was very excited. That's great. I'll give you the ticket tomorrow. See you there. Jiang Xueli's goal is now very clear, to please her own brother. Hee. After all, she hadn't given up on her wish to film a movie with Jiang Muyi. She really wanted her older brother to cosplay as Outyin Darren. Just thinking about it was exciting, like a dream come true for anime fans. Jiang Xueli would definitely not let go of this rare opportunity. No matter what she did, she had to shake her older brother's influence. That's why she immediately tried to curry favor with him as soon as she got the tickets. Okay. After hanging up with Jiang Xueli, Jiang Mai saved her number. Jiang, the school beauty called you? Kai looked at Jiang Mai. Yes, she's going to give us tickets to the comic convention on Saturday, Jiang Mai answered honestly. That's great. Then I don't need to buy a ticket. That's wonderful. Kai was very excited. Jiang Mai counted the number of people. There were only 4 people present, and there were 6 tickets available, so they were still 2 people short. We can't let the tickets go to waste. This is precisely an opportunity. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Jiang Mai's lips. He immediately took out his phone and sent the message. Nighttime, inside the girls' dormitory. Lung Ruoli was wrapped in a large bath towel. Her breasts were prominent, and her figure was curvaceous. Her wet hair dripped water, making her cheeks look pink and smooth, as if you could pinch water out of them. She dried her hair with a towel, then plopped down on the sofa, bending her long, slender, white legs. Her slender figure leaned against the sofa, her instep raised, revealing her fair, beautiful toes, a truly alluring and seductive scene. Just as she was drying her hair, her phone received a WeChat notification. After glancing at the message from Jiang Mai flashing on her phone screen, Lung Ruoli quickly grabbed her phone. 1%, there's a comic convention on Saturday. Besides me, there are 2 extra tickets. Are you going? Lung Ruoli immediately became interested. She was naturally willing to spend more time with Jiang Mai. After all, they were now developing into a future couple. To cultivate a relationship, you definitely need to go out. Lung Ruoli replied sweetly. Sure, can we bring Sister Milu along too? 1%, you guys together? Lung Ruoli. Yes, how could we not invite her when something good happens? She's also very interested in anime. Jiang Mai couldn't help but chuckle after seeing the message from Lung Ruoli. This guy is a complete idiot. That's your love rival, and you're not on guard at all, even creating opportunities for him? However, it was her straightforwardness that made Jiang Mai feel even better. So cute. Girls are innocent and kind, and easy to raise. Chapter 94. The relationship progressed quite quickly. Jiang Mai disliked girls who were too scheming, and his feelings for Lung Ruoli immediately increased. Jiang Mai replied, Okay, then we'll go together. I'll come downstairs at the dormitory at 9 in the morning to call you to leave. Lung Ruoli. See you there? After seeing that Lung Ruoli had sent him an adorable cat emoji, Jiang Mai secretly right-clicked and saved it. After chatting with Lung Ruoli for a while, Jiang Mai lost interest in drinking and said with a smile, "You guys continue drinking. I'm going to lie down in bed for a bit." Seeing Jiang Muyi constantly on his phone, texting with someone, the others immediately understood. TSK. Their relationship is heating up pretty fast. Oh, you really forget your friends when you see a pretty face. Come on, let's drink. Who says otherwise? It's not like none of us have girlfriends. You should say that you're the only one without a girlfriend right now. But you should seize the opportunity and find someone soon. Amidst